001 birth. Experiment sample number 24 has been injected with Valkyrie solution, surviving for 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Time of death, for 22 in the morning. Who is speaking, and why am I alone at home? Han Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by blinding white light. The familiar gaming pod was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he found himself beneath a pure white ceiling, surrounded by cold metallic walls that exuded a sense of sci-fi eeriness. The room was arranged like an intensive care unit, with him lying on a metallic platform, his bare torso connected to several instrument wires, the cold metal pressing against his back, penetrating to the bone. A group of individuals in white lab coats surrounded him, their faces reflecting sheer horror. Hadn't he just accepted a client's order to practice a new account? He had chosen a standard opening. What was this place? Han Zhao's head throbbed painfully, his thoughts a tangled mess, as if a deluge of information had been forcibly injected into his mind. The last memory he recalled was accepting a coaching order while creating a character in Star C, followed by the overwhelming scent of burning protein. Quick, notify Ms. Hella. The subject has awakened. Call security. We need to contain the subject immediately. The lab-coated figures shouted frantically. Although Han Xiao did not comprehend their language, he grasped the meaning behind phrases like subject, survival time, and security, which filled him with unease. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside, approaching rapidly. Should he remain still or make a run for it? In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Han Xiao decisively chose the latter. Waiting idly was not in his nature. With a swift motion, he tore away all the wires connecting him to the instruments and stumbled toward the laboratory door, the white-coated figures hastily retreating without obstruction. With a crash, he burst through the door, revealing a long white corridor flanked by a dozen guards clad in black combat uniforms, wielding electric batons. Han Xiao recognized the half-sapling emblem on their uniforms and gasped. The budding organization for version 1.0 of the Sea Blue Star? Wasn't it already annihilated? One guard swung his baton down with force. Han Xiao instinctively raised his hand to block. The excruciating shock coursing through him made his entire body convulse, as if his bones would shatter. Is this pain perception at 100%? Han Xiao exclaimed in shock. In Star C, the pain adjustment limit was capped at 40%. Exceeding this threshold would inflict nerve damage on players. The gaming pod was equipped to monitor player vitals, and such a malfunction should have triggered an automatic disconnection. What was happening? Had the gaming pod, replaced just 7 years ago, malfunctioned again? Damn it, the technician who came to repair it just charged me $300, assuring me it would function without issues for 6 months. What a scam. I'll call customer service for a refund later. A dozen robust guards surged forward, and Han Xiao experienced a sensation akin to being overwhelmed by a throng of muscular figures as they escorted him to a small black room. After securing the door, the guards departed. The surroundings were pitch dark. Only he remained in the room. Han Xiao grimaced in pain, rubbing his wrist to regain his composure. A headache resumed, a torrent of information flooding back. After a considerable time, he finally pieced together the situation. I crossed over into Star C. Han Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Star C was an immersive holographic game with servers spanning the globe, peaking at nearly 60 million concurrent players. No need to doubt the severe population inflation in the parallel universe of 2060. Set against the backdrop of a cosmic expanse, the game's maps and scenes evolved automatically from the latest light-brain input parameters, astonishingly vast, accommodating millions of players online without a hitch. Countless guilds and factions farmed gold, ran dungeons, and a single piece of top-tier equipment could fetch astronomical prices, sometimes reaching hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. As a wildly popular game, its balance was paramount. It ensured that wealthy players enjoyed advantages without alienating casual gamers. The primary method of maintaining balance was through enhancing competitive and technical aspects, and Star C was no exception, spawning professional players and leagues as byproducts. At this juncture, one might presume I would recount Han Zhao's past as a remarkable and legendary professional player. Not so. Although Han Xiao made a living through gaming, the term professional player had no association with him. He was a despised rank booster, a solitary wolf without a studio. As a veteran booster in Star C, Han Xiao had experienced all iterations of the game, gaining a modest reputation, consistently ranking among the top 100 in the Huaxia region. He recalled being ranked 47th in the latest season. Given his skill level, he could have easily pursued a professional career, yet he remained a booster, a topic to be elaborated upon later. The budding organization Starsea version 1.0, one of the newbie spawning planets, the Sea Blue Star incident. Han Xiao muttered to himself. By the time he crossed over, Starsea had been operational for over a decade, and the events of version 1.0 had long since become history. Had he returned to the past? Han Xiao's expression turned grave, which meant he would not be able to reclaim that $300. Slap! He slapped himself across the face. Here I am, having crossed over, and I'm still thinking about refunds. Am I a fool? Memories in his mind seemed fragmented. He was unaware of the original owner's experiences. Even the name eluded him. He could only recall certain common knowledge about this world, such as the time. He was in the year 687 of the Starsea calendar, with the official launch scheduled for 688. During the era of version 1.0, the Radiant Federation, Crimson Empire, and Phantom Sect, three colossal cosmic powers, had maintained thousands of years of peace since the end of the self-exploration era. The Silver Revolutionary Army had yet to be formed. The source of the supernatural catastrophe still languished on some desolate planet. Shining World had not yet been born, and the civilization of the World Tree had not launched a massive invasion from unexplored space. The Broken Star Ring, where Sea Blue Star resided, was still languishing at the edge of the visible universe. To sustain the game's allure, Starsea drew inspiration from a game named Yamaguchi Mountain from years ago, where each update was marked by disasters and significant events. Gul'dan and Yin Ancestor had stirred trouble for years, only to be squashed by an egg. Why add again? With the Burning Legion invading once more. Who knew how many times they would return? In this respect, Starsea learned from the experiences of Yamaguchi Mountain, making it exhilarating to play. But if he truly crossed over? Friend, is there a return ticket? Compared to the cataclysms of interstellar warfare in later versions, the budding organization was a mere trifle. Yet for Han Xiao, it presented a dire predicament. The Sea Blue Star's modeling resembles Earth, and the budding organization aims to subvert major national powers. If memory serves, the subjects of the Valkyrie experiment undergo brainwashing, becoming mere cannon fodder. The origins of this body were utilized as materials for human experimentation by the budding organization. Fragments of memories remained, mostly consisting of scenes of imprisonment and experimentation. At around 20 years of age, he bore a resemblance to his former self, though his health remained uncertain. He recalled the words of the doctor in the white coat, stating that he had been injected with the Valkyrie solution. This substance was one of the genetic agents of the budding organization, designed to enhance brain function, with a mortality rate soaring to 70%, yet it had triggered a mutation within him. Suddenly, a line of semi-ethereal blue light text materialized before him. You have been injected with the Valkyrie solution. Stamina potential 1. Gain skill. Heightened focus. Gain skill. Low-level mental resilience. Status panel. Han Xiao felt a surge of joy within. His gaze was met with a translucent blue screen that unfolded, exuding a distinctly sci-fi ambience without obstructing his vision. Name: Han Xiao. Race: carbon-based human, yellow. Template: NPC 1.0 version public beta countdown. 358 days, 11 hours, 03 minutes. Total level: 1. Experience: 0. Secondary profession: Commoner LV1, 0/50. Primary profession: none. Personal attributes: Strength 2, Agility 2, Stamina 3, Intelligence 3, Mystery 1, Charisma 2, Luck 1. Free attribute points: 0. Energy: 0. LV 0. Energy level: 12. Rank: F mortal. Combat power is abysmal. Any random passerby NPC on the street could easily overpower you. Health points: 23/30. Sprained. Stamina points: 36/36. Skills: heightened focus, increases learning and crafting speed by 10. Low-level mental resilience, grants 3 willpower checks. Skills: none. Potential points: 0. Profession knowledge tree, unopened. Influence: none. Reputation: 0. Equipment: none. The game panel of Starsea remained intact. Thank heavens for this blessing bestowed upon a handsome man. However, Han Xiao soon discerned several anomalies. An NPC template? Was he not a player? A countdown to the 1.0 public beta? Furrowing his brow, Han Xiao recognized a few critical factors. Firstly, although he was unsure why the attribute panel had accompanied him in this journey, this was a tangible world where every life was vibrant. Should he perish, he would not revive as in a game. Secondly, he had traversed into the role of an NPC but possessed the system panel of a player, which was undoubtedly a positive development, allowing him to level up and grow like a player. Thirdly, the countdown to the public beta led him to realize that the real world had likely reverted to the time before the release of Star C, meaning he had genuinely returned to the past. Did this imply that former players would re-emerge? The fourth point was paramount. His current situation was perilous. Han Xiao felt exasperated. He observed how others navigated their reincarnations, which typically began under favorable circumstances. 500 gold coins, 10 populace, abundant resources, potential allies, and perhaps even a former lover. Even in the absence of these, the environment was generally safe. In contrast, he found himself at the onset of the campaign, a lone hero ensnared in enemy territory, with the possibility of being dispatched back to the Hall of Heroes by a careless misstep, assuming such a place existed. He lacked the ability to respawn as a player. His life was singular, and losing it here would be a tragic waste. Indeed, his thoughts leaned towards what a pity, a subtle distinction from the typical sentiment of I must survive. Concepts such as my fate is mine to command. If heaven seeks my demise, I shall defy it, or with a golden elixir swallowed, I shall transcend life, and death were more akin to the musings of a late-stage, delusional individual. What on earth? Am I the only one trapped in a sword art online scenario? Han Xiao lamented. Despite his senses being indistinguishable from reality, a profound doubt lingered in his heart. What was the essence of his existence, true life, or merely a collection of data, a soul traversing dimensions? Since I am here, I must adapt, Han Xiao mused, acknowledging that regardless of his nature, if he wished to avoid a heroic sacrifice, he must find a way to survive. With a year until the public beta, he had this solitary piece of good news to buoy his spirits. He fully comprehended the destructive potential of players, akin to a locust plague, synonymous with chaos and madness. Clang! At that moment, the door of the dim chamber swung open, and several individuals entered. Due to the backlighting, their faces were obscured, but he could discern the silhouette of the leading figure, a voluptuous woman. How is the test subject's condition? The woman inquired of her subordinates, her voice possessing a slightly husky quality, reminiscent of a rich cup of coffee, exuding a blend of languidness and seduction. It seems to have exited the manic phase. The head of the experiment, Lin Weixian, cast a fiery gaze over Han Xiao, eyes appraising him as one would a personal possession. Han Xiao rasped, "Who are you? MM? It appears there's a memory discrepancy?" The woman arched an eyebrow. The Valkyrie stimulates the brain. Memory loss is a normal response. Lin Weixian narrowed his eyes. As his eyes gradually adjusted to the light, Han Xiao beheld the woman's beauty, instantly captivated. Her long, wine-red curls obscured half her face, clad in a form-fitting black combat uniform. Her alluring figure seemingly straining against the fabric, igniting primal instincts. Her features bore both the sharpness of Western ancestry and the softness of Eastern lineage, resembling a striking mixed heritage beauty, adorned with dark eye makeup, radiating an aura of mature languor, akin to a mesmerizing siren. If Daji possessed such beauty, then King Zhou's fate was just. The thought flickered in Han Zhao's mind. Hela, the supervisor here. The red-haired beauty fixed her gaze on Han Xiao and waved her hand, commanding, "Take him for a blood test. I want to see the report immediately." Two expressionless elite guards stepped forward, one on each side, seizing Han Zhao's arms and escorting him outside. Han Xiao glanced at the guards' formidable physiques beneath their uniforms and the firearms at their waists, promptly abandoning any thoughts of resistance. He recognized Crimson Serpent Hela, a challenge scenario from Ocean Blue Star, Valkyrie Laboratory, one of the subordinate bases of the budding organization. During version 1.0, Hela had mercilessly tormented countless novice players born on Ocean Blue Star, earning the moniker Sister Deterrence on forums. In the future, she would ascend to become an interstellar powerhouse of the Keldan star cluster, her strength surpassing that of Calamity-level foes, earning her the title Goddess of Death, renowned throughout the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao could only bitterly smile. His predicament was truly akin to the bleakness of midwinter, chilling to the core. 002 Mechanical System. Before the story commences, allow me to briefly introduce our protagonist. Han Xiao, a pure masculine figure, bore this somewhat ambiguous name for a simple reason. His mother's surname was Han, and his father's surname was Xiao. Direct and meaningful, yet profound in its implications. At the age of 30, he managed to provide for his family on his own. As for his appearance, it could be likened to someone who, bribed with 200 yuan by a primary school student from a neighboring family, pretends to be a relative at a parent-teacher meeting, only to be affectionately addressed as Big Brother by a 30-year-old man sitting beside him. Although he may appear somewhat disheveled within the realm of Star C, he is a well-connected individual with a modest reputation. His prominent username, elderly man chatting with youthful wildness, is widely recognized, placing him in a position where casual players gaze upon him with admiration and envy as he strolls through the virtual city. On the official forum, his commentary on experts from the Xiao region is succinctly noted. His combat style is unpredictable, and his on-the-spot reactions possess professional caliber. Adept in all 5 elemental systems, particularly proficient in mechanics. In stark contrast to the lengthy evaluations often given by other experts, which can span 2 to 3 pages, Han Xiao's remarks are but a single sentence. It is rumored that he is not one to seek the limelight, frequently declining interviews from gaming journalists, resulting in little exposure. The reality, however, is that whenever a journalist approaches him for an interview, he secretly hopes they will preface their discussion with an advertisement. Are you still troubled by frequent defeats in the arena? Are you disheartened by being ambushed in the wild? Star C veteran level boosting services, offering gold farming, leveling, revenge, and rank climbing. Prices are negotiable. You won't regret it. Honest dealings, scammers keep out. Contact ID. It has been proven that even in the parallel universe of 2060, such advertisements remain daunting, thus leaving Han Xiao's door rather desolate. Alas, one must eat. Life has its demands. Han Xiao was taken back to the laboratory for blood tests. The environment and terrain of the base are unknown, as is the number of armed personnel. With his virtually non-existent combat capabilities as a novice, any rash resistance would be akin to digging one's own grave, seeking trouble. The guards in the corridors, trained and formidable, are estimated to possess levels around 5 to 8 in the agent's secondary profession, making them among the elite of ordinary humans. If memory serves correctly, at this moment, Hela is an executive officer of the budding organization, an E-class Esper with a power level exceeding 500 units and conservatively estimated to possess the ability to defeat 1,000 of him. In the year 23333 of the exploration era, a genius elucidated the cultivation method of Qi, establishing a common theoretical foundation for all systems of training across the universe, thereby ushering in a new epoch where Espers began to shine brightly. Star C serves as the stage for these Espers. The Esper systems encompass 5 categories: the psychic system, martial arts system, mechanical system, magical system, and telekinetic system. These represent the primary professions within Star C, which can be pursued by studying professional knowledge books. Professions are divided into primary and secondary categories. There are only 5 primary Esper systems, while the secondary professions are diverse and do not require professional knowledge books. Every novice entering Star C faces their initial trial, the quest for professional knowledge books to transition into a primary profession. New characters can choose between 2 starting options: the conventional start, where the system provides an everlasting beginner's set to prevent running around naked, and a fixed sum of currency, followed by selecting one of several initial locations on a novice planet, typically situated in different factions. This starting method is stable in its advantages. The alternative is a random start, thrusting the new character into special events, which could either lead to peril or opportunity. Han Xiao's current predicament closely resembles that of a random start. Though the game has transformed into reality, it remains a familiar backdrop, rich with experience to draw upon, allowing Han Xiao to regain his composure. Han Xiao was taken back to the laboratory for blood tests. The layout and terrain of the base remained unknown, as did the number of armed personnel. Given his almost negligible combat capabilities as a novice, any rash act of defiance would be akin to foolishly courting disaster. The guards stationed in the corridor were likely around level 58, formidable agents among ordinary humans. If memory served correctly, at this moment, Hela was an executive officer within the budding organization, an E-class superhuman with psychic abilities, boasting a power level exceeding 500 aunas, and conservatively estimated combat prowess capable of defeating 1,000 of him. In the year 23333 of the exploration era, a prodigy unveiled a method for cultivating chi, establishing a unified theoretical foundation for all training systems across the cosmos, thus heralding a new epoch where superhumans began to shine brilliantly. Star C served as the grand stage for these extraordinary beings. The superhuman system comprised 5 main branches: psychic, martial arts, mechanical, magical, and telekinetic, all of which constituted the primary professions within Star C. By studying professional knowledge tomes, individuals could embark on their chosen vocational path. Professions were categorized into primary and secondary. The primary professions were limited to the 5 superhuman branches, whereas secondary professions were diverse and did not necessitate professional knowledge tomes. Every newcomer entering Star C faced their initial trial, the quest for a professional knowledge tome to transition into a primary profession. New characters had 2 potential starting options: the conventional start, where the system gifted them a set of indispensable novice gear to prevent them from being unadorned, a fixed sum of currency, and a selection of initial locations on a novice planet, typically situated within different factions, which provided a stable beginning, or the random start, wherein new characters could become embroiled in unique events, potentially encountering danger or opportunity. Han Xiao's current predicament bore a striking resemblance to the latter. Though the game had morphed into reality, the backdrop remained familiar, allowing Han Xiao to draw upon his wealth of experience to maintain composure. Before long, the blood test results were ready. Hela received the documents from Lin Weixian, her brow furrowed. No abnormalities in the blood work, Lin Weixian remarked. The Valkyrie serum primarily stimulates the brain. Perhaps we should consider opening his skull to assess cerebral activity. The thought of such an invasive procedure made Han Xiao inwardly shudder. However, Hela gestured to halt. He was the first successful subject of the Valkyrie experiment, and unless absolutely necessary, destructive measures should be avoided. A flicker of insight crossed Han Xiao's mind. Perhaps this identity could be strategically leveraged. Lin Weixian dismissed Hela's caution, lamenting the missed opportunity to thoroughly study such an extraordinary specimen. Let us observe for a while and see what enhancements the Valkyrie serum has provided. Hela narrowed her icy gaze, stating, "First, we shall initiate brainwashing." Brainwashing? Han Zhao's heart sank. This common method of subjugation could lead to players unwittingly joining a faction. Yet his existence was now tangible, and the direst outcome would entail a genuine alteration of his thoughts and consciousness. This is absolutely intolerable. The silver lining is that the version 10 of the Azure Star has yet to unveil technology capable of directly altering memories. The methods employed by the budding organization for brainwashing remain rather primitive, relying on images and sounds to torment individuals, recalibrating and resetting their thought processes. Those with an intelligence rating above 10 can exempt themselves from such brainwashing. The Valkyrie solution has augmented his stamina potential by 1 point. Potential is a latent attribute that influences growth, and the foundational potential varies across different races. In the vast expanse of the Star C, humanity's potential is considered average, with intelligence being the highest trait, albeit their bloodline is inherently fragile. This additional point in stamina potential proves exceedingly beneficial for Han Xiao. Heightened focus accelerates the speed of learning and crafting by 10, thus enhancing efficiency. The basic mental resilience grants an additional 3 points of mental resistance, equating to an extra 3 points of intelligence. He currently lacks 3 points of intelligence to secure an exemption from brainwashing. Civilian professions randomly increase 1 attribute point, and the probability of allocating a free attribute point to intelligence is exceedingly low. Han Xiao possesses a keen self-awareness. In his previous gaming experiences, he often pondered whether there was a distant relative resting beneath the black soil of Africa. If any divine entity were to watch over him, it would undoubtedly be the goddess of calamity. In contrast, acquiring a new profession appears to be a prudent course of action. At this moment, Han Xiao finds himself unable to act freely. However, the randomness of the initial setup cannot lead to an insurmountable predicament, and opportunities must arise for players. Suddenly, he froze, realizing that he is now an NPC, devoid of the system's divine protection. Could it be this dire? They might take him for brainwashing. Hela waved her hand and exited the room. The same 2 stern-armed guards flanked him, one on the left, exuding an air of entitlement as if owed 300,000, and the other resembling someone who has suffered from constipation for 10 days, bearing a countenance akin to that of a landlord relentlessly pursuing overdue rent. The group arrived at another room filled with an array of intricately designed mechanical apparatuses. Lin Weixian began to adjust the machinery while the 300,000 and constipated guy pinned Han Xiao to a chair, 10 meters away. A wall lined with glass bookshelves caught his attention. As he turned to gaze at the shelves, titles leaped into view. Fundamentals of Mechanical Theory on Human and Lizard Genetics. Red's Hypothesis, seemingly a collection of reference materials for researchers. Wait a moment. There are professional knowledge books among them. Heaven has not forsaken him. Overjoyed, Han Xiao felt a surge of hope. The two guards loomed menacingly behind him, indicating that any sudden movement would likely provoke an attack. Nevertheless, Han Xiao hesitated not for a moment. He resolutely stood and strode toward the bookshelf. This bold move startled the others, prompting the 300,000 and constipated guy to draw their weapons and aim within 6 seconds. With the dark muzzles of their guns aimed at his back, Han Xiao maintained his composure, moving forward without faltering, silently thinking, "Please don't shoot. With my current health points, one bullet would spell my demise." Just then, Lin Weixian's voice rang out from behind. "Wait, let us see what he intends to do." After a moment of hesitation, the figure known as Constipation Brother released his grip on the trigger. Han Xiao exhaled in relief. His gamble had paid off. As long as there was no inclination towards aggression, his identity as the first successful experimental subject would serve as a safeguard, and his unconventional behavior would merely be perceived as an experimental effect. He retrieved a copy of Fundamentals of Mechanical Theory, a foundational text in mechanical engineering, from the shelf and began to leaf through its pages. The content was replete with intricate theories and detailed illustrations that were challenging to comprehend. However, Han Xiao persevered, and after a mere 10 seconds, the panel emitted a notification. "You have completed a self-study of basic mechanical knowledge. Given your intellect. Basic Assembly, Learning Progress, 20, Heightened Focus Bonus, 02. Indeed, it was as he had hoped. Although he struggled to grasp the material, the system would automatically assess and assist him in acquiring the knowledge. Meanwhile, Lin Weixian observed with a puzzled expression. The behavior of the experimental subject resembled that of a learner. Could it be that the experiment was enhancing his capacity for learning? Out of a desire to observe, Lin Weixian refrained from interrupting Han Xiao. The atmosphere was thick with silence, punctuated only by the rustling of pages. Basic Assembly Learning Progress, 15, 15, 29, 29, 48, 48. The pace of his reading accelerated, and though Han Xiao maintained an impassive facade, a sense of urgency began to swell within him. Each passing second was not merely time lost, but also a measure of his freedom. With a sudden crash, the door swung open again, and Hela strode in, her brow furrowing at the sight before her. "What is happening here?" Lin Weixian stepped forward to explain, recounting the conjectures surrounding the Valkyrie experiment. "Are you suggesting that his learning abilities have been enhanced?" "This is the preliminary conclusion from our observations. If you would permit me to perform a surgical examination of his brain, I could provide you with more precise results," Lin Weixian replied. Han Xiao couldn't help but scoff inwardly at the old man's fervor for brain dissection. It seemed he had an unusual appetite for cerebral delicacies. Hela dismissed Lin Weixian's request with a wave of her hand. If the experimental subject's brain had indeed been augmented, it might hold greater significance for the organization than merely training a disposable agent. Immediate brainwashing to instill loyalty to the organization was imperative. She turned to Lin Weixian and inquired, "Is the brainwashing device ready?" "It has been fully calibrated," Lin Weixian indicated towards the apparatus in the room. Han Zhao's ears perked up. So this was the brainwashing facility. He realized he needed to hasten his efforts. Just then, a new notification from the panel chimed, announcing, "Basic Assembly Progress, 90, 10. You have acquired foundational knowledge in mechanics. The mechanical knowledge tree has been unlocked. You have gained a new profession, Mechanical Novice. With 10 strength, 1 intelligence, 1 endurance, and 2 free attribute points, along with 1 potential point. You have mastered new skills, Beginner Mechanical Affinity, Basic Repair, Simple Enhancement Modification." A surge of warmth enveloped him, coursing through his body and clearing his mind. Unlike merely acquiring skills in the game, the mechanical knowledge that once eluded understanding has now crystallized into clarity, embedding itself deeply in Han Zhao's mind. transforming into genuine knowledge. This sudden shift nearly shattered his stoic facade, almost compelling him to hurl the book away in shock. Could it be true that one could genuinely learn from the game? What a preposterous notion. After over a decade of operation, why hasn't the Earth Federation unleashed the wrath of the galaxy upon the Star Dominion? There must be something amiss, Xiao pondered in astonishment. A transformation in his personal panel revealed itself. Name, Xiao race. Carbon-based human, yellow, template. NPC, version 10 open beta countdown. 358 days, 10 hours. 11 minutes. Total level, 2 experience, 0 secondary profession. Civilian LV1, 050, primary profession. Mechanical novice LV1, 0200, health points. 4350, sprained, stamina points. 80 personal attributes, strength 3. Agility 3, endurance 5, intelligence 4, mystique 1, charisma 2, luck 1 free attribute points. 2 energy, 1010, LV1, 10, strength 1, agility 1, endurance 1. Max stamina 20 energy level, 34 rank. F, mortal, you are still 1 point away from a combat power of 5, specialization. Heightened focus increases learning and manufacturing speed by 10. Low-level mental resilience grants 3 willpower assessment skills. Basic mechanical affinity LV1, 01000, enhances understanding of machinery. Simple repair LV1, 0400, enables basic mechanical repairs. Basic reinforcement modification LV1, 0600, allows for enhancement of basic machinery potential points. 1. Professional knowledge tree. Armament. Basic assembly LV1. 19 unlearned projects. Energy, 20 unlearned projects. Manipulation, 20 unlearned projects. Influence, 0 legendary degree. 0 equipment. None strength determines melee attack power and effects carrying capacity, enabling the use of certain heavy equipment. Agility dictates movement speed, attack speed, and evasion capabilities, additionally augmenting ranged attack power. Endurance enhances health and stamina. Each point of endurance increases base health by 10 and base stamina by 12, with certain specializations and skills influencing this coefficient. Endurance enhances the natural recovery rate of both health and stamina. Every action, such as attacking, blocking, running, walking, swimming, and crafting, consumes stamina. Endurance determines physical defense, which does not stack with equipment defense, and various formulas delineate damage reduction. For instance, being struck by a bullet while clad in metal armor differs significantly from being hit directly, despite having the same displayed defense values. The damage reduction varies based on the attack type, melee, ranged, bullet, energy, power, personal attributes, and equipment material. These calculations are performed by a central processing unit, and the official website does not provide explicit algorithms. For players, it is evident that higher defense is invariably preferable. Intelligence pertains to cognitive development, influencing perception and willpower. A higher intelligence leads to quicker skill proficiency, greater experience acquisition, and enhanced learning and crafting speeds. This attribute is paramount for mechanical systems, affecting the quality of the final products. Mystique relates to the sensitivity to the mental realm, determining the potency of telekinetic and magical attacks, akin to the significance of strength and agility in martial disciplines. Charisma affects initial goodwill from certain characters and factions, and facilitates discounts in transactions with NPCs. Luck influences certain judgments and item drop rates. Attribute points and freedom can be allocated to enhance strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, mystique, charisma, and luck. Meanwhile, chi power serves as the core attribute in the realm of Star C, forming the foundation for psychics. It can only be augmented through leveling up and skill acquisition. The game describes it as biological energy extracted from cells through specialized training. Possessing chi power signifies the initiation into the psychic realm. Even genetically awakened abilities require chi to sustain their consumption, as numerous individuals throughout history have been drained by their own powers. Each standard of chi power attained bestows attribute bonuses. For example, reaching 10 points qualifies one for chi power level 1, 50 points for level 2, and 100 points for level 3. The attribute increments at each level are not fixed and can vary with primary class transitions. Higher-tier professions yield greater attribute enhancements. The release of psychic abilities typically necessitates chi consumption, and should the chi level fall below a certain threshold, the associated bonuses are forfeited. For instance, if the standard for chi level 1 is 10 points, Consuming chi below this threshold results in the loss of the level 1 bonuses. This concept equates to a decline in performance following skill activation, underscoring the significance of combat intricacies. Chi can recover gradually on its own or be replenished quickly at the expense of stamina. However, should chi be entirely depleted and one continues to utilize chi-consuming skills, it will disproportionately drain stamina. Once stamina is exhausted, health points begin to diminish, leading to the demise of psychics who have been depleted by their own powers. The energy level serves as a measure of a character's combat prowess, determining the rank of superpowered individuals. Dr. Stuart Auna of the Luminous Federation pioneered the energy level theory, unifying all intricate energy algorithms into a singular unit known as Auna. The calculation method is not one of simple addition or subtraction, but rather a complex function model, with an overarching trend of a gradual upward curve. The ranks E, D, C, B, and denote the hierarchy of superpowered beings, with the standard for an E-level superpowered individual set at 100 Auna. Hela, for instance, is regarded as a formidable superpowered being within the E-level category. The A-level represents a watershed moment, also referred to as the disaster level, capable of unleashing catastrophic calamities on planetary surfaces. Beyond the A-level, there exist even higher tiers. Han Xiao once belonged to that echelon of strength, though it presently feels distant from him, having attained a first-tier profession in mechanics, coupled with 2 additional attribute points. He could only elevate his intelligence to 6 points, still lacking a crucial point necessary to resist brainwashing, which left Han Xiao feeling somewhat dejected. With no options beyond leveling up, the pressing question remained: how to gain experience. Engaging in combat was clearly unfeasible, and the likelihood of triggering quests seemed slim. Despair loomed. Was there truly no way out? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Han Xiao's eyes. Perhaps there was another avenue to explore. Casting aside his book, he turned abruptly, fixating intently on the pistol at the waist of his companion, San Juan, his expression blank and bewildered, as if lost in thought. Hela furrowed her brow, swallowing the command she was about to issue, and, along with the others, regarded Han Xiao with curiosity, uncertain of his intentions. He tensed his muscles, deliberately making his movements appear rigid as he approached San Juan, extending his hand slowly so that all could clearly witness his actions as he reached for the pistol at San Juan's waist. Instinctively, San Juan covered the firearm, but upon realizing Han Xiao had no intention of forcefully seizing it, he remained steadfast, akin to a child stubbornly clinging to a coveted toy. It was only due to Han Xiao's intentional sluggishness that San Juan refrained from drawing and firing his weapon. "Remove the bullets," Hela remarked with interest, eager to discern Han Xiao's ulterior motive. Obediently, San Juan extracted the magazine, allowing Han Xiao to take possession of the pistol. The moment he grasped the firearm, Han Xiao received information about the item. Type 73 Hornet pistol, quality, gray, a small caliber portable firearm, attack power, 2835, rate of fire, 11 rounds per second. Output energy level, 13, structure, recoil spring, bolt, firing pin, magazine, missing. The basic assembly skill endowed him with a wealth of mechanical knowledge, and the structure of the Type 73 Hornet pistol vividly materialized in his mind, allowing Han Xiao to comprehend the assembly process. The game's crafting system had been simplified, requiring only a progress bar. Now, however, he was compelled to undertake the task manually. This experience was far more immersive than any game, and it confirmed to him that he had traversed into a reality rather than merely a game. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Han Xiao clumsily disassembled the pistol into a myriad of parts before proceeding to reassemble it. The skill bar for simple repair glimmered faintly. Within 40 seconds, the pistol was reconstituted into its complete form. The speed at which he operated may seem unremarkable to seasoned agents, even somewhat sluggish. However, Hela and her companions were acutely aware that Han Xiao had received no training whatsoever, having merely glanced at a book for 10 minutes. The group exhibited astonishment. Was this truly the outcome of the Valkyrie experiment? Lin Weixian's expression was one of exhilaration. Such an extraordinary capacity for learning. If only I could study his brain. Perhaps I could replicate this phenomenon. What an obsession you have with neural intricacies. Han Xiao persistently repeated the process of disassembly and reassembly. You have completed a mechanical assembly, basic, achieving a perfection rate of 69, earning 28 experience points. You have completed a mechanical assembly, basic, achieving a perfection rate of 73, earning 32 experience points. In the Starsea world, there are myriad avenues for acquiring experience, beyond slaying monsters and completing quests. Technical and manufacturing expertise serves as a crucial source of mechanical experience. The mechanical sector initially exhibits a lack of combat prowess, leaning towards logistical manufacturing. As his proficiency increased, Han Xiao's speed in disassembling and assembling handguns accelerated, eventually condensing the process to a mere 20 seconds. Hela finally regained her composure and solemnly declared, "We must initiate the brainwashing process immediately." Just then, Han Xiao completed his final assembly, accumulating a total of 200 experience points. All were invested into Mechanical Initiate. A surge of warmth enveloped him, and a melodious notification echoed in his mind. Mechanical Initiate has leveled up to LV2, granting 10 vigor, 1 intelligence, 1 endurance, 2 free attribute points, and 1 potential point. What a close call. Han Xiao felt a wave of relief as he allowed the guards to reclaim the handgun. 003 life is but a performance, reliant on skillful acting. Cold shackles bound his limbs, while an iron frame secured his head, extending 2 devices to hold his eyelids open, preventing him from blinking. Before him loomed a black screen flanked by speakers. Han Xiao was immobilized in the chair, compelled to gaze at the pitch-black display. How long will the brainwashing take? 12 hours. You will monitor him here. After Hela concluded her orders, she departed with her entourage. Lin Weixian activated the switch, illuminating the screen, which showcased bizarre images, triangles, circles, and ripples that incessantly morphed in shape and color, delivering a jarring visual assault upon Han Xiao, inducing a profound discomfort. The speakers emitted a soundtrack that oscillated between frenetic and soothing tones, the stark contradiction evoking an instinctual unease within him. He yearned to shut his eyes, yet the devices held his eyelids ajar, causing his eyeballs to gradually become engorged with blood, a sensation of acidity enveloping him. How excruciating! This was a rather primitive method of brainwashing. The brain functioned like an intricate instrument. The fundamental principle involved inducing cognitive disarray through continuous visual and auditory conflict, followed by a calibration reset to imprint ideology. Although this approach was somewhat rudimentary, it possessed advantages, as it did not inflict significant damage on the brain structure. In Lin Weixian's view, Han Xiao's mind held extraordinary value, akin to a rare and precious work of art. Lin Weixian's avaricious gaze ignited a profound ire within Han Xiao, akin to a butcher contemplating the finest cuts of meat on a slaughtered pig. He possessed 4 points of free attribute points. After careful consideration, he allocated 2 points to elevate his intelligence to 7, reserving the remaining 2 for future use. You are currently subjected to low-level brainwashing, requiring a mental assessment. With an intelligence of 7 and low-level mental resilience of 3, the assessment was successful, and he evaded this instance of indoctrination. The nauseating sensation gradually receded, offering Han Xiao some relief. Lin Weixian, standing nearby, silently lamented that Hela had offloaded the troublesome task of brainwashing onto him, unaware that, right beneath his nose, Han Xiao had already developed immunity to the brainwashing. As the final assessment concluded, Han Xiao endured 12 torturous hours, his body aching and his eyes dry. Lin Weixian meticulously timed the moment to shut down the brainwashing apparatus, and Han Xiao instantly felt rejuvenated. Hela approached once more, as the leader had instructed her to personally oversee Han Xiao's brainwashing, leaving no room for error. The bindings upon him were loosened, yet the areas where he had been restrained were marred with bruises, the blood flow impaired. Despite the pain, Han Xiao refrained from casting a glance downward, determined to portray the demeanor of one who had succumbed to brainwashing, his gaze vacant, lacking focus, staring straight ahead. Suddenly, Hela leaned in closer, her face mere centimeters from his, her moist breath brushing against his lips. Han Xiao felt no inclination towards any inappropriate thoughts in such a perilous moment. His mind was devoid of any distractions. The scent of her perfume wafted distinctly into his nostrils, causing a slight itch, which he valiantly suppressed in order to avoid sneezing. Hela spoke in a soothing tone, imbued with a hypnotic quality, inquiring, "Who are you?" Post-brainwashing, it was customary to instill a predetermined identity. Faced with such an ambiguous question, the optimal response was silence. Han Xiao engaged his facial muscles, adopting a vacant expression as if he were a marionette stripped of control, remaining oblivious to Hela's words. Though he was not adept at many acts, Maintaining a blank face was a skill he possessed. Hela whispered conspiratorially, her murmurs mingling with warm breath that enveloped his ear. The wine-red curls of her hair brushed against his neck, inducing a slight itch, while his peripheral vision caught sight of her unbuttoned combat uniform, revealing vast expanses of smooth, pale skin that nearly blinded him. Nevertheless, Han Xiao remained emotionally unperturbed, as steadfast as a mountain, embodying the serenity of a sage. From this day forth, your name shall be Zero. The budding organization will be your home, your nation, a sanctuary to which you willingly devote all. Your loyalty to the organization is paramount. Every thought and action must align with its interests. You are forbidden to conceal any truths or engage in actions detrimental to the organization. Your very existence is to fulfill its commands, prepared at any moment to sacrifice your life for its cause. Lin Weixian interjected with a mocking sneer. You are a member of the organization in life, and a ghost in death. Even if you were to be turned into a specimen, you would still be bound to obey. Hela reiterated, who are you? This time is different from before. It is a question to ascertain the success of brainwashing. Han Xiao contemplated briefly and chose not to respond immediately. Hela furrowed her brow and turned to Lin Weixian, her gaze icy. Lin Weixian murmured, I have followed the protocol for brainwashing. It should be error-free. At that moment, Han Xiao finally spoke, deliberately elongating his tone to sound sluggish. I am Zero. Lin Weixian's eyes brightened, realizing the explanation. The Valkyrie solution had enhanced Zero's learning abilities, though the side effect might be a diminished capacity for emotional communication. Hela recalled Zero's previous fixation on books, indeed displaying a sluggish response to external changes, and could not help but find this explanation credible. It seemed the experiment was far from flawless. Lin Weixian scoffed, you are mistaken. This is the perfect outcome. What need does a cannon fodder have for emotions? Take him to rest. I will report to the leader. For the time being, safety was assured. Han Xiao finally exhaled in relief. During the brainwashing, he had resolved to craft an image of sluggishness to lower the enemy's vigilance. Although the circumstances of his crossing were less than ideal, the timing was not entirely dire. The Valkyrie experiment he had undergone was merely a rudimentary version of the future super soldier program, which had yet to develop a micro self-destruct chip to ensure the loyalty of the test subjects. Had he crossed over to that time, he felt that an early self-termination would spare him considerable suffering. Fortune had finally smiled upon me. Hela connected to an encrypted line. Leader, Zero's condition is stable. A hoarse male voice echoed from the phone. Has the brainwashing been completed? I presided over it personally. There should be no issues. What arrangements do you have for Zero? The Valkyrie experiment aimed to cultivate warriors and train him. Hela remained non-committal. Since it was the leader's directive, she had no objections. What about my sister? Humph. Our deal does not encompass that. The male voice carried a hint of mockery. I granted you permission to visit once every 2 months. Do not overstep your bounds. Hela's delicate hand tensed, veins visibly straining, her expression fluctuating between anger and uncertainty. The male voice chuckled hoarsely, harsh as sandpaper, and abruptly disconnected the call. The architectural theme of the Valkyrie laboratory was stark white, situated underground, the air thick with an oppressive atmosphere, and the guards passing by bore eyes as sharp as knives. After resting for a night, Han Xiao was taken to a secluded training ground, where Hela awaited him. Uncertain of the organization's intentions for him, he surmised they would not forsake his learning abilities, and he would surely gain ample opportunities to acquire mechanical expertise. It appeared unlikely that he could escape this heavily fortified base in the short term, so Han Xiao mentally prepared himself for a prolonged confinement. Zero, starting today, you will undergo combat and shooting training every day. Hela tossed a set of protective gear to Han Xiao, instructing him to put it on. The atmosphere suggests an impending confrontation, prompting Han Xiao to swiftly don his protective gear. Hela pivots sharply, her combat boots producing a piercing screech against the floor as she unleashes tremendous energy, covering 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Her long legs, encased in a form-fitting black uniform, whip through the air with a sound akin to a crack of a whip. Bang! The speed is astonishing. Han Xiao barely registers the strike before he is hit. Despite the protective gear, his sternum creaks under the force, his complexion pales suddenly, and he stumbles back several steps, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Truly a superhuman, even without exerting full strength, her speed surpasses that of an ordinary person by several folds. Hela states coolly, you have 30 seconds to recover, then we continue. The combat training is brutally straightforward, devoid of any verbal exchanges, consisting solely of relentless assaults. After 2 hours, Han Xiao is utterly exhausted, every inch of his body aching. He begins to suspect that this woman harbors sadistic tendencies. Do women with a regal demeanor often indulge in such behavior? Hela, LV30, imparts basic combat to you, current progress 5. Upon completion of the training, Hela utters not a word and turns to depart. A burly man enters, grabbing the almost incapacitated Han Xiao and escorting him to the adjacent shooting range. I am your firearms instructor and also the deputy supervisor of the base, Baroda. The imposing man introduces himself, his visage menacing with a pronounced scar across his forehead and eyes that glint with malice. He thrusts a Type 73 Hornet pistol into Han Xiao's hands, declaring, "There are 10 training rounds in this. Hit the target's head with every shot." Han Xiao is momentarily taken aback as the humanoid target moves erratically 30 meters away. Such a daunting challenge right from the outset. With no shooting skills to speak of, he feels like a novice unacquainted with firearms. Even hitting the target at all would be sheer luck, let alone striking the head. Reluctantly, he raises the pistol with his aching arm and pulls the trigger, the recoil sending a jolt of pain through his wrist. Upon finishing 10 rounds, Han Xiao glances at the electronic scoreboard, and the result is predictably dismal. Suddenly, a searing pain slices through his back as if from a sharp weapon, and he fights to suppress a cry, turning to see Baroda toying with a dark tactical dagger. His tongue gliding over the blood-stained blade, a twisted excitement etched on his face. With a cold smirk, he taunts, "Continue. If you fail to meet my expectations, I shall give you a cut and see how much blood you bleed today." Madman. Han Xiao is infuriated, feeling the damp warmth of blood on his hand as he touches his back. One wall of the shooting range is a one-way mirror, behind which a monitoring room observes the scene. Hela and Lin Weixian watch intently. Lin Weixian shakes his head, commenting, "Such a valuable experimental subject," and Baroda shows no appreciation. "Perhaps I should dissect him for research." A flicker of disdain flashes in Hela's eyes before vanishing, as she glances at Lin Weixian, stating coolly, "The organization will not acquiesce to your request." Lin Weixian let out a cold chuckle, aware that once the organization had drained him of his utility, they would ultimately place him upon my experimental table. I created him. He is my personal possession. Hela understood that Lin Weixian spoke the truth. For this was the organization's modus operandi, and thus chose to remain silent. In the eyes of the organization, Han Xiao was merely a tool, scarcely regarded as human. Baroda, level 15, imparted to you the knowledge of basic shooting, with a current progress of 5. Agent, profession unlocking progress. 1. His arm bore another shallow cut. Though each incision was not deep, he had accumulated over a dozen wounds, his clothing saturated with blood. Baroda observed the pale-faced yet reticent Han Xiao with keen interest, squinting in delight. He relished the sensation of the blade slicing through flesh and the aroma of blood, the vibrant crimson blossoming like flowers. The most exquisite sight in his eyes. "Why do you not scream?" Baroda toyed with his dagger, his tone imbued with ecstasy. "Not crying out does not make for a suitable plaything. You're a sick pervert." Han Xiao inhaled deeply, yearning to deliver a fist to Baroda's morbidly grinning face. Yet he understood that such reckless action would yield dire consequences. It was akin to being crushed in an online match of League of Legends and still foolishly confronting the enemy head-on, resulting in greater despair. The prudent course of action was to call for assistance, bringing down the adversary alongside him, and then engage in a spirited quarrel, ultimately culminating in laughter as they typed GG, preserving the lives wasted in a single game. Had he been of younger temperament, he would have retaliated with a couple of swift slaps and a barrage of insults. But now he realized he was not a player who could respawn. He was left with no option but to forgive others like a father. "Let you laugh for now. There will come a time when you weep." Han Xiao gritted his teeth, driven not by anger, but by pain. With a new book akin to a seedling, it requires everyone's nurturing to thrive. I seek your recommendations, your collections, and your support. 004600,000 experience. In the novice planet with a magical backdrop, the potions for health and mana recovery were akin to life-restoring elixirs and mana-replenishing agents. The red and blue potions of the Hylon Star background were evidently nutritional solutions, akin to healing agents. After the infuriating shooting training concluded, Han Xiao was escorted by researchers to a nutrient chamber filled with healing agents, where he immersed himself for 2 hours. The wounds on his body began to scab, allowing for proper movement, though each motion would tug at the injuries, inducing waves of nerve pain. Within the base was an available mechanical modification room, where, having demonstrated his aptitude in mechanics, he was granted solitary access. Inside were lathes, materials, and tools at his disposal. In one corner stood a monitor, and Han Xiao was not surprised. The researchers were undoubtedly observing him at all times. The bookshelf against the wall brimmed with volumes, and Han Xiao discovered several texts on basic mechanical knowledge. On the azure planet of Heblu, in the year 687 of the Star C calendar, a nascent world recently acquainted with interstellar civilizations finds itself transitioning from the epoch of antiquated cultures to that of new enlightenment. The civilization's advancement remains tethered to the planetary surface, with technology reminiscent of Earth, and the mechanical expertise available is, at best, rudimentary. The mechanical knowledge tree comprises 3 branches: arms, energy, and control, each containing 20 varied disciplines, categorized into 5 tiers: fundamental, advanced, high-end, cutting-edge, and ultimate. Professional knowledge serves as the player's growth tree, forming the core of their primary profession. The initial professional knowledge is essential for acquiring the main vocation, while subsequent knowledge necessitates the expenditure of potential points for learning, with knowledge levels also enhanced through these points. There exist 3 avenues to procure potential points: leveling up, rewards from certain advanced tasks, and mastering a specific skill to its zenith. With 2 potential points at hand, he presently refrains from acquiring new professional knowledge, recognizing that there is no rush. Conserving potential points for other purposes is prudent. Many players often squander potential points early on, only to find themselves perplexed when the need arises. As characters mature, potential points become increasingly scarce, rendering each one invaluable. Outside of training, all his time is dedicated to mechanical pursuits. As Han Xiao strives to amass experience swiftly to escape this oppressive enemy camp, time flows swiftly. Han Xiao garners experience through the dual techniques of assembling and enhancing machinery. As his dexterity improves, the perfection of his basic mechanical assemblies consistently exceeds 90%, yielding substantial experience with each endeavor. Repeated assembly of a single type of machinery diminishes experience gains until none are awarded. Fortunately, the base houses an extensive armory with a plethora of firearms, providing ample materials for him to refine his assembly skills. The Emergence organization harbors little suspicion towards Han Xiao, a subject stripped of past memories and subjected to brainwashing. They do not anticipate the emergence of rebellious instincts. Maintaining a taciturn and innocuous demeanor, Han Xiao effectively lowers the apprehension of those around him. The organization holds high hopes for him, yet he is acutely aware that standing out can attract unwanted attention. Hence he chooses to conserve experience and refrain from leveling up. Researchers soon grow disillusioned, as the level of mechanical assembly he demonstrates could easily be replicated by trained logistical personnel, failing to meet their lofty expectations for the Valkyrie experiment. After a month of observation, the researchers ceased their relentless 24-hour scrutiny, collectively concluding that the 0 experiment subject was a failure, thus redirecting their efforts towards refining the Valkyrie serum. Freed from constant surveillance, Han Xiao found himself somewhat alleviated. As the organization's patience waned due to a lack of observable returns on their investment, only Lin Weixian and Baroda continued to focus on him. Lin Weixian, intrigued by Han Xiao's mutation, repeatedly proposed to the organization the dissection of Han Xiao for further experimental data, but each time, these suggestions were dismissed with reasons to wait. Han Xiao was acutely aware that, in accordance with the operational style of the Emergence organization, he would inevitably fall into Lin Weixian's clutches, which weighed heavily upon him. Baroda, unabashed in his enthusiasm for inflicting torment, euphemistically justified his actions as a means to motivate the test subjects to complete their training. Unable to inflict suffering upon his colleagues, he resorted to the emotionally dulled test subjects as his sole option. The presence of healing agents permitted his conduct to remain unchecked, and the researchers believed that appropriate torment could effectively stimulate the transformation of the subjects. Gradually, Han Xiao became numb to the pain, meticulously recalling each splash of blood with quiet anticipation. Surrounded by a den of enemies, devoid of any avenue for communication, he channeled his energy into the study of machinery. He skillfully polished cold, unyielding metal into various shapes on the lathe, assembling them into useful tools, a process that granted him a profound sense of fulfillment. Armed guards frequently removed large quantities of materials from the mechanical modification room, while Han Xiao observed silently. The organization is greatly disappointed in you. From today onward, your resource allocation will be reduced by 80%, declared a buzzcut man standing before Han Xiao, a look of smug disdain gracing his features. Regarding Han Xiao with the condescension of a victor. He was test subject number 1, the second subject to survive after Han Xiao. I've heard you were the test subject before me. The organization invested heavily in you, yet you squandered it on this junk. You are a failure. It is the right decision for the organization to replace you. He sneered, fully indoctrinated as a test subject, viewing the organization as his faith, harboring an inexplicable animosity toward Han Xiao. Han Xiao, unwilling to waste words, recognized that engaging in conflict would be an unwise exposure of his vulnerabilities. If investments yielded no returns, emergence would unhesitatingly redirect its resources. Thus, following the emergence of number 1, the organization retracted the majority of resources previously allocated to Han Xiao. Han Xiao had anticipated this shift. Number 1 showcased the desired effects of the Valkyrie experiment, exhibiting exceptional aptitude in combat, robust physique, and the potential to be rapidly developed into an armed warrior. With the laboratory lacking logistical personnel for mechanical maintenance, Han Xiao retained the mechanical modification room, responsible for the upkeep and repair of firearms, albeit with significantly diminished monthly allocations of spare mechanical parts and materials. The organization deemed him a failed test subject. As a few guards passed by, they openly mocked the scene with scornful derision. TSK, two pitiful creatures, taken for experiments, turned into expendable cannon fodder. Thoroughly brainwashed into becoming like them. Death would be a kinder fate. What does it matter? They've already been brainwashed. Each pair of eyes held an air of indifference, exuding a condescending gaze akin to that of a spectator observing mere pets. Test subjects were nothing more than tools and fodder in the eyes of the emergence organization. As the voices faded into the distance, Han Xiao lowered his eyelids, concealing the brilliance within his gaze. Half a year has swiftly passed. During this time, Han Xiao has comprehended the layout and personnel deployment of the Valkyrie laboratory. Nestled underground, this secret facility comprises 3 levels and is relatively modest in scale. Concealed within a forest amidst the wilderness, relying on airdrops for supplies. There are a total of 60 armed guards stationed here, with Hela as the laboratory supervisor and Lin Weixian as the project lead. Periodically, the organization sends batches of amnesiac human subjects for experimentation. This base serves as the primary laboratory for the Valkyrie project, producing a total of 78 successful experimental subjects, including Han Xiao and Subject 1. In addition to this facility, the budding organization operates several other laboratory branches, replicating cannon fodder on a large scale. Most of the 78 successful subjects have been transported elsewhere via helicopter, leaving only Subject 1 and 9 of the most gifted subjects to form an elite reserve team, training here. Since the organization has reduced its scrutiny of him, Han Xiao's life has become monotonous. His daily routine consists of training and spending time in the mechanical workshop, which has become his personal sanctuary for repairing and assembling firearms. The guards have grown accustomed to ignoring Han Xiao's presence. When their gazes pass over him, they linger not a moment longer, as though he were merely a part of the wall, an inconsequential backdrop. This lack of attention has granted Han Xiao significant advantages, allowing him to amass a wealth of experience through his unceasing mechanical work. Like mistletoe, he quietly siphons nourishment from the budding organization under the watchful eyes of all, memorizing the fundamental structures of various firearms. These ubiquitous basic technological weapons can be mastered through repeated assembly, independent of the blueprints recorded on the panels. The experience from assembly and enhancement is distinct. When Han Xiao can no longer gain experience from assembly, he turns to enhancement modifications for a new round of learning. He is cautious, ensuring that after each enhancement, the firearms revert to their original state, concealing their capabilities. Through training with Hela and Baroda, he has acquired the skills of basic combat and basic shooting, unexpectedly unlocking a talent specialty, well trained, which grants an additional 100 points of base health, thereby enhancing his life security. He has also unlocked the secondary profession of agent, raising his total level to 4. Through continuous practice, his skills in simple repair and simple enhancement have reached level 4, while basic combat and basic shooting have ascended to level 2. The mechanical discipline requires substantial financial support for growth, which is one of its limitations. Fortunately, The budding organization provides materials free of charge. Until now, Han Xiao has assembled 90 of the types of firearms available in the armory, and he has finally reached the limit of experience he can gain at the base. A staggering 600,000 experience points, an accumulation of half a year. In the previous life, the ratio of reality to game time was 6-1, thus, 6 months in the game equated to 1 month in reality. In the absence of quests or battles, this figure was remarkably substantial in the early stages, and only the mechanical faction could generate such rich experience under limited conditions. The leader approved Lin Weixian's request to dissect Zero, a request he had made numerous times. On the phone, the leader remarked, "Hyla, you have also declined him many times." The organization had invested resources in him, and returns were imperative. The leader's tone was indifferent. The only remaining value of scrap is to be dismantled for recycling. Zero is merely scrap. Hyla bit her lip and replied, "Understood." The issue of Zero was not the focal point of this conversation. The leader shifted the topic, asking, "How are the training results of the first experimental team?" "Very promising. With immense potential." "Excellent. Send them to the Night Owl base for training. I have dispatched the Night Owl team to retrieve them. They will arrive in 2 or 3 days. That coincides with the day I visit my sister." Hyla's tone darkened. "You need not accompany the Night Owl team on their mission. That is satisfactory. With a light-powered arm." Hyla exhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful punch that struck Han Xiao's chest like a bullet, producing a crackling sound. Han Xiao braced himself for the blow, enduring the oppressive sensation in his chest, and seized Hyla by the collar of her combat uniform, twisting his waist to execute a shoulder throw, sending her flying to the other side. Hyla remained unfazed. She supported herself with her palm, gracefully flipping and effortlessly neutralizing the throw. Observing this, Han Xiao chose not to pursue, standing still while rubbing his chest. "Is this the extent of your progress?" Hyla expressed her dissatisfaction. Han Xiao remained silent, deliberately concealing his abilities. Given his performance, the organization should have abandoned him by now. Yet, for the past 6 months, Hyla had persistently trained him in combat, and today she was particularly vigorous. Hyla did not expect Han Xiao to speak. She understood that Zero was taciturn, resembling an emotionless robot. Although she was the supervisor, she found herself quite idle, spending her days in the base with little to occupy her time. Training Han Xiao was one of her few activities. Upon learning that the leader intended to hand Han Xiao over to Lin Weixian, Hyla felt a complex array of emotions. Despite their almost non-existent communication, the bond formed over 6 months inevitably fostered a unique sentiment. Even commonplace items could evoke fond memories, let alone a person. Perhaps a thread of attachment lingered. Hyla could not bear the thought of Han Xiao being dismembered into hundreds of pieces on that scoundrel's experimental table. How many times had familiar faces vanished on seemingly ordinary days, never to return? The organization's ruthless nature had cost her many friends. And then there was her sister. Hyla sighed. If Zero could demonstrate combat prowess at the final hour, perhaps the leader might reconsider. That was why she trained Han Xiao with such fervor today. Regrettably, the extraordinary occurrences are not so easily manifested. The leader consented to Lin Weixian's dissection and examination of you, and Hela sighed. Strictly speaking, this was Hela's first utterance to Zero that was unrelated to training. Unbeknownst to her, Han Xiao's gaze sharpened for a fleeting moment before dissipating. Indeed, this day had arrived. Han Xiao had anticipated that his performance would inevitably lead to such an outcome, to the budding organization. Those deemed useless are akin to worthless stocks that must be swiftly divested to recover investments. Yet, he harbored no regrets. For the degree of importance is intrinsically linked to the level of surveillance. If he were to flamboyantly showcase his exceptional talents, he would only invite harsher exploitation. His identity could never ascend to the core of the budding organization, relegating him perpetually to the status of a mere tool, evaluated solely on his utility. Otherwise, Han Xiao would not have minded working for the budding organization. Suddenly, Han Xiao caught sight of a photograph on the ground, likely having fallen from Hela's pocket during the earlier shoulder throw. He bent down to retrieve it. It was a group photo with a backdrop of azure sea and sky, where the horizon was graced by a setting sun casting a warm glow. The 2 young girls standing side by side were the focal points of the image. One was a youthful Hela, radiant and lively, while the other bore a resemblance to Hela, albeit with snow-white hair, gentle and demure. Hela's expression shifted, and she swiftly snatched the photograph back. Upon confirming its intact condition, She breathed a sigh of relief and solemnly tucked it away, casting a deep glance at Han Xiao before turning to leave the training ground. Suddenly, a notification sprang forth on the interface. You have triggered a D-level mission, Night Owl Project. Do you accept or decline? Han Xiao's gaze flickered. This was the first mission he had activated in half a year. There was little room for hesitation. Accept. Mission prompt. The dark and bloody rise of the budding organization has long been a closely guarded enigma among the 6 nations of the Blue Sea Star. Hela harbors a past unknown to others. Is her loyalty to the budding organization genuine? You have grasped a thread of a clue. Pursuing it may yield unexpected rewards, but it may also lead to unforeseen peril. Of course, you may opt to provide this clue to certain interested parties for a reward, or keep it to yourself. Regardless, the choice is yours. The mission was evidently triggered by the photograph, and coincidentally, Han Xiao recognized the white-haired girl. She was Hela's sister, Aurora. Aurora also possessed extraordinary abilities, but her powers were the antithesis of Hela's. While Hela was fiercely aggressive, Aurora's abilities were centered on potent healing, even capable of extending life and reviving the dead. Burdened by her gifts, Aurora had been brainwashed and controlled by the budding organization, which exploited her powers as leverage, compelling Hela to undertake numerous bloody tasks for the organization. The only thing Hela truly cared about was her sister. At the conclusion of version 10, the conflict between the 6 nations and the burgeoning force escalated to a fever pitch. The situation grew dire as the emergent entity dismembered Aurora, utilizing her flesh and blood to concoct countless healing potions, each as effective as a second life. This led to significant victories on localized battlefields, while Hela, stationed at the front lines, remained oblivious to the unfolding events until several months later. Upon discovering the truth, Hela was utterly shattered. The burgeoning organization had anticipated her reaction and swiftly dispatched numerous adept individuals to capture and imprison her. In her confinement, Hela endured inhuman torment. The deep-seated hatred she harbored bestowed upon her a formidable resilience, enabling her to withstand all forms of suffering until she ultimately seized an opportunity to escape. From that moment forth, Hela transformed into a cold-blooded and merciless figure, sacrificing countless lives to enhance her extraordinary powers, employing any means necessary to grow stronger, and ultimately succumbing to the forces of evil. She became the dreaded goddess of death, the broken star, instilling fear in all who heard her name. In the present, although Hela appears indifferent, she is infinitely more benevolent compared to the future incarnation of the death goddess who regards countless lives as mere dust, obliterating civilizations one after another. If given the chance, Han Xiao yearned to assist her, to alter Hela's tragic destiny, not out of pity, but to avert future troubles. In his previous life, Hela was akin to a maniac, indiscriminately slaughtering anyone in her path, and Han Xiao had the misfortune of encountering her on numerous occasions, each time resulting in the destruction of his warships and substantial losses. The key to transforming Hela's future lay with Aurora. However, Han Xiao currently lacked the capability to effect such change. Escaping was his primary concern. Every 2 months, Hela would consistently depart from the laboratory, and in just 2 days, she would leave once more. His reservoir of experience was now sufficient. The opportunity had finally arrived. Returning to his mechanical modification chamber, Han Xiao summoned his interface. He presently held 3 professions: civilian, agent, and novice mechanic. The civilian role could be disregarded, while the other 2 constituted his means of escape from the laboratory. Among the 5 major occupational systems, the mechanical branch was relatively weak in its early stages, yet he held no regrets. It was the profession in which he excelled. Initially, the mechanical profession leaned towards logistics and everyday tasks, but with the introduction of the advanced knowledge tree in version 30, the combat prowess of mechanics surged, gradually gaining popularity and even rivaling the martial arts discipline, which had the highest player count. In later stages, a high-level mechanic could equate to an entire interstellar legion. The array of skills within the mechanical realm is notoriously extensive. Each blueprint invention translates to a unique skill, with thousands of blueprints available, thus promising substantial potential for development in the late game. The myriad combinations of skills yield countless combat strategies, including trap tactics, positional warfare, heavy artillery, sniping, legion formations, and mech-based approaches, among others. However, the drawbacks are equally pronounced. Nurturing a skilled mechanic demands experience several times greater than that required for other professions. Contemplating this, Xiao decided to invest his experience into the novice mechanic profession, fervently leveling up. As a novice in the realm of mechanics, I ascended to level 3, achieving a strength of 10, intelligence of 1, and endurance of 1, thereby acquiring 2 points of free attribute points and 1 potential point. Progressing further to level 10, which is the maximum, my statistics improved to a strength of 30, while intelligence and endurance remained at 1. This advancement granted me an additional 2 free attribute points and 1 potential point. The pinnacle for each profession is capped at level 10, with the possibility of further elevation only upon class transition. A total of 130,000 experience points were expended, elevating the mechanic novice from level 2 to the upper limit of level 10, resulting in an enhancement of 8 points in endurance, 8 points in intelligence, 100 points in strength, 16 free attribute points, and 8 potential points, raising my total level to 12. Typically, prioritizing the main profession yields the most advantageous results in terms of strength and cost-effectiveness. Upon reaching the level cap of 10 for the mechanic novice, Xiao anticipated that he would not meet the requirements for class transition, a situation he had foreseen and subsequently set aside. He then advanced the agent profession to level 9, consuming 80,000 experience points. This profession conferred upon him 12 points of strength, 9 points of agility, 3 points of charm, alongside 9 potential points and 9 free attribute points, culminating in a total level of 20. A character may possess an unlimited number of professions. However, every 20 levels presents a threshold that necessitates the completion of an advancement quest to continue leveling up. The total level cap unlocks with version updates, with version 10 imposing a maximum of 60 levels. Within Star C, the multitude of professions offers players countless combinations, rendering personalization paramount in the late game. As there are no fixed growth strategies, each character possesses unique attributes, ensuring sustained engagement. However, Xiao discerned that his interface did not display the total level cap, implying that he could wield power beyond that of the player version. In versions 10 and 20, players primarily inhabit novice planets, while in the depths of the cosmos, formidable interstellar factions persist, albeit inaccessible to players. Thus, the version serves as a constraint for players, whereas, as an NPC, he is free from such limitations. The level 20 advancement quest entails mastering an advanced mechanical knowledge. The prerequisite for this advanced knowledge requires the acquisition of 5 foundational skills from a specific branch. Yet the armed branch knowledge at the base is incomplete, leaving him at an impasse. Subsequently, expending 150,000 experience points, he elevated Basic Repair and Basic Enhancement Modification to level 10, obtaining 2 potential points crucial for future plans. An additional 10,000 experience points were spent to elevate Beginner Mechanical Affinity to level 3. Drawing upon his familiarity with Star C, Xiao invested 60,000 experience points to enhance Basic Combat and Basic Shooting to level 6, successfully acquiring 2 new skills, Grapple and Precision Shooting. The remaining 170,000 experience points were reserved as a gamble for Blueprints, the most vital capability within the mechanical domain. Upon upgrading mechanical knowledge, Blueprints are automatically acquired, representing the primary method of obtaining them. The second method involves acquiring special blueprints from tasks or unique NPCs, which are generally quite rare. The third method entails dismantling machinery to reverse engineer blueprints, albeit under stringent conditions and at the expense of an immense amount of experience. The fourth and primary method is knowledge fusion, wherein 2 or more vocational knowledge sets are combined. If the combination is executed correctly, it may yield new blueprints, with each fusion consuming experience points. With 60 types of knowledge available for intermingling, there exists an infinite array of combinations, each concealing numerous blueprints. However, every fusion only produces one of the potential blueprints, and some may even have hidden prerequisites, making it challenging to ascertain how many blueprints a particular combination can actually generate. The experience accrued from identical combinations continues to accumulate. Thus, even if no new blueprints are developed, the experience is not refunded, leading to the term gambling for blueprints. This characteristic of the mechanical system fosters its dynamic combat style and serves as a foundation for its later formidable prowess, while simultaneously being a bottomless pit of experience consumption. Before his transmigration, players had identified thousands of combinations over more than a decade. Han Xiao had a vivid recollection of 90% of these, granting him a significant advantage in opting for the mechanical system, thereby mitigating its initial weaknesses. There existed a few rare blueprints, regarded as artifacts of the early mechanical phase. Additionally, there is a seldom utilized function of free creation, allowing players to invent machinery based on their concepts. However, there is a 99% chance that the outcome will be nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. The success rate hinges on the rationality of the concept, the quality of materials, the level of vocational knowledge, expertise, tools, and other factors. Up until the version preceding Han Xiao's transmigration, no player had successfully refined the self-creation function. Even when some managed to fabricate their own machinery, its efficacy paled in comparison to that of blueprint machinery, rendering this function largely impractical. Upon achieving a class upgrade, he was granted 19 potential points, with 2 points awarded for maxed-out skills, totaling 21 potential points. Han Xiao retrieved the vocational knowledge book he had meticulously prepared from the shelf, took a deep breath, and invested his potential points. Should he expend 1 potential point to learn the armed branch of basic mechanical engineering? Should he expend 1 potential point to learn the armed branch of basic bionics? Confirmed. An overwhelming influx of knowledge surged into his mind, causing Han Xiao's head to swell, operating beyond capacity, as if it might burst. The pain caused his face to twitch, and it took a full 10 minutes for the discomfort to subside. New mechanical knowledge, once unfamiliar, was indelibly etched into his consciousness. Han Xiao then spent 2 additional potential points to elevate both basic mechanical engineering and basic bionics to level 2, enhancing his mastery. This combination of 2-level foundational mechanical knowledge could yield 6 blueprints, and experience points for the same combination doubled with each fusion. The initial fusion of the basic combination required 10,000 experience points, and with 170,000 experience points at his disposal, he could afford 4 fusions. He was determined to manifest that coveted item. Han Xiao felt a surge of anxiety, his palms slick with perspiration, as he dragged Fundamental Mechanical Engineering LV2 and Fundamental Bionics LV2 together on the interface. Should he proceed with the knowledge fusion, Fundamental Mechanical Engineering and Fundamental Bionics? This fusion would consume 10,000 experience points. Yes, for a fleeting moment, his mind spun, and a brand new schematic materialized out of thin air. Fusion successful. Congratulations. You have developed the Cloud Swallow Glider. Not this. Han Xiao clenched his fists, determined to continue. This fusion will require 20,000 experience points. Fusion successful. Congratulations. You have developed the Bionic Prosthetic. What on earth? The most worthless schematic has emerged, still not the one. Once more. This fusion will consume 40,000 experience points. Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have developed the lightweight power arm. Finally, Han Xiao excitedly slapped the table, dislodging a screw. The lightweight power arm is exactly what I needed. 6 months of accumulation nearly spent in a flash. Name, Han Xiao Race. Carbon-based human, yellow, template, NPC, public test countdown, 182 days, 8 hours. 23 minutes, total level, 20, advancement incomplete, experience points, 100,000 secondary occupation, civilian level 1, agent level 9, 25,000 primary occupation, mechanical beginner level 10, max. Advancement quest incomplete, health points, 320, 320 stamina points, 434 attributes, strength 21, agility 17, endurance 22, intelligence 15, mystique 1, charisma 5. Luck 1 free attribute points, 27 energy, 120, level 3, level 1, 10 strength 1, agility 1, endurance 1, stamina limit 20 level 2, 50 strength 3, agility 2. Endurance 3, stamina limit 50 level 3, 100 strength 3, agility 3, endurance 5, stamina limit 100 energy level 4. 855 tier, F, mortal. In comparison to the weakest of super beings, you are but a colossal ant. Specialization, highly focused, low-level mental resilience well-trained. With an additional 100 points to base health. Skills, mechanical, basic mechanical affinity level 3, simple repair level 10, max, basic enhancement modification level 10, max. Blueprint for Cloud Swallow Glider level 1, 5,000. Blueprint for Bionic Prosthetics level 1, 2,000. Blueprint for lightweight powered arm level 1, 10. 000. Agent. Basic hand-to-hand combat level 6, 16. 000. Increases unarmed attack power by 6. Basic shooting level 6, 16. 000. Enhances shooting accuracy by 6. Grappling level 1, 3. 000. Increases counterattack rate by 3 and unarmed attack power by 2. Precise shooting level 1, 3. 000. Boosts shooting accuracy by 3 and ranged critical hit rate by 2. Potential points. 17 Professional Knowledge Tree. Armed. Basic Assembly level 1, 1. Basic Mechanical Engineering level 2, 1. Basic Bionics level 2, 1. 17 Unlearned Items Energy. 20 Unlearned Items Manipulation. 20 Unlearned Items Influence. 0 Legendary Status. 0 Equipment. None after half a year of accumulation. He ascended directly to level 20 with combat power soaring. A total of 27 free attribute points. Xiao invested 5 points to elevate his intelligence to 20, meeting the manufacturing requirements for the lightweight powered arm blueprint, while preserving the remainder for emergencies. Only one final step remains, to equip himself. Gazing at the scattered mechanical parts, Xiao chuckled to himself. I shall elucidate the meaning of fostering a tiger for potential peril. Cherish the attributes of Panel Lord, for he shall not grace us with his presence for an extended period. The new book requires tender care. A mere flick of your fingers to cast a recommendation or bestow a collection is the utmost support. 006 commences its operation. The Valkyrie laboratory is concealed within a decaying structure of what was once a farm, now utterly forsaken, with fields left to languish and dilapidated shelters. An electrified barbed wire fence encircles the farm, accessible only through a solitary grand gate, surrounded by an endless expanse of forest, dotted with the remnants of shattered edifices. This vicinity was once a small town of the ancient civilization of the Azure Star, now abandoned. Decades prior, the Azure Star established connections with interstellar forces, acquiring a plethora of universal knowledge and entering a new era of civilization, which precipitated a dramatic transformation in societal conditions, leading to the desolation of numerous cities and an ambience reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic world. A Black Hawk helicopter descended onto the forsaken farm, from which disembarked 6 fully armed operatives clad in black, their visages obscured by sleek, dark visors, exuding an aura of cold detachment that warned others to keep their distance. The Night Owl's 3rd Squad. I am their leader, codenamed Silverblade, tasked with the transfer of the Valkyrie experimental team. Silverblade's tone was as unyielding as stone. Hela, gathering her hair whipped by the winds from the helicopter's rotor, remarked nonchalantly, no matter how it unfolds, there are off-road vehicles in the garage. I have commandeered the helicopter, so do not waste my time. Number 1, accompanied by 9 experimental team members, approached Silverblade and stood tall, declaring, Experimental Subject 1. Reporting to the officer. Silverblade, his demeanor impassive, replied, Let us proceed. Understood. Number 1, his face flushed with excitement, perceived the journey to headquarters for training as a supreme honor. The Night Owl Squad and the experimental team made their way to the garage, unveiling several high-powered, bulletproof off-road vehicles concealed beneath camouflage tarps. The 2 squads departed through the sole exit, vanishing into the forest. Hela boarded the helicopter, ascending into the distance. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her, an ominous intuition. How peculiar! It felt as though she had overlooked something. Hela furrowed her brow. Today was the day the leader had sanctioned her visit to her sister, yet she dismissed her lingering doubts. In the mechanical modification chamber, having affixed the final hinge, Xiao set down his wrench and wiped the sweat from his brow. Before him lay a hollow exoskeletal mechanical arm, resembling a grand silver alloy gauntlet. Its external armor forged from manganese steel alloy, known for its remarkable strength and durability, suitable for crafting weaponry and armor, to mitigate weight and enhance shock resistance. The internal framework of the power arm was constructed from lightweight metals. All components were meticulously polished by the lathe in the modification chamber, a burgeoning workshop equipped with advanced machinery, ensuring every part fit seamlessly. These metallic materials were readily available. Despite the base's reduction in the allocation of resources for his mechanical modification chamber, procuring quality metals remained a manageable endeavor. Utilizing his left arm as a reference, he meticulously designed a mechanical arm that allows his left hand to seamlessly maneuver within its confines. A mere flick of his fingers activates the hinge switch. powered by a diminutive engine and air pump securely encased within the core of the arm, providing formidable strength. The blueprints encompass every intricate detail necessary for construction. Coupled with Han Zhao's extensive experience, the process from polishing and processing to final assembly proceeded with remarkable fluidity. Through Han Zhao's avant-garde perspective, he recognized that the control and power systems of this lightweight mechanical arm were relatively antiquated, employing rather ordinary materials. Nevertheless, at this juncture, it stood as the finest weapon he could forge, serving as an excellent piece of equipment for initial endeavors, enhancing his chances of escape by at least 20%. He also discovered that although the hands-on creation process was significantly more challenging than the game's loading sequences, it afforded him ample room for creative expression, outweighing any potential drawbacks. Lightweight mechanical arm, left, quality, white basic parameters, attack power 3558, defense power 1317, energy level 38. Durability 270270 equipment requirements, strength 25 attribute bonus, speed 3 length, 51 centimeters, from elbow to palm, weight 147 pounds additional effect, increases strength by 10 equipment levels range from low to high, gray, common, white, ordinary, green, good, blue, excellent, purple, superb, pink, rare, orange, legendary. The panel notified him that he had successfully completed his first creation, earning 3,000 experience points. The rewards for creative technological endeavors far surpassed those for mere assembly and enhancement. Currently, Han Zhao's strength stood at 21 points, prompting him to allocate 4 attribute points to strength to meet the equipment requirement. During the downtime, while polishing on the lathe, Han Xiao utilized simple enhancement modification to upgrade a Type 73 Hornet pistol, achieving an attack power of 3,847, significantly surpassing the standard version. This marked his first fully enhanced weapon, a valuable asset he intended to reserve for himself, as it would unleash its potential upon acquiring ammunition. Moreover, he crafted a tactical dagger from the leftover materials used for the mechanical arm, sharpening its edge with a blend of tungsten steel, yielding a razor-sharp blade that granted an additional 10 points of close combat attack power, an efficient use of surplus materials. Due to Han Zhao's prolonged discretion, he was no longer under constant surveillance, as the base only had him as its mechanical logistics personnel. Exercising caution, he opted to fabricate each component before welding and assembling them, allowing him to remain undetected by the guards who occasionally glanced at the surveillance feeds, mistakenly believing he was merely maintaining firearms. Thus, the process unfolded smoothly without arousing suspicion. Han Xiao concealed the lightweight mechanical arm and the enhanced Hornet pistol securely, as his inventory reflected true weight rather than an alternate dimension. Given the conspicuous nature of the equipment, he could not carry them on his person. Securing the dagger at his waist, Han Xiao exited his quarters and made his way to the cafeteria on the subterranean level. In moments of leisure, most agents often indulge in card games here, and much of his intelligence is derived from the casual conversations among this group of operatives, who speak freely in his presence, thus granting him the opportunity to glean information. Indeed, feigning ignorance proves to be a sagacious strategy. How I envy Hela for being able to leave the laboratory. Being confined to this dismal place is utterly suffocating. She is an executive of the organization, holding a far superior position than ours. If only I could spend a night with Hela, I would willingly sacrifice 3 years of my life for such a chance. The newcomer seems unaware. The last individual who dared to provoke Hela was left with not a single hair remaining. Do you truly believe she ascended to the role of executive by mere chance? You mean she possesses extraordinary abilities? Humph, undoubtedly. A flicker of realization crossed Han Zhao's eyes. Avoiding direct confrontation with Hela was indeed fortuitous, as he harbored no confidence in defeating her. Rising from his seat, he departed the cafeteria unnoticed. Every corridor was equipped with surveillance cameras, and escaping necessitated neutralizing the control room first. The control room lay 3 levels below ground, and Han Xiao feigned aimless wandering as he approached it. While the armed guards he encountered ignored his presence entirely, 2 armed guards stood sentinel at the door of the control room, with 2 additional guards on duty inside. This meant he had to swiftly and silently eliminate 4 guards, a daunting task, but he had rehearsed this scenario countless times in his mind and felt no trepidation. As he neared the corner of the corridor leading to the control room, Han Xiao noticed a camera positioned there. Seeing no one around, he retrieved a piece of soft bread left over from breakfast, moistening it with saliva before deftly tossing it to obscure the camera lens. Lacking advanced hacking equipment, he resorted to this rudimentary method. After a 3-second wait, with no one emerging from the control room, Han Xiao felt assured. He had learned from overhearing the on-duty guard complain that the base had never faced any real danger, hence the guards were lax in their vigilance and often slacked off. Steeling his resolve, he approached the control room door, only to be halted by the 2 armed guards. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted, one declared. This is Zero. Talking to him is futile, just get rid of him. The guard on the left nodded and reached out to push Han Xiao's shoulder. Seizing the moment when both guards were completely unprepared, Han Xiao sprang into action. He seized the left guard's wrist while his other hand swiftly drew a tactical dagger from his waist, plunging it into the right guard's jaw, penetrating straight through to the brain. The dull sensation of the blade piercing flesh resonated clearly through the handle to his wrist. The right guard's expression froze in place, devoid of any sound, as he succumbed instantly. Han Xiao withdrew his arm, and before the left guard could comprehend the situation, Han Xiao ensnared him in a chokehold, executing a cross-neck hold. As a trained security personnel, the guard understood the lethality of this position and, in his panic, attempted to pry Han Xiao's arms apart. In the next instant, Han Xiao twisted forcefully, and with a sharp crack, the struggle ceased abruptly. In less than a second, 2 lives were extinguished. You struck at the fatal points with lethal precision. The ordinary attack transformed into a deadly strike. Above the heads of the victims, pale blue damage numbers of 162 and 171 appeared, indicative of a lethal blow, equal to the maximum health of the targets. You have slain the armed guards of the budding organization, earning 360 experience points multiplied by 2. Grasping the corpses, you let them fall silently to the ground. Han Xiao took a deep breath. The swift and decisive kill had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. The act of murder did not unsettle him. Instead, he felt a quiet shock, pondering whether his recent oppressive life had led him to become twisted. In his previous life, he had only killed the largest creatures, timid rodents from his rural hometown. Yet now, taking lives felt no different, prompting an urgent need for psychological therapy. The interface displayed information about the 2 victims, level 7 agents, with strength 10, endurance 15, and approximately 150 health points. This was the standard of most armed guards in the laboratory, with slight variations due to personal attributes. You acquired 4 magazines for a handgun. Han Xiao searched the corpses and retrieved 4 magazines for a wasp pistol, retracting his dagger into a reverse grip as he quietly pushed open the door to the surveillance room. The dim blue glow from dozens of monitors illuminated the space, revealing a scene that left him utterly bewildered. He beheld the shocking sight of 30,000 and Constipation Brother entwined in an intimate embrace, their lips a mere inch from touching. Upon hearing the door creak open, they turned in alarm, and the atmosphere became painfully awkward. Han Xiao stood frozen. A lump lodged in his throat, unable to breathe or speak. What an eyesore. 007, utterly astonished, pondered what to do. Should he nonchalantly retreat and utter a request to cease their performance? Han Xiao neither supported nor condemned such an unusual relationship. He perceived not merely 2 men, but 2 lonely souls. The immense pressure of their work had created an unbearable strain, leading to the blossoming of unique affections among colleagues who spent every day together. This was not their fault. It was the fault of the world. Though his mind was preoccupied with the peculiar situation, Han Xiao reacted swiftly. Reversing his grip on the dagger, like a charging cheetah, he lunged at 30,000. Awakening from his stupor, 30,000 hurriedly drew his weapon. But Han Xiao seized the moment to strike. Had Constipation Brother not kicked 30,000 away just in time, Han Xiao's blade would have narrowly missed severing the wrist holding the gun. Undeterred by the evasion, Han Xiao deftly maneuvered, flipping the dagger from reverse to forward grip, and thrust it forcefully into Constipation Brother's abdomen, following up with a powerful punch to his neck. The fluidity of his movements was akin to water flowing smoothly, knocking Constipation Brother unconscious in an instant. 42. 45. Your strength is 25, while the target's is 10. The strength assessment is successful. You surpass the target's strength by 2-fold, thereby inflicting an additional 50 crushing damage. The target has succumbed to a state of dizziness. Han Xiao's strength surpassed that of the guards by a factor of 2. His punches and kicks could inflict a crushing effect on the guards, accompanied by debilitating states such as dizziness and broken bones. Excellent. 1 threat neutralized, Han Xiao resolved. As he pushed back against the guard, He skillfully rolled to create a safe distance and raised his gun to shoot. Should the gunfire echo throughout the base, it would undoubtedly alert the entire facility. Reacting with alacrity, Han Xiao leaped forward, tackling the guard to the ground, where they wrestled fiercely. In a swift motion, he managed to secure the trigger with his fingers, forcefully slamming the guard's wrist against the ground. With a pained cry, the handgun slipped from the guard's grasp. Without hesitation, Han Xiao delivered a powerful blow to the guard's nose, the forehead being one of the hardest parts of the human body. Combined with Han Xiao's strength increase of 25, resulted in a muffled grunt as the guard's nasal bone shattered, blood gushing forth, plunging him into a state of dizziness. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xiao rolled behind the guard, locking his legs around the guard's waist and encircling his neck with his arms, applying immense pressure. The guard's face turned purple, struggling to breathe without a sound, his legs thrashing wildly, akin to a drowning man. Chokehold. You have employed a grappling technique. Your strength is 25, the target's strength is 11. Strength assessment successful, the target cannot escape. After a tense struggle of several seconds, the guard's resistance gradually diminished, succumbing to unconsciousness from the excessive pressure on his neck. That was close. Han Xiao, panting heavily, rose to his feet, feeling a twinge of reflection. Had he trained in martial arts, he wouldn't have been so fatigued. The martial arts profession in Star Sea is the most popular, and for no other reason than its sheer aesthetic appeal, undeniably striking. The names of the techniques are so flamboyant they could explode with flair: Flame King, Earthshatter Wave, Demon Piercing Light Kill Cannon, Starfall Fist. Whether their power can match the grandeur of their names is debatable, yet they undeniably ignite the spirit of youthful exuberance. One feels compelled to shout the technique's name for full effect. While most players might find it too embarrassing, Han Xiao, drawing from his past experience with a martial arts alternate character, found that once one embraces such a premise, it can indeed be quite exhilarating. Who hasn't he gone through a phase of youthful exuberance? Moreover, the martial art style is straightforward, relying on brute force. Compared to the mechanically intricate combat style, it is akin to the contrast between Angry Birds and Dark Souls, two entirely different gaming experiences, with the former being far more accessible. Han Xiao, fortified by his foundational combat and grappling skills, along with his prior experience in martial arts, exhibited commendable fighting prowess. Easily capable of handling ordinary individuals within the realm of strength, he dispatched the two unconscious foes with his dagger, and at that moment, any semblance of mercy felt like cruelty towards himself, as he deftly retrieved 4 additional gun magazines from the bodies of the guard and his companion. With no time to rest, he dragged the 2 corpses from outside into the room, stripped one of them of its combat uniform to wipe away the blood from the corridor. He smashed all the surveillance screens with the butt of his gun, and after ensuring everything was in order, he locked the door and left the monitoring room, his expression as calm as a gentle breeze. Concealing the fact that he had just taken the lives of 4 individuals, his very first act of killing. It must be said that maintaining an impassive demeanor is a commendable trait. No one can discern your thoughts. Clearing the monitoring room felt akin to removing an omniscient eye hovering above, liberating him from the need for secrecy. Upon returning to the 2nd floor, a guard suddenly intercepted Han Xiao. "Mr. Lin Weixian wishes to see you." Han Xiao paused slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. Indeed, Lin Weixian could no longer contain his curiosity. Han Xiao had anticipated this day, yet he had not expected it to arrive so fortuitously. Upon reflection, this could prove advantageous. Lin Weixian was a pivotal figure in the experiments, a person of high standing, one of the few who possessed access to the base. Han Xiao had intended to target him, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Accompanied by the guard, he arrived at Lin Weixian's private laboratory, where dim lighting cast an eerie glow over shelves filled with transparent containers submerged in formalin, housing various human organs, resembling the collection of a deranged killer. Lin Weixian's eyes glinted with excitement as he regarded Han Xiao, his enthusiasm palpable. "The organization has finally entrusted you to me. By dissecting you, I shall uncover the reasons for your uniqueness among the test subjects. Once I have extracted your value, your body will merit preservation as my specimen." The first test subject. How profoundly significant. Han Xiao remained silent, like a stone, his expression obscured by the shadows. "Guard him securely. Do not allow him to struggle and disrupt my experiment," Lin Weixian commanded, turning his back to the 2. He retrieved an array of oddly shaped surgical knives and craniotomy instruments from his toolbox, each gleaming with an unsettling chill, bearing witness to the countless lives they had severed. Suddenly, Lin Weixian heard a dull thud behind him, spinning around in confusion, only to find Han Xiao standing over him, having taken a commanding position that consumed his entire field of vision. Before he could process the situation, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he looked down in a daze to see a dagger deeply embedded in his heart. His strength rapidly waned, and the surgical knife clattered to the ground. Lin Weixian's face contorted in horror as he met Han Xiao's gaze. Those eyes, which he had always perceived as dull, now glinted with a sharpness akin to a knife, plunging him into a state of icy dread. Beyond Han Xiao's frame, Lin Weixian caught sight of the guard sprawled on the floor, his neck grotesquely twisted, his still-alive body convulsing from nerve reflexes. Bewildered, Lin Weixian had never anticipated that Subject Zero might resist. He had witnessed the entire process of Subject Zero's creation and brainwashing. He pondered where the error had occurred. The surveillance cameras. With a final glimmer of hope, he glanced toward the camera in the corner. Han Xiao spoke with a calm demeanor. "Give up. Everyone in the surveillance room is dead." The tone was unmistakably one that could not have originated from the dull-witted Zero. Lin Weixian trembled violently, his face ashen, and with the last vestiges of his strength. He hoarsely inquired, "Have you been pretending all this time?" Han Xiao nodded. "How is this possible? You deceived everyone." Lin Weixian seemed to be grappling with an incredulous reality. In this world, nothing is truly impossible. Han Xiao twisted the dagger with force. Lin Weixian, filled with unwillingness and astonishment, collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close in death. "But I am your creator." He could scarcely fathom that he would meet his end at Han Xiao's hands. 008 Society, my brother Xiao, ruthless and verbose. Han Xiao donned the uniform of a guard and departed from Lin Weixian's laboratory. Many within the base were aware of his abduction by Lin Weixian, necessitating a temporary concealment of his true identity. Only 4 individuals had a profound impression of him: Hyla, Number 1, Lin Weixian, and Belota. The first 2 were absent from the base, and Lin Weixian had been dealt with. As long as he avoided Belota, he would remain relatively safe. The entrance to the underground laboratory was an imposing 80-centimeter thick door made of a special alloy. No amount of explosives from the armory could breach it. The sole method of access was through an electronic access system, of which only 3 identity cards were authorized to open the door, Lin Weixian being one of them. A pure white card now lay quietly in Han Xiao's breast pocket. However, a sentry stood guard beside the access control, and the first floor below housed the guards' quarters, where everyone was acquainted with the 3 white card holders, making it impossible to conceal his identity. Next to the sentry was an emergency locking mechanism. Pulling the lever would manually disable the access system, completely sealing the door. Should Han Xiao brazenly attempt to use the white card to enter, he would find himself with no escape route, quickly surrounded within 10 seconds. At that moment, he would be akin to a fish in a barrel, where a single bullet could cost him significant health points. If he were to be focused down, with a stroke of luck, he might last a mere 0.8 seconds. A valiant demise, indeed. I shall retain this version as a potential option. Han Xiao's strategy was to sever communications, granting himself a few hours of vacuum time. The most prudent course of action. Initially, the plan involved disrupting the energy supply. However, the access system relied on power, and severing the energy would halt operations. The communication signal transmitter was concealed within the walls of the 3rd underground level, necessitating a mechanical arm to breach the wall. The mechanical modification room was situated on the 2nd underground level, and Han Xiao needed to return to retrieve his equipment. Yet, plans are ever susceptible to change. Just 50 meters from the mechanical modification room, a large hand suddenly emerged from the side, pressing against his chest. Han Xiao's gaze sharpened. The individual who intercepted him was none other than Belota. What dreadful misfortune, with such a vast base. How could he encounter the very person he wished to avoid the most? Who could he blame for this stroke of luck? Was Murphy truly the embodiment of fate? Which group are you from? I don't believe I've seen you before, Barada inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Han Xiao lowered his head, pulling his hat down to obscure his features. I am new, affiliated with Group B. Barada regarded him skeptically. When did we get a new member? I was unaware of this. I feel as though I have heard your voice before. Lift your head, let me see your face. Out of the corner of his eye, Han Xiao noticed Barada's hand moving towards the gun at his waist, ready to fire at any moment. The 3 guards nearby, sensing something amiss, also moved closer. What to do? If discovered, Barada would surely send someone to find Lin Weixian. Once Lin Weixian's corpse was uncovered, his actions would be revealed. Should he have dismembered the body before leaving? No. For the sake of his appetite in the coming days, such an act should be avoided. Die here? Don't entertain such thoughts. One must maintain confidence in all endeavors. It's unwise to contemplate failure before even attempting success. This is troublesome. I had intended to avoid using Plan B. What are you talking about? Barada asked, not catching his words. Han Xiao suddenly raised his head, revealing a dangerous smile. I've been meaning to tell you. You imbecile. You ought to see a psychologist. 0. Taking advantage of Barada's momentary shock, Han Xiao lunged forward, driving a dagger sharply into Barada's chest. Barada's pupils dilated as he instinctively recoiled, the blade grazing his jaw and slicing through flesh, drawing forth a cascade of blood droplets. Fire! The 3 guards shouted, hastily drawing their weapons. However, they had drawn too close, less than 3 meters from Han Xiao, a distance ill-suited for gunplay. Han Xiao surged forward, closing the gap with a powerful stride, his fist crashing into the face of the lead guard. If this were in slow motion, one would see the skin ripple like waves upon impact. 48. This forceful blow rendered the guard momentarily dazed, causing him to stagger into his companions. And all 3 tumbled to the ground. Han Xiao swiftly turned and sprinted toward the mechanical modification room with the speed of a 50-meter dash. Gunfire erupting behind him as bullets whizzed past, sparking against the walls. Barada, clutching his bleeding jaw, wore a grim expression as he fired wildly at Han Xiao, pursuing him with heavy strides. All agents, respond immediately to the mechanical modification room on the 2nd floor. Target 0, experiment has gone rogue. Barada shouted into his miniature walkie-talkie at the collar of his shirt. The patrolling guards on every floor exchanged bewildered glances, questioning their own perceptions. 0 has gone rogue. Surely, this cannot be correct. Wasn't that subject brainwashed? Could this be a drill? Are you foolish? I can hear the gunfire. As the bullets whistled through the air, a wave of calm engulfed Han Xiao. His emotions turned icy, a rare state of focus enveloping him. His mind became a fortress of clarity, rational and detached. As countless pieces of information converged in his thoughts, the world before him transformed into an intricate web, reminiscent of a spider's silk, where every element was interconnected. In 2 seconds, I could reach the mechanical modification room, while Barada would take 37 seconds to catch up. The 3 guards posed no threat within 42 seconds, and reinforcements would arrive in a span of 25 to 35 seconds. Han Xiao had endured countless battles. His extensive combat experience was the foundation for maintaining his current state. He maneuvered with serpentine agility, wholly focused on evading gunfire. Barada pursued relentlessly, indifferent to the reasons behind the Zero's loss of control. He was acutely aware that his duty was to capture Han Xiao, even permitting lethal force if necessary, prioritizing action over deliberation. How amusing, the little toy wishes to resist. Barada licked the blood off his chin, his gaze fierce. This is the death you have chosen. Despite being ambushed by Han Xiao, Barada remained supremely confident. After all, he was a seasoned agent with 2 decades of experience. Even if Zero exhibited remarkable learning abilities, having trained for merely 6 months, how could he withstand Barada's onslaught? Moreover, it was evident that Zero was now in a state of panic. Han Xiao dashed into the mechanical modification room and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Choosing to hide in a room was a dire mistake. You are far too naive. Barada sneered, rushing to the door, preparing to kick it open while swiftly reloading his weapon, ready to unleash a barrage without hesitation. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events. The door exploded into a shower of fragments, as a metallic fist, pulsating with a metallic hue, burst through the entrance. The roar of the engine reverberated, and the gleaming steel fist crashed heavily into Barada's chest. 95. The sound of bones fracturing echoed ominously. Barada flew backward like a rag doll, crashing against the wall, with 4 or 5 ribs broken, his handgun sent flying from his grasp. He coughed up blood, staring in horror at Han Xiao, who had undergone a drastic transformation. At that moment, Han Xiao donned a lightweight exoskeleton power arm on his left arm, resembling an enormous armored gauntlet encasing his limb. Hinges and gears whirred, emitting a cacophony of mechanical sounds, while metallic fingers danced with dexterity and exposed conduits belched forth plumes of engine smoke, enveloping his arm like a swirling black cloud. What on earth is this? Barada gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not far away, 3 guards aimed their weapons, but Han Xiao was swifter. Raising the enhanced version of the 73 type Wasp, loaded with ammunition, he fired twice. Agility influenced his shooting precision, and with skill-enhanced accuracy, Han Xiao's marksmanship was astonishing. The bullets struck 2 of the guards in their eye sockets and throats, hitting vital points and triggering lethal damage, instantly killing them. The 3rd guard opened fire. The bullet whistling through the air. Han Xiao preemptively raised his mechanical arm, and with a resounding clang, the bullet ricocheted off the outer armor of the power arm. The lightweight power arm, left, sustained an 8-point durability loss. Han Xiao retaliated with another shot, sending the 3rd guard to his demise. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief before he perished, unable to comprehend how the silent and dull-witted Zero could be so formidable. Wasn't it said that the test subjects were brainwashed? It was all a deception. The corridor fell silent, leaving only Han Xiao and Belota. The nearest guard would arrive in approximately 30 seconds. Han Xiao flexed his mechanical arm and calmly remarked, "I long to personally snap your neck. As a token of gratitude for the 420 wounds you have inflicted upon me over the past 6 months." Belota's eyes glinted with ferocity as he spat out a mouthful of blood, drew a dagger from his military boot, and crouched in a poised stance to spring forward, sneering. "That punch was quite powerful, but if you think you can defeat me with this piece of junk machinery, you are lost in a dream. Prove it to me. 30 seconds is ample time for me to kill you 10 times over." With a fierce roar, Belota lunged forward with his knife, resembling a leopard. Han Xiao raised his mechanical arm to defend, clashing violently with Belota. The dagger scraped against the armor, producing a shower of sparks. In the fleeting moment as they passed each other, Belota swiftly twisted his body, unleashing a kick aimed at Han Xiao's knee, akin to a scorpion raising its tail to strike. The intent to knock down his foe and slash his throat was a vicious maneuver. However, trained under Hela, Han Xiao anticipated this move. Reacting with lightning speed, he swung his mechanical arm backward, striking Belota's calf with a resounding crack of bone. With a power level of 38, coupled with Han Xiao's own energy, it nearly reached the standards of an E-class superhuman. The lightweight power arm doubled Han Xiao's offensive capabilities. Even if it could not crush Belota entirely, each blow dealt around 90 points of damage, a formidable amount. Belota's health stood just above 300, enhanced by his trained expertise. And after the earlier punch that had broken through the door, his vitality was reduced to below half. This reality began to manifest as Belota grew visibly weaker. With a muffled groan, he pressed on through the pain, aiming his dagger at Han Xiao's eyes, but his movements had slowed. And Han Xiao easily grasped the blade in his mechanical hand. "Impossible. How can I lose to you?" Belota roared defiantly, desperate to retaliate. But as soon as the words left his mouth, darkness engulfed his vision. Han Xiao's mechanical hand pressed down on his head, forcefully smashing it into the wall. The brutal strength silencing his roar, forcing it back down his throat. With a resounding crash, debris flew and blood splattered. Han Xiao's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he yanked Belota's head against the wall, carving a deep crimson streak into the surface. Belota's face, pressed against the wall, became a grotesque, bloody mess. Releasing his grip, Belota crumpled to the ground like a heap of lifeless flesh, devoid of any semblance of the earlier bravado. "I apologize for breaking my word. I did not snap your neck. Perhaps you would like to rise so I can kill you once more?" Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Belota offered no response, nor would he have the chance. "You have slain Belota, the deputy director of the Valkyrie laboratory, and gained 1,500 experience." Lin Weixian and Belota, 2 individuals he utterly despised, lay lifeless at his feet. Han Xiao felt a sensation akin to savoring a delightful ice cream on a scorching summer day, his body enveloped in a profound sense of relief and exhilaration. The fierce battle ensued as Groups A and B of the security team arrived on the 2nd floor, their expressions frozen in horror as they beheld the grotesquely disfigured corpse of Belota. The deputy manager had been slain. What transpired here? Where had the enemy vanished to? Why was there no response from the surveillance room? They promptly sought to consult Dr. Lin Weixian. Group C stumbled upon the lifeless body of Dr. Lin Weixian. Good heavens! All the guards gasped in shock, their faces a mask of disbelief. Was this the work of the seemingly powerless Subject Zero? The entire base had descended into chaos at the hands of Subject Zero alone, with significant leaders either fleeing or perishing. The guards were astounded to discover that no commands were forthcoming. Hadn't the experimental subject been brainwashed? Could it be that he had harbored hostility all along? Biding his time? Contemplating this possibility, the guards suddenly realized that Han Xiao had been masquerading in the shadows, akin to a razor-sharp blade poised above them, capable of claiming their lives at any moment, like a hidden assassin, while they had remained blissfully unaware, neglecting his presence entirely. A chill of dread coursed through each of them, and they broke into a cold sweat. Do not panic. There is but one enemy. Conduct a thorough search. And firing is permitted. Group A, proceed to the armory. Group B, assess the situation in the surveillance room. Group C, secure the laboratory and protect the experimental data. Group D, guard the main entrance. Regardless of Subject Zero's intentions, if he seeks to escape, he will undoubtedly head for the main door. Move out. In this critical moment, the leader of Group A seized command, his mind clear as he issued directives with authority. The orders were explicit, and the guards sprang into action. 60 armed personnel within the base were divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, stationed at various posts, ready to assemble swiftly in the event of an emergency. However, Han Xiao had prepared for numerous contingencies. Suddenly, a resounding thud reverberated from below, causing every guard to feel the tremor beneath their feet. The leader of Group A, alarmed, urgently inquired, "What is happening?" Through the radio, the sounds of a fierce gunfight erupted, interspersed with frantic shouts. Group C is engaged with the enemy in the laboratory. I repeat, Group C is engaged with the enemy. Damn it, Subject Zero has detonated a grenade, and the laboratory is ablaze. Where on earth had he procured a grenade? The leader of Group A seethed with anger, realizing that he and his team stood vigil outside the armory, with no one coming to assist. Reinforcements. We need reinforcements immediately. Which group is closest? We, Group B, are also on the 3rd underground level. The surveillance room is inoperable, and we are en route to the firefight. On the 3rd underground level, Han Xiao concealed himself around the corner of a corridor, witnessing the laboratory ahead engulfed in thick, billowing smoke, flames raging fiercely. He had detonated 3 grenades bound together, incinerating the Valkyrie's experimental data, while over 10 guards from Group C unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the corner where he was hidden. After vanquishing Belota, Han Xiao did not proceed directly to the main entrance. Instead, he retraced his steps to the 3rd underground level. He understood that the guards had undoubtedly set an intricate web of defenses and were commencing a thorough search from the upper levels. To charge recklessly into such a trap would certainly lead to ambush. Recognizing that his stealthy escape plan was no longer viable, Han Xiao had to adapt his strategy. The laboratory was situated in the 3rd underground level, housing all experimental data and serving as the core of the entire base. Destroying it would significantly disrupt the enemy's arrangements. What, you may ask, was the origin of his grenades? He had meticulously assembled and studied nearly all the equipment in the armory during this process. Pilfering a bit of gunpowder and steel balls to secretly craft new grenades was hardly a challenge. A touch of ingenuity, a dash of alchemy, you understand. He also possessed 77 rounds of pistol ammunition and 5 homemade grenades. Han Xiao inspected his gear. His firepower was limited. He quickly peered around the corner, only to retreat as bullets whizzed past him. Had he hesitated for even a fraction longer, he would have been struck by 2 or 3 shots. 12 guards, armed with 3 light N9 submachine guns and 9 Type 73 Wasp pistols, boasted superior firepower. Han Xiao glanced at the passage of time. It had already been a minute since his assault on the laboratory, and Group B would arrive within 3 minutes. His time was running short. Logically, he should have been unaware of this intelligence, yet Han Xiao had gleaned the enemy's deployment from a walkie-talkie he had found on a guard's corpse. The incident had occurred so suddenly that the guards had yet to realize their communications had betrayed their movements. Seizing the moment, Han Xiao activated a grenade and hurled it with precision. A thunderous explosion ensued, causing Group C's guards to scramble for cover, momentarily halting their gunfire. This was the opportunity he sought. With a grave expression, Han Xiao positioned his mechanical arm defensively and charged forward, swiftly closing the gap between him and the adversaries. As the smoke lingered, Han Xiao burst through the haze, confronting a guard directly. His mechanical fist struck the foe's abdomen, resulting in a violent expulsion of blood laced with internal fragments, effectively depleting over half the guard's life force and shattering their combat effectiveness. Fire! Shoot now! Echoed the frantic commands as gunfire erupted. Han Xiao, gripping the guard's body as a shield, advanced relentlessly. The other enemies, unyielding, opened fire decisively, causing blood to splatter from the guard's back, reducing him to a mangled heap. Utilizing the body as a shield, Han Xiao closed the distance with ferocity, akin to a tiger among sheep. His mechanical arm roared as each strike shattered bones and ruptured sinews, dispatching 3 guards with brutal efficiency. Group C's guards hastily dispersed, attempting to create distance. Han Xiao rolled and used his mechanical arm to deflect incoming fire. Bullets clanged against the metal, his durability swiftly diminishing. He drew his pistol and retaliated, expending an entire magazine and eliminating 3 guards on the spot. At that moment, however, pain suddenly surged through his arm and thigh. You have been struck in the right arm by a Type 73 Wasp pistol. You have sustained 17 points of damage. You have been hit in the left leg by a light N9 submachine gun. You have sustained 21 points of damage. You have been shot. You are experiencing minor bleeding, losing 1 point of life every second for a duration of 15 seconds. Please bandage yourself quickly. The gunshot wound has a significant probability of causing a bleeding effect, which can be quite troublesome in the early stages. Han Xiao's gaze sharpened. He was already mentally prepared for this moment. He felt a sense of gratitude for the torment inflicted by Baroda, which had accustomed him to pain, allowing injury not to impede his actions. Han Xiao had no time to seek cover and engage in a wasteful exchange of fire. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the pin from a grenade and threw it out. The agents hastily took cover as the gunfire ceased once more. Boom! The explosion of the grenade sent a jolt of agony through Han Xiao's eardrums. He let out a low growl and charged out once again. 1 minute later, all members of Team C lay slain beneath his lightweight power arm, having sustained 5 gunshot wounds in the process. After the battle, he hurriedly tended to his wounds, suffering a total loss of 110 life points, which exceeded 1/3 of his total. Once out of combat, his life points would regenerate at a painfully slow rate. Engaging in direct confrontation had proven too costly. How he wished for an active skill. Basic melee and basic shooting only provided passive enhancements. Han Xiao shook his head and retrieved his walkie-talkie. Team C, please respond. What is the situation? Han Xiao cleared his throat and said, C-Team has suffered heavy casualties and has cornered the target in the laboratory. The target has been shot. Hurry for reinforcements. He then picked up a submachine gun from the ground and fired randomly to create the illusion of intense gunfire. Hold on. Team B is on the way. The adversaries harbored no suspicion. Han Xiao's carefully crafted persona of a taciturn individual was deeply ingrained in their minds, and they did not anticipate such a strategy from him. Han Xiao tied the remaining 3 grenades together and affixed them to the laboratory's main door, with a thin wire attached to the pull ring, creating a simple booby trap that would detonate upon opening. He then placed a table horizontally as cover and quickly scavenged a plethora of magazines from the surrounding corpses, reloading 3 submachine guns and positioning them at his side. Holding a pistol, he fired sporadically to maintain the facade of an ongoing firefight, crouching behind the cover to await the enemy's entrance. The sound of heavy footsteps grew louder, and with a resounding crash, the front door was kicked open. Boom! The anticipated explosion erupted with ferocity, flames expanding, shockwaves scattering shards of glass, bullet casings, and debris, intermingled with several anguished cries. Without uttering a word, Han Xiao seized a submachine gun in each hand, using the cover of dust to rush toward the door, extending the barrels outward and spraying gunfire at the walls on either side. Smoke enveloped the area, obscuring visibility as the dull thuds of bullets striking flesh echoed relentlessly until the magazines were emptied, leaving the surroundings in an eerie silence. The standard method of breaching a door typically involves one person kicking it open while others hide beside it. Although Team B was fortunate to evade the initial round of grenades, they could not escape the subsequent barrage. The kill notifications on the panel cascaded like a waterfall, displaying dozens of entries. Team B was nearly entirely obliterated, with only 3 guards still clinging to life, sprawled in a pool of blood. Upon witnessing Han Xiao emerge from the smoke, their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Even the intricate traps could be employed. Is this still the unassuming and taciturn Zero experiment? Han Xiao fired 3 shots, sending the trio back to their origins. What on earth is happening? What is the situation? The captain of Team A inquired loudly. Han Xiao casually picked up several firearms and began to spray bullets chaotically, feigning panic as he exclaimed. Team B has encountered an ambush. They are engaged in combat with the enemy in the laboratory. requesting immediate assistance. Team A promptly mobilized reinforcements. The captain of Team A, taken aback, led his team down to the third-floor laboratory, yet his mind remained restless, sensing he had overlooked a critical detail. Upon reaching the third floor, the captain of Team A suddenly had a realization and urgently declared, "Everyone, be on high alert. Zero may have infiltrated our communication network. From now on, all actions must adhere to my commands." The expressions of the team members changed drastically as they considered the possibility that Zero had acquired a walkie-talkie. It was indeed due to Han Xiao's previously silent demeanor that they had overlooked this vulnerability. If Zero had obtained the walkie-talkie, then the earlier distress call from Team B could very well have been a ruse. Throughout this ordeal, no other members of Team B had spoken. A chilling conjecture emerged in the mind of the captain of Team A. Could it be that both Teams B and C had been entirely annihilated by Zero? A shiver ran down his spine. If that were the case, had Zero single-handedly eradicated half of the base's defensive force? He was reluctant to accept this notion. Yet every clue pointed to the undeniable truth, no matter how implausible it seemed. He could almost ascertain that the earlier Team B member was undoubtedly a guise of Zero, intended to lure Team A into a trap. Or perhaps Zero merely sought to divert Team A's attention to make an escape through the main entrance. The captain of Team A hastily queried, "Team D, report. Is there any anomaly at the main entrance?" "None for the time being," came the reply. The captain of Team A breathed a sigh of relief. They could not allow Zero to lead them astray. With the guards suffering over half casualties and the situation spiraling out of control, relying on the remaining personnel to eliminate Zero was no longer a viable option. He urgently needed to inform Lady Hela. Team A, return to the main entrance immediately. With newfound resolve, the captain of Team A decided to gather everyone to guard the main entrance, awaiting reinforcements from the organization. This was the most prudent course of action, ensuring absolute safety. Regardless of Zero's intentions, as long as he could not escape, it would be a certain deadlock. Team A retraced their steps and arrived at the main entrance, reuniting with Team D. Team B and C may have been entirely wiped out. I am preparing to call for assistance while we hold the exit. The captain of Team A surveyed the personnel present. 31 guards, 31 guns aimed at the corridor. Should Zero appear, they could unleash a metallic storm, shredding the target into fragments in an instant. Suddenly, the captain of Team A sensed something was amiss. Wait a moment, weren't we supposed to be 30 individuals? Beep beep. The access control illuminated with a green light, and the main entrance opened abruptly. Everyone turned around in bewilderment, only to behold a black-clad operative, equipped with a tactical backpack, standing by the entrance. He held a white card, tipped his hat with a finger, and whistled a cheerful tune to the crowd. Goodbye. In an instant, he yanked down the locking mechanism, rolled on the ground, and deftly slipped out just before the door slammed shut and locked. The guards were left petrified, their expressions blank as they stood frozen in place. The leader of Team A felt the tension rise in his forehead. The sealed door seemed to mock him silently. When did Zero manage to infiltrate? The heavy alloy door thundered shut with a resounding finality. At last, he had escaped. The long-awaited sunlight bathed him warmly, dissipating the pent-up frustration within him. He glanced at the sky, estimating it to be around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The radiant sun hung high above, casting its light upon the canvas of white clouds and blue sky, where the outlines of several planets could be faintly discerned, some distant and others closer. The nearest even revealing visible craters. These celestial bodies were the source of the moonlight on Ocean Blue Star, refracting the brilliance of the stars during the night. Taking a deep breath, the fresh air invigorated his senses, filling Han Xiao with a sense of elation. Throughout this endeavor, he never intended to confront the guards directly. Even when the base was at its most vulnerable, whether he could overpower them was secondary. If the guards suffered significant losses, leaving them devoid of hope, the sentinels would undoubtedly activate the locking mechanism without hesitation. Even if he transformed into Rambo and eliminated all the guards, a locked door would spell the end of his escape plan, leaving Han Xiao in a state of confusion. Disguising himself as a member of Team B to lure Team A away, he had donned a relatively clean uniform from the bodies strewn across the ground, stowed away his lightweight power arm in his tactical backpack, and concealed himself in the corner between the second and third floors, an area that offered a blind spot, nearly impossible to detect unless one specifically searched for it. Having lingered in a secure environment for too long, the guards' vigilance had waned, a fact Han Xiao was acutely aware of. Team A was preoccupied with providing support, hurriedly passing by the corner, allowing Han Xiao to stealthily follow at the rear, keeping a low profile with his hat pulled down. The members of Team A evidently did not anticipate Han Xiao's audacity. Who would think to count their comrades? In that moment, no one noticed an additional person at the back of the line. Consequently, Han Xiao accompanied Team A safely to the entrance, and when the guard's attention waned, he stealthily approached the door, executing a masterful ploy that left the guards trapped inside the base. This was a perilous gamble. Any misstep could result in being riddled with bullets from dozens of guns at close range. If given a choice, he would have preferred a less hazardous approach. But the original plan had been sabotaged by Belota, forcing him to take risks. With a success rate hovering around 50%, Han Xiao was willing to take the chance. Surrounded by abandoned farmland, Han Xiao discovered the tire tracks left by an off-road vehicle. Following the trail, he found a garage where several sleek, armored SUVs lay in repose. The keys hung conveniently beside the garage door, a boon to him in this moment. With reinforcements potentially on the horizon, lingering was not an option. Escaping the laboratory was merely the first step. The relentless pursuit would soon follow. He tossed the backpack containing the mechanical arm onto the passenger seat, seized the keys, and ignited the engine. His hands gripped the steering wheel, which, to his delight, was genuine leather. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the powerful engine roared to life, the SUV barreling through the farm's fence and into the forest's dirt path. Han Xiao was unfamiliar with the surrounding terrain, relying solely on instinct to navigate in a single direction. Meanwhile, a Black Hawk helicopter hovered overhead as Hela's phone rang, her brow furrowing in concern. Who could it be? It was her supervisor, reporting a crisis at the base. Subject Zero had gone rogue, claiming the lives of over 30 guards, including Deputy Supervisor Belota and Dr. Lin Weixian, destroying critical experimental data. The team leader's voice was heavy with despair. They were undoubtedly to blame for this failure. If they did not notify their superiors soon, not only would their future be at stake, but their very lives as well. Moreover, their comrades remained trapped within the base. With no one to unlock the doors, would they simply stare at each other until the end of time? Hela was taken aback. Are you jesting with me? She had personally overseen the conditioning of Subject Zero. Was it all an act? The conditioning of the other test subjects had shown no issues. Had she been deceived from the very beginning? Hela hastily contacted the leader, relaying the team leader's words. The leader's breathing grew heavy on the line, as though he were stifling his fury. Turn around immediately and pursue them. Hela hesitated. My sister, silence. You have no standing to negotiate with me. Reluctantly biting her lip, she barked at the pilot. Turn around. Back to the base. Director Hela, the aircraft needs to refuel first. Hurry up. The Night Owl team received the leader's orders midway, and several SUVs retraced their route, opening the base's gates from the outside. The agents, disheveled and grimy, emerged from their confinement, taking in the devastation of the base. Number One's face contorted with a mix of rage and disbelief as he pointed an accusatory finger at the team leader. You couldn't stop him with dozens of men? Is there a traitor among us? He doubted his own capabilities and equally questioned Han Xiao's. The guard's expressions shifted drastically. No one could bear the weight of betrayal against the organization. Enough. The leader has commanded us to pursue. Silver Knife interjected, his demeanor icy as he ushered the Night Owl team into the vehicles. Wait, our test subject team should come along as well. Number One proclaimed loudly, leading his team into 2 additional vehicles. He had always considered himself the quintessential experimental subject, holding a deep disdain for Han Xiao, the operative who preceded him. Yet, Han Xiao's impressive track record compelled him into a spiral of self-doubt, inciting a profound irritation within him. Number One believed that only by vanquishing Han Xiao could he validate his worth to the organization. Throughout the operation, the Night Owl squad paid no heed to the surviving guards, their indifference suggesting a shared belief that the meager number of guards could not possibly obstruct Han Xiao, merely a band of ineptitude. The guards simmered with indignation, unaware that when they truly encountered Zero, they would grasp the gravity of their predicament. In fact, these guards found themselves secretly wishing for Zero's successful escape. If even the Night Owl squad were to falter, their own failures would seem more excusable. As night fell, glimpses of several small celestial bodies emerged through the gaps in the forest, radiating a soft blue luminescence. The various moons floated gracefully and mysteriously, while the stars twinkled in a breathtaking spectacle. Each celestial body in this starry sea possessed its own unique environmental characteristics. In a previous life, There were leisure enthusiasts who reveled in interstellar travel, capturing the beauty of different planets and compiling them into albums that became bestsellers on official forums. At this moment, the moonlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, rendering visibility quite poor. Han Xiao navigated cautiously, anxious about colliding with trees, aware that the engine's roar would betray his position, and the darkness constricted his speed. Driving at night was exceedingly disadvantageous. He resolved to abandon the vehicle, turning off the ignition and extracting the keys. With the engine silenced, the tranquility of the forest enveloped him, and the shadows of the trees danced under the moonlight like elusive phantoms, creating an eerie atmosphere. He acquired military-grade compressed biscuits X5 and bottled water X3 from the vehicle's trunk, stowing them in his pack before venturing into the woods alone. The vehicle had left tracks in the forest's earthy path, and he could not erase the evidence. He simply changed direction and fled on foot. Without the car, the night became his cloak of concealment. Though fatigued and low on stamina, Han Xiao dared not pause. He had yet to escape the clutches of danger. After a considerable distance, the distant roar of an approaching vehicle echoed behind him. Han Xiao quickly concealed himself behind a tree, peering cautiously. He discerned 6 beams of headlights flickering through the forest, diverging into 3 distinct paths. 3 enemy vehicles. Han Xiao pressed his lips together. His decision to abandon the car had successfully misled the adversaries, forcing them to split their pursuit. He stealthily maneuvered in another direction. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the stillness of the night. An alarm surged within Han Xiao, and he instinctively threw himself to the ground. A searing pain shot through his shoulder as he turned to glimpse a bullet grazing him, leaving a crimson trail. While a tree trunk over 10 meters away bore the evidence of the shot, a vehicle halted over 300 meters away, and the entire 3rd squad of Night Owl disembarked, donning sleek, dark goggles. The assailant was none other than their captain, Silverblade, wielding a sniper rifle. 6 individuals adorned with laser eyes? Han Xiao was taken aback by their appearance, only to swiftly realize that they were equipped with night vision goggles. "What bad luck!" he exclaimed, hastily seeking refuge behind a tree. "You sustained a graze from an SWP sniper rifle on your right shoulder, resulting in 18 points of damage. Goodness! Merely being grazed by a sniper rifle inflicted damage comparable to that of a handgun. You entered a state of combat, and based on your level, you obtained detailed information about your adversaries. Night Owl Agent, total level, 15 profession, Agent, LV10, Elite Agent, LV5 attributes, Strength 18, Agility 15, Endurance 25, Intelligence 10, Mystery 3, Charm 8, Luck 1 Energy, 0 Energy Level, 40 Health Points, 350 Special Abilities, Well-Trained, increases base health by 100 points. Pain Ignorance, combat effectiveness does not diminish due to injury, skills, Basic Combat LV4, Basic Shooting LV5, Precision Shooting LV2, Sniping LV1, Commander Configuration, Equipment, SWP Sniper Rifle, Commander Configuration Quality Gray, Large Caliber Sniper Rifle, Attack Power 7088, Rate of Fire 0, 5 rounds SEC, Magazine Capacity 5 rounds. Output Energy Level 30, Usage Requirement, Mastery of Sniping, LV1 Thermal Imaging Night Vision Goggles, Quality Gray, Essential for Night Operations Type 73 Wasp Handgun, Quality Gray. Small Caliber Portable Firearm, Attack Power 2835, Rate of Fire 1. 1 rounds SEC, Magazine Capacity 10 rounds. Output Energy Level 13 G-Type Fragmentation Grenade. X3 inflicts 50-80 points of explosive damage in a 20-meter radius, with a chance of causing multiple injuries. Output Energy Level 45 Jason Submachine Gun. Quality Gray, Attack Power 3642, Single Fire Rate 1. 5 rounds SEC, Burst Fire Rate 4 rounds SEC. Theoretical Maximum Fire Rate 10 rounds SEC. Overheats in 3 seconds. Magazine Capacity 30 rounds. Output Energy Level 33 Kira Lightweight Bulletproof Vest. Quality Gray, Range Defense 1012. Durability 50 Alloy Dagger. Quality Gray, Attack Power 812, Length 0. 28 meters. These 6 Night Owl agents were formidable foes, although their total level was lower than his. They possessed specialized second-tier combat professions, boasting high attribute panels, and were fully armed. This was troublesome. Han Zhao's expression grew grave. In a world where love persists, I shall extend a moment for Brother Xiao. With only 130 points of durability remaining on his lightweight powered arm, an enhanced Type 73 Wasp handgun, a light N9 submachine gun, and 15 magazines. This constituted Han Xiao's entire fortune. Compared to the well-equipped Night Owl team, his situation felt pitifully inadequate. Bang! The sniper rifle fired again, a searing bullet whizzing through the foliage he was hiding behind, narrowly missing him. Han Xiao inwardly lamented. The enemy possessed night vision, while he could only ascertain their location through the flash of their gunfire. The power of the sniper rifle is overwhelming. With his current health, it is likely that he would succumb after merely 3 shots. With 18 free attribute points at his disposal, Han Xiao thought little before allocating 14 points to stamina and 4 to strength, the former for survival, and the latter to ensure he could unleash devastating attacks against the Night Owl operatives. He had discerned that engaging in a shootout with the enemy would only expose his weaknesses. While close combat was perilous, it also presented the opportunity he desperately needed. In such a predicament, contemplating retreat would only reveal vulnerabilities. The enemy possessed night vision goggles, leaving no avenue for escape unless he could eliminate them completely. His strength now reached 29 points, and with the mechanical arm's special effect granting a 10-fold advantage, he achieved a formidable power advantage. His stamina increased to 36, and his health surged to 460, an immediate boost of 140 points, which was crucial. Having regained some health during his previous flight, his current condition was relatively stable. Having observed for a moment, Han Xiao noted that the Night Owl squad had formed a fan-shaped encirclement to prevent his escape. Lacking tight coordination among themselves, the sparse formation, combined with the dark forest environment, resulted in a support interval of 5 to 8 seconds. This meant he had only a fleeting few seconds for close-quarters combat. Failing to eliminate his chosen target swiftly would surely lead him to despair. He had dispatched numerous enemies within the base, and with his prior experience reserves, he had a total of 116,000 experience points remaining. With life and death at stake, there was no room for hesitation. He invested all his experience into martial arts skills. His grappling skill rose to level 5, enhancing his counterattack rate by 7 and increasing unarmed attack power by 10. His basic combat skill advanced to level 8, augmenting his unarmed attack power by 8. As his basic combat reached level 8 and grappling surpassed level 3, he was presented with 3 advanced skill options: Special Combat, Jiu-Jitsu, or Iron Fist. Special Combat leaned towards explosive strikes, assassination, and weapon usage. Jiu-Jitsu focused on holds and immobilizations. Iron Fist increased the power of punches and kicks, representing 3 distinct developmental paths. In his current situation, Han Xiao needed explosive power the most. Upon acquiring the advanced skill, Special Combat Level 1, he gained an increase of 6 in close-range critical hit rate and 4 in unarmed attack power. With his experience fully expended, his close-quarters attack power surged by nearly 15, instantly elevating Han Xiao's combat prowess. He felt an instinctive mastery of various fighting techniques. Regrettably, he lacked combat-oriented active skills that utilized energy. Han Xiao silently lamented the scarcity of early active skills in the mechanical system, which made it difficult to harness energy effectively. Attribute enhancements were not the primary function of energy. Its true utility resided in active skill usage. Managing stamina to swiftly regain energy aligned with the concept of energy being extracted from cells, knowing when to employ skills and when to recuperate energy, as well as how to conserve both stamina and energy, were all crucial details that could sway the outcome of a battle, elements of finesse reserved for the skilled. Equipped with lightweight powered arms, Han Xiao resembled a coiled leopard. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with air. Oxygen traversed the alveoli into his bloodstream, permeating cellular membranes and entering red blood cells. By enhancing the oxygen content in his blood, he adjusted his physical state to its peak. In the next instant, Han Xiao exerted a powerful force with his legs, propelling himself forward like a leopard pouncing on its prey. Sprinting fiercely towards his predetermined target, the left flank of the enemy formation, where the Night Owl agent lay closest. The moment he leaped, gunfire erupted. 6 Jason submachine guns converging their fire upon him, their bullets tearing through the air and sending plumes of earth skyward. The forest provided a natural barrier, and Han Xiao raised his mechanical arm to shield his side, weaving around trees to evade a barrage of bullets. With his other hand, he unleashed a hail of fire from his submachine gun, suppressing the Night Owl squad's firepower, the faint acrid scent of gunpowder filling his nostrils. In a mere 3 seconds, Han Xiao reached his target, swiftly hurling the submachine gun to deflect the Night Owl Agent's weapon. His mechanical arm struck with ferocity, colliding with the Agent's arms as they attempted to defend themselves, producing a crackling sound of shattering bone as metal met flesh, clearly to the detriment of the latter. The Night Owl Agent, gritting through the pain, drew a handgun and aimed it at Han Xiao's head. However, Han Xiao's agility was far from ornamental. He reacted with lightning speed, grasping the gun's muzzle in his iron palm. The bullet effectively snuffed out before it could be fired. With his right hand, Han Xiao seized the agent's gun-wielding arm, yanking it down to destabilize him. The Night Owl Agent staggered into Han Xiao's embrace, and seizing the opportunity, Han Xiao drove his knee upward with tremendous force into the enemy's groin, distinctly feeling the deformation of the two spherical objects under the pressure of his strike. You have struck the enemy's vital point, inflicting double critical damage. The enemy is immobilized for 2 seconds. Although he could not discern the expression behind the Night Owl Agent's goggles, the agonized cries confirmed the effectiveness of his blow. In this dire moment, Han Xiao paid no heed to the ruthlessness of his tactics. He relentlessly continued to deliver a series of punishing knee strikes to the agent's vulnerable area. Thud, thud, thud. 78, 81, 84. The two spherical objects jostled violently. Apologies, my friend, but I can sense your sorrow. The bulletproof vest wasn't designed to protect against such a strike. The enemy's health dwindled like water through a sieve, and with a final, decisive elbow strike, Han Xiao shattered the agent's fragile throat. The Night Owl Agent crumpled to the ground, a foul odor wafting into the air, a grotesque mixture of yellow and red staining his pants. Han Xiao scarcely had time to revel in his triumph when a sudden pain seared through his back, prompting him to drop to the ground, dragging the corpse beside him to take cover behind a large tree. You have been struck in the back by an SWP sniper rifle, sustaining 68 points of damage. You are experiencing heavy bleeding from a large caliber gunshot wound, losing 3 health points per second for 15 seconds. Please apply a bandage promptly. With formidable foes closing in, there was no time to tend to his wounds. Han Xiao's face paled from the pain. This shot had significantly depleted his health. Damn it! The remaining 5 Night Owl agents, clearly enraged by the brutal slaughter of their comrade, quickly encircled him, their weapons spitting flames as they maintained a barrage of fire, sending wood chips flying, leaving Han Xiao unable to expose himself even an inch. Han Xiao hastily scavenged all the equipment from the Night Owl agent's body, donning the bulletproof vest that should provide some protection against a couple of shots. Most importantly, he had acquired 3 G-type fragmentation grenades, a valuable asset. With a flick of his wrist, he launched one of them into the fray. Boom! The explosion resounded, prompting the enemy to urgently seek cover. As the suffocating barrage of firepower abruptly ceased, "Shoot me!" Han Xiao, filled with resentment, hurled another object, causing the 5 Night Owl operatives, who had just attempted to rise, to hastily drop back down. Once more, a third dark object was thrown, and instinctively the 5 men crouched down, waiting for 2 seconds only to realize there was no explosion. Upon closer inspection, what lay before them was not a grenade, but rather a mere stone. In an instant, they understood they had fallen into a trap. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xiao charged forth, brandishing his submachine gun and unleashing a torrent of bullets without concern for the overheating barrel, nearly emptying the magazine in an instant. One Night Owl operative, concealed in the grass, was ruthlessly turned into a sieve by his gunfire. Discarding the submachine gun, Han Xiao swiftly pivoted to throw another grenade, once again halting the counterattack from the remaining 4. He then lunged forward, colliding with another Night Owl operative from a different direction. However, he was not unscathed this time. In the chaos, Silver Blade opened fire, and a bullet struck his calf, inflicting yet another wound. Gritting his teeth, Han Xiao felt his injured leg hinder his mobility. Yet he struggled to drag the downed Night Owl operative behind a tree, swiftly dispatching him. With his enhanced combat skills, these Night Owl operatives were no match for him in close quarters. Only 3 enemies remained. His health was reduced to half. Faced with such dire circumstances, Han Xiao remained increasingly composed, rapidly conjuring and dismissing various tactics in his mind. A seasoned veteran of countless battles, he understood both himself and his adversaries. Panic was futile at any moment. If his conjecture was correct, the enemy would next. Han Xiao's gaze narrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Silverblade, his complexion ashen, had initially dismissed the test subject entirely, never anticipating that he would suffer a loss of half his men. He cast aside his arrogance and, now devoid of patience, barked, "Blow him to smithereens." The remaining 3 simultaneously deployed grenades, their arcs gracefully tracing through the air, landing behind the tree where Han Xiao was concealed. Boom! The expanding flames. The thunderous blast and the swirling dust enveloped the area, and when all subsided, silence prevailed. Was he dead? Uncertain. Silverblade shook his head and signaled for advancement. The 3 operatives crouching low as they cautiously approached the explosion site. Upon reaching the tree, they discovered a charred corpse lying on the ground, emitting wisps of white smoke. From the tattered uniform, it was identifiable as Zero. Finally, they had killed him. One operative exhaled in relief. But wait. Silverblade's eyes widened in alarm as he abruptly recoiled, shouting, "Get down!" Before his 2 companions could react, a spinning bullet shot forth from the nearby thicket, accurately striking the 3 grenades concealed beneath the corpse's palm. In such close proximity, the ensuing explosion inflicted multiple grenade injuries on the 2 Night Owl operatives, the blinding fire engulfing them in an instant. You inflicted 60 points of explosive damage on the enemy. X8, you have slain a Night Owl operative. Gaining 1,500 experience points. X2, the rustling in the bushes prompted Han Xiao to rise. He appeared quite disheveled, half of his body charred. With merely over 50 points of health remaining, still bleeding profusely, and his stamina nearly depleted. His life flickered like a candle flame in the wind. At any moment it could be extinguished. Darkness encroached upon his vision, fatigue crashing over him like a relentless tide against his nerves. Summoning his remaining strength, he managed to stave off unconsciousness. Utilizing the body of the Night Owl agent he had slain as a makeshift shield, he survived the onslaught of grenades. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he draped his clothing over the corpse and set 3 newly acquired grenades as a deceptive trap, hastily retreating into a nearby thicket. Holding his breath like a hunter poised for the kill, only Silverblade sensed the danger and narrowly escaped. Blood blurred his vision. Han Xiao was in a dire state, his limbs trembling uncontrollably from weakness. The last enemy, however, remained unscathed. He immediately recognized he could not afford to allow a distance to form. Just as Silverblade began to rise, a bloodied shadow lunged before him. "You seek your own demise." Silverblade roared in fury, drawing a dagger from his waist and thrusting it fiercely. The aircraft's searchlight illuminated the forest. A Black Hawk helicopter descended, and Hela descended the soft ladder to the ground. The area beneath was riddled with bullet holes and scorched from explosions, clearly indicative of a fierce battle. The first experimental team to arrive began to collect the scattered bloodstains. Number 1's face turned ashen, fists clenched, remaining silent. Hela gazed at the 6 bodies laid out before her in a line, shock written across her features. The Night Owl's 3rd squad had been annihilated. Zero had vanished without a trace. The results were simply unbelievable. Hela stood stunned for several minutes. The corpses could tell a story. Hela crouched down to examine them. 2 had been blown apart, 1 shot, and 3 had succumbed to close-quarters combat. Silverblade's goggles were shattered, shards embedded in his eyeball, his death gruesome. She reached out to feel Silverblade's body. It was soft and limp. The bones shattered beyond recognition, particularly the pelvis and lower body, reduced to fragments. The injuries suggested he had been brutally beaten to death by a close combat expert. Unmistakably not the work of Zero. She understood Han Zhao's melee skills all too well. He was merely slightly above average. No, he might not even surpass an ordinary person. Combat skills could not be acquired overnight. These agents were all seasoned warriors, each trained for over a decade, with the Night Owl squad being particularly elite. Even if Han Xiao had concealed his strength, he had only trained for 6 months at most. Had it not been for the evidence before her, Hela would never have believed it. Could it be that he, like me, has awakened extraordinary powers? Hela felt a twinge of regret. Had she paid more attention to Han Xiao in the past, perhaps she would have detected the signs earlier. At the moment Zero escaped, she happened to be absent from the base, which left Hela feeling frustrated. Had she been present, she was confident she could have captured Zero without fail. Was this merely luck, or did Zero seize the opportunity deliberately? The equipment of the Night Owl squad was nowhere to be found, but we did discover this item. A special agent approached, wielding a lightweight powered arm, which was now stained with blood. A dagger was lodged between the gears, having pierced the engine, rendering it inoperable. Bring it back. A day later, a significant contingent from the budding organization arrived at the base, mobilizing intact surveillance footage and gathering clues. with the leader himself making an appearance. Clad in a black trench coat, black mask, and black gloves, the leader was enveloped in darkness, resembling a character that had stepped out from the set of a detective film. Even within the organization, no more than 5 individuals knew the true identity of the leader. "What of Zero?" the leader inquired succinctly. "We lost track of him," came the reply from number 1, gritting his teeth. "If only I had a bit more time." But the leader abruptly raised his palm, a gesture that conveyed impatience and fury, compelling number 1 to fall silent. The leader's anger was palpable. Mere days ago, Zero had been regarded as a worthless pawn, yet now this pawn had inflicted tremendous losses and managed to escape, proving the leader's judgment flawed. A failed experimental subject had killed 30 armed guards, destroyed vital research data, annihilated an elite team of night owls, leading to the loss of Lin Weixian, and ultimately made a successful escape. Was I listening to a fairy tale? The others exchanged glances. The leader coldly demanded, "I want to know when Zero began to exhibit signs of defiance. What fueled his combat prowess?" Researchers eagerly responded, "We have analyzed the preserved surveillance footage over the past 6 months and arrived at several hypotheses." Speak. There was a significant shift in Zero's behavioral patterns before and after the experiment, according to reports from the teams responsible for capturing human materials. Zero's original name was Xiao Han, the 3rd son of the second-in-command of the Overmela family. The assembly gasped. The Overmela family was a renowned warlord clan and a partner of the deadliest nation. How could they have captured someone of such lineage among prisoners and wandering outcasts? The leader expressed surprise. The son of the second-in-command of Overmela? What is the meaning of this? Our investigations reveal that Xiao Han was the most unremarkable son of the Overmela family's second-in-command, lacking any awakened powers or exceptional leadership qualities, and possessing a notably timid disposition. The researchers continued to sift through reports. "We discovered Xiao Han, barely clinging to life amidst the corpses on a battlefield. Our investigation indicates that he was accompanying his elder brother, Xiao Hai, transporting a batch of supplies when they were ambushed." Proceed. At that time, Xiao Hai was the commander of the convoy. The assailant's objective was not the supplies, but rather the assassination of Xiao Hai. As a promising successor within the Overmela family, he was expected to inherit the position of the second-in-command, and according to our informants, this assault was a result of internal conflict, initiated by those seeking to eliminate the heir. Xiao Hai compelled Xiao Han to don his clothing as bait, and they fled in different directions. Ultimately, Xiao Han was struck by a shell, while Xiao Hai escaped unscathed. The leader furrowed his brow. How could our informant possess such intricate knowledge? It appears that Xiao Hai did not conceal any detailed information, including the coercion of Xiao Han. He acted with impunity. Xiao Han's demise did not incite dissatisfaction from his family toward Xiao Hai. The second-in-command of the Overmela family stated that as long as Xiao Hai was safe, that was sufficient. As you know, the Overmela family reveres strength, rendering Xiao Han's position within the family expendable. His siblings seemed utterly indifferent to his death. Subsequently, we inadvertently discovered that Xiao Han was not entirely deceased. The original body's fate was akin to a mere ripple in the water, scarcely regarded by anyone. In the eyes of the Overmela family, sacrificing an ineffectual younger son in exchange for the survival of an exceptional heir is an acceptable cost, as profit outweighs sentiment. Han Xiao bore none of these memories. Upon his traversal, the original body's recollections had been violently expunged by the budding organization. The leader scoffed, declaring that weakness is the original sin. The inept do not merit pity, and I must ascertain his current condition. A researcher interjected, "We hypothesize that the Valkyrie experiment induced mutations in Subject Zero, with effects that may surpass our expectations. He has acquired not only mechanical aptitude, but also an extraordinary intellect." Subject Zero exhibited harmlessness in the 6 months following the experiment. With a 90% likelihood of it being a facade, he began planning his escape 6 months ago. Hela could not restrain herself, asking if this meant the brainwashing had failed. "It is likely so," replied the researcher, their expression tinged with frustration. Continuing, the researcher posed a question. What rationale exists for a subject from whom we have erased past memories to suddenly exhibit resistance and an awareness of escape? There exists only one possibility. The experiment has aided him in reclaiming his memories. However, investigations reveal that Subject Zero did not previously possess extraordinary abilities, and such cunning suggests he has not only regained his memories, but has also awakened peculiar aspects of his personality. This is the most plausible explanation. Can you guarantee this? The leader's tone turned frigid. I cannot, the researcher admitted, their mouth dry. Who knows the true circumstances of Subject Zero? This is merely the most reasonable conjecture. Unable to contain himself, Subject One remarked. Could it be merely a matter of luck? The leader stared at him as though he were a fool. If you could replicate Subject Zero's achievements through luck, I would gladly relinquish my position as leader to you. By the way, the guards have retrieved the exoskeletal mechanical arm utilized by Subject Zero. The researcher presented the report, exclaiming, although technically rudimentary, it exhibits remarkable innovation. It is likely that Subject Zero's combat prowess derives largely from this apparatus. The Weapons Development Department is eager to replicate and improve it, though substantial funding will be required. The leader's spirits lifted slightly upon hearing this good news. Money was not an issue, as long as they could deliver a finished product. The researchers nodded. Returning to the original topic. Regardless of the reasons, Subject Zero had endured in silence for 6 months. Coupled with his demonstrated mechanical prowess and combat capabilities, he was undeniably a meticulous and exceedingly lethal individual. A chill ran through the hearts of those present. Subject Zero was a unique experimental case, possessing immense research value. Acquiring his body, even in death, would further enhance the experimental data. While reviewing previous surveillance footage, the sheer patience exhibited by Zero over the past 6 months sent shivers down their spines, instilling a profound sense of terror within the researchers. Yet, simultaneously, each researcher harbored an intense desire to study Han Xiao. Subject 1, sensing the longing in the researcher's gazes, immediately darkened in countenance. His greatest intolerable thought was being outdone by Zero. From the moment of his inception, Subject 1 was aware that he was the second experimental subject, with another's codename preceding his own. Thus, he had always regarded Han Xiao as a hypothetical adversary. Just when he believed he had finally subdued Han Xiao, reality struck him like a thunderbolt. The leader recalled a crucial matter. Before addressing the potential dangers of the Valkyrie serum, all experiments must be suspended. A thorough reprogramming of the existing experimental subjects was imperative. He did not wish to see another Subject Zero emerge. Subject 1's eyes blazed with fury, feeling his loyalty had been insulted, and he declared loudly, I am willing to lead the team to hunt down Zero. The leader regarded him with a discerning gaze, placing great hope in the experimental team, and slowly responded, Can you ensure the completion of the task? Sensing the leader's expectations, Subject 1's spirit soared as he confidently vowed to accomplish the mission. Very well, bring me Zero, regardless of whether he lives or dies. The sun filtered through the foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground as a hand pushed aside the underbrush, revealing a weary visage. Han Xiao had been on the run for 7 days, surviving in the wilderness, having consumed all his military rations and fresh water. Now, his backpack contained only a collection of equipment seized from the Night Owl squad. He had sacrificed the functionality of his lightweight mechanical arm to jam the silver dagger, and the subsequent events unfolded predictably. Even with merely a layer of skin left, he was capable of subduing the silver dagger, who was unskilled in close combat. How could a dragon rider possibly lose? With a self-deprecating smile, he dismissed any thoughts of failure. After all, he possessed blueprints and materials to reconstruct his equipment, feeling no remorse. It was all too common for a mechanic to have their gear damaged in combat. The medical conditions in the jungle were abysmal, but fortunately, his stamina attribute was sufficiently high to prevent concerns about wound infections. Enduring the pain, he extracted the bullet, and the wound would gradually heal. The injury inflicted by the sniper rifle posed a bit of a challenge, lodged between the scapular seams. Extracting the bullet caused Han Xiao considerable agony, leaving him dazed for half an hour. Unlike the second master, who casually endured bone scraping while reading Spring and Autumn, Han Xiao felt no affinity with that approach. Throughout his journey, Lady Luck favored him. He encountered no ferocious beasts, and the few long-eared rabbits he came across ended up in his stomach. The beasts of the Azure Blue Star are exceedingly ferocious, with some displaying a remarkable level of intelligence. Historically, they have besieged cities on multiple occasions. Among these formidable creatures are the colossal whale elephants, measuring several dozen meters in length, width, and height, impervious to firearms, capable of annihilating an entire city single-handedly. Although Han Xiao recalls the map of Azure Blue Star, his lack of knowledge regarding his current location leaves him at a loss. He can only emulate Quafu, running towards the direction of the rising sun, and at night, He finds himself sleeping in trees, frequently disturbed by insects, awakening 7 or 8 times throughout the night. He has come to a profound realization. Mosquitoes are undoubtedly the most bothersome creatures in existence. When will he escape this forest? Han Xiao gasps for breath. At that moment, a campsite emerges in the distance, its peculiar barriers and ground spikes fashioned from wood, concrete, and scrap metal, a rudimentary defensive measure. The camp houses several felt tents, with wisps of smoke rising, clearly a common dwelling for drifters on Azure Blue Star. Han Xiao's heart leaps with joy, for he is in dire need of supplies. However, as he advances a few dozen meters, his expression suddenly shifts, and he retreats hastily. Before him, the ground stirs, and a large net woven from coarse rope rises abruptly. Its mesh affixed with thin metal shards, a treacherous blade net trap. Fortunately, he reacts swiftly, otherwise, he would have been riddled with holes. A long-haired youth emerges from behind a tree, clad in an ensemble of various animal hides, his gaze fixed maliciously upon Han Xiao as he brandishes a crude shotgun, aiming it at Han Xiao's head with a swaggering demeanor. "Stop! Don't move," he barks. This young man is evidently a resident of the encampment, not wishing to instigate conflict. Han Xiao raises his hands, asserting, "I am merely a passerby." A passerby? The long-haired youth's attention is drawn to Han Xiao's bulging bag, his eyes gleaming with greed. "What do you have in that pack? Hand it all over." Han Xiao, sensing the impending robbery, sighs inwardly. It is no wonder the blade net trap is precisely the size of a human body. It is evidently designed for capturing individuals. In these chaotic times, human life is as cheap as grass. Most drifters are refugees from the fallen Six Nations, and the harsh wilderness has fostered their dogged greed, making murder and resource theft all too commonplace. "Are you deaf? Hand over your belongings." The long-haired youth curses as he advances, the crude shotgun pressing menacingly against Han Xiao's forehead. His backpack is filled with firearms and ammunition, specifically the standard equipment of the budding organization. How could he possibly reveal it? Han Xiao remains unperturbed. "Can't understand what I'm saying? Do you believe I won't blow your brains out?" The long-haired youth snarls, pulling back the shotgun's hammer menacingly. At that moment, Han Xiao springs into action with lightning speed, elbowing the long-haired youth forcefully in the chest. The youth lets out a cry and is sent flying backward, while Han Xiao seizes the shotgun with his other hand. Trouble awaits. "I've encountered a tough opponent." The long-haired youth clutches his chest in panic, scrambling backward in a desperate attempt to distance himself from this fierce assailant. Han Xiao untangled the knife trap and extracted a thick rope, binding the whimpering young man with long hair to a tree. He picked up a crude shotgun, examining it closely. The craftsmanship was rough, the barrel askew. One shot could easily result in a catastrophic malfunction. To wield such a weapon for robbery was sheer folly. Yet it also indicated that the youth had likely never taken a life, merely a facade of bravado. Upon seeing Han Xiao brandish the firearm, the long-haired youth panicked and hastily pleaded for mercy. "Be brother, I was blind to your stature. I beg you, spare me." Han Xiao delivered a sharp slap to his head, demanding, "Only now do you realize your folly?" The youth, devoid of any spine, quickly responded, "I was wrong, I was wrong." When pressed for specifics, he hesitated and cautiously inquired, "Should I have brought an additional firearm?" Han Xiao was momentarily amused. "You certainly possess a sense of humor." The youth, with a woeful expression, implored, "Please, let me go. I am but a trifling nuisance." "Begone, I have no use for your trifles," Han Xiao retorted, raising the stock of the gun and rendering the youth unconscious with a decisive blow. He shook his head in resignation. This man was a resident of the encampment, and Han Xiao sought to procure provisions without escalating matters further, thus opting to bind and incapacitate him instead. "Consider yourself fortunate," Han Xiao muttered under his breath. After trudging for half an hour, Han Xiao finally arrived at the wanderer's settlement, where the inhabitants regarded him with wary eyes. The wilderness was perilous, and the nomadic wanderers were notoriously insular. Although outsiders were a rare sight, they had not been entirely absent in the past, allowing Han Xiao to avoid becoming a spectacle akin to a zoo animal. The lifestyle of the wilderness wanderers resembled that of the gypsies, frequently migrating. Beside each family's tent stood a small pickup truck, covered in dust cloths. These vehicles were primarily modified, showing signs of rust, with some lacking outer shells, leaving their frames exposed to the elements. Each pickup symbolized a household, and while the settlement was modest, comprising only a few dozen families, it was nonetheless complete in its own right. Han Xiao successfully navigated to the marketplace, where a burly, bearded man conducted business atop his truck. An outsider? The burly merchant cast a disinterested glance at Han Xiao, inquiring, "Are you aware of our customs?" "What customs?" Han Xiao replied. "We only accept barter here." "That is quite agreeable, for I possess not a single coin. I require a map, 3 barrels of water, and 5 kilograms of food. Jerky or bread will suffice." Han Xiao rummaged through his pack, producing a handful of bullets. "I wish to use these as payment." "Bullets?" The merchant's eyes gleamed with interest. Instinctively glancing at Han Xiao's bulging backpack, a look of greed crossing his face. Ammunition was the currency of the wild. All wanderers had an insatiable demand for bullets, the craftsmanship of which was far more intricate than that of crude firearms. Even small factions of wanderers struggled to produce ammunition. With their output woefully inadequate, each shot diminished their stock. 150 rounds, the burly merchant stated. Han Xiao's expression darkened. "You are asking an outrageous price." What he sought were merely everyday supplies, which, at market price, would not exceed 100. Even accounting for the scarcity of resources in the wilderness, the markup could not surpass 500%. But what of the bullets? Each one costs at least 3, and that is for the most inferior quality of ammunition. The brass bullets provided by Han Xiao are of high quality, manufactured on an assembly line, their shells gleaming, new, and exquisite. 10 would not be deemed expensive, and 150 would be valued at no less than 1,500. Han Xiao only carried 300 bullets, which claimed half of his resources. Clearly an act of exploitation. "If you have the means, don't buy," the burly man said, leisurely attending to his fingernails, exuding an air of confidence that he had the upper hand. Supplies were critically important to Han Xiao, who sighed and prepared to pay for 150 bullets. The burly man, however, shook his finger and raised the price to 180 bullets. Han Xiao's eyes flared with anger. "You deceitful merchant. This is outright price gouging. You're robbing me blind." The burly man, witnessing Han Xiao's fury, theatrically exclaimed, "Oh dear, such a terrifying glare. Do you intend to kill me? Everyone, come quickly, we have a potential murderer here." At this proclamation, dozens of drifters gathered around, some even brandishing crowbars and iron rods, their eyes glinting with menace. "This is our territory. Do you dare to cause trouble?" The burly man boasted. "Fine, 180 bullets it is. If you can't handle it, that is your misfortune." Han Xiao, his teeth gritted in frustration, wished to avoid further conflict. He spat out the words and tossed the bullets onto the ground. The burly man grinned triumphantly, instructing his men to bring the supplies to Han Xiao. After verifying the map and supplies, Han Xiao gave the burly man the middle finger, eager to leave without another moment's delay. Just then, the burly merchant spoke again. "Hey, do you plan to walk out of this forest? What is your problem?" Han Xiao snapped, halting in his tracks. "I have an old pickup truck. Are you interested?" The burly man said nonchalantly, as if the earlier unpleasantness had never occurred. "I can't afford your price," Han Xiao retorted sharply. "You can afford it," he insisted, pointing at Han Xiao's backpack. "With that many bullets, you must have brought plenty of firearms. You could use those to pay." High-quality firearms are highly sought after by drifters, who typically rely on hunting for sustenance. Possessing an excellent weapon translates to having another hunter. Han Xiao's backpack contained gear from the Night Owl team, all of superior quality, including sniper rifles and bulletproof vests, enough to trade for an old pickup truck. Yet, he shook his head, rejecting the burly man's offer. The traces left by driving through the forest are all too conspicuous, essentially indicating to pursuers, "Look, I traveled this way." If he wished to avoid a race against a helicopter, walking would be the wiser choice. Moreover, he harbored another layer of consideration. These firearms were merely nascent standard weapons. Should any budding squad arrive at this settlement and discover the organization's standard arsenal, the settlement would face catastrophic consequences. Selling these guns equated to indirect murder. Although Han Xiao had just been swindled by a merchant, he was not so depraved as to resort to such madness. The bearded man remained undeterred and attempted to peddle his wares further, when suddenly a voice resonated like a tolling bell. "Kailuo, you are exploiting outsiders again." A robust man clad in animal hide hunting attire strode forth, parting the crowd with his mere presence, clearly a figure of considerable stature within the settlement. Kailuo's visage darkened. "Hu Hongjun, I have finally secured a deal. Do not meddle." Hu Hongjun seized the bullets from Kailuo's grasp, presenting them to Han Xiao with grandiosity. The items you seek are hardly worth a few coins. Consider them a gift. Here are your bullets. Taken aback, Han Xiao scrutinized Hu Hongjun. The man, of Asian descent, was robust, with graying temples and piercing eyes. His speech was imbued with a spirited generosity, and his gallant act of returning the bullets immediately endeared him to Han Xiao. "Hey, what am I to do now?" Kaluo cried out. Without turning back, Hu Hongjun retorted, "Isn't it merely some food? I shall repay you tomorrow." Kaluo, exasperated, lamented. "After finally making a sale, you offer me a fair exchange? Do you understand the essence of commerce?" Hu Hongjun, ever the hospitable host, replied, "A guest from afar deserves kindness. You appear weary. It seems you are not accustomed to life in the forest. Therefore, stay at my home for the night, and resume your journey tomorrow." Han Xiao hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. He indeed wished for a moment of respite. Moreover, Hu Hongjun's initial impression was that of a straightforward and generous man, not one of ill intent. Of course, even if the other party had ulterior motives, Han Xiao would not be intimidated. The two departed together, and the onlookers dispersed, leaving Kaluo to pound his chest in frustration, unable to voice his anger. After all, Hu Hongjun was one of the hunters in the settlement, and everyone relied on him to bring back food. His generous nature and excellent rapport made him someone no one dared offend. As Hu Hongjun led Han Xiao back to his tent, he lifted the flap and called out, "I have a guest. Prepare extra food today." "Understood," came a woman's voice in response. Upon entering the tent, Han Xiao encountered the woman referred to as An. She possessed an ordinary appearance and wore a simple cloth skirt. Han Xiao noted her vacant gaze. She was clearly blind. "This is my wife," Hu Hongjun smiled. "Hello," and greeted, smiling in Han Xiao's direction, as she fumbled to retrieve pots, bowls, and dried meat and vegetables, placing them on the makeshift stone stove in the center of the tent to cook. Given the warmth of their hospitality, Han Xiao felt at ease and sat down on the ground, engaging in conversation with Hu Hongjun. After a round of dialogue, Han Xiao discerned that Hu Hongjun harbored no ulterior motives. He was simply a generous host, prompting Han Xiao to lower his guard somewhat. "Just now, I observed that the majority of this settlement comprises individuals of Caucasian descent. How do you find camaraderie with them?" Han Xiao inquired. "The sentient species on Ocean Blue Star are humans, categorized into 4 races: black, white, yellow, and Shanu, all products of natural selection and evolution. Darwin once stated that survival of the fittest prevails. The more perilous the environment, the more resilient the life it fosters. The Shanu possess a physique even more robust than that of the black race. There is no particular reason, amidst the chaos of war, I fortuitously encountered this group of wanderers. At that time, and was ill and required care, so I chose to remain. Despite our differing homelands and races, we are all remnants of a bygone era, exiles from our nations. What difference does it make? We are merely kindred spirits, seeking solace in each other's company." Hu Hongjun spoke with a tone of nostalgia. Originally, Ocean Blue Star housed hundreds of nations. Upon engaging with interstellar forces, it became evident that the existence of so many nations on a finite planet was a gross waste of its limited resources. Disunity leads to endless internal strife. If this persists, when the planet's resources are exhausted, civilization will find itself trapped, bereft of the opportunity to venture into the cosmos. Thus, with the encouragement of well-intentioned individuals, society underwent a dramatic transformation over several decades. Through war, negotiation, and economic pressure, whether by peaceful or violent means, only 6 nations emerged from the sands of time. Those who lost their homelands made varied choices. Some aligned with the 6 nations, others joined the burgeoning factions, while the remainder became wanderers. The world of Ocean Blue Star is currently in the throes of a painful transition from the old era to a new one. The people from those nations that were annexed, destroyed, or disbanded are steeped in sorrow and disillusionment. Everyone yearns for the preservation of their homeland. Yet when the wheels of history deem it time to advance, certain seemingly indispensable elements must accept the fate of being discarded by time, reduced to mere footnotes in history. To cite some simple examples, the wave of job losses in the early 1990s shattered countless iron rice bowls, and the imperial system that endured for millennia in Huaxia collapsed only with the Republic. Prior to that, the existence of emperors was universally regarded as an unquestionable norm. Similarly, the dark religious era of the Western Middle Ages illustrates this theme. The progress of civilization flows inexorably like a mighty river. Every individual, every event, Even entire nations are but grains of sand swept along its currents. Those with limited personal power can only express their grief through networks or protests, or wallow in the melancholy of past national glories. The more radical among them refuse the invitation to join the Six Nations, choosing instead to become wanderers in the wilderness. Forming tight-knit communities, wanderers make up 30% of the planet's population. Meanwhile, some who have bled and toiled for their nation resort to more extreme actions in opposition to the Six Nations. The burgeoning organization emerged as a colossal entity in this societal context, advocating for the overthrow of the Six Nations. United in their shared animosity, a veritable leader in the underground world. Maintaining the status quo is a simple endeavor, yet reform is invariably accompanied by suffering. Even universally acknowledged knowledge encounters obstinate individuals reluctant to embrace change. When faced with the choice between personal gain and societal advancement, some will invariably opt for the former, adopting the mindset of "I care not for the deluge that may follow my demise." Such individuals often serve as impediments on the path of evolution. After all, selfishness yields tangible benefits, while altruism remains an ethereal ideal. Those who embody selflessness are indeed rare creatures. Otherwise, selflessness would not be lauded as a virtue. If it were commonplace, there would be no need for annual awards recognizing the touching deeds within our culture, as these events aim to remind us. Behold, there are still good people in the world from whom we might learn, alleviating some burden from the organizations involved. Hu Hongjun remarked, since the Battle of Andia, history has been bifurcated. The millennia preceding it are deemed the old era, while the present is labeled the new era. At times, I ponder the merits of the past. Life then was peaceful and stable. Yet, it was the so-called theory of internal strife that incited war, the repercussions of which may prove far graver than the internal conflicts themselves. Besides, even if conflict were to arise, it would likely occur centuries hence, leaving future generations to grapple with the ensuing dilemmas. What concern is it of ours? Han Xiao sighed. Who can say? Perhaps to most. Internal strife resembles the metaphor of a frog in boiling water. Better a brief agony than prolonged suffering, Han Xiao shrugged. The Battle of Andia marked the conclusion of a protracted war, a pivotal confrontation that solidified the geopolitical landscape of the Six Nations. Andia refers to a continental landmass that once hosted several nations. When war erupted, nations from other continents seemed to share an unspoken understanding, converging upon Andia as the primary battleground, striving to limit the conflict scope in order to preserve the planet's ecology. Countless missiles, tanks, and aircraft ravaged the land, resulting in the loss of millions of lives on the Andia continent. After the war's cessation, Andia lay desolate, its landscapes charred and barren, a realm of suffering, with rivers and lakes exuding the stench of decay, while fertile fields and verdant hills were shrouded in a pall of despair, transforming into a wasteland. The Six Nations, having concluded their military endeavors, departed, leaving behind a shattered legacy, callously abandoning Andia like a callous lover discarding a partner. Today, the survivor population on the Andia continent is sparse, harboring profound animosity towards the Six Nations. Han Xiao observed the calluses on Hu Hongjun's palm. Were you once a soldier? He inquired. Indeed, I served in the military for over a decade. I had thought that soldiers from fallen nations would align themselves with the burgeoning organization. Hu Hongjun shook his head, stating, my homeland was annexed by the Star Dragon through military negotiations. The leaders acquiesced. Why should soldiers like me harbor such hatred? While I hold no fondness for the Six Nations, I deeply cherish the hard-won peace. After years of warfare, it seemed an end was finally in sight. Yet, with the emergence of the budding organization, rallying cries to overthrow the Six Nations have drawn numerous disgruntled former soldiers eager to reignite conflict. Alas, I am but a simple man, unable to grasp the ideologies of the Six Nations and the budding organization, and I wish to remain uninvolved in any further warfare. Indeed, war is exceedingly brutal. My sight was lost to a sudden explosion from a flashbang. Old Hu and I ran about in desperation, and it took us a while to finally find some semblance of stability. Though living as wanderers may be somewhat austere, it is infinitely better than before. As he spoke, the fragrant aroma of meat wafted from the pot. Han Xiao, with a touch of greed, sniffed the air and inquired curiously, how do you manage to cook without being able to see? And replied, do not underestimate me. Although I am blind, I possess a keen sense of smell, hearing, and touch. My limbs are agile. I am not a mere burden. Hu Hongjun chuckled wryly. She is quite stubborn and refuses to let me care for her. I cannot simply become a liability. And his tone was laced with tenderness. Hu Hongjun awkwardly scratched his head, seemingly unaccustomed to jesting with his wife in front of others, and quickly shifted the topic. By the way, let me show you my treasure. Han Zhao's expression slightly changed as he recalled some unsavory items and discreetly shifted back. Fortunately, Hu Hongjun did not produce any dubious treasures. Instead, he opened a nearby box and revealed an old rifle wrapped in cloth strips, proclaiming proudly, "See if you recognize the value of this. Old military rifle, antique, quality, gray, white, basic attributes, attack power 3840, rate of fire 0. 9 rounds S. Magazine capacity 20 rounds, effective range 200 meters, output energy level 25, durability 5300 attribute bonus, agility 1 length, 0, 77 meters weight, 71 pounds additional effects, stable trajectory. Minimal influence from wind remarks. This weapon has accompanied its owner through numerous battles. A remarkable firearm. Han, the skilled technician, exclaimed in admiration. Though it has seen many years, its handling remains exquisitely smooth. The barrel is long and straight, with ample acceleration distance for the ammunition. The force of its discharge is undeniably formidable. Its exterior glossy and dark, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Truly a formidable weapon. Why has the atmosphere suddenly shifted? Am I imagining things? Hu Hongjun chuckled. This has been my old companion for nearly a decade. He continued with a hearty laugh. Do not be deceived by its seemingly pristine appearance. That is merely due to my frequent maintenance. In truth, the internal components have aged, and I have not used this rifle for hunting in quite some time. The two engaged in delightful conversation, and before they knew it, night enveloped them, and had prepared a meal, a pot of richly fragrant meat soup. Its broth thick and pure white, possessing a texture akin to milk. The meat had been stewed to tender perfection, and the oily surface of the soup was adorned with vibrant green wild vegetables, enticing all who beheld it. The aroma of the meat was like an alluring sprite, capturing Han Zhao's attention completely. He swallowed hard. His stomach, tormented by days of meager rations, growled audibly, and his affection for Hu Hongjun soared to new heights. After devouring the meal with fervor, Hu Hongjun invited Han Xiao to stay the night. Unable to refuse such warm hospitality, and considering the impracticality of traveling at night, Han Xiao acquiesced. A curtain was drawn to create a partition within the tent, and Hu Hongjun and then prepared a bed for him. Your backpack is excessively large. Allow me to place it outside. The tent space is limited, and his compartment is quite cramped, accommodating only a single bed. Indeed, unable to house a backpack filled with various firearms. After a moment's contemplation, he requested a piece of animal hide from Hu Hongjun. Extracting the surplus weapons from the backpack, discharging all the ammunition, dismantling the triggers, and meticulously wrapping them in the hide, setting it aside in a corner. He was astute enough to insert a leaf within the hide's wrapping, so that if it were disturbed, he would notice the next day. The backpack contained all the ammunition, perfectly sized to fit at the foot of the bed. Han Xiao loaded a 73-style Hornet handgun with bullets, placing it beneath his pillow. Though he was grateful for Hu Hongjun's warm hospitality, he knew he must remain vigilant. However, the moment Han Xiao rested his head upon the pillow, the exhaustion accumulated over 7 days surged forth, and he fell into a profound slumber almost instantaneously. Hu Hongjun, hearing the faint sound of snoring, chuckled softly and shook his head, murmuring to it, "It seems he is quite fatigued. Let us not disturb him," and nodded, adopting a gentler approach to cleaning, and carrying the pots and pans outside to wash them. Uncle, I am famished." Hu Fei stumbled in, his face smeared with dirt and a sizable bump on his forehead from a blow. Had Han Xiao been awake, he would have recognized this young man as the long-haired brigand who had robbed him earlier in the day, and also as Hu Hongjun's nephew. Furrowing his brow, Hu Hongjun inquired, "Where have you been all day? I haven't seen you." I went hunting outside," Hu Fei stammered, having lived in fear of his uncle since his father's sacrifice. Recognizing his nephew's cowardice, Hu Hongjun knew he was lying. Gripping Hu Fei's ear, he admonished in a low yet stern tone, "Have you been out fooling around again? I warned you last time that if you brandish that wretched gun to frighten passers-by, I shall break all 3 of your legs." With his ear twisted, Hu Fei winced in pain, tears brimming in his eyes, feeling wronged. "Uncle, I stepped into trouble today, was beaten, and tied to a tree for most of the day, feeling faint from hunger. I am the one suffering here." Can you not be reasonable? He pleaded, his face a picture of despair. Please, leave me one leg. Which leg would you prefer to keep, the left or the right? As for the one in the middle, do not even think about it. That one I shall certainly break. Hu Hongjun raised his hand in mock threat, suddenly recalling that he must not disturb Han Zhao's sleep, and thus released Hu Fei, muttering, I shall deal with you tomorrow. Noticing an additional presence within the tent, Hu Fei curiously peered in, his gaze crossing the curtain, eager to discern the identity of the guest. Upon seeing the guest, his complexion drained of color. Isn't that the fierce one from earlier today? Oh dear. My head hurts even more now. What are you staring at? You'd best sleep outside today. Hu Hongjun, with a hint of irritation, was taken aback by Hu Fei's unexpected silence. His expression resembled that of a ghost sighting as he scrambled out in a frantic manner. This left Hu Hongjun bewildered, prompting him to touch his own face, pondering whether he truly appeared so unappealing. Hu Fei, in a state of panic, dashed from the tent, only realizing the absurdity of his flight when the night breeze hit him. What was I running from? This is my home. That villain fortuitously stumbled into my path. Would I let him off so easily? Just as Hu Fei was about to turn back, a vivid recollection of Han Xiao sending him flying flashed through his mind, instantly sapping his courage. He came to a sudden halt, lacking the audacity to confront Han Xiao, though fear coursed through him. To claim that Hu Fei bore no resentment towards Han Xiao would be sheer nonsense. He dared not provoke Han Xiao, yet he was unwilling to let the matter rest. Hu Fei, gather your courage. A man must seek vengeance for his grievances. Resolutely, he contemplated a means of retribution. His curiosity was piqued by the bulging backpack belonging to Han Xiao, which he had noticed earlier in the tent. He distinctly remembered that his household lacked such an item, indicating it was indeed the belongings of that nefarious individual. In the dead of night, when all was silent and the inhabitants of the settlement were deep in slumber, Hu Fei finally set his plan into motion. He tiptoed stealthily into the tent, akin to a thief, and carefully approached the animal skin-wrapped package. What treasures do you conceal? As he peeled back the layers of hide, his eyes widened in shock, nearly causing him to stumble. Firearms. An entire cache of exquisite weaponry. Joy surged through Hu Fei, his gaze greedy. Indeed, these were remarkable items. He yearned to seize all the firearms, but the image of Han Xiao's fierce demeanor made him shrink back. If that formidable man discovered his belongings were missing, he would undoubtedly end his life. It wouldn't he do to take everything? Reluctantly, Hu Fei gritted his teeth and picked up 2 73-style Wasp handguns, too intimidated to take more. After all, my uncle did host you. Taking just 2 handguns isn't unreasonable. He reassured himself as he restored the animal skin package to its original state and stealthily exited, with merely 2 handguns missing. Surely that villain would not notice. The following morning, as dawn broke, Han Xiao awoke feeling remarkably rejuvenated, the fatigue of his flight dissipating. Brother Han, you're awake. Hu Hongjun greeted him with a smile while stretching at the door. This family was exceedingly hospitable, providing him with food and shelter, though he felt some reluctance to depart. Han Xiao expressed his intention to leave. I am grateful for your hospitality. Alas, I cannot linger. Should the opportunity arise, I shall repay your kindness. Aunt, approaching with a small bundle, chimed in, I've prepared some pancakes for you. Take them along for your journey. Han Xiao felt a warmth in his heart as he received the package, the comforting heat of the flatbread radiating through his palms and into his soul, prompting a smile to grace his lips. Realizing that An was unable to see him, he sincerely expressed, I slept very well last night. Thank you for your hospitality. And covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. No need for thanks. We are all brothers in this vast world, Hu Hongjun declared with great enthusiasm, as Han Xiao organized his belongings. Donning his backpack and the leather package, he suddenly noticed that the leaves covering the leather bundle were missing. His expression darkened as he remarked, Someone has tampered with my package. Hu Hongjun, taken aback, exclaimed, Surely not. And then I did not. Wait, Hu Fei, come out here this instant. Cowering behind the tent, Hu Fei trembled as he emerged, his demeanor sheepish. Han Zhao's gaze flickered, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, Ah, it's you again. Hu Fei, shrinking back, avoided Han Zhao's eyes, while Hu Hongjun kicked him playfully on the backside, frustrated. Did you steal someone else's belongings? Return them at once. Hu Fei bit his lip, reluctantly producing a 73-style Wasp pistol and handing it to Han Xiao. Brother Han, feel free to punish him. This brat deserves it. Hu Hongjun mused, contemplating the best way to reprimand his nephew. No need for that. Retrieving the item is sufficient. Keeping this weapon poses a danger to you, Han Xiao replied, relieved as he accepted the handgun. His concern was not for the equipment itself, but rather the potential trouble it might invite upon the settlement. Given Hu Hongjun's generous hospitality, he felt it imperative to avoid leaving any lingering threats. Hu Fei scoffed, unimpressed, believing Han Xiao to be stingy for hoarding so many guns without parting with a single one. When the mountain does not yield, the water will change its course. We shall meet again in the vastness of the world. Farewell. Han Xiao bid his formal goodbye. Hu Hongjun nodded, advising, be cautious on your journey. With his belongings secured, Han Xiao turned and departed. It is said that a drop of kindness should be repaid, should the opportunity arise. Han Xiao would return the favor of that night's warmth and hospitality. Finally, the fierce man has left. Hu Fei wiped the sweat from his brow, followed by a look of glee. Phew, good thing that guy didn't realize I pilfered 2 guns. Escaping Hu Hongjun's scolding, he retreated behind the tent, retrieving another 73-style Wasp pistol from a box, reveling in its possession. He resolved that even if Han Xiao returned to confront him, he would vehemently deny any wrongdoing, refusing to return it no matter what. Yet, he pondered, why did this pistol lack a trigger? The map drawn by the Wanderers resembled the haphazard doodles of a child. Yet it indicated his current position well enough for Han Xiao's needs. He recalled the complete map of the Azure Star. Situated within the borders of the Dragon Star Kingdom, according to the map, he needed merely 3 more days to navigate through the woods to find the railway, where he could then hitch a ride to the city. By midday, Han Xiao found a suitable spot to replenish his energy, only to notice that the leather package bore several new cuts made by thorns and branches. Han Xiao unfurled the animal skin bundle, preparing to stow the firearms into his backpack, when his movements suddenly faltered, a soft gasp escaping his lips. It seemed he was missing a gun. Counting once more, it was not a mere illusion. A pang of anxiety gripped Han Xiao's heart. If the firearm was left behind in the settlement, it would spell disaster. Neglecting his meal, he hurriedly organized his belongings and strode back along the path he had come. 2 sleek, black armored vehicles arrived at the Wanderers' settlement. The first vehicle bore a fully armed squad of experimental subjects, who brandished their weapons, coercing all Wanderers to congregate in the square, arms clasped behind their heads, huddled together. The Wanderers recognized the emblem of the budding organization, and a palpable sense of dread enveloped them. Has anyone seen this individual? The leader pressed a button on his handheld terminal, projecting a virtual image into the air, revealing Han Xiao's photograph. No one has seen him. The crowd vehemently denied in unison. The reputation of the budding organization was well known. As long as one distanced themselves from their affairs, they would not resort to violence against the Wanderers. The 6 nations and the budding organization were opposing factions, while the Wanderers existed as indecisive bystanders, often maintaining neutrality, yet capable of swaying to either side. Thus, both the 6 nations and the budding organization refrained from engaging the Wanderers lightly. Only Hu Fei trembled, his guilt almost visible on his face. The leader, frustrated and furious, had tracked Han Xiao for 7 days only to find a settlement where everyone denied ever seeing him, indicating he had pursued the wrong direction. Let's go? He huffed, preparing to depart, but as he turned, he suddenly noticed Hu Fei's expression. Suspicion sparked in his mind. He halted and barked, "Bring that kid out." Hu Fei's face blanched as he was yanked from the crowd by the experimental soldiers, quaking like a frightened quail. The leader narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you know the person in the photograph?" Hu Fei hastily shook his head, denying any recognition. The leader's gaze fell upon the bulging object at Hu Fei's waist, commanding, "Search him." Hu Fei was shoved to the ground, helplessly watching as a Type 73 Hornet was retrieved. "That is our gun." The leader's expression darkened, raising his weapon towards the crowd. He furiously declared, "Zero clearly came here. And you dare conceal it? Do you all wish for death? Speak. Where has he gone?" The threat of the gun sent the Wanderers into a frenzy, their eyes darting towards the first individual who had encountered Han Xiao, Kailuo, the bearded man. Kailuo, like an ostrich, cowered in the corner, and upon witnessing the shift in attention, he panicked. "What are you looking at me for? I merely sold him a few items. Hu Hongjun knows where that fellow has gone." Those surrounding Hu Hongjun immediately recoiled as if from a plague. Faced with the unfolding situation, Hu Hongjun could only rise slowly, his voice grave. "I am not aware of his whereabouts." In a desperate bid to extricate himself from the situation, Kailuo interjected, "How could you possibly not know? You defended him and even hosted him for a night." The leader's demeanor grew ominously cold. The wanderers, filled with trepidation, urged Hu Hongjun to speak forth without delay. Do you wish to doom us for the sake of a stranger? Hu Hongjun, cursing Cairo in his heart, took a deep breath, resolved to act, and pointed in a direction, his voice steady as he declared. That individual proceeded in that direction. Excellent. You exhibit discernment, Number 1 replied with a chilling smile. And without warning, he fired his weapon. Bang! A gaping wound appeared on Hu Hongjun's forehead, his expression frozen in shock as his body swayed and collapsed. Blood pooling beneath him, expanding ominously. Hu Fei screamed in horror, gazing at Hu Hongjun's lifeless form. Is this how it ends? Number 1 remained unfazed, as though he had merely dispatched a foul. His fury boiled over at the wanderer's deceit, particularly after learning of Hu Hongjun's hospitality towards Han Xiao, which ignited his murderous intent. Anyone with even the slightest connection to Han Xiao was not spared from his wrath. Old Hu sensed something amiss. Pale and trembling, she rose unsteadily, navigating towards her husband by sound. Number 1, with a swift motion, drew his pistol and, from a distance, shot him in the head. Half of her skull exploded as blood and brain matter splattered the ground, her body crumpling to the earth, mere inches from Hu Hongjun. Yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm, her lifeless eyes stained crimson by the splattered blood. Casting a sidelong glance at the corpses, Number 1 sneered disdainfully. Seeking death. Are we? Hu Fei, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Regret consumed him. In a moment of greed, he had inadvertently led to the demise of his uncle's family. The wanderers, filled with silent fury, regarded the bodies of Hu Hongjun and in with a sense of shared sorrow. The terminal in hand connected to the surveillance feed of the leader of the Sprouts, who demanded, "What are you doing? Who authorized you to kill?" Number 1 hastily confessed. This group of wanderers withheld information. I merely sought to establish authority. We shall depart at once. The leader shook his head, saying, Forget it. Since the deed is done, ensure it is clean. Do not let news of this escape. Number 1 nodded, his expression hardening as he signaled. A relentless barrage of gunfire startled countless birds from the trees. As dusk descended like blood, Han Xiao hurried back to the settlement, his heart sinking upon catching a whiff of the metallic scent of blood from afar. He was too late. The once bustling settlement lay in eerie silence, revealing a scene of horrific slaughter, with ghastly bloodstains everywhere. The ground beneath his feet was soaked, soft and sticky, leaving bloody footprints with every step. Upon discovering the gruesome remains of Hu Hongjun and Un, his pupils constricted, a surge of rage igniting within him. At that moment, a figure rose from amidst the carnage. Han Xiao recognized the bearded merchant who had extorted him. Kaluo, still in shock, had fainted at the onset of the massacre. Fortuitously, he had escaped with his life. But before he could revel in his fortune, he beheld Han Xiao standing beside him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Han Xiao swiftly approached, seizing Kaluo by the collar, demanding, "What transpired here?" "The Sprout Organization. It was the Sprout Organization that did this. We did not betray your whereabouts. They killed in a fit of rage. Our people suffered terribly. In light of Hu Hongjun's past hospitality towards you, you must avenge us." Kaluo wept profusely, his acting so convincing that he dared not reveal the truth, instead hoping to incite Han Xiao to confront the Sprout Organization, distancing himself from the repercussions. A faint cough echoed nearby, drawing Han Xiao's attention. He approached to find Hu Fei, riddled with 5 or 6 gunshot wounds, clinging to life by a thread and clearly nearing death. Upon seeing the 73-style Hornet in Hu Fei's grasp, Han Xiao's emotions became tumultuous. "I warned you of the danger. Why did you not heed my words?" Hu Fei, trembling, grasped Han Xiao's pant leg tightly, his cries heart-wrenching. "I should not have been greedy. I regret it so much. I was wrong. I truly was wrong." He pointed a shaky finger at Kaluo, pleading, "Do not trust him. He betrayed my uncle, Hu Hongjun," before coughing up a torrent of blood. "You cannot be saved. I can only grant you some mercy." Han Xiao shook his head, extending his hand to swiftly end Hu Fei's suffering by breaking his neck. "Do not listen to him." Kaluo interjected desperately, but Han Xiao abruptly rose, drew his weapon, and fired, the bullet piercing Kaluo's skull. Stunned, Kaluo fell to his knees, eyes wide open in death. "All have perished. May you join them," Han Xiao murmured, lowering his gaze. Ever since the discovery of the tragedy at the settlement, the rising tide of murderous intent within him had been shackled by his cold, rational mind, akin to a fierce tiger confined within a cage. The more agitated he became, the more composed he remained. Approaching the body of Hu Hongjun, Han Xiao followed the direction of his outstretched finger, which led to the path the experimental team had pursued. The tire tracks deep within the forest, strikingly contrary to the direction he had taken. Hu Hongjun had not betrayed him. A sharp pang of realization pierced Han Xiao's heart, akin to a nail driven deep within. Even in the end, Hu Hongjun had not forsaken this outsider. Was it worth it? You have triggered the E-level mission, Revenge. Mission prompt: eliminate the experimental team. Mission reward: 15,000 experience points. Han Xiao turned away from the bodies of Hu Hongjun and on, entering the tent to retrieve the old military knife and rifle that Hu Hongjun had treasured. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the surface of the knife and rifle gleamed with a dark light. You yearn to avenge your old comrade, do you not? Han Xiao's expression was taut as he extracted all the firearms from his backpack, disassembling the bayonet rifle into a scattered array of components. Using the bayonet rifle as the foundation, he gradually began to modify it with these parts. His skills in basic repairs and basic enhancement modifications had both reached level 10. Though the name lacked flair, these were essential skills for an early-stage mechanic, and their full-level effects were remarkably impressive. Han Xiao was adept at modifying basic firearms. Bayonet rifle, sniper variant, quality, white base attributes, attack power 66-69, rate of fire 11 rounds per second, magazine capacity 10 rounds, effective range 450 meters. Output energy level 37 attribute bonus, agility 2 length, 0, 86 meters weight, 83 pounds additional effects, stabilized trajectory, minimal influence from wind additional effect, through special modification. It can utilize sniper caliber ammunition, providing enhanced penetration remarks. It yearns for vengeance. Counting the ammunition, he found only 25 sniper bullets, all confiscated from the Silver Blade. For tire tracks on the ground indicated that the pursuers had 2 vehicles, numbering no more than 12 individuals. Han Xiao slung the rifle over his shoulder and proceeded in the direction the pursuers had taken, his silhouette vanishing into the woods. Naturally, traveling by foot could not match the speed of vehicles, and Han Xiao had no intention of chasing after them. Hu Hongjun had pointed him in the wrong direction. Once the pursuers lost their trail, there was an 80% chance they would retrace their steps. Han Xiao's plan was to lay an ambush along this inevitable route. Indeed, if Han Xiao chose to turn around and flee at that moment, the enemy would certainly not find him. Yet, a voice within him insisted that without spilling the enemy's blood to release his nearly uncontrollable rage, he would regret it. Even without a mission, he would choose this path. Burgeoning with resolve, he gritted his teeth, the intent to kill radiating from him. The night forest was pitch black, and the distant howl of wolves echoed through the air. Han Xiao lay still amidst the trees, his eyes slightly closed, the bayonet rifle resting beside him. He had maintained this position for 3 hours, like a patient hunter awaiting his prey to tread into the trap. The roar of engines drew near, and Han Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. 4 rapidly moving headlights coming into view within range. They had arrived. His tone resembled that of a host welcoming guests at home, calm as still water. He donned the infrared night vision goggles he had seized from the Night Owl team, and the outlines of 2 orange-red vehicles sprang into focus. Han Xiao pulled the bolt of his rifle, aligning the target within the scope and meticulously adjusting the distance. Holding his breath, he focused intently for a full 8 seconds before decisively squeezing the trigger. Amidst the flash of fire and the crack of the gun, a bright yellow sniper bullet erupted from the muzzle, darting through the gaps in the trees and traversing hundreds of meters in an instant, precisely striking the tire of the speeding vehicle. Bang! A tire burst. The leading armored off-road vehicle collided forcefully with a tree, forcing the following vehicle to halt as well. Dizzy and disoriented, the first individual stepped out of the vehicle, exclaiming, "Can you even drive? Captain, the tire has burst. How could a low-pressure tire explode?" One of the team members crouched down, horrified. There's a bullet lodged in it. We are under attack. The first individual's mind buzzed. At that moment, gunfire erupted from hundreds of meters away, and the team member inspecting the wheel had his head blown apart right before the first individual's eyes, blood splattering all over him. It's a sniper. Quickly, locate the enemy's position. Everyone, take cover behind the vehicle. However, this was the experimental team's first encounter with genuine combat, and they fumbled for cover based on their battlefield training. In the ensuing chaos, the deadly gunfire rang out once more, claiming another team member's life. Get down. The first individual shouted. The team quickly dropped to the ground, and the gunfire finally ceased, replaced by a chilling silence. Panic engulfed everyone. Only the first individual managed to retain a semblance of composure, urgently seeking assistance through his handheld terminal. The standoff persisted, with no one daring to rise and expose themselves to the sniper's line of sight, as if a demon lurked in the darkness, poised to reap lives at any moment. Who is attacking us? Unclear. It's so dark, they must have night vision. What do we do now? Stay down and wait for reinforcements. Don't be foolish. The enemy won't simply retreat. There's only one of them. Yet we're like a flock of frightened ostriches burying our heads in the sand. How will the organization perceive our cowardice? The expression of the experimental team members shifted dramatically. It's just one enemy. We have vehicles, weapons, and manpower. Can't we prevail? Yes, we must retaliate. First, we need to pinpoint the sniper's location. One team member steeled himself, quickly rising and then dropping to coax the sniper into revealing their position. But a lethal bullet struck his heart almost instantaneously, blood bursting forth and propelling him several meters away, landing silently on the ground, which instantly quelled any thoughts of imitation among the other team members. A chill ran down the first individual's spine. With such precision, who was the enemy? The sacrifice of their comrade was not in vain, as the experimental team glimpsed the fleeting flash of gunfire in the darkness. Found them, 300 meters to the south. Get in the vehicle and move. Xiao, observing through his night vision goggles, noted the huddled enemy rise simultaneously, sprinting towards another intact armored vehicle. He immediately comprehended the enemy's intent to charge using the armored vehicle. Thermal imaging revealed 7 remaining adversaries, clearly counting on the sniper's slower firing rate, ready to sacrifice 1 or 2 to board the vehicle. Xiao couldn't eliminate all 7 instantly. He calmly fired 2 shots, dispatching 2 more enemies while watching as the rest climbed aboard. The armored vehicle's engine roared to life, barreling forward with alarming speed. The bayonet rifle failed to penetrate the heavy armor, rendering it impossible to aim directly at the enemy's wheel hub. Xiao found himself in a perilous situation, utterly isolated. The correct tactic was evident. His gaze was profound, yet all too predictable. You have no idea how vast the world is. Die, sneered the first adversary, accelerating towards Xiao's position. Unbeknownst to them, between 2 trees, a rope was tied, with a cluster of grenades affixed at its center. The armored vehicle crashed into it, the rope tightening violently, nearly uprooting the trees, causing the vehicle to jolt and its occupants to be thrown about. Before they could react, the grenades detonated with a thunderous explosion, flames soaring into the sky, and the armored glass shattered into a flurry of crystalline fragments. Since it was an ambush, Xiao had undoubtedly made prior preparations. He had set up a rudimentary roadblock trap using a thick rope and the last few G-type fragmentation grenades. At the moment of the explosion, he swiftly removed his night vision goggles. The darkness illuminated by the fire allowed him to clearly see. Without hesitation, he aimed at the armored vehicle's front window and fired. The recoil transmitted from the stock to his shoulder, causing him to slightly tremble, a testament to the rifle's formidable power. Bang! Round after round struck the window, the cracks spreading swiftly, with the target unmistakably being the driver's seat. The first adversary gritted his teeth, yanking a comrade from the passenger seat to shield himself. In the next moment, the glass shattered explosively, the bullets piercing through and decimating the substitute's skull, splattering brains across the first adversary's face, the stench overwhelming. Abandon the vehicle. The squad hastily responded, facing a life-or-death situation. The first adversary, disregarding the range, unleashed a torrent of ammunition from his submachine gun towards Xiao's direction, with the remaining squad members following suit. Xiao paused his assault, taking cover and reloading his magazine. Bullets whizzed past his head. He discerned that the enemy had become disarrayed. After a volley of fire, all foes would need to reload, at which point he would have them at his mercy. Soon, the experimental team experienced the repercussions of their impulsiveness. As they simultaneously emptied their magazines, the ominous sound of a sniper rifle echoed, akin to the tolling of death's bell. Shot after shot rang out, precise and lethal. The rhythm of the gunfire ebbed and flowed, possessing an unexpected elegance reminiscent of intricate machinery. One by one, the enemies fell to his headshots, Xiao consciously avoiding the first adversary, intending to keep him for last. As his comrades fell around him, the first adversary trembled with rage, firing indiscriminately, roaring, Who are you? Show yourself. Initially brimming with confidence in the experimental team, he now faced such a devastating defeat in his debut battle, shattering all his self-assurance. The magazine clicked empty once more, and he bellowed, "Come out! I command you!" Han Xiao, with a stoic expression, chose that moment to reveal himself. Number one's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can it possibly be you?" In his mind, Han Xiao's escape from the base would have him fleeing like a frightened dog, never dreaming that Han Xiao would dare to turn and confront his pursuers. Even as number one harbored doubts about Han Xiao's success in escaping the laboratory, he realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. Zero was far superior to him. This realization ignited a blazing jealousy within number one's heart. "I am the most exceptional. You are nothing but a failure. Worthless." Old grievances surged forth, and number one, consumed by rage, drew his pistol to attack. Han Xiao merely raised his gun slightly, and with a thunderous crack, a high-caliber sniper round shattered number one's right arm, leaving it hanging by a thread of flesh. Blood splattered everywhere. Number one stared blankly at his severed limb, utterly at a loss. Han Xiao fired again, shattering one of number one's legs, causing him to collapse to the ground. At that moment, Han Xiao leisurely reloaded his weapon before methodically breaking the remaining limbs of number one. Helplessly sprawled on the ground, number one glared at Han Xiao with an intense, venomous hatred. "Zero," he howled, his voice hoarse and chilling, akin to a wounded beast. The noise was unbearable. Han Xiao stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick that shattered number one's jaw. "Do you know why I have kept you alive until now? Because I do not wish for your death to be swift." Unable to articulate words, number one could only emit muffled sounds from his throat, writhing like a snail on the ground, blood gushing from the stumps of his severed limbs. At that moment, a terminal device that had fallen nearby flickered to life, projecting the virtual image of the leader. He spoke with an air of detached authority. "Zero, enough." Han Xiao frowned, remaining silent. "I am the leader of the budding organization," he continued, his tone imbued with the arrogance of one accustomed to power. "Defection leads to a dead end. You cannot outmaneuver the organization, no matter where you flee. We possess the means to retrieve you for judgment. Every moment you remain alive will be steeped in relentless fear, but I can offer you a path to survival." Han Xiao's expression remained impassive. "What path?" "Submit to the organization, sincerely admit your faults, and accept our judgment. I can grant you the opportunity to retain your memories, elevating you to a higher status, no longer merely a subject of experimentation," the leader proposed, his admiration for Zero's demonstrated abilities evident. He sought to uncover the reasons behind the mutation, for if replicated, the organization would gain a formidable new force. Upon hearing this, number one's eyes blazed with extreme fury. Why should Zero receive better treatment than he? He had killed so many for the organization. Why was there an attempt to win him over? Han Xiao, discerning number one's expression, teasingly inquired, "I have killed so many, and you still wish to recruit me?" "Some worthless beings are not worthy of lament," the leader replied decisively, as if the corpses scattered around were inconsequential. Number one trembled, his heart sinking into despair. "On what grounds do you believe I would serve you?" the leader asserted with an air of certainty. "The organization is destined by the heavens. Engaging in such a noble endeavor, it is only natural for you to serve us. What is there to hesitate about?" "Ah, I see. Is it because you feel that your previous treatment was unjust? Do not be so petty. Those who aspire to greatness do not fixate on trifles. A mere slight is insignificant when compared to our ultimate objective." Han Xiao replied with indifference. "I harbor no interest in your ideals. You have slain my friend. We are now adversaries. There is no need for further discourse." The leader's tone turned icy. "Should you refuse me, no matter how vast the world may be, there shall be no refuge for you. I will annihilate you." Han Xiao spoke with grave resolve. The seedlings of rebellion would not be swayed by anyone, nor would they feel an ounce of remorse. The only solution to violence is greater violence. The leader seemed to hear the most ludicrous of jokes. "Annihilate the organization? Just you? What do you think you are? Compared to the organization, you are but a pitiable ant that can be crushed with ease. You think that having eliminated some useless beings has inflated your ego, believing you can stand against us alone? You are but a frog in a well, completely unaware of your own limitations. Just wait and see, by the way. You have no idea how vast the world truly is." Han Xiao shook his head and aimed at the chest of the first Valkyrie experimental subject, firing 3 shots that pierced through to its heart. The eyes of the first subject dimmed rapidly. The experimental team was annihilated. The leader, masked and unreadable, emanated palpable fury even through virtual communication. "You will regret this," he coldly declared, severing the connection. "You have slain the first Valkyrie experimental subject and gained 900 experience. Revenge, completed, earning 15,000 experience." The military knife rifle disassembled automatically, its aging internals signaling the end of its service. The SWP sniper rifle seized from the Night Owl team required the sniping skill, prompting Xiao to dismantle it and modify the military knife rifle. Eradicating the experimental team brought him thousands of experience points, and with the mission rewards, he amassed over 20,000 experience. Now that he had made an enemy of the seedling organization, Xiao not only sought to escape, but also to devise a means of inflicting damage upon them. His current personal strength was indeed trivial compared to the seedling organization, yet he possessed the capability to significantly undermine their power. The multitude of advanced intelligence in his mind was his true trump card. To leverage this intelligence effectively, he needed to align himself with a force formidable enough to contend with the seedling organization. Thus, his choices were narrowed down to the 6 nations: Xinglong, Hongfeng, Tilius, Ruelon, Xiao, and Autofen. Xinglong is the closest to him, and in contrast to the cold-blooded ferocity of Ruelon, the bureaucratic rigidity of Hongfeng, the profit-driven mentality of Xiao, the opportunism of Tilius, and the cunning of Autofen, Xinglong's internal atmosphere is the most temperate, deeply entwined with the animosity towards the Mecha organization. From various perspectives, Xinglong emerges as the optimal choice at present. A bounty of 1 million. An A-level mission. At dawn, the Black Hawk helicopter arrived belatedly, carrying the leader, Hela, and a cadre of cleanup personnel to the site where the experimental team had met their demise. Casting a glance at the grotesque corpse of Subject 1, a dissatisfied cold grunt escaped from beneath the leader's mask. "Worthless trash." The researchers gathered the remains of the experimental team and stated, "They are all dead." With hands clasped behind his back, the leader gazed into the distant ravine, remaining silent for a prolonged moment before declaring, "In the name of the organization, issue a bounty for 0 on the dark web. Life or death is irrelevant, with a reward of 1 million. Everyone was taken aback. The Mecha organization is a behemoth of the underground world, a kingpin that has not issued a bounty in at least 3 years. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a defector from the experimental program? You seem to place too much importance on him. 0 has escaped. What harm could he possibly inflict upon the organization? Since he audaciously declares war against the organization, let him comprehend his insignificance and utterly obliterate his ludicrous resolve." The leader's tone was ominous. "If 0 is captured alive, regardless of the means, be it interrogation or experimentation, unravel the cause of 0's mutation for me. Even in death, his corpse is to be used for dissection and study." The researchers pointed to Subject 1's corpse. "What about these individuals?" The leader initially intended to dismiss them, but suddenly remembered something and inquired, "How are the preparations for the Super Soldier project progressing?" "The foundational theories have been perfected. We are now poised to conduct cellular and animal testing. We anticipate commencing human trials without aftereffects in 8 months." The leader interrupted, "Skip the cellular and animal testing. Proceed directly to human trials. The risks are considerable. Only the Valkyrie experimental subjects can endure the modifications. These subjects are hard to come by, and expediting the timeline may lead to unnecessary losses." The leader's demeanor was inscrutable. Experiments can only create cannon fodder and hatred, which are essential in forging a true demon. He gestured towards Subject 1, is the finest material. His hatred will drive him to endure the agonizing transformations, and that hatred shall serve as his crucible of power. "I understand," the researchers nodded. The leader turned to Hela. "Commence the summoning." Hela exhaled a deep breath, her hands glowing with a dim gray light, and the surrounding temperature seemed to plummet by 10 degrees in an instant. A mournful wailing emanated from the gray light of Hela's palms, akin to the cries of specters. The corpse of Subject 1 appeared to resonate, as tendrils of drifting gray mist materialized in the air, gently seeping into the bloodied features of Subject 1. As if being absorbed, the leader unfurled his trench coat and retrieved a vial of vibrant crimson elixir from his pocket. Hela's expression shifted subtly, her eyes igniting with murderous intent, only to be swiftly subdued. The Aurora Resurrection Elixir, an extraordinarily potent healing concoction derived from her sister's bone marrow. As the vial was upended, the potion cascaded onto the corpse of Subject 1, the red liquid immediately dispersing and seeping into the skin through its pores. A miraculous transformation ensued. The once cold body of Subject 1 regained warmth, wounds mending at an astonishing rate, the jaw realigning, and severed limbs sprouting new flesh. The sound of a heartbeat gradually intensified. Subject 1's eyes sprang open, their expression twisted with malice, unleashing a chilling, wrathful howl that sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it. 0. You have activated the relationship with the budding organization. The favorability of the budding organization has decreased by 1,000. Budding organization, hatred, 1,000. Defector, system notification. You have triggered an A-level mission, Seeds of Dusty Slumber. Mission brief. Freedom is invaluable. You have willingly risked death to ultimately attain it. However, the budding organization cannot tolerate your defection. They have issued a substantial bounty, and you will face relentless pursuit, living in constant trepidation, never to find peace. This is a metaphorical prison beneath a grim sky. To achieve true freedom, there remains but one path, and you understand what must be done. Mission brief. This is a long-term mission. The rewards are contingent upon your degree of destruction inflicted upon the budding organization, both directly and indirectly. Current progress, 0. Note, progress is not fixed. If the budding organization expands, the progress will diminish accordingly. This mission may be terminated at any time, should you choose to conclude it. A progress below 20 signifies failure, while exceeding 20 constitutes completion, with rewards based on the final progress. Generally speaking, missions rated B and above pertain to the shifting powers on the current planet. The primary event of version 10 of the Azure Star is the conflict between the 6 nations and the budding organization, with players divided into various factions. According to Han Zhao's recollection, a notable number of players chose to join the budding organization, significantly bolstering its development. If he seeks to attain high rewards, he will inevitably become an adversary of those who opt for the budding organization in the future. The requirements of this mission demand Han Xiao to directly or indirectly damage the budding organization. In the original timeline, while the budding organization neither triumphed nor faltered, they indeed suffered heavy losses. He realized that this mission harbored potential competitors, other factions opposed to the budding organization. Their efforts against the budding organization would not be counted towards his mission progress. A destruction rate of 20%? Must he alone inflict grievous harm upon the budding organization? It is an unparalleled burden. Despite the daunting nature of this task, Han Xiao accepted it without hesitation. His conflict with the budding organization was life and death, leaving no room for refusal. It appears this will serve as my primary mission for the time being. The Emergence organization represents a pivotal event in the era of the Azure Star. Before Han Xiao matured, he resided within the confines of this realm, making the conflict between factions inevitable. When creating a new character in Star C, the system inquires about the player's preferences, such as their favored world and profession. Based on the results of this questionnaire, the system assigns new players to various randomly styled novice planets. The Star C universe boasts an array of civilizations, allowing players to commence their journeys in worlds that resonate with their interests, be they ancient, magical, urban, or sci-fi. Each planet harbors one or several main storylines, adding to the game's allure, as many casual players relish the exploration of the cosmos and the experience of diverse civilizations and planets. Azure Star is one such novice planet, characterized by a low sci-fi urban aesthetic resembling Earth. Naturally, the core worldview of Star C remains the vastness of the cosmos, which gradually unfolds to players with each version upgrade. Some players, with a penchant for mischief, may provide humorous responses during the system's inquiries, expressing preferences for horror, the supernatural, or the haunted. For such individuals, the system caters to their whims by placing them on planets teeming with undead and supernatural entities, devoid of magical resources to combat these forces. Typically, these players face one of two fates. Either they abandon their accounts or, with determined resolve, continue their arduous journey. The latter must rely on their own wits. The immersive gaming pod of Star C offers an exceptionally vivid experience, aside from the absence of tactile sensations. The registration disclaimer, largely ignored, clearly states that the company bears no responsibility for any physical or psychological ailments arising during gameplay. Han Xiao could have sought refuge in a secluded wilderness, hiding until the Emergence organization suffered significant losses. However, such a choice would hinder his growth. While secure, it would be devoid of meaning, and he would inevitably be surpassed by other players. By navigating the main storyline of the planet, one can trigger a plethora of quests. The tumultuous era presents an exceptional opportunity for growth, with countless events mapped clearly in his mind. How could he choose to evade them? After 3 days, Han Xiao emerged from the forest, located within the borders of the Star Dragon Kingdom. One must commend the audacity of the Emergence organization for establishing a base so deeply within Star Dragon territory, fully aware of the adage regarding the darkness beneath the lamp. Upon exiting the forest, Han Xiao stumbled upon the railway and boarded a long-distance train transporting livestock to the capital city, Xidu. Given the perilous wilderness and the undercurrents of conflict among the 6 nations, the region remained in a constant state of war. Most highways connecting cities had fallen into disrepair, prompting the military to utilize railways for transporting supplies. With formidable beasts lurking, each city stationed troops and established checkpoints. The towering electrified barbed wire fences served as the first line of defense. The sight of barbed wire indicated that civilization was near. After 2 complimentary days on the train, the silhouette of the electrified fence finally emerged in the distance. Han Xiao brushed aside a few clucking hens that had been fluttering about him, exhaling a deep sigh as his gaze turned contemplative and distant. Star Dragon, Western Capital, 13th Bureau, I have arrived. The Star Dragon, one of the 6 nations, is predominantly inhabited by individuals of East Asian descent, with its totem being the celestial dragon that reigns over the skies. The animosity between Star Dragon and the budding organization runs deep, tracing back to the era of the Andia War, when the budding organization clandestinely allied with the adversarial nations of Star Dragon, launching a series of massive terrorist attacks during critical moments of the war. The death toll exceeded 100,000, forcing the frontline troops to retreat for reinforcements, nearly resulting in Star Dragon's loss of its status among the 6 nations. Each city is encircled by an interminable expanse of electrified barbed wire, with checkpoints serving as the sole passage into the city, where military personnel are stationed to conduct inspections. Trains halt at open-air platforms beyond the barbed wire barriers, surrounded by extensive military facilities, bunkers, watchtowers, and sniper posts, all manned by soldiers who vigilantly monitor the arriving trains. Thousands of drifters congregate in the station square, forming long lines as they undergo inspections to ensure they carry no weapons, are not wanted, and do not harbor infectious diseases before being permitted to pass through the checkpoints. The 6 nations have a policy of accepting drifters, aiming to enhance the national population potential by absorbing talented individuals who have fallen on hard times. Han Xiao was naturally reluctant to undergo inspection, as the budding organization must have issued a bounty on him. A simple check would expose his identity. Although his objective was to contact the 13th Bureau of Star Dragon's intelligence agency, he could not afford to be ensnared by the military's encirclement. Fortunately, a method existed to bypass the checkpoints. Players with bounties on their heads could not pass inspections, but by locating a hidden NPC responsible for smuggling, one could pay a sum and successfully slip into the city. In a corner of the square sat an inconspicuous man, neither queuing nor departing, exuding an air of unremarkability. This individual was a smuggler, engaged in the trade of clandestine crossings, typically catering only to familiar clientele. At that moment, a seemingly frail young man approached him and inquired, "Is it safe?" The smuggler looked up at Han Xiao, recognizing him as an unfamiliar face, and feigned ignorance, asking, "Safe? What do you mean? Is this enough to pay for the passage?" Han Xiao, wishing to avoid unnecessary conversation, tossed a backpack filled with firearms to the smuggler. The smuggler quickly unzipped it to glance inside, then hastily closed it again, astonished. Goodness, daring to wander around with so many firearms, who is this young man? In the Western capital, gun control was strict, and since Han Xiao did not intend to cause trouble, the weapons were of no use to him. "Enough, certainly enough," the smuggler replied, perplexed. "How did you know I was in the smuggling business? That is of no concern to you." Adhering to the unspoken rule of not prying into the backgrounds of business transactions, the smuggler suppressed his curiosity and rose to lead the way. Outside the station, a box truck awaited, with several passengers already on board, casting scrutinizing glances at Han Xiao. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he found a place to sit. The car windows were sealed with opaque black tape, obscuring the outside world. The vehicle was destined for a clandestine entrance hidden behind a barbed wire barrier, where officers, Having accepted bribes from smugglers would turn a blind eye as long as the number of illegal entrants remained manageable. Inside the vehicle, a short man, seemingly bored, initiated a conversation with the youthful-looking Han Xiao, believing that such young souls were easily swayed. "Brother, is this your first time in West City?" Han Xiao glanced at him and replied, "Yes, I'm unsure of how to address you." "Ma Jia, and you?" Han Xiao, "Ma Jia," assuming the role of a seasoned guide, said, "Since this is your first visit to West City, allow me to enlighten you. The city is divided into 8 districts. The first district is the political core, dominated by high-ranking officials. No one can enter. The other 7 districts each have their unique characteristics, all subtly governed by influential figures in the gray area. A word of caution, do not provoke these gray characters, or you might find yourself in dire straits without a moment's notice." Han Xiao silently shook his head. The so-called gray area comprised a murky nexus of drugs, vice, smuggling, and arms dealing. Each city had its share of shady figures, but when compared to official power, they were insignificant. Yet, the common folk instinctively feared the menacing gray figures while holding the official powers in contempt, knowing well that the latter would not harm them, unlike the former. This is a natural sentiment. It is akin to seeing an armored truck with armed guards, where few would feel apprehensive, but encountering a menacing individual wielding a gun in civilian attire would send most fleeing. As Ma Jia flaunted his knowledge before Han Xiao, the latter chose not to expose the pretense, humorously playing along. "Does the military not intervene?" "Huh. What can the military do? Are they to storm the districts?" Ma Jia scoffed, extolling the gray area with a sense of bravado, boasting, "My cousin is a lieutenant under a big boss, destined for greatness. I've come to lend him a hand." "Impressive," Han Xiao responded nonchalantly. With this encouragement, Ma Jia became even more animated, gesticulating as he continued, "Of course. My cousin is quite a prominent figure in West City. Have you heard of the infamous Huangban Bao?" "Oh, right. You've never been to West City before. Are you here to seek refuge with relatives?" Han Xiao fabricated a response. "No, I'm looking to settle down and find a job." Ma Jia's interest piqued. If he could bring a young man to his cousin, he would surely gain favor. He boisterously proclaimed, "So how about it? Want to join me? I guarantee a bright future." Han Xiao politely declined, but in Ma Jia's eyes, it was merely youthful pride at play, and he scoffed, "Let me tell you. Ordinary drifters in the city live a life of misery, residing in slums and subsisting on moldy food. Do not be deceived by the ostentatious reception of the 6 kingdoms towards wanderers. It is but a facade, as they hardly regard you with any seriousness. A solitary youth such as yourself possesses little promise for the future. It would be wiser to align yourself with me. While I cannot guarantee much, at the very least, I can ensure you a meal." "No, thank you," Han Xiao replied, shaking his head. Ma Jia, feeling slighted by Han Xiao's refusal, wore a look of discontent and scoffed, "Ignorance of your own demise will surely lead to regret. By the time you desire to appease me, it will be too late." Han Xiao closed his eyes, signaling his disinterest in further dialogue. Ma Jia, having lost interest, shot Han Xiao a glare before lapsing into silence. The vehicle halted at a considerable distance from the train station, before a gate marked with a warning sign, suggesting it was a passage reserved for arms transportation. An officer awaited behind the gate, as a smuggler slipped a stack of coins through the iron bars to him. A satisfied smile spread across the officer's face as he opened the gate, allowing Han Xiao and the other clandestine travelers to enter. "The officer will lead you to the outskirts of the city without any scrutiny," the smuggler assured. The officer remained silent, taking the lead as they navigated past various military structures, eventually exiting the checkpoint base. In the distance, the skyscrapers of Shidu shimmered under the sunlight. The smuggled travelers scattered like birds, each pursuing their own path. Ma Jia shot Han Xiao a fierce glare before turning away. As Han Xiao walked along the street, his tattered clothing drew disdainful glances from passers-by, who avoided him as if he were a plague. Having trekked through the forest for 10 days and spent several more days aboard a livestock transport train, he bore an overwhelming odor that could evoke tears. Without money, he found himself stranded and could only quench his thirst at a fountain in the square. The most valuable possession he had was his 20-year-old virgin body, unwashed for 7 days. Of course, these were trivial matters. Half an hour later, Han Xiao emerged from a department store, clad in a fresh ensemble, a crisp white shirt and black trousers, casually puffing on a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him. "You have unlocked the skill, Pickpocketing LV1. Pickpocketing. increases the success rate of theft. It is often the case that one's real-world capabilities translate into the gaming realm. For instance, a soldier in reality may automatically acquire basic combat and shooting skills within the game. As the saying goes, a multitude of skills is never burdensome. In the past, I had honed my pickpocketing skills to outsmart the gangs that roamed between several blocks below, with the intention of countering their thievery. Yes, even I find it credible. A thief? Beware of my claims of defamation if you lack evidence. I, Han the Great Technician, abide by the law and cherish my country. Throughout middle and high school, my scores in political studies never fell below 80. I was awarded the honor of being a model student year after year. I was but a breath away from joining the party, having achieved the trifecta of the Young Pioneers, the Communist Youth League, and the party itself. I am known for my fervent disdain for evil, embodying the virtues of a noble gentleman. To suggest I have ever stolen is preposterous. I have never even indulged in mere voyeurism. As for the current act of borrowing a passerby's wallet, well, that is merely a necessity of life. As political textbooks wisely state, one must analyze specific issues in their context. Such actions can be understood and forgiven. Upon hearing of the old man's strategic prowess in chess, Han Xiao resolved against becoming a drifter. After defecting from the budding organization, he no longer enjoyed complementary resources. The growth of his mechanical expertise was exorbitantly costly, with numerous devices, materials, and components bearing significant value. The challenge of securing funding and resources loomed large. For while the wilderness offered freedom, its resources were scarce and unstable, resulting in painfully slow progress. Additionally, with his meager strength, he required the protection of a formidable force before he could mature. Should the budding organization pinpoint his location in the wild, they would act without restraint, potentially unleashing a barrage of heat-seeking missiles for a carpet bombing, from which escape would be impossible. The budding organization had refrained from employing such tactics against him previously, as his presence within the borders of the Star Dragon Nation would lead to interception of missiles, rendering the exposure of their other bases in Star Dragon unwise. Moreover, the leader did not see the necessity to employ extreme measures against him, deeming it not worth the effort. Han Zhao's decision to join the Six Nations was primarily motivated by the fact that, apart from the budding organization, only the Six Nations possessed the knowledge necessary for advancement. It was imperative for him to align with the Six Nations for the sake of his ascension quest. The most pressing matter at hand was selecting a base in the Western capital. The moment Han Xiao decided to come to the Western capital, he had identified his target. It was a hidden plot point, one he had previously gleaned from others' accounts, without ever having seized this opportunity himself. Now, with no competitors in sight, Han Xiao could seize the initiative. Before him stood a repair shop, its doors wide open, resembling an auto repair establishment. The shop bore no name, its sign merely a wrench symbol, indicating to passers-by that it was a mechanical repair shop. However, there were likely no passers-by, as the shop was nestled in an inconspicuous alley flanked by solid walls. The entrance to the alley was approximately 200 meters from the shop, and without venturing inside, one might mistake it for a dead end. This opportunity had eluded him in his past life. He could not afford to miss it this time. Han Zhao's eyes gleamed with determination. Though the repair shop appeared unremarkable, it concealed a valuable early opportunity in mechanical expertise, and it was unique in nature. Outside, a chess table was set up, where two elderly men with graying hair faced each other in a game. One was shorter, unkempt with a scruffy beard and a wild mane of Mediterranean hair, exuding an artistic aura. The other, taller and with neatly combed gray hair, sat upright like a steadfast pine, intently focused on the chessboard. Notably, his left sleeve hung empty, indicating a disability. The two old men cast a glance at Han Xiao before returning to their game, their expressions serious and concentrated, as if facing a formidable opponent. Han Xiao took a moment to observe, momentarily startled by the intensity of their match. How impressive! They were engaged in Go, with black and white stones entwined in a fierce struggle. The taller elder was forming a significant dragon, while the shorter one attempted to intercept, struggling to gain the upper hand. Their moves were as intricate as the antlers of an antelope, fraught with peril and intensity. Upon a closer look, however, it turned out to be Gamoku. What a waste of their expressions. Are you in need of repairs? A melodious female voice inquired. A woman hastily emerged from the repair shop, instantly capturing Han Zhao's attention. Her complexion was fair and radiated a healthy flush, standing at approximately 1.65 meters. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, She possessed a charming allure, with gentle brows and a warm smile reminiscent of a caring older sister from the neighborhood. At around 24 or 25, she epitomized the peak of feminine beauty. Draped around her long, slender neck was a towel, and her hair was elegantly pinned up with a black hairpin. She wore a simple black elastic tank top paired with denim shorts that showcased her straight, fair legs. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead under the harsh midday sun, and she clutched a wrench in her hand, suggesting she had just been at work. Young lechers might appreciate a woman's face and bosom, while those with more experience would focus on her legs and waist. Seasoned connoisseurs, on the other hand, primarily observed her demeanor. Of course, there were also those peculiar individuals, akin to teddy bears, who would accept anyone regardless of gender. As the saying goes, a woman in her 20s resembles a cherry, visually appealing but lacking in substance. A woman in her 30s, akin to a grape, both beautiful and delightful. Han Xiao has always believed that the most exquisite period for a woman lies between her 20s and 30s. As for women in their 40s, they may be likened to pineapples, delicious yet unappealing. And if you were to inquire about women in their 50s, well, they resemble tomatoes, still considering themselves fruit. Do you hire apprentices here? The woman's eyes lit up at this question, sending a shiver down Han Xiao's spine. A more refined way to describe her gaze would be to liken it to that of a famished person who has gone 3 days without food, gazing upon a lavish banquet, or perhaps a traveler who has trekked through a desert for 10 days, spotting an oasis. More plainly put, it resembled a puppy spotting a pile of excrement or a baby seeing its grandmother. Come in quickly and take a seat, lest you catch a chill. The woman rushed forward, grasping Han Xiao's arm and pulling him into the shop, as if afraid he might escape. Glancing up at the searing midday sun, Han Xiao squinted and remarked, "Is catching a chill a local dialect for heatstroke?" The repair shop's architectural style was dominated by hues of white, yellow, and black, comprising 2 stories. The ground floor housed the workshop, where several support pillars divided the space into 3 work areas, adorned with multiple lathe workbenches and a comprehensive array of mechanical tools, such as grinding wheels, cutters, drill bits, and welding guns. The workbenches bore the marks of time, suggesting they had seen some years of use. Along the walls were several multi-tiered metal shelves, stocked with numerous mechanical parts and metals, resembling a hardware store. As one ventured further inside, a black metal spiral staircase led to the 2nd floor, likely the living quarters. "I am Lu Qian, the owner of this repair shop. You may call me Sister Qian," she said with grace. "Sister Qian," Han Xiao responded, indifferent to the title. "I wish to become an apprentice here. I wonder what the requirements might be." "Please, share a bit about yourself," Lu Qian said with a friendly smile. She found a favorable first impression of Han Xiao, appreciating his gaze, which resembled that of a listless youth with dead fish eyes, exuding an air of despondence and a lack of ambition, suggesting he would not demand a high salary. Han Xiao, at the age of 21, hails from distant lands and possesses a modicum of mechanical expertise. "You may refer to me as Master Han." Master Han. Lu Qian found this title rather peculiar. Coming from afar, are you not a student of Shidu Academy? The universal knowledge acquired by the Blue Star includes fundamental training for superpowered individuals. Shidu Academy is the official institution of Xinglong, attended by the nation's most gifted, systematically imparting knowledge across martial arts, mechanical engineering, and superpowers. Exceptional graduates often ascend directly to significant government positions, serving as the nation's reservoir of talent. However, the likelihood of becoming a superpowered individual is exceedingly rare. Even with a comprehensive training curriculum, the odds remain dismally low. I have merely dabbled in the basics of mechanical theory. Han Xiao is a humble and unassuming individual, steadfast in his adherence to the principles of honor and shame. Alas, Lu Qian felt a twinge of regret, quickly realizing that such sentiments might come off as disrespectful, and hastily clarified, "I did not mean it that way. It's quite all right. I must assess your skills. Though I am in need of an assistant, I will not hire anyone whose technical abilities are lacking." This was a reasonable stance, and Han Xiao naturally had no objections. Lu Qian produced a malfunctioning appliance, intending for Han Xiao to repair it. At that moment, the elderly man at the door, engrossed in a game of chess, suddenly interjected, "Young man, why do you seek to apply for an apprenticeship?" Lu Qian wore a perplexed expression. Her grandfather's question struck her as strange, for naturally, he was there to find work. Han Xiao turned to look at Lu Qian's grandfather, the old man, and replied, "I merely seek employment." The old man offered a non-committal grunt. dismissively pushing aside the chessboard as he rose to approach. I am the proprietor of this establishment, and only through my evaluation will I permit you to remain. The elderly man, who had been on the verge of connecting 5 white pieces, sighed in resignation. Hey, you're being unreasonable. I have serious matters to attend to. The old man remained unfazed, unperturbed by the situation. How shameless, the elderly chess player lamented, unable to continue his game, and thus followed along. 022 Bionic Prosthetics, the Strategic Defense Bureau of Xinglong, abbreviated as the 13th Bureau. Han Xiao's thoughts raced. The old man was a pivotal figure in the concealed narrative and the very target of Han Xiao's endeavor. Encountering the elderly chess player was purely fortuitous. He was a person of considerable stature, and Han Xiao understood that while he could keep his identity hidden from others, he could not do so from the old man. The original plan was to anonymously submit information regarding the budding developments, first demonstrating goodwill, and then revealing himself when the moment was ripe. However, circumstances had shifted, necessitating an adjustment to the strategy. Recklessly engaging with the higher-ups of the 13th Bureau would render his situation somewhat precarious. Nevertheless, Han Xiao seldom succumbed to discouragement. If the scenario altered, he would merely seek new solutions. Since anonymity was no longer viable, he resolved to expose himself directly, showcasing his worth to compel the other party to contemplate his potential allegiance. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And Han Xiao and Xinglong shared a latent foundation for collaboration. Fortunately, I have already entered the city. The 13th Bureau will exercise caution, concerned about disrupting the urban area. Hence, they will act prudently. If I were to reveal my identity at the checkpoint, I would be surrounded by the military and left at their mercy. Altering the plan may not be a detrimental decision, as long as I can earn a modicum of trust from the esteemed Elder Gao. The success of his scheme is almost assured. While contemplating how to initiate conversation, Han Xiao inquired about the nature of the trial. Elder Lu glanced around, failing to identify an appropriate challenge, when suddenly his eyes lit up as he pointed to Elder Gao's severed arm. You must craft him a prosthetic limb. Only if he is satisfied will you have passed the test. Why am I involved in this? Elder Gao was taken aback, but upon noticing Elder Lu's conspicuous gestures, he realized that Elder Lu intended to create difficulties to drive Han Xiao away. Grandfather, you are being unreasonable. Why must you impose such harsh conditions? What if you frighten him away? You spend your days drinking, playing chess, and strolling around. How long has it been since you attended to the shop? Am I not allowed to seek assistance? Lu Qian protested indignantly. Elder Lu paid no heed to his granddaughter's objections and fixed his gaze on Han Xiao, awaiting his response. Han Xiao wore a peculiar expression and reiterated, Are you certain you wish for me to create a prosthetic limb that satisfies this elder? If you are hesitant to accept, you ought to leave promptly. I accept, Han Xiao replied cheerfully. The blueprints for the bionic prosthetic he had previously acquired lay gathering dust on his panel. The designs were readily available, and Elder Lu's request fortuitously aligned with his aim to forge a connection with Elder Gao. Strangely, he had been feeling an increasing sense of European lineage lately, as though some presence were watching over him. You have only 3 hours. I have no inclination to wait for you to fabricate this for a day or two, Elder Lu scoffed. Grandfather, Lu Qian was infuriated. To create the prosthesis, one must first measure Elder Gao's arm dimensions, then draft a structural diagram, and finally produce the finished product. Merely sketching the design could consume several hours, and even with a lathe to expedite the manufacturing process, it would still take no less than 2 hours. This left Han Xiao almost no time to conceive his design, and the final product must also receive Elder Gao's approval. This was evidently an intentional effort to make things difficult. Designers seldom faced such harsh treatment. However, Elder Lu was the head of the family, and Lu Qian's protests were futile. Han Xiao, undeterred, produced a measuring tape and asked, Elder, may I proceed? Elder Gao generously removed his coat, indicating that he could measure his severed arm without reservation. As Han Xiao took the measurements, Elder Gao observed him closely. Despite Elder Lu's blatant attempts to complicate matters, Han Xiao displayed no signs of displeasure. Rather, he appeared self-assured, suggesting he possessed genuine skill. Yet, the reason for the 1 million reward placed on his head by the Emergence Organization remained a mystery. Upon seeing Han Xiao for the first time, Elder Gao recognized his identity. The bounty had stirred considerable unrest in the underground world, and nearly all intelligence agencies had memorized Zero's appearance. Elder Gao, tasked with managing such incidents, was well aware of it. Upon witnessing the brazen appearance of Han Xiao, who had been placed under a bounty, it became abundantly clear that corruption had infiltrated the stationed officers at the checkpoint. It is imperative to seize an opportunity to thoroughly cleanse the internal ranks. What is the purpose of Han Xiao's arrival in the western capital? Does he pose a threat? These are the pressing concerns of the elder Gao. At present, Han Xiao's demeanor appears entirely ordinary, prompting Gao to continue his observation. Unlike Gao, Elder Lu possesses a wealth of experience. Having navigated the perils of life and death in his youth, he keenly perceives the ominous aura of death that clings to Han Xiao, and thus deliberately complicates matters, wishing to prevent Han Xiao from lingering in the repair shop for fear of attracting trouble. However, Elder Lu has long since distanced himself from the underworld and remains unaware that Han Xiao has become a nascent target for bounty hunters. Elder Lu's demands are indeed stringent, placing the decision-making power in my hands, seemingly seeking my assistance. A knowing glance is exchanged between Gao and Lu. Han Xiao quickly measures the necessary dimensions, and Lu Qian, dissatisfied with her grandfather's conduct, eagerly steps forward to assist, saying, "Come, share your ideas. Together we can draft the blueprints, thus saving time." To her surprise, Han Xiao declines her offer, smiling as he declares, "No need for drawings. I already possess a complete concept." Lu Qian's eyes widen in disbelief, exclaiming, "In just 2 minutes, you've conceived an idea? Have you conjured the cowherd star into the heavens?" Elder Lu scoffs, incredulous that anyone could formulate a complete design in such a brief span, especially someone of Han Xiao's stature. Without further elaboration, Han Xiao swiftly compiles a list of materials and equipment required, recognizing that enlisting Lu Qian, the shop manager, would expedite the procurement process. Lu Qian promptly gathers the necessary supplies, harboring discontent towards her grandfather's actions, yet she endeavors to assist Han Xiao, albeit with little hope. Given the stringent conditions, she is skeptical of Han Xiao's ability to succeed. As Han Xiao selects the materials and begins his work, the assorted raw metallic components gradually transform into the envisioned form under the craftsmanship of the stamping machine and cutting wheels. The primary material he employs is a commonly used aluminum alloy, known for its lightweight strength and malleability. Various rivets, screws, and chains are readily available, saving considerable time. The skill of basic mechanical affinity endows Han Xiao with an extraordinary perception of metallic components. As he caresses the metal, he fleetingly senses the eager emotions emanating from the materials awaiting refinement, a sensation as ephemeral as an illusion. This mechanical affinity is the core ability within the mechanical discipline, influencing all aspects of equipment usage and mechanical fabrication. Each level of basic mechanical affinity enhances mechanical quality and manufacturing speed by 1 unit. The pinnacle of bionic prosthetics can capture myoelectric signals, allowing the wearer to command the prosthetic arm simply through thought, with neural signals from the brain directing its movement. Indistinguishable from a real arm, the Winter Soldier's metallic arm exemplifies a fortified version of this technology, necessitating surgical procedures to establish a neural connection with the body. Employing the mechanical disciplines branches of basic electromagnetic principles and neural integration. As this technology advances, it evolves into the realm of prosthetic engineering, capable of replacing not only limbs, but even the brain with mechanical counterparts, transforming beings into mechanical warriors. This approach signifies a journey towards mechanical existence, where a mechanical body cannot generate vitality on its own, perpetually seeking to enhance its modules through superior machinery and external forces. The sole advantage lies in an exceedingly prolonged lifespan, devoid of concerns for hunger or thirst. However, the loss of sensory perception and thought renders one susceptible to the insidious whispers of the cosmos, potentially leading to subtle indoctrination by powerful entities, culminating in a loss of self-identity. Unless one programs their own cognition, establishing logical loops to become a mental immune entity, this path necessitates the sacrifice of free thought, resulting in a being that adheres strictly to programmed logic. Such methods are typically employed by advanced civilizations to create expendable troops, thus rendering this developmental pathway unattractive to most individuals. Inferior bionic prosthetics might employ voice control mechanisms, yet similarly come with prerequisites, requiring foundational acoustics for operation. Mechanical technology operates in a chain, where identical creations yield infinite possibilities through varied knowledge. Mechanical knowledge resembles a grand tree, branching out more profusely as one ascends. Han Xiao, opting for a more practical approach, adapted the principles of a lightweight powered arm to the bionic prosthetic, centering on mechanical power while minimizing energy output and utilizing batteries to prevent pollution akin to that produced by the lightweight powered arm. Force transmission is facilitated by traction cables within the prosthetic's framework, mimicking tendons and harmonizing with the movements of the wearer's amputated limb. Old Lou, seemingly producing a bottle of green glass beer from thin air, sipped while observing, curious to see what Han Xiao would create, ready to mock should he fail. As components were rapidly polished, assembled, and welded together, it became apparent to all that a rudimentary prosthetic limb was taking shape. Even more astonishing was that Han Xiao had not fabricated any extraneous parts, demonstrating that he had indeed conceived a blueprint within a mere 2 minutes. My goodness, could he truly accomplish this? Old Lu murmured, drawing an irritated glare from Lu Qian, confirming her grandfather's mischievous intentions. Noticing the astonishment of his companions, Han Xiao nearly burst into laughter, for the designs were readily available. The challenge lay solely in the execution. You have successfully manufactured a bionic left arm, mechanical-powered type, earning 2,000 experience points. Bionic left arm, mechanical-powered type, a special item characterized by a highly realistic skeleton that utilizes mechanical power in conjunction with traction cables, allowing for adjustable interfaces that perfectly conform to the site of amputation, soft to the touch and skin-friendly, yet extraordinarily durable. In just 2 hours and 33 minutes, Han Xiao crafted a prosthetic arm with a gleaming metallic frame, eliciting shock from the experts present. The arm's design was evidently aligned with human biomechanics, featuring precise mechanisms, chains, and a high-capacity battery for power. The assembly gleamed with novelty and brilliance, leaving everyone in awe. He truly did it. Lu Qian covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with disbelief, as a thought surged in her mind. I've stumbled upon a treasure. If a layer of silicone skin is applied over the framework, it could easily be mistaken for the real thing. Han Xiao elaborated. Enough chit-chat, let us give it a try. Lu Laotu swallowed hard. Although Han Xiao had indeed astonished him, the initiative lay with his longtime friend, and he was still confident he could send Han Xiao away. Gao Laotu, feeling helpless, picked up the bionic prosthetic and examined it, immediately feeling a fondness for it. Once it was attached to the stump of his arm, he discovered the sensation was remarkably soft. Unlike other prosthetics that chafed against the skin, it felt as if he were sinking into a sponge, yet it fit snugly. Previously, Gao Laotu had resisted wearing prosthetics due to their hindrance to movement, but the bionic limb crafted by Han Xiao bore none of those limitations. In fact, when in motion, it created a delightful illusion that his arm was still intact. The elasticity of the pulling cable allowed him to perform simple arm movements effortlessly. Perfect. Only these 2 words could encapsulate Gao Laotu's current feelings. What do you think? Is this thing any good? Lu Laotu sipped his drink calmly, maintaining control of the situation, ready for Gao Laotu to showcase his prowess. Lu Qian watched Gao Laotu anxiously, fearing he might express disapproval. Gao Laotu was torn. On one hand, there was his friend's request. On the other, his personal sentiments. What mattered more? The answer was painfully obvious. This is quite remarkable. I am very satisfied. Lu Laotu spat out his drink in a spectacular spray, coughing incessantly, glaring at Gao Laotu in exasperation. Where's the teammate I was promised? You're not playing by the rules. If you like it, consider it a gift, Han Xiao replied without surprise. Gao Laotu nodded, acknowledging the debt of gratitude. Lu Laotu was taken aback. Wasn't he this made from materials sourced from my own home? If we're talking about favors, shouldn't it be my favor in the first place? Did you consult me before borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha? Then does that mean I can stay? Han Xiao wore a half-smile. Lu Laotu's face shifted between shades of blue and red. He could only pinch his nose in resignation and turn to ascend the stairs, seeking solace in the absence of sight and heartache, leaving behind a disgruntled remark. Humph, if you want to stay, then stay. I'll see how long you can last. Lu Qian's expression brimmed with excitement as she waved her small fist in triumph. With matters settled, Gao Laotu smiled at Han Xiao, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Upon exiting the alley, he boarded a long-awaited black armored car. The driver respectfully handed him an encrypted phone, and Gao Laotu made a call, his demeanor shifting dramatically. The authoritative air he exuded was in stark contrast to the calm elder from moments ago. In a deep voice, he commanded, "The target known as Zero has infiltrated the West City. Coordinate the information department to monitor closely." I had a brief encounter with the target, suggest a gentle approach. Unless absolutely necessary, do not resort to forceful means. The traders of the budding organization have always been sought after by the Six Nations, in hopes of acquiring intelligence regarding budding. Regrettably, previous defectors were mere minnows, whereas Han Xiao stands out as the only defector to have issued a bounty, possibly possessing crucial information. Considering this, the old man Gao resolved to proceed with caution. Han Xiao averted his gaze, believing that his demeanor would convey to Gao that he posed a minimal threat, thus establishing a favorable foundation for interaction between both parties. Arriving at the repair shop offers three distinct advantages. Firstly, the elderly Lu possesses a comprehensive collection of foundational knowledge in mechanics, saving Han Xiao the trouble of searching for vocational knowledge elsewhere. Secondly, the repair shop serves as a sanctuary, allowing him to evade the relentless pursuit of budding. While spies from budding are present in all Six Nations, this particular repair shop remains one of the few locations that budding is unaware of. Even if adversaries were to close in, with the towering presence of Gao, who is conservatively estimated to be capable of defeating several current-level adversaries, the situation would be manageable. Despite Lu's seemingly carefree demeanor, he conceals formidable combat prowess, being one of the few D-level psychics on the Azure Star. In the novice planets of version 10, the strongest individuals typically reach only sea level, already establishing dominance, and even within the interstellar realm, they represent a significant force. Mechanics rank among the psychic systems, and there exists a renowned theory. If mechanics are limited to the capabilities of an average individual, it would constrain over 90% of inventions. Only individuals of considerable strength can wield more advanced machinery. As one matures, the restrictions on the use of mechanical creations become increasingly stringent. Some powerful machines are exclusively for the use of mechanics, rendering them inaccessible to those of other psychic disciplines. The realm of mechanics does not solely encompass the imagery of wielding colossal firearms or armored combat. Advanced mechanics utilize various machines as tactical cores, enabling the creation of diverse combat modes, be it aggressive assaults, control, assassination, defense, or ranged attacks. The army of robots, artillery specialists with overwhelming firepower, armored warriors engaging in close-quarters combat with high-tech weaponry, and the possibility of virtual illusions, fortifications, and even self-transformation into mechanical forms abound. According to the official documentation provided by Star C, mechanics are described as proficient in the use of mechanical weaponry and possessing the ability for rapid assembly, showcasing exceptional versatility. The most pivotal term among these is rapid assembly. Upon mastering high-density material compression technology and basic spatial technology, a mechanic can fold massive weapons into metal plates the size of a finger, allowing them to be carried conveniently and instantly deployed in battle. Energy. Akin to that of the psychic system's energy reservoir, the martial system's attack power, the magical system's source of magic, and the telekinetic system's mental force reactor, serves a crucial role in mechanics as well. Once the energy reaches a certain threshold, it can replace the functions of hands, lathes, and equipment, enabling the rapid creation of new machinery during combat. As long as raw materials are available, a mechanic's arsenal can be inexhaustible. Of course, prerequisite skills such as second-level disassembly and reorganization and other vocational knowledge must first be acquired. Due to the realistic weight limitations of players' inventories, only those in the mechanical and magical professions, along with the exceedingly rare space psychics, can achieve the effect of spatial satchels. The third advantage is of paramount importance. The repair shop is tied to a hidden storyline, allowing access to several legendary blueprints from the early stages of the mechanical profession. Old Man Lu will eventually depart from the repair shop, leaving behind a locked box containing years of meticulously gathered research blueprints, intended for his daughter, Lu Qian, to pass on to her father, Lu Cheng, a wandering warlord with whom Old Man Lu shares a tumultuous relationship. In a previous life, a mechanical player embarked on a convoluted series of tasks, completing dozens of intricate quests to ultimately acquire the code to unlock the box. After arduous efforts to gather the necessary materials, the rewards were immediate and spectacular, a significant boost in combat prowess, catapulting him to the pinnacle of the PK arena, where he set a record of 38 consecutive victories, even defeating 3 other players of equal standing simultaneously. The blueprints contained therein are the early-stage artifacts of the mechanical class, and Han Xiao need not undertake the convoluted preliminary tasks. He is already privy to the code. The hidden storyline involves a competitive quest, although only one player can succeed. Others who complete the quest will also learn the code. Consequently, some players later shared insights on forums, through which Han Xiao became informed. The locked box left by Old Man Lu will come to fruition after the public beta, and Han Xiao, positioned advantageously, seeks to cultivate a good rapport. The artifacts are well worth the effort. Let me tell you about the apprentice's compensation, a monthly salary of 1,000, with meals and accommodation included. The second floor has vacant rooms, and the usual work involves mechanical repairs and fulfilling client orders. Is that agreeable? Lu Qian gazed at Han Xiao with unease, having witnessed his capabilities, fearing that such compensation might drive him away. Yet, her funds were exceedingly limited. I can accept, Han Xiao replied. Lu Qian was overjoyed, instantly feeling a sense of fondness. The second floor comprises a complete living space, living room, bathroom, kitchen, and several bedrooms. She led Han Xiao to his room, which featured a wooden bed without a mattress, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a small workbench. This is your room, Lu Qian said, handing him the key and enthusiastically tidying up the space. A salary of 1,000 may hardly cover a month's worth of meals, and Lu Qian was thoroughly pleased with Han Xiao, wondering where else she could find such affordable and high-quality labor. This young man seemed a bit naive. She resolved to treat him well to ensure he wouldn't leave. Han Xiao, bemused, found it amusing that while he was calm during the interview, the shop owner appeared nervous. What a situation. Once Lu Qian finished cleaning, she departed. Lying on the bed, Han Xiao comfortably closed his eyes, allowing himself to relax. Now awaiting the arrival of the 13 Bureau, he was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient to confront the budding threats. Relying on external forces was merely a shortcut. True reliance must come from his own capabilities, and to gain the 13 Bureau's attention, he would need to enhance his strength significantly. At present, opportunities for completing tasks and battling foes are scarce, leaving only technical work to pursue. Manufacturing machinery requires financial resources, making it imperative to seek additional income. The West is rife with prospects. Transforming these opportunities into one's own strength remains a formidable journey. A classic song aptly captures this sentiment, recounting the tale of Zhang Guolao, who, with his donkey and the monk Xia, embarks on a long journey to the West, traversing thousands of miles. With half a year remaining until the public beta, preparations must be diligently undertaken. After tidying up, Han Xiao returned to the first floor, where Lu Qian was diligently at work at the lathe, repairing a household appliance. Her shapely figure was clad in snug shorts, revealing her long, supple legs, which inadvertently drew his gaze. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lu Qian remarked that the orders were all in the drawer. The repair shop was rather quiet, with many orders accumulating, so Han Xiao casually selected an easy task and busied himself at the lathe. By 7 in the evening, the repair shop closed for the day. Lu Qian changed into a white long dress for home, her hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding a warm and gentle demeanor reminiscent of an elder sister. The visible repairs on her dress hinted at a modest financial situation, leading Han Xiao to speculate whether her choice of cool attire during work was an attempt to save on fabric. As dinner time approached, old Lu finally emerged, having locked himself away in his room all day. "Dinner's ready," he announced, his wild Mediterranean locks suggesting he was not one to partake in household chores, leaving the cooking entirely to Lu Qian. Han Xiao took a bite of the braised pork, which was rich yet not greasy, the savory juices bursting forth, causing his eyes to light up. "Delicious, isn't it?" Lu Qian beamed with satisfaction. Han Xiao had no time to respond, as he was too engrossed in savoring the meal. "This is what food should taste like. What have I been eating for the past 6 months? There's plenty more. Take your time," Lu Qian encouraged, pleased that her culinary skills were appreciated, continuously serving him more dishes. After a while, old Lu suddenly inquired, "What exactly is your background?" Han Xiao paused mid-bite. "I'm just an ordinary person. Such a feeble lie could hardly deceive me, young man. Be honest with me," old Lu retorted with a sarcastic laugh, his hand smoothing over his balding head, resembling a hairless egg. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. "What if I choose not to speak?" "Choose not to speak?" Old Lu raised his voice, dramatically tossing his hair back, evoking the audacity of a heavy metal guitarist, exuding a flamboyant bravado that filled the air with a sense of solitude and melancholy. "What a perilous kingdom this is, with its snow-covered mountains." Han Xiao's expression sharpened, swiftly pivoting to leap 5 meters away, crossing his arms in a defensive stance, bracing for whatever may come. Old Lu squinted, impressive skills. Could it be the legendary ballet technique of the Four Elders and the Black Goose? You possess some knowledge, indeed. Merely a trivial matter. Yet, I possess a technique. White fluff, 3,000 feet in length. To touch it is to meet death. To encounter it is to have one's soul severed. Dare you to embrace my move? The old man, with his fingers slightly raised, grasped his long hair as if wielding a weapon, exuding an air of mastery and authority. Is there truly such divine prowess in this world? Han Zhao's complexion shifted. The realm I inhabit is beyond your comprehension, the old man chuckled softly. Lu Qian wore a congenial smile, yet behind her coalesced a roiling mass of thunderous black clouds, reminiscent of celestial manifestations. With measured grace, she tapped lightly on the table with her chopsticks, stating calmly, "Sit down and dine." In the blink of an eye, the two returned to their original positions, their expressions serene, as if nothing had transpired. The western capital sprawls vast and is divided into 8 districts, accompanied by 3 garrison cities, all interconnected by military railways. District 1 stands as the heart of the city, housing all governmental edifices, strictly off-limits to civilians. Beneath the surface, currents of intrigue flow among the 6 nations. While the Emergence Organization is a common adversary, the 6 nations also vie against one another, with no absolute allies. Assassinations targeting high-ranking officials have never ceased. Although publicly attributed to the Emergence Organization and certain supercriminals, intelligence agencies are acutely aware that at least 70% of these assassinations are orchestrated by rival nations. The clandestine world of this planet comprises intelligence agencies, the Emergence Organization, rogue warlords, arms traffickers, information brokers, supercriminals, assassin guilds, hackers, and other fugitives. The Dragonhorn Building serves as the core governmental institution of the Star Dragon Nation, where the highest echelons of leadership convene. The building's outer walls are purportedly capable of withstanding intercontinental missiles, allowing the nation's elite to conduct their meetings without fear of sudden catastrophe. Beneath the Dragon Horn lies the stronghold of classified departments. The unmarked floors of the building's subterranean levels house the headquarters of the National Strategic Defense Bureau. Dozens of immense black screens adorn the walls, displaying a torrent of data, while the rhythmic clatter of keyboards fills the air. Countless intelligence personnel bustle about like cogs in a machine, ensuring the smooth operation of the agency, known simply as the 13th Bureau. Here, myriad pieces of intelligence, both significant and trivial, converge for processing before being dispatched to their respective departments. The 13th Bureau acts as the eyes and ears of Star Dragon. A concealed dagger hidden within its sleeve. Report to the minister. Zero's whereabouts have been pinpointed. A bespectacled, poised secretary hastily knocked on the door of the intelligence minister's office. The minister, with a grave expression, sat behind his desk, a glimmer of moisture at the corner of his mouth, and spoke in a low voice. "Speak. Minister, were you napping just now?" The secretary inquired with a feigned lack of focus. "Enough of this idle chatter." The intelligence minister glared. "Speak of serious matters." Zero is currently hiding in a mechanical repair shop in District 7. The Minister of Intelligence turned his chair around, pondering for a moment before he faced the others again, stating solemnly, "The directive from above is to engage in gentle contact. You turned away just now to wipe your drool, didn't you? I truly regret promoting you." The bespectacled female secretary adjusted her glasses, the lenses glinting with a flash of light. "How shall we implement this? Since Zero has ventured alone into the West City, the underlying implication is a quest for asylum, and he has already exhibited a willingness to cooperate. We must prepare for both possibilities and implement the informant protection protocol, ensuring that the spies from Menya in West City remain unaware of his presence. Instruct the hackers to intercept any information regarding Zero's whereabouts, preventing any intelligence from leaking online. Simultaneously, send individuals to discreetly probe whether he is a deliberate mole sent by Menya. We should refrain from hasty contact until we confirm his intentions. Among Menya's 1 million defectors, there are 2 possibilities. First, he possesses some critical intelligence. Second, he has formidable capabilities, making his threat level difficult to assess. We must not alarm the snake in the grass. I do not wish for a repeat of the last operation against Black Spider, which resulted in the destruction of 2 streets and ended in failure, leading to a 2-hour reprimand from the director. In the repair shop, where work was leisurely, Han Xiao found ample time for his own pursuits and ventured out to seek side income. The Kluo scrapyard, the largest garbage station in the 7th district, was piled high with refuse, and various large machines tirelessly processed the waste. This place was the territory of the notorious Raccoon, the kingpin of the gray area in the 7th district. As long as there was law and civilization, one could not escape the clutches of such shady characters. Akin to shadows beneath the sun, especially in such a chaotic societal environment. Although West City was the capital of the Star Dragon, numerous spies from other nations lurked within its confines, along with arms dealers, intelligence agents, and dark web assassins operating clandestinely, harboring all manner of filth. This gray power was a local hegemon, well known in West City, yet hardly acknowledged in reputable circles. Wearing a mask, Han Xiao entered the scrapyard, only to be confronted by a group of menacing figures. "Kid, this isn't a place for you." A burly bald man blocked his path, eyeing him with ill intent. To them, Han Xiao's slender frame appeared as easy prey. "I wish to see Raccoon," Han Xiao stated calmly. The workers erupted in laughter, as if he had told the grandest of jokes. "We don't have time to play house with you. Hurry back home to your mother, or we might break your legs," the bald man threatened, raising a wrench menacingly. "Is Raccoon really represented by a lackey like you? What did you say?" The bald man fumed, grabbing Han Xiao by the collar. Han Xiao stared blankly, his expression vacant, and placed his palm on the man's wrist, applying a gentle squeeze. The burly man felt a sudden pain in his wrist and instinctively loosened his grip, glancing down in astonishment to find several dark purple fingerprints appearing on his skin. "Friend, which path do you tread?" The bald man's expression shifted, his face now etched with wariness. At that moment, the bald man suddenly tilted his head, listening intently to the miniature earpiece concealed within his cochlea. He retracted the hostility from his visage, stepped aside to clear the path, and spoke in a low voice. "The boss wishes to meet you." Following him, Wuku brought the robust figure into the interior of a scrapyard, specifically to a resting area. There, a diminutive man lounged on a sofa, his legs crossed, swirling a glass of red wine between his fingers. At first glance, one could hardly associate him with the notorious figure known as the Raccoon, who held dominion over the gray market of Zone 7. The Raccoon casually inquired, "I hear you wish to see me. What shall I call you?" "Han Technician," replied Han Xiao nonchalantly. The Raccoon smirked coldly. "If I sense you are wasting my time, you should be well aware of the consequences." It had been quite some time since a stranger had dared to approach him for a discussion on collaboration, especially one so young and inexperienced. Out of curiosity, he wished to meet Han Xiao. Raising an eyebrow, Han Xiao suddenly extended his hand, sweeping past the bald man's waist like a specter. Before the Raccoon could comprehend the situation, a pistol had materialized in Han Xiao's grasp. The bald man wore a look of astonishment and hurriedly reached for his lower back, only to discover that his concealed firearm had been seized. The Raccoon's subordinates immediately drew their weapons, their expressions tense as they aimed at Han Xiao. "What is the meaning of this?" The Raccoon paused, his heart racing. He was acutely aware of the bald man's prowess, a formidable ally capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. Yet, he was unable to match the speed of this young man. Who was he? Han Xiao's fingers danced, manipulating the handgun as if it were a Rubik's Cube. And in the blink of an eye, the firearm transformed into a scattering of components that clattered to the ground. Arms are a lucrative product for powerful factions, and I can assist you in minimizing costs. All I require is a modest remuneration. The Raccoon was immediately intrigued. This young man could manufacture firearms. Weapons were the hard currency of the gray market, and the prices in the black market were exorbitantly high, essentially extortionate. The ability to use a gun and the skill to create one are two distinct concepts. A mechanic who understands gun manufacturing is a rare gem. For a local power like the Raccoon, attracting such knowledgeable artisans was nearly impossible, and now, a legitimate mechanic was presenting himself. It was an opportunity. "What kind of collaboration do you envision?" "I will prepare a list shortly. You provide the materials and parts, and I will handle the manufacturing and assembly. I will come to work for 2 hours each morning, charging 1,500 for each handgun, and I shall take with me any mechanical scraps I fancy." Han Xiao had thoroughly studied the firearms of the Mecha organization and could effortlessly produce basic weaponry. The Raccoon attempted to drive the price down harshly. "The materials are mine. I can only offer you 1,000. Without hesitation, Han Xiao turned to leave. The Raccoon was instantly flustered. He had merely intended to test Han Xiao's limits, never anticipating such a strong reaction. He hastily called out, Wait. Let us stick to your price. In the black market, a handgun typically costs 3,000 to 4,000. Han Zhao's fee was within the raccoon's tolerable range. Prepare the lathe equipment and materials. I will come by tomorrow. I need to procure some mechanical scraps first. Han Xiao was acutely aware that a skilled mechanic wielded considerable leverage in such negotiations, and his counterpart was still oblivious to his identity and combat prowess. The sly feline's gaze darkened, signaling the burly bald man to maintain surveillance. He was unconcerned about allowing Han Xiao a taste of success. After all, the scrapyard was his domain, and he possessed ample means to deal with fraudsters. Han Xiao had successfully salvaged numerous usable parts and, with an air of nonchalance, departed. However, he soon noticed a shadow trailing him, fully aware of the feline's intentions to ascertain his identity and whereabouts. After leaving the scrapyard, Han Xiao swiftly navigated several streets, successfully evading his pursuer. This way, the 13th Bureau would also come to understand his mechanical prowess, Han Xiao mused. Given the 13th Bureau's intelligence capabilities, it would be effortless for them to uncover his side job working for the sly feline, serving as an indirect demonstration of his abilities, while also creating opportunities for mechanical fabrication. Although mechanics were initially at a disadvantage, they had their merits. They were favored by various factions and could accumulate contributions at an astonishing rate, unlike combat professions. As for his choice of the feline, the reasoning was simple. Proximity allowed him to save time on the journey. Upon returning to the workshop, Han Xiao was met with inquiries from LV Qian, who had already anticipated his response, gesturing towards the large bag of parts he had retrieved. I went to the scrapyard to scavenge. The scrapyard? That place has poor security. You should avoid it in the future. LV Qian did not dwell on the matter, as long as it did not hinder orders. She was unconcerned with Han Zhao's personal time. She harbored a natural fondness for talents with modest salary expectations, often accommodating his requests. Han Xiao set down the parts and immersed himself in the panel, noting that many potential points remained untapped. It was the perfect opportunity to complete the remaining 2 foundational courses in the armed branch. The repair shop harbored a comprehensive collection of mechanical knowledge. Few places were more conducive to the early development of mechanics. The knowledge books were the private treasures of Old Man LV. And when Han Xiao sought out Old Man LV for the books, he unsurprisingly encountered a closed door. I wish to see the mechanical knowledge books. Go away. I have no books to show you. Don't be so stingy. Consider it an investment in an outstanding youth, nurturing potential employees. Your audacity exceeds my expectations. But it is of no avail. I simply refuse to show you. What can you do about it? A valid question indeed. What could Han Xiao do? The following day, when LV Qian handed over the pilfered books to Han Xiao, Old Man LV was beside himself with rage, lamenting, "How did I end up with such a granddaughter who sides with outsiders?" LV Qian also possessed keys to his room, making it evident that retrieval was impossible. Old Man LV seethed with frustration. You wait. Old Man will eventually reclaim his dignity and see you off. The books titled Fundamentals of Weaponry and Comprehensive Materials Handbook were the last 2 foundational knowledge texts in the armed branch. Han Zhao's level 20 advancement task required him to master an advanced knowledge area, with the prerequisite of learning 5 foundational knowledge areas within the same branch. The advancement tasks for players are not fixed. The level 20 advancement task is notably one of the most arduous challenges. On the novice planet, advanced knowledge is exceedingly rare. Han Zhao's advancement requirements would pose significant difficulty even as a level 40 player's task. Ordinary level 20 players may struggle to gather even the foundational knowledge of a single branch, with the most unfortunate among them yet to unlock their primary profession. The repair shop lacks advanced knowledge, necessitating the acquisition of basic knowledge first. However, Han Xiao is already quite content, as searching for knowledge books is a daunting task for all players. Some level 40 and 50 players have yet to master all foundational knowledge, while the repair shop boasts a complete set of mechanical foundational knowledge, placing them not merely ahead of the starting line, but directly at the finish line. The Intergalactic Civilizational Contact Treaty, 7th Revision, among the 3 major cosmic forces stipulates that if intelligent species are discovered, malicious interference in the development of lower civilizations through war, genetic means, pheromones, and 127 other methods is strictly prohibited. Consequently, High Blue Star has not acquired advanced technological knowledge from interstellar factions. The advanced knowledge it possesses is already at its pinnacle, tightly controlled by powerful entities and regarded as confidential. Do you wish to expend 1 potential point to learn basic weaponry? Do you wish to expend 1 potential point to learn Comprehensive materials? Confirm. 026 Robot Ranger. Basic weaponry. Encompasses the manufacturing knowledge of basic firearms and melee weapons, reducing the number of assembly attempts required to master basic firearm blueprints and enhancing weapon production efficiency. Comprehensive materials is the core knowledge of the armament branch. The fundamental attributes of mechanical equipment hinge on raw materials. New generations of materials could even spark technological revolutions, elevating the overall quality of machinery. Many synthetic materials are prerequisites for advanced machinery. You have acquired 5 foundational knowledge points in the armament branch, and you have comprehended the skills, elementary refinement, and overload. You have grasped the blueprint, Robot Ranger. Elementary refinement allows you to refine materials, enhancing their quality. Although labeled as elementary and simple, this skill serves as the primitive version of core professional skills. The advanced version, molecular refinement, can directly alter material properties using energy. Materials, like equipment, are graded. The higher the quality, the greater the value. Even materials of the same quality can be differentiated in value. For instance, a common raw material, iron ore, costs 13 high blue coins per pound, while its refined form, ink iron ore, is valued at 45 high blue coins per pound, both classified as gray quality. Each material possesses unique characteristics. For example, certain metals are suitable for energy transmission but unsuitable for armor production. Overload, an active skill that consumes energy to temporarily enhance the mechanical power by 30 to 50, significantly draining durability. For instance, the lightweight power arm that Han Xiao once utilized can elevate both attack and defense by 30 to 50 upon activation of overload. Though his 120 energy points can sustain it for only about 10 seconds, categorizing it as an explosive tactic. At last, an active skill has been acquired. Han Xiao was filled with excitement. The early-stage active skills of the mechanical system were woefully few. Had he possessed such skills while escaping the budding organization, he would not have fled in such a disheveled manner. The Robot Ranger, one of the easiest blueprints to acquire in the early stages, particularly for him, was a low-end multifunctional robot capable of being equipped with various devices and machinery, serving purposes ranging from combat, reconnaissance, and defense to assistance, and even self-detonation. Its versatility was high, though it lacked specialization, yet it held great potential for modification. Han Xiao was aware that many guilds employed auxiliary rangers for exploration and mining. The blueprints understood by the mechanic varied. Some existed while others had yet to be discovered, depending on the unique circumstances of each planet. Spending 2 potential points to obtain such a multitude of skills was a significant gain. Old Lu ambled over, curiosity etched on his face. "You've been so animated since a while ago. What are you up to?" Han Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Old Lu. "Don't you find your presence here quite incongruous?" "Incongruous? Why?" Old Lu looked down at his beach shorts, shook the bottle of liquor in his hand, and burped without a hint of embarrassment. Lu Qian, having set down her welding gun with a thud, was flushed by the heat and a sheen of sweat glistened on her face. She rolled her eyes behind her protective goggles and spoke sternly, "During work hours, please keep idle folks at a distance." "You little brat," Old Lu muttered, taking a swig of his drink before leisurely strolling out, enjoying his carefree life. "Boss, do you repair things here?" Just as Old Lu departed, a middle-aged man entered. Han Xiao glanced over and noticed that the man was also observing him. Their eyes met briefly before the man averted his gaze. Han Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his gaze to notice the man's steady and powerful stride. Instantly understanding the situation and maintaining a composed expression, there was an 80% chance that this man was an intelligence officer from the 13th Bureau, here to assess him. Lu Qian approached, her face adorned with a polite smile reserved for clients. "Hello, what do you need repaired?" "My car broke down right at the intersection," the middle-aged man said, his gaze drifting past Lu Qian to scrutinize Han Xiao. "All right, no problem," Lu Qian replied, preparing to grab her toolbox. Suddenly, the man pointed at Han Xiao and said, "I'd like that young man to help me with the car." Lu Qian was taken aback, feeling somewhat disheartened. Did she not appear competent enough? Was this discrimination against women? "I'll take care of it." Han Xiao took the toolbox from the visibly displeased Lu Qian. The two walked out of the alley to find an old sedan parked by the roadside. "This is the car," the middle-aged man indicated. Han Xiao opened the hood, glanced inside, and began to retrieve tools from the toolbox for repairs. The man leaned against the car, feigning interest in conversation, and asked, "Young man, you can't be that old, can you?" "I'm 30, Han Xiao replied. 30? Do you think I'm blind? A middle-aged man nearly choked, his lips twitching. What shall I call you? Han Xiao, without lifting his head, believed that before inquiring about another's name, one must first demonstrate sincerity. The middle-aged man had no choice but to respond, "My name is Feng Jun." "A fine name," Han Xiao remarked in a tone devoid of any discernible praise. Feng Jun felt a pang of annoyance. What was with this seemingly insincere commendation? Moreover, what was commendable about my name? "You misunderstood my intent." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. "I merely wanted a cigarette." Feng Jun's expression stiffened as he offered Han Xiao a cigarette. With narrowed eyes, Han Xiao took the smoke and resumed his work on the car, adding, "You may call me Han Xiao." Feng Jun silently noted this and continued to probe. "Han Xiao, you are not from the West City, are you? Where are you from?" Feng Jun's prepared remarks were stifled, his expression akin to one suffering from constipation. "What on earth? I have only just begun my inquiry. Must your skills be so impeccable, you rascal?" Han Xiao, with an impassive face, extended his hand. "The hydraulic pipe is broken." 60. "Please. Of course, I know it's the hydraulic pipe. I was the one who caused it." Feng Jun chuckled awkwardly while retrieving his wallet. Deliberately and slowly, as if it were a bottomless pit, hoping to stall for time to ask more questions. "Your skills are quite impressive. Where did you learn them?" "Self-taught." "Oh, truly remarkable. Where do you hail from?" "A rural area." Noticing that Feng Jun was taking an eternity to produce the money, Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting I should give you a discount?" Feng Jun cleared his throat and finally handed the money to Han Xiao. Thinking to himself that he had no other option, he could hardly refuse to pay, unsure if the organization would reimburse him. Han Xiao chuckled. "This is the most unfathomable wallet I have ever encountered. I thought you would take half an hour." Feng Jun swore to the heavens that if it weren't for the necessity of completing his probing task, he would consider any additional seconds spent in conversation a loss. Han Xiao whistled, picked up his toolbox, and leisurely made his way back. Feng Jun, with a troubled expression, made a phone call. Preliminary observations indicate that the target is a mechanic. At present, the level of danger cannot be assessed. The conversation lasted 4 minutes and 38 seconds, revealing only that the target identifies as Han Xiao. "I recommend further probing and investigation while avoiding any conflict." Character analysis of the target? Exceedingly difficult. Feng Jun replied through clenched teeth. The next several days passed peacefully. Han Xiao maintained a regular routine, visiting the Kilo scrapyard each morning to craft firearms for the raccoon. Compensation was settled daily, with consistent earnings, and he scavenged numerous usable mechanical parts, quietly constructing a ranger robot. Han Xiao concealed the completed components within his room, awaiting the assembly and welding of all parts. At other times, he primarily remained at the repair shop managing orders. The intelligence agency never ceased its probing, daily. Different operatives would come in rounds of 2 or 3. Lu Qian, under the impression that business was finally thriving, delightedly prepared 5 dishes and a soup each day to reward Han Xiao. Occasionally, as Han Xiao passed by her side, he would hear Lu Qian incessantly muttering about expansion and chains, which sent chills down his spine, making him feel as though the proprietress had developed some grandiose delusion. Old Lu would occasionally linger near Han Xiao, attempting to discern his origins through his assembly techniques, but it was all in vain. Han Xiao was entirely self-taught, leaving no trace of method behind. Old Gao frequently engaged in chess matches with Old Lu. To be honest, Han Xiao found little merit in competing over Gobang. Often conversing with Han Xiao, which pleased him and gradually increased Old Gao's favor towards him. In the realm of mechanical engineering, manufacturing experience was paramount, followed by enhancement, and then repair, with assembly being the least practiced. Due to the temporary lack of opportunities to acquire advanced knowledge, Han Xiao focused on honing his 3 closest skills to their maximum potential: beginner mechanical affinity LV3, basic combat LV8, and basic shooting LV6, aiming to accumulate more potential points. Coincidentally, the advancement requirement for mechanical novice was to comprehend intermediate mechanical affinity, necessitating beginner mechanical affinity to reach its cap at level 5. Mechanical affinity is the core skill of the mechanical discipline, a prerequisite for many blueprints and abilities. Although he currently possessed 15 potential points, which seemed substantial, he understood deeply that when the need arose, they would dissipate faster than water flowing. Had he not squandered potential points in the past, he would not have had to spend millions of anars, the universal currency, on the magical civilization's water of forgetting to reset his points. all the while getting fleeced by those unscrupulous merchants. At the Kluo scrap yard, Han Xiao operated the lathe, assembling a Type 73 Hornet pistol. The raccoon handed him a stack of bills, which Han Xiao pocketed without counting, deciding that was sufficient for the day before departing. I owe you one during this time. I don't need more firearms for now, but the promise still stands. You may sift through the mechanical refuse here at your leisure. The raccoon, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, implied a desire to temporarily halt their collaboration. His stock of weapons had reached saturation. Yet it was not yet the time to discard the horse after the grind. He coveted Han Xiao's gun-making skills, repeatedly fantasizing about the immense profits that would come if he were to master that craft. The raccoon was cautious. Han Xiao's effortless acquisition of firearms during their first meeting made him hesitant to act recklessly. Additionally, Han Xiao had consistently managed to shake off his pursuers. Thus, the raccoon refrained from employing forceful measures. He was quite curious about the true visage concealed beneath Han Xiao's mask. Do as you wish. Han Xiao sensed that he had exhausted the opportunities for extra income. After a round of polite exchanges, he left the scrap yard, turned down several streets, adeptly evading his followers, and arrived at a large mechanical market. This place sold various metals and components, frequented by many students from the Mechanical Institute of Western Capital. Han Xiao earned a total of 70,000 Hablin coins as supplementary income, allowing him to acquire all the materials needed for the Ranger and additionally procure components for a lightweight power arm. The money flowed in swiftly, yet dissipated just as rapidly. After transporting the items back to the repair shop, Han Xiao commenced his work in solitude. Days later, all components were completed, and Han Xiao began assembling the Ranger robot in his room. Standing at a height of 1.2 meters, the exterior was clad in a thin layer of armor, safeguarding the intricate gears, precision parts, wires, and energy sources within. The upper body bore a humanoid form, with an oval head nestled within the torso, devoid of a neck. A pair of mechanical eyes were equipped with rudimentary remote control and imaging systems, utilizing standard chips with average computational speed. On either side of the torso were mechanical arms, with the elbows and shoulders functioning on bearing torque, allowing for human-like rotation. The fingers were modified into gun barrels, with a firing range encompassing a 170-degree arc in front. The waist could rotate 90 degrees to either side, while the ribs housed ammunition clips, and the lower body was equipped with tracked wheels, resembling a miniature tank. The system prompted him to name the finished product. Following the conventions of his previous life, Han Xiao designated it as the First-Generation Ranger. First-Generation Ranger, track type, robot, quality, gray, basic attributes, armor value 800, defense 18, power level 58, maximum speed 23 km/h, energy value 120120, height 1.18 meters, weight 143 pounds, control method, remote control, signal transmission, remote control range 50 meters, energy source, battery pack, combat consumption 8 energy per minute, core power 3680 ohms, right arm module, small caliber machine gun, attack power 3540, rate of fire 4 rounds S, maximum rate of fire 7 rounds S, 10 seconds overload, ammunition capacity 30-60 rounds, belt, output energy level 40, power consumption 18, left arm module, small caliber machine gun, same as above, additional ability, self-destruction causing 280 to 430 points of flame damage within a 30-meter radius. Destroyed upon use, additional ability, provides an 8-point damage reduction against any harm not penetrating metal node. Do not underestimate this seemingly simple creature. It can deliver a significant blow when it matters most. The term Ranger serves as a model designation, categorized into various types based on the configurations of the power system, weapon system, and control system, with most mechs, robots, and large machinery adhering to this naming convention. The raw materials profoundly influence the attributes of the finished product. The primary materials for the first-generation Ranger are steel alloy and AS resin plastic, both commonplace substances. Had Han Xiao utilized higher-grade steel or alloys, the defense and armor values of the first-generation Ranger would have been substantially enhanced. The technology embedded within the machinery is interconnected and mutually influential. Each component encapsulates distinct technologies. And if certain parts cannot be fabricated independently, ordinary replacements can be procured. As knowledge accumulates, the processes of manufacturing machinery become increasingly liberated, allowing even the minutest screws to be polished independently. The final products will be stronger with each generation. For instance, mastering advanced chip control technology or sophisticated energy systems enables one to alter the remote control modes and power levels of robots, showcasing the allure of the mechanical discipline. Every robot, vehicle, and mech is constrained by energy power limits, and attaching new modules will elevate power loads. The stronger the attachment, the greater the module load. Hence, the addition of components cannot be limitless. Only by upgrading energy technology can one usher in a new era. The energy utilized by the first-generation Rangers is conventional batteries, which possess relatively low power. It is only by acquiring knowledge and energy branches that one can produce energy independently. Upon completing the first-generation Ranger, Han Xiao immediately gained 24,000 experience points, as manufacturing yields the most substantial experience, contingent upon production cycles, product quality, and technical intricacy. Han Xiao then dedicated another day to crafting a lightweight power arm, achieving proficiency in the task. You have manufactured a lightweight power arm, left, and gained 2,500 experience points. The new lightweight power arm remains a left-hand equipment, yet the materials used this time are more rudimentary, resulting in a decline in quality. Lightweight power arm, left, quality, gray basic attributes, attack power 2845, defense power 812, power level 26, durability 205, 205 equipment requirements, strength 23 attribute bonus, attack speed 4 length, 0. 51 meters, from elbow to forearm to palm, weight, 135 pounds additional effect, extra strength enhancement, 6. His most formidable capability now lies in combat, making the lightweight power arm the most suitable weapon. The mechanical discipline incorporates martial arts combat, referred to as the mechanized martial arts style. Han Xiao does not intend to persist in this style, as the strength of the mechanical approach lies in ranged attacks. Nevertheless, the mechanized martial arts style is among the highest combat power factions in the early stages of the mechanical discipline, serving as a transitional phase. Han Xiao concealed the mechanical arm in his room and returned to the first floor, where a client was engaged in conversation with Lu Qian. Occasionally glancing in Han Xiao's direction, this individual was also an information operative. Recently, all the disguises of clients seeking information from Han Xiao had met with failure, prompting them to alter their strategy and inquire about Han Xiao through Lu Qian. After dismissing the client, Lu Qian's expression turned peculiar. She wondered why so many individuals were inquiring about him. "I must be quite popular," he replied. "But they are all men." Han Xiao's expression stiffened. "You misunderstand. Rest assured, I harbor no prejudice against you," she chuckled, yet Han Xiao found her laughter rather unsettling. "You must be completely mistaken." Suddenly, Han Xiao felt a stirring within. A new prompt from the system emerged. "You have triggered an E-level mission, assassination. Will you accept or decline?" Han Xiao paused momentarily, pondering how this mission had been activated. "I accept." Task prompt. "Some individuals have set their sights on your generous bounty, lurking in the shadows with malevolent intent. Meanwhile, certain organizations await your performance. What course of action will you choose?" Task requirement. Successfully evade the pursuers. Reward, 10,000 experience points. Special reward, a basic skill upgrade card. It is evident that someone is after his bounty. The mention of certain organizations in the task prompt elicited a roll of the eyes from Han Xiao, as it was unmistakably the 13th Bureau. The connection between the two led Han Xiao to a new conjecture. Perhaps the 13th Bureau had intentionally leaked his information to a pursuing faction, seeking to gauge his combat capabilities. If this were indeed the case, the adversaries would likely possess limited destructive power and be easily manageable. The 13th Bureau would never tolerate a large-scale incident in the nation's capital, nor would they hastily divulge his intelligence. While the rewards for E-level missions are generally modest, the special reward piqued Han Xiao's interest, a skill upgrade card that could instantly elevate the level of a corresponding skill, proving to be quite beneficial for him. The special reward corresponds to hidden requirements within the task, and the clues are concealed within the task prompt. Han Xiao surmised that the hidden requirement for this mission was to eliminate all pursuers, with enemies potentially lurking at any moment. It would be prudent not to remain in the shop. Han Xiao mused that since the pursuers appeared to be weak, he did not wish to rely on the strength of Old Man Lu. After a moment of contemplation, an appropriate battleground sprang to mind, the close scrap yard. 028 Jealousy. The close scrap yard is the territory of the raccoon cat. If he could confront the pursuers there, he might simultaneously eradicate this lingering threat. Han Xiao set aside his work and called out to Lu Qian. When she turned around, he said, "I would like to take a day off." "All right." Lu Qian blinked and suddenly inquired, "Is everything okay?" Han Xiao was taken aback by her question. Why would she ask that? Lu Qian, perceptive and astute, noticed the stark change in Han Xiao's demeanor. Typically languid and seemingly detached with his dull, lifeless gaze, he had exuded an air of danger just moments ago. A transformation she had instinctively captured. It was difficult for her to articulate the sensation. It was as if Han Xiao had suddenly become somewhat perilous. "If you encounter any difficulties, I will help you find a solution," Lu Qian said earnestly. Han Xiao gazed into Lu Qian's bright eyes for an extended period, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. She turned her face slightly away, playfully brushing back her hair, and remarked, "It's quite impolite to stare." Han Xiao averted his gaze and replied, "I want to be back for dinner." Lu Qian felt a touch of disappointment. She had hoped to let him sample her latest culinary creation, peppered pineapple braised kelp with baked ribs garnished with cilantro. Han Xiao shuddered at the thought. What on earth is that dark cuisine? Taking leave went smoothly. Han Xiao returned to his room, retrieved a backpack to store his mechanical arm, wrapped the first-generation Ranger in a dust cover, placed it on a handcart, and made his way to the scrapyard. "Boss, is that the target?" A man clad in sunglasses stealthily trailed behind Han Xiao, skillfully utilizing his surroundings, crowds, public phone booths, and newsstands, to conceal himself each time Han Xiao turned or glanced back, clearly demonstrating professional training. He wore a miniature earpiece, communicating with his accomplices in an old car parked 2 streets away. Inside the vehicle sat 5 masked individuals, the very hunters intent on pursuing Han Xiao. They were mercenaries, part-time bounty hunters, operating under the moniker Killer Bee Squad. Having successfully completed several missions with a commendable reputation on the dark web, they had fortuitously stumbled upon Han Xiao's whereabouts. The Killer Bee Squad recognized this as a rare opportunity for personal gain. Monetary compensation was secondary. If they could garner the attention of the burgeoning organization, they would secure a powerful ally. "Is that kid worth $1 million? He looks like an ordinary person, presenting no challenge," scoffed the squad's second-in-command, a long-haired man, his tone dripping with skepticism and disdain. The leader, Kelly, was meticulously inspecting his firearms when he remarked in a low voice, "This is the capital of Xinglong. We must act swiftly. Eliminate the target and retreat immediately." The target has already set off. A license plateless black Jeep followed Han Xiao from a distance. Occupied by an external operations team from the 13th Bureau, team leader Li Hui was responsible for this operation, with Feng Jun acting as the tactical advisor. 8 operatives donned full combat uniforms, armed with tranquilizer rounds. Just as Han Xiao had surmised, the Killer Bee Squad's pursuit was indeed a final test orchestrated by the 13th Bureau through intermediaries. This group of agents was assigned to covertly observe Han Xiao's actions and intervene to eliminate the mercenaries if necessary, subsequently inviting Han Xiao to their headquarters for a discussion. The Killer Bee Squad was merely pawns, their destructive capabilities limited. Once they had served their purpose, the 13th Bureau would tidy up the loose ends. Feng Jun shifted the focus, stating, "Han Xiao's route leads to the Kilo scrapyard in Zone 7. The Killer Bee Squad is currently tracking the target. If a confrontation occurs at the scrapyard, the economic repercussions will be minimized." The 13th Bureau was well aware of all the intricacies surrounding the forces of the cat, and could, if they chose, make the cat vanish without a trace. The National Intelligence Agency possessed that confidence. To the average person, the cat was a formidable figure, yet they were no match for the authority of a state institution. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the towering skyline of Shidu, Han Xiao's arrival at the Kilo scrapyard surprised the cat. Typically, Han Xiao would arrive at the same time every morning, departing promptly 2 hours later without lingering. "What was different today?" "I've come to your territory to gather some materials," Han Xiao casually replied. The cat, not suspecting anything amiss, casually inquired if Han Xiao would care to join him for a meal, presuming the taciturn technician would decline. To his astonishment, Han Xiao readily assented, as though he had been awaiting the invitation. The cat paused momentarily, taken aback by the unexpected response. As Han Xiao removed his mask, it was the first time the cat beheld his true visage, feeling a faint sense of familiarity, yet dismissing it without further thought. Although the dark web features a bounty on Han Xiao, it represents a conflict of an entirely different nature. The general factions remain unaware of his true identity. While the influence of the cat is confined to a small territory in the 7th district of the Western capital, seldom venturing into the dark web. Their impression of the budding bounty is rather shallow, akin to how most people forget a police wanted notice at first glance. Han Xiao dons a mask for the sake of anonymity, but it is now unnecessary. The 13th Bureau will not allow his identity to be compromised and will assist in dealing with the cat. A banquet was laid out at the rest station of the junkyard, and the two took their seats, engaging in casual conversation. Was the firearm you manufactured effective? The Type 73 Hornet, a gun of stellar reputation, even utilized by the military. Other arms dealers charge 6,000 or 7,000 for a single firearm. Yet you have saved me a considerable sum. The cat replied with a satisfied tone, producing a cigar, cutting the tip, lighting it, and taking a deep draw. Moreover, the quality of your weapons far surpasses their second-hand goods. Han Xiao remained noncommittal. While the standardized products from the production line assure quality, they cannot account for the subtle variations inherent in each gun, which arise from the slight differences in materials. A skilled machinist, crafting firearms by hand, can make fine adjustments and enhancements tailored to each weapon's details, imbuing them with a certain vitality that mass-produced items lack. For those adept with firearms, this distinction is palpable. It is akin to the refinement of a bespoke suit. The cat noticed the bulging backpack and handcart that Han Xiao kept close. Curiosity piqued. What do you have in there? Some parts, Han Xiao replied tersely, unwilling to elaborate further. After some conversation, the evening began to darken outside. The golden hues of the sky were gradually enveloped by the encroaching night, where the twilight blended oranges and purples, and the last rays of sunlight faded into a dull gray. Suddenly, one of the cat's subordinates rushed in, saying, "Boss, someone wishes to see you." "I cannot. Do you not see that I am entertaining a distinguished guest?" The cat frowned. The subordinate leaned in to whisper a few words, and the cat's gaze flickered with significance as he glanced at Han Xiao, then donned a smile. "Please excuse me for a moment." With that, he stood and departed. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. "Half an hour earlier, cousin, I have made the journey to the Western capital with great difficulty, eagerly awaiting your hospitality. You cannot abandon me." Ma Jie trailed behind a young man with bleached hair, chattering incessantly. Having come to the Western capital to seek a better life by relying on his cousin, he found himself dismissed to work as a cleaner, which he found unsatisfactory. Thus, he clung to the young man, attempting to invoke familial ties, yet he was cautious not to overstep, fearing his cousin might cast him aside. His demeanor was excessively ingratiating. The young man, overwhelmed, snapped, "How many times must I tell you? Do not call me cousin in public." Ma Jie smiled sheepishly. "It is my fault. I shall discipline myself." With that, he slapped his own face twice. "Behold your disgraceful demeanor." The blonde-haired man, with a look of disdain, remarked, "Out of respect for our family ties, I allowed you to guard my territory. Do you have any idea how many vagrants feast upon moldy sustenance? Yet you dare to be choosy? I am heading to deliver supplies to a significant figure. Do not follow me." "A significant figure?" Ma Jie's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, "Who is it?" "The boss of Zone 7, my direct superior, Mr. Liao Mao." The blonde-haired man, noticing Ma Jie's blank expression, smugly continued, "Aside from Zone 1. Each of the other 7 zones has a boss who controls the drug trade and illicit transactions within their domain, wielding a substantial gray industrial chain. Just think of the stature that entails." As they conversed, the pair arrived at the entrance of the Kluo scrap station. Ma Jie, unwilling to relent, stubbornly trailed behind, prompting the blonde-haired man to flare up in irritation. Seeing this, Ma Jie hesitated to follow further. Just as he was about to leave, he unexpectedly turned and spotted Han Xiao being welcomed inside by Mr. Liao Mao, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Isn't that the lad I encountered while smuggling?" A direct subordinate of Mr. Liao Mao approached, frowning as he instructed, "Do not linger here." In an instant, the blonde-haired man donned a subservient grin, as though he had shrunk in stature, and ingratiatingly asserted, "I too am a subordinate of Mr. Liao Mao, here to deliver supplies." Ma Jie pointed towards Han Xiao's retreating figure and questioned, "Who is that person?" The blonde-haired man, wishing he could slap Ma Jie, retorted angrily, "Is it your place to speak here?" However, Mr. Liao Mao's subordinate intervened and replied, "That is the boss's esteemed guest." "Mr. Liao Mao's esteemed guest?" Ma Jie was taken aback, a wave of jealousy and discomfort swelling within him. He had toiled tirelessly for his relatives, yet he could not compare to the meager treatment afforded to the man named Han. Why should that ungrateful lad thrive better than he? The memories of his earlier boasts replayed in his mind, leaving him feeling embarrassed. Do you know Technician Han? Magia stammered. Not exactly. I exchanged a few words with him during our smuggling venture. The subordinate's eyes lit up. Follow me. The boss wishes to meet you. Both the blonde-haired man and Magia were left astonished. They were escorted into a room by Mr. Liao Mao's subordinate, and Magia, visibly anxious, asked, "What do you require of me?" "Do not worry. It is not a malicious endeavor. That gentleman is a mechanic, knowledgeable in firearm schematics. The boss has long desired to engage with him, but has refrained from taking action due to uncertainty regarding his background. You are here merely to provide insight." Instantly, Magia's mind began to race with possibilities. The prospect of meeting Mr. Liao Mao was a rare opportunity, one that could potentially elevate him from his desolate existence. He cast a glance at his cousin, who appeared utterly envious and dazed. Betraying Han Xiao was not a matter for contemplation. They were not kin, and he could not care less about his fate. After an agonizing half-hour wait, Mr. Liao Mao finally entered. The blonde-haired man and Magia hurriedly bowed, though Magia's hasty movements caused him to topple a chair. "Do you know the origins of Technician Han?" The raccoon cat's expression remained impassive, which only heightened Magia's anxiety, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead as he stammered, "His name is Han Xiao. A drifter who crossed over with me. This is his first time in the Western capital, and he is all alone." The raccoon cat's gaze flickered momentarily. "Is that all?" Magia, fearing the raccoon cat's dissatisfaction, pondered deeply and quickly added, "Oh, right. When he entered the Western capital, he had nothing with him, dressed in rags, appearing utterly destitute." "Excellent." The raccoon cat turned to leave. Magia, displaying keen insight, bowed respectfully, "As long as the boss is satisfied." The raccoon cat paused, a smirk playing on its lips. "You're not bad. From now on, stick with me." Magia's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed with joy. "I've struck gold." Once the raccoon cat departed, Huang Mao hurriedly approached, wearing a fawning expression. "Magia, I'll be relying on you from now on." This time, Magia felt emboldened, casting a sidelong glance at Huang Mao and asserting, "What did you just call me?" "Cousin," Huang Mao replied. The roles between him and Magia having seamlessly reversed, both exhibiting a natural demeanor, utterly unashamed. Magia's vanity was satisfied as he patted Huang Mao on the shoulder, beaming. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired of the raccoon cat's subordinate nearby, "Brother, may I ask how the boss intends to deal with Han Xiao? Need I say? He'll be captured and tortured to extract the blueprints for the firearms. With those blueprints, we can train our own gunsmiths, and then we'll eliminate him." "Good." Magia felt a sense of relief. Not even 3 minutes had passed when the raccoon cat returned, glancing at the untouched dishes, its smile a mere facade. "Han Xiao, isn't that right? It seems you are aware of my name." Han Xiao sensed an impending storm, maintaining an impassive facade as he discreetly reached into his backpack, feeling for the slot of his lightweight power arm. With a click, it tightened, ready to activate at any moment, which eased his mind slightly. Although he had come to the scrap yard to deceive the raccoon cat, he was accustomed to exercising caution, hard-earned lessons from his past. When he first engaged with Star C, he had been a naive rookie, mistaking NPCs for the rigid scripts of other games, recklessly overstepping until he faced defeat numerous times. Even a fool would understand the necessity of caution. How did he fall into misfortune? While being hunted at the resurrection point by players, Han Xiao could endure. But being cornered by NPCs for 3 days was unacceptable. Enough. Those who dwell on dark history ought to be taken out and dealt with. The raccoon cat tapped its fingers on the table, its tone measured. I have long speculated about your background. I never expected you to be merely a drifter who arrived in the Western capital not long ago. I must say, you are quite cautious. It took me until today to uncover your true identity." So, the raccoon cat's expression grew cold, flipping its demeanor faster than a page in a book. "Be wise and hand over the detailed technology for firearms manufacturing." Upon realizing that Han Xiao was utterly alone and vulnerable, the cunning feline finally resolved to take action, discarding the mask of feigned friendliness to reveal the fangs hidden beneath a smiling facade. Akin to a butcher ready to slaughter the beast of burden once its usefulness had waned. Is there truly no regard for past camaraderie? What bond do we share? We are merely engaged in a transaction. Are you not afraid of my potential for violence? Han Xiao smirked slightly. The feline, with a mocking demeanor, snapped his fingers, prompting 4 of his subordinates to draw their firearms, aiming them at Han Xiao. Did you think I would be unprepared? It is rather ironic that the very weapons now pointed at you were forged by your own hand. A total of 6 armed henchmen encircled the table, facing the feline and his 4 lackeys, while 2 others guarded the entrance behind him. In this confined space, Xiao had little room to maneuver. He remained motionless, slowly stating, "Even if I were to surrender my technology, you would eliminate me." The feline chuckled coldly, as that was indeed his intention. Only what is possessed by a select few holds true value, and he was well aware of the necessity to eradicate any threats completely. "I hope for your cooperation, as it may spare you some physical suffering. And if I choose not to cooperate, some of my men excel in the art of coercion. You will eventually divulge the truth." Suddenly, Xiao's nonchalance vanished, replaced by a piercing gaze that sent a shiver down the feline's spine. "Do you believe I have no escape?" The feline noted that Xiao's left hand was persistently reaching into his backpack, shaking his head in response. "Perhaps there lies something you rely upon within that bag, but should you make any sudden moves, my men will not hesitate to fire." "What if I were to claim that my bag contains high explosives?" The backpack was only slightly ajar, leaving its contents obscured from view. The feline scoffed, dismissing such claims as mere bluster. The unexpected arrival of Ma Jie was purely coincidental, and Xiao could not have been prepared in advance. Who was he trying to deceive? Xiao replied leisurely, "It seems someone has divulged my secrets. Yet clearly, that individual possesses limited knowledge about me. You might consider checking the computer, accessing the dark web, and searching for the latest bounties." The feline furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of uncertainty at Xiao's audacious demeanor. Although he wielded some influence in the Western capital, in the grand scheme of the underground world, he was merely a lowly local tyrant, lacking the perspective to engage with dark web affairs, and thus had seldom paid attention to it, remaining oblivious to the burgeoning bounties. The feline suspected this was merely a stalling tactic employed by Xiao. After all, as a leader, it would be rather undignified to be compelled to act against his will. Xiao, unperturbed, stated, "If you do not believe me, would you care to gamble? Life is invariably filled with surprises. In such confined spaces, explosives unleash their maximum lethality. The initial explosion sends shrapnel hurtling through the air, saturating every corner with a force mightier than that of a bullet. This is swiftly followed by searing flames that ignite the very structure, ensuring that all within are consumed by the inferno. However, fear not, for you shall not perish in the flames. You have already been dismembered by the shrapnel from the first explosion." The henchman behind the links could not help but take a step back, unnerved by Xiao's grave tone. "Enough. I have no interest in jesting with you. Stand up obediently, or I shall command my men to open fire." The lynx barked. Xiao shrugged and sighed. "Can we not negotiate? I have the blueprint." Just then, the last vestiges of sunlight sank beneath the horizon, surrendering the sky to the night. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao suddenly erupted into action. His left hand formed a fist, the mechanical arm awakening like a beast from slumber, tearing his backpack asunder and sending fragments flying. He overturned the dining table, hurling pots, bowls, and dishes toward the lynx and his 4 lackeys. "Negotiate? Surely you jest," he thought. With 4 adversaries in front and 2 behind, Xiao made a swift judgment, using the table to shield himself from incoming fire, erecting a temporary barrier. He then pivoted, striding toward the door with the mechanical arm raised before him, exuding an air of ferocity akin to a charging cavalry. The clatter of the table toppled the 4 henchmen. Blood streamed from the lynx's forehead where a plate had struck, and he roared in fury, "Open fire." At that moment, only the 2 henchmen by the door were able to shoot. Gunfire erupted. Bullets clanged against the mechanical arm, its durability rapidly diminishing. One stray bullet struck Xiao in the shoulder, inflicting a loss of 16 health points. He winced slightly but paid it little mind. His endurance was remarkable, his muscles resilient. The bullet lodged itself in flesh, drawing forth a trickle of blood that blossomed across his clothing. With a heavy blow, his mechanical arm struck one henchman squarely in the chest, producing a dull thud that crushed the ribcage, rendering him lifeless. Xiao seized another henchman as a human shield, just as the 4 henchmen behind the lynx finally stood to fire. Their bullets perforated the shield, transforming him into a sieve. With a surge of strength from his back muscles, Xiao burst forth, shattering the bolt lock with a resounding crack. The door flew open, screws raining down like little metallic sprites, and he dashed outside. "Pursue!" The lynx bellowed, as the sound of footsteps echoed throughout the scrapyard. Dozens of patrolling henchmen, alerted by the gunfire, rushed to the scene. The Clow scrapyard was the Lynx's stronghold, teeming with enemies, making every step a challenge. Han Xiao encountered a group of reinforcements, and at the cost of 20 more durability points from his power arm, he ruthlessly dispatched the foes and seized their handguns. With the means for remote attack at his disposal, Han Xiao swiftly extricated himself from the disadvantages of close combat. His right hand brandished a pistol, poised to fire at any moment, while his left arm, enhanced by a mechanical appendage, steadied the grip for precise aiming. He advanced with a crouch, embodying the essence of tactical maneuvers, capable of rapid response. The combination of foundational marksmanship and precision shooting refined his accuracy, triggering encounters where he dispatched foes in no more than 2 shots. Han Xiao's reflexes were extraordinarily quick, consistently outpacing the minions. With a single shot, he disrupted an enemy's assault, swiftly elevating his aim to deliver a lethal headshot within a mere 0.5 seconds, each shot finding its mark with unerring precision. In the face of multiple adversaries, Han Xiao rolled and evaded with fluidity, retaliating frequently to eliminate his foes. The only constraint he faced was the ammunition. After each wave of enemies fell, he scavenged their bodies to replenish his magazines, thriving on the spoils of battle, leaving a gruesome trail of corpses and blood. The cat, astounded, realized that a single individual had effortlessly slain over 20 of his subordinates. Yet the sheer number of lackeys was overwhelming, encircling him from all directions, their suppressive fire rendering it difficult for him to expose himself. Taking refuge behind the shell of an abandoned car, the glint of dozens of gun muzzles illuminated the night. The cacophony of bullets striking the cover drowned out even the sound of his own breath, leaving him with little choice but to strike back occasionally. Fortunately, this was his territory. No matter how formidable he was, Han Xiao remained but a solitary figure, destined to be captured eventually. The cat, stewing in his resolve, vowed that once he apprehended Han Xiao, he would make him regret ever being born into this world. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The rapid-fire crackle of submachine guns erupted like a tempest, imbued with a sweeping ferocity, slicing through the ranks of lackeys and sending them sprawling with piercing cries. The Scorpion squad surged into the battlefield under the cloak of night, each member wielding a submachine gun, executing evasive maneuvers with calculated precision, their agility reflecting extensive battlefield experience. The cat's subordinates, unable to mount even a semblance of a counterattack, were soon sent scattering in disarray. Where did this cadre of mercenaries emerge from? The cat was left aghast, suspecting that these hired guns had come to eliminate him, perhaps coveting his territory or driven by vendetta. As he spiraled into conjecture, the ensuing developments left him utterly bewildered. The formidable mercenaries abruptly pivoted, directing their lethal intentions towards Han Xiao without so much as a glance in his direction. These merciless assassins had set their sights on Han Xiao. The cat's eyes widened in disbelief. Those who navigated the gray areas of society understood one fundamental truth. One could gauge a person's caliber by the enemies they garnered. The audacious actions of these mercenaries in the West City indicated that their benefactors' remuneration was commensurate with the risks they undertook, thus concluding that Han Xiao was far from an ordinary individual. The cat recalled Han Xiao's words. You might consider turning on your computer, accessing the dark web, and searching for the latest bounties. Could it be that Han Xiao had spoken the truth? Who exactly was he? The sound of submachine gunfire echoed ominously. Han Xiao's ears perked up as the mission target finally emerged. Utilizing the flickering light from his firearm, he discerned the position of the Hornet squad, 300 meters to the west, comprised of 6 individuals armed with submachine guns. Swiftly calculating the situation, Han Xiao recognized the ferocity of the enemy's firepower. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to his downfall. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, bringing along a first-generation ranger. He felt a surge of relief as he retrieved a remote control with a screen from his pocket, a device he had crafted himself. The chip for the first-generation ranger was a common commodity he had purchased, designed for foolproof operation. Inputting a simple program was all it took to create the remote. Activating the device, a cacophony of crackling electrical sounds filled the air for 2 seconds as the imaging equipment in the robot's eyes connected to the remote, displaying everything on the screen. However, a warning indicated that he was beyond the operational range. The recent skirmish had pushed him beyond a 50-meter radius of control. Resolutely, Han Xiao rose and, shrouded by the night, retraced his steps. The Hornet Squad submachine guns opened fire immediately. He moved with agility, leveraging the countless obstacles in the junkyard, darting behind large debris as bullets whizzed past. Damn it, there are too many cover spots here, cursed the long-haired member of the Hornet Squad, swiftly reloading his weapon as he sprinted faster than a rabbit. Initially intent on assassinating Han Xiao, the Hornet Squad altered their approach upon witnessing him engage with the raccoon. Perhaps they could exploit the chaos of the gang confrontation to cover their objective, prompting their reckless advance. He's already fleeing. Hurry up and catch him, Kelly shouted. The recent onslaught had shattered the morale of the raccoon's subordinates, sending them scattering in panic, leaving no one to impede the Hornet Squad's pursuit. Observing Han Xiao's desperate flight, they grew emboldened and aggressive. In a frantic dash, Han Xiao ducked instinctively, a stray bullet severing a lock of his hair, which danced in the wind as he ran. Executing a slide, he vaulted over 2 car carcasses and concealed himself behind cover. The rest area lay not far ahead, and at last, the remote control indicated that he had re-entered the operational range, connection established. Initiate. Amidst the chaos of the rest area, the dust cover on a handcart suddenly fluttered, revealing 2 glowing red eyes, the Ranger's. With a low hum, the engine roared to life, and the treads began to turn as Han Xiao maneuvered the first-generation Ranger out of the rest area. At that moment, the Hornet Squad was not far off, and the Ranger's armor might not withstand the concentrated fire of 6 submachine guns. A direct confrontation posed an immense risk. His advantage lay in the element of surprise. No one would anticipate his robotic backup. A sudden assault was the optimal strategy. Scanning his surroundings, Han Xiao's gaze brightened as he identified a suitable ambush location. Not far off, 2 car shells formed an angle, creating a visual blind spot right along the Hornet Squad's path. Han Xiao positioned the Ranger in this angle, holding his breath and awaiting the perfect moment to strike. The scrapyard was engulfed in a cacophony, the incessant gunfire drowning out the roar of the veteran Ranger's engine, barely garnering attention. Only Kelly sensed a foreboding, an instinct honed from countless brushes with death. He paused and remarked, "I sense something amiss." "What have you discovered?" inquired the long-haired man. "That is precisely the issue. I have uncovered nothing. There will be no mishap. The target is cornered. He is doomed." The long-haired man, filled with rage, stood defiantly. Just as he spoke, the Hornet Squad stepped into the line of fire of the veteran Ranger. Simultaneously, Han Xiao's eyes glimmered with intensity as he gently pressed the trigger. The veteran Ranger's finger unleashed a torrent of fire and smoke, a steel barrage raining down. The encroaching shadow of death froze the expressions of all Hornet Squad members. "Your mechanical creation, the veteran Ranger, tracked version, has slain a mercenary. You have gained 800 experience x3. Behind cover, Kelly gasped in terror, his face marred by a bullet's cruel passage, flesh torn and blood mingling with sweat. He had narrowly escaped the fate of his comrade, almost succumbing to the sudden hail of gunfire. "What manner of beast is that?" the long-haired man shouted in horror, his complexion pale. A gunshot wound in his abdomen, oozing blood. In the darkness, 2 points of red light flickered ominously, akin to a predator stalking its prey. Under the astonished gazes of Kelly and the long-haired man, the veteran Ranger revealed its full form, its gun barrels smoking, and its necklace design oddly endearing, making it difficult to associate with the earlier killing machine. A robot? Kelly's eyes widened. He lamented not heeding his intuition. His negligence had nearly led to the annihilation of his team. What should we do now? Kelly contemplated retreat. Money could be earned again, but a lost life meant losing everything. After the initial shock, the long-haired man was consumed by intense anger, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the veteran Ranger, shouting for it to perish. Clang, clang. The Ranger's feeble armor warped under the onslaught of the submachine gun. Seeing this, Kelly and another teammate joined the counterattack. "Your mechanical creation, the veteran Ranger, tracked version, has lost 14 points of armor. Your mechanical creation, the veteran Ranger, tracked version, has lost 17 points of armor." The armor of the veteran Ranger was rather ordinary, unable to withstand the damage. Its armor points plummeted, and after a round of fire, both ammunition belts were expended, rendering it a mere hunk of iron devoid of combat capability. There was little recourse, resources were scarce, and Han Xiao had refrained from equipping the veteran Ranger with additional weaponry. Fitting it with 2 small-caliber machine guns was already a stretch, given the constraints. Why has the 13th Bureau not yet intervened? Han Xiao silently mused, skeptical that the covert agents would allow the mercenaries to rampage unchecked. Indeed, he did not have to wait long. The sound of military boots advancing swiftly approached, evoking an image of fully armed soldiers moving with steadiness and precision. "Surrender your weapons." A voice commanded from the darkness, imbued with a tone of ruthless authority. "We must retreat." Kelly felt a weight in his heart. The long-haired man, still seething with rage, unleashed the last few bullets from his magazine upon the nearly obsolete first-generation battle mech before stating, "All right, let's go." At that moment, Xiao maneuvered the first-generation battle mech, speeding toward the cover of 3 mercenaries. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from the mech's chest, followed by a deafening explosion. Flames and shockwaves radiated outward, stirring a tempest of smoke and debris, instantly transforming the surroundings into a sea of fire. It was a self-detonation. The fiery orange glow illuminated the night. Dozens of meters away, Li Hui and the field agents were startled by the explosion. "This is bad," Feng Jun cursed under his breath. The orders from above had been to avoid drawing too much attention, yet the flames were visible from several kilometers away. And he could already predict the headlines for tomorrow's newspaper. From the moment Xiao engaged in combat with the raccoon, the situation had spiraled beyond their control. The gunfire was too conspicuous, attracting the attention of numerous civilians, and at that time, the Wasp squad had yet to take action. Li Hui and his team were compelled to obey orders and anxiously wait. Once the Wasp squad entered the battlefield, the agents were eager to act to mitigate the impact. However, the self-detonation of the first-generation battle mech rendered their plans futile. The long-haired man and another member were killed in the blast, while Kelly, covered in dirt, was thoroughly intimidated by Xiao's tactics and fled without a second thought. Xiao shook off the sand from his hair without a hint of regret. The mechanical combat style inherently consumed various machinery. Possessing the blueprints meant he could recreate them given the resources. As long as he gained manufacturing experience, he had already profited, not to mention having eliminated several adversaries. Li Hui could only vent his fury on Kelly, unleashing a barrage of gunfire from a distance, exuding a menacing aura. "Do you dare to claim my head?" Xiao raised an eyebrow. He needed to eliminate all mercenaries to fulfill the hidden requirements. If Kelly were to be killed by someone else, his efforts would be in vain. With this thought in mind, Xiao moved swiftly, circumventing Li Hui and his team. Intercepting Kelly ahead, Kelly halted in shock, sensing an overwhelming aura emanating from Xiao that filled him with a profound sense of danger. "Die!" Kelly gritted his teeth and raised his gun. Just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, Xiao suddenly bent low, grounding his center of gravity. Swaying his body side to side like a seasoned boxer, agile and elusive as a wraith, rapidly closing the distance. In a panic, Kelly opened fire. Yet every bullet was deftly evaded or blocked by Xiao's mechanical arm. Not a single shot found its mark. Kelly was in a state of disbelief. He had observed Xiao's physical prowess, which he deemed comparable to elite mercenaries, yet far from the standards of a superhuman. It was inconceivable that he could be quicker than a bullet, implying that Xiao had accurately anticipated every angle of his gunfire. Such terrifying intuition could only belong to a battle-hardened ace warrior. In his mercenary career, he had encountered only 2 or 3 such exceptional individuals. Xiao chuckled softly. Compared to the days of maneuvering mechs to evade a multitude of floating artillery, this level of prediction felt trivial. As the bullets ran dry, Kelly hastily retreated, fumbling to reload his magazine, only to find Xiao closing the distance in a straight sprint, his face suddenly revealing terror. Xiao's spine tensed, his muscles crackling with energy as power surged from his feet, growing like an avalanche, flooding into his left hand. This propelled his lightweight powered arm to draw a full arc, delivering a devastating swinging punch. The fusion of power and steel was exquisite. Overloaded. The sound of air pumps and gears meshed rapidly, and cooling pipes erupted with a plume of black smoke, the power amplifying by 30% in an instant. His steel fist struck Kelly squarely in the face. A critical hit. The force was overwhelming. Kelly's visage was instantly crushed, blood splattering everywhere. A lethal blow. Li Hui and the others finally arrived, and what lay before them was a shocking scene. Kelly's lifeless body crumpled to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Xiao's face was splattered with blood, the flames casting erratic shadows across his impassive expression. The vicious mechanical arm, now smeared with chunks of flesh, dripped with steaming droplets of blood. Even the seasoned operatives felt a chill in their hearts. The E-level mission, Assassination, was complete, yielding 10,000 experience points. Hidden conditions met. Eliminate 6 pursuers, granting a skill upgrade card, basic. Would you like to claim it? No. This was not the time for rewards. Don't move. Li Hui, awakening from his stupor, quickly raised his weapon. Han Xiao, expressionless, removed the powered arm and raised his hands. 2 agents quickly approached, placing a black hood over him. As his vision plunged into darkness, he felt himself being pushed forward, realizing he was being taken to the 13th Bureau. At last, you have arrived. Feng Jun glanced at the battlefield, drawing a sharp breath. He had dispatched all 6 mercenaries. Was he relying on these mechanical fighters? Li Hui's expression was grave as he instructed, take all the discarded parts and notify the police department to handle the aftermath. With that, the group escorted Han Xiao to the vehicle, departing swiftly as they had arrived, leaving a sense of frustration amongst the field operatives who felt they had played a mere supporting role. Han Xiao sat in the back seat, sandwiched between 2 agents. Though he could not see, he sensed that all the other operatives were fixated upon him. Beneath the black hood, a peculiar smile emerged. Though there was a slight deviation, the situation remained well within his expectations. Silence enveloped the vehicle, a tense atmosphere permeating among the occupants, with only the sound of the engine echoing in their ears. Li Hui and the others were instructed not to engage in conversation with the target until they reached their destination, yet Han Xiao's calm demeanor drew their frequent glances, as if he had foreseen their arrival. The cat looked at his severely injured subordinates, his expression darkening. Bring me the computer, he commanded. Logging onto the dark web and accessing the bounty section, he immediately encountered a reward featuring Han Xiao's likeness. 0, bounty 1 million, posted by the budding organization. The cat's countenance shifted dramatically, his hands trembling as the computer fell from his grasp. Indeed, he was a wanted criminal. Moreover, he was a target of the budding organization, a leader in the underground world. Had he known Han Xiao posed such a level of danger, he would never have dared to act against him. Ma Jie and Huang Mao rushed in, breathless and aghast as they surveyed the remnants of the battlefield, trembling in terror. The cat's anger flared upon seeing them. He kicked Ma Jie to the ground, roaring, "Damn it, this is all you're doing. I want to spare you." Ma Jie, clutching his abdomen in pain, lay on the ground quivering like a quail, bewildered by his perceived transgressions. Suddenly, the wail of sirens pierced the air as several police cars sealed off the entrance to the scrapyard, and heavily armored officers stormed in. Ah, the perpetually tardy police. The cat mused, adjusting his attire as he approached, convinced of his status as the victim. With connections in the police department due to his dealings in District 7, he felt no fear. However, before he could utter a word, the officers advanced, swiftly restraining him and placing handcuffs on his wrists. The cat was taken aback, struggling as he shouted, "What are you doing? I'm the victim here. I know your minister's secretary." "Save your breath," one of the officers replied nonchalantly. "This is an order from the 13th Bureau." The cat's eyes widened in disbelief. The 13th Bureau handled matters of national security, so how could they be after him? He must have been entangled in some incident. The image of Han Xiao flashed through his mind, and he could conceive of no other possibilities. The 13th Bureau was backing him? Suddenly, a clear connection formed in his mind. Traitor of the budding organization, 13th Bureau, Star Dragon, Intelligence. The cat realized with a jolt, this was a cover-up. From the moment Han Xiao had deliberately removed his mask in front of him, the outcome had been sealed. A sense of dread washed over him, leaving him trembling uncontrollably, consumed by fear and rage. "Han Xiao, damn you!" Ma Jie fainted at the sight, foam spilling from his lips as he slumped to the ground. As the black hood was pulled away, Han Xiao opened his eyes, the blinding white light causing him to squint involuntarily. After a few moments, he gradually adjusted and discerned his current predicament. He found himself seated on a cold, unyielding iron chair, facing a table, with a one-way mirror affixed to the wall beside him, an archetypal interrogation room. Opposite him sat 2 individuals, Li Hui and Feng Jun. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am an intelligence officer from the National Strategic Defense Bureau of Xinglong." Feng Jun spoke in a measured tone. "We have met before. Do you remember me?" "I do," Han Xiao replied languidly, the man with an abyssal wallet. Feng Jun fell silent, wishing the topic would not be broached. 13th Bureau. Li Hui interjected, his expression stiff and his tone even more so, suggesting that even his excrement would be as rigid as his demeanor. The Xinglong National Strategic Defense Bureau comprises 13 divisions, referred to as the 13th Bureau. "Should we address you as Han Xiao or Zero?" Feng Jun inquired directly. Whichever suits you, Han Xiao replied nonchalantly. Li Hui interrupted the conversation, his approach assertive as he cut to the chase. Enough with the pleasantries. Explain why the Mecha organization has placed a bounty of 1 million on your head. Do you possess information of significance? Speak it all. Han Xiao, with a hint of intrigue, retorted, why should I divulge anything to you? Li Hui scoffed. Do you think this is a mere conversation? Here. We dictate what you will say. And if I refuse? Han Xiao replied with a smirk, will you shoot me? Do you believe I fear that? Li Hui barked. You think I wouldn't? Feng Jun hastily interjected. Enough. Enough. Let us remain calm. Han Xiao, you should be aware that we are a governmental agency. Cooperating would be beneficial for you. Han Xiao shifted in his seat, adopting a more comfortable posture, and replied with a grin. One plays the bad cop, the other the good cop. How long has this routine been in use? Perhaps it's time for a change. I quite fancy the beauty trap. And looking at you two stern gentlemen, I find myself lacking the desire to converse. Understand the art of a smiling service. Do not remain so rigid. Come on. Give me a smile. Feng Jun momentarily faltered, clearing his throat quietly while casting a discreet glance at Li Hui. Li Hui, catching on, feigned an eruption of anger, standing abruptly and pointing at Han Xiao, exclaiming, this is not a place for your jests. I could simply toss you into prison for an indefinite duration. Such grandiosity. Han Xiao suddenly suppressed his playful demeanor, his gaze sharp. You threaten me because I am from the Mecha organization? Do you think that will be effective? Such childish tactics should not be displayed here. If you wish for my cooperation, then exhibit some sincerity and send someone of significance to speak with me. You are not qualified. As his tone escalated, by the end of his statement, Han Xiao yanked at the handcuffs, causing the chair to rise an inch off the ground before crashing back down with a resounding thud, echoing relentlessly in the confined space. Feng Jun and Li Hui exchanged glances, their task being to probe Han Xiao's stance. Han Xiao was well aware of this, and intentionally displayed an air of invulnerability, wishing to convey to those monitoring from behind the one-way mirror that he possessed a trump card. At that moment, a deep male voice emanated from the intercom in the interrogation room, stating, as you wish, I am here to converse with you. Who are you? Han Xiao glanced at the one-way mirror, knowing it was the person behind it who had spoken. The 13th Bureau, Minister of Intelligence. Do I possess the qualifications? Han Xiao chuckled lightly, barely. Li Hui and Feng Jun exchanged startled looks, thinking to themselves how audacious this man was. The Minister of Intelligence remained unfazed. You just stated that you are a member of the budding organization. Han Xiao interjected, correcting him, I was. So, does that imply you defected? Indeed, Han Xiao smiled inwardly. What was your former position? A logistics researcher. Researching what? Mechanical weaponry. You are lying, the Minister of Intelligence asserted decisively. This does not sufficiently justify your 1 million bounty. I was anticipating your inquiry, Han Xiao replied, his expression unperturbed. Rather than believing I am deceiving you, you are in fact eager for me to possess information commensurate with the bounty's value. That is why you have been investigating me rather than resorting to coercive measures. Intelligence is only effective when wielded by a force capable of action. My exposure signifies my willingness to cooperate. I am an enemy of the budding organization, not yours. The Minister of Intelligence spoke in a low tone. Why should we collaborate with you? Look around. This is our territory, and we have ample means to make you speak. Han Xiao remained composed and suddenly remarked, Communication records, Star C calendar, year 687, June 14th, signal origin, Blue Sea Star, target, Dark Star Fortress number 8, content highly encrypted. The Minister of Intelligence fell silent for a full 10 minutes. Li Hui and Feng Jun felt a jolt, realizing that this message, which they could not comprehend, had captured the minister's utmost attention, even necessitating consultation with higher authorities. When the minister finally spoke again, his tone was gravely serious. Can you be certain? If I had not witnessed it firsthand, would I know of Dark Star? Han Xiao smiled. Now may we discuss cooperation? Very well, the minister replied with a solemn tone. If Han Xiao's assertions were indeed true, this intelligence held immense significance for the Star Dragon and the entire planet. Han Xiao secretly chuckled, for this was a narrative he had long prepared. Everything must commence with the backdrop of the world. Throughout the annals of exploration, the three major cosmic forces had clashed for millennia, none being able to vanquish the others. The Dark Forest Law represents the primordial social structure of the cosmos. Just as in every historical progression, when chaos and savagery cease, order emerges. The three major cosmic forces reached a consensus to coexist peacefully, explore the universe collaboratively, and establish a system of order. The cosmos is never solitary. Each twinkling star illuminates the vast expanse, while myriad civilizations thrive in every corner of the universe. Countless interstellar fleets traverse this waterless ocean as an infinite array of messages wander through space, transmitted via electromagnetic waves or optical communications, awaiting capture. Countless thoughts and intentions become intertwined, manifesting as whispers of the soul, akin to invisible ocean currents stealthily flowing through the void. Silence is but a facade. The universe is bustling with life. Every civilization undergoes a phase of gazing at the starry sky, pondering whether other stars harbor life akin to their own, believing themselves to be the sole bearers of wisdom in the cosmos. With the pride of a destined child and the ambition to conquer the galaxy, they venture forth, only to realize that the sea of stars is not theirs to dominate. They are neither solitary nor exceptional. The explored visible universe is partitioned into numerous star domains, such as the fractured star ring, the ancient star desert, the luminous silver arm, and the sea of stellar spirits, among others. Each domain contains dozens of star clusters, which are meticulously categorized into various star systems, followed by numbered star regions, ultimately leading to countless celestial bodies, an intricate tapestry of a wondrous stellar realm. The grand coordinates of the sea blue star are fractured star ring, Colton star cluster, Garden Galaxy, ninth star region, sea blue star. The precise coordinates, however, are represented by a complex algorithm of multidimensional coordinates composed of multiple axes, combining letters and numbers. The interstellar power that encounters the sea blue star is the advanced civilization of Ghidorah from the Garden Galaxy. While the dark star mentioned by Han Xiao is a faction born from Ghidorah, driven by an ambition to overthrow Ghidorah's regime and alter the course of fate. These two entities are sworn enemies. The vastness of the starry sea is intertwined with countless powers and civilizations, whose levels of advancement largely depend on their mobility within the universe. For instance, the Ghidorah civilization, if not reliant on the stargates and wormholes constructed by more advanced civilizations, can still embark on interstellar journeys, thus categorizing Ghidorah as a galaxy-level civilization, several tiers above the sea blue star and the dark star as well. Should the nascent organization establish contact with the dark star and gain its resource support or even military backing, the Six Nations would face dire consequences. Such malevolent and ambitious factions as the Dark Star may not adhere to the Pan-Universe Civilization Contact Treaty, 7th Revision, established by the three major cosmic civilizations during their explorations. The specifics of engaging with interstellar powers remain a closely guarded secret among the Six Nations, and he harbors no doubt regarding the veracity of Han Zhao's claims, which causes the intelligence minister considerable anxiety. In truth, the nascent organization has never made contact with the Dark Star. The adversary cannot verify such assertions, allowing for a certain degree of deception. By revealing explosive intelligence, the 13th Bureau would take greater notice of him, enhancing the perceived threat of the nascent organization in the eyes of the Star Dragon, thus proving advantageous to his primary objectives. Aligning with the Star Dragon is a pragmatic strategy. Han Xiao does not intend to remain dependent indefinitely. The 13th Bureau cannot fully trust him. Their collaboration is merely superficial, a means to an end, as he intends to leverage the influence of the Star Dragon against the nascent organization, gaining experience until he is strong enough to sever ties and forge his own path independently. The special treatment you have afforded me is meticulously noted in my little notebook, and I shall hold you accountable for it in due time. Han Xiao mused as he rattled his handcuffs. Each novice planet functions akin to an independent server, with distinct main storylines. Driven by curiosity, Han Xiao had delved into the myriad events experienced by various factions throughout the epochs of the Stellar Sea world, which now serve as invaluable intelligence. The novice planets are widely spaced apart, with specialized interstellar travel agencies providing tourism services. By utilizing an interstellar communicator, one can easily contact these agencies, which will automatically pinpoint the source of the information. Relying on the cosmic powers that have established teleportation gates across various star clusters and galaxies, one can traverse the visible universe, provided one can afford the fare. After all, the professional league requires players from all planets to converge. Without such gatherings, competition would be futile. Generally, large-scale events and activities for ordinary players are staged on neutral, or uninhabited planets. Give me a star dragon map and a pen, Han Xiao suddenly declared. Feng Jun spread a map of the Star Dragon Kingdom across the table, and Han Xiao took up the pen, encircling 3 locations and jotting down brief descriptions. These are the 3 secret bases of the budding organization located within the Star Dragon territory, a gesture of my willingness to collaborate. You only know of 3? Certainly not. Once you verify my intelligence is accurate, we may discuss further matters. Revealing everything at once would be detrimental to him. Han Xiao was not one to easily divulge his hand. What are your conditions? The Minister of Intelligence inquired, honing in on the crux of the matter. While Feng Jun and Li Hui leaned in attentively, Han Xiao smiled enigmatically. I merely wish to collaborate against the budding organization. Is it truly that simple? I will report your situation to my superiors. For now, you shall have to endure your stay here. The Minister of Intelligence terminated the communication. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow, shaking his handcuffs. Do not keep me waiting too long. I have only requested a day's leave. In the 13th Bureau's internal meeting room, the director, deputy director, 13 ministers, and 15 senior officials convened, with only one topic of discussion: how to approach Han Xiao. Han Xiao possesses a wealth of confidential intelligence. With his assistance, we could precisely strike at the various bases of the budding organization. Moreover, he is a mechanic with a certain level of combat capability, comparable to that of a trained elite operative, albeit not reaching the standards of a superhuman. He exhibits a willingness to cooperate. The Minister of Intelligence eloquently concluded his investigative report, expressing his opinion. I believe we can tentatively trust Han Xiao and collaborate with him. The others exchanged glances. Silence enveloping the room for a few seconds, until the Minister of Internal Affairs voiced the first objection. What if Han Xiao provides false intelligence? As expected, the tension heightened. Each minister perked up. With the 13th Bureau now divided into 2 factions, the hardliners led by the Minister of Internal Affairs and the conservatives led by the Minister of Intelligence. Their positions were clearly delineated, as if separated by the river between the Chu and Han dynasties, with both factions poised for confrontation. The Minister of Intelligence defended, asserting that the likelihood was minimal. He was a fledgling fugitive who could only rely on our protection to survive, thus his sincerity should not be doubted. However, the Minister of Internal Affairs persisted, his voice grave. He could very well be a spy sent by the fledgling faction to play the role of a victim. I propose we detain Han Xiao in secret and extract all intelligence from him. Bureau 13 should not negotiate with anyone. Your suggestion is absurd. There is no necessity for such drastic measures. Coercive tactics may lead to unforeseen consequences. Han Xiao has demonstrated ample goodwill. We cannot dismiss a potential ally and create unnecessary enemies. That is a cowardly compromise. Your reasoning is utterly nonsensical. Under the leadership of the 2 ministers, the factions began to hurl accusations at one another, their faces flushed with indignation. Although both sought intelligence from Han Xiao, their perspectives clashed. The hardliners advocated for his imprisonment, while the conservatives preferred a collaborative approach. The debate escalated, with the 2 sides almost ready to engage in a physical confrontation. The director and deputy director remained composed, observing the tumult. Bureau 13 was governed by 2 directors: the director, the true power holder, and the deputy director, a bureaucrat dispatched from the leadership to oversee operations, also known as the administrative director. Typically, such an organizational structure would incite fierce power struggles. However, this deputy director was exceptionally discreet, hardly involved in affairs, and at that moment, was lost in thought, likely contemplating his dinner plans. Given that the previous ambitious deputy director had been inexplicably ensnared in a treason charge, his reticence was understandable. The director, a commanding figure of imposing presence, contemplatively remarked, "Isn't it rather simple to both cooperate and maintain control? We could simply recruit him into the bureau." The room fell silent, the clamor abruptly ceasing as the hardliners looked utterly bewildered. "Are you trying to incite chaos, Director?" The hardliners erupted in outrage. "Absolutely not. What if Han Xiao is an infiltrator sent by the enemy? This violates confidentiality protocols." The director insisted firmly. "Let us adhere to protocol. We shall vote." The conservatives exchanged knowing smiles, rallying behind the director, with the exception of one neutral minister. The 2 factions were evenly matched with 6 members each. With the director's vote, the proposal was predictably approved. The hardliners were left deflated, internally seething. You are colluding with each other. With Han Zhao's recruitment into Bureau 13 now a settled matter, The discussion turned to which department he should join. The Minister of Internal Affairs suggested, "I believe the logistics department would be most suitable. He would remain at headquarters, under constant surveillance, and could utilize his mechanical skills." To the surprise of the hardliners, the conservatives concurred. Indeed, the logistics department was the best fit for Han Xiao, keeping him grounded and under their watchful eyes, preventing any upheaval. Suddenly, the director interjected, "Doubtful individuals should not be employed. Instead, those with proven capabilities should be utilized. Since Han Xiao possesses combat skills, why not assign him to the Special Operations Department? It may yield unexpected results." The atmosphere became palpably awkward as all the ministers silently turned their gazes toward the drowsy neutral faction leader, the Minister of Covert Operations. "What does this have to do with me?" The Minister of Covert Operations pondered, utterly perplexed. Thus, it was decided, actions may deceive, words may mislead, but intentions remain unwavering. As long as the intelligence provided by Han Xiao regarding our budding organization as sub-base was verified, he would be permitted to join the Minister of Covert Operations. The director decisively waved his hand, sealing the decision. All the ministers simultaneously covered their faces, resigned, acknowledging their leader's authority, as the deputy director yawned. "Is it time to clock out? What's on the menu at the cafeteria today?" After the meeting concluded, the Minister of Intelligence and the Minister of Logistics ventured to the logistics department, instructing the staff to analyze the captured lightweight power arms. They sought to discern the exceptional qualities of the machinery crafted by Han Xiao. If feasible, they aimed to reverse engineer the blueprints to acquire further insights into Han Xiao's capabilities. The individual tasked with evaluating the lightweight power arms was none other than Luo Xian, a distinguished gem of the logistics department, previously an outstanding student in the mechanical engineering program at the West Capital Academy. Upon graduation, he was directly recruited into the 13th Bureau's logistics department, consistently exhibiting exceptional performance, prompting higher-ups to consider nurturing him for potential inclusion in the Minister of Covert Operations. Apart from a slight arrogance, he possessed no other flaws. Clad in rubber gloves, Luo Xian maintained a composed demeanor, having dismantled machinery countless times before, moving with ease. "Let us begin," he declared, as he commenced the disassembly. Suddenly, he paused, astonished. There are security measures within. These measures prevent the mechanical structure from being dismantled and subsequently reverse-engineered, intricately interlinking with the overall design. Han Zhao's foundational assembly knowledge encompassed these security protocols, and coupled with his maxed-out skill in simple enhancements, only a mechanist who has formally attained E-level standards could possibly decode them. He valued the lightweight power arms highly, anticipating their potential acquisition by the 13th Bureau, and had thus implemented these security measures well in advance. The first-generation Rangers also had security measures, but they had self-destructed, rendering them negligible. "Can you crack it?" the Minister of Intelligence inquired. "No problem," Luo Xian replied confidently. Disarming the security measures represented an indirect confrontation between the creator and the decoder. With unwavering self-assurance, he thought, what level could an obscure mechanist possibly possess? After all, he was a top graduate from West Capital Academy's mechanical engineering program. However, 20 minutes later, Luo Xian found himself devoid of progress, drenched in sweat, incredulously exclaiming, "For layers of security, has the creator of this machinery lost his mind?" The quadruple security was exceedingly intricate. A single misstep could lead to the entire internal structure collapsing. Luo Xian felt uncertain. The Minister of Intelligence frowned. "Are you capable or not? Don't waste my time." Luo Xian felt his composure slipping. He dared not express anger towards the minister and could only swallow his frustration, murmuring, "This security measure is exceedingly complex. I need more time." "Enough. I am not that patient. Share your thoughts." Luo Xian sensed the distrust emanating from the Minister of Intelligence, his expression darkening as he lashed out. "Technically, there are no highlights. The only commendable aspect is the confidentiality, which makes me feel as though the creator is a rustic who sees trash as treasure." The Minister of Intelligence raised an eyebrow, choosing silence, and motioned for the mechanical arm to be taken away from the logistics department. Given that Han Xiao had dispatched a seasoned mercenary with a single punch from the mechanical arm, he deemed it prudent to deploy the agents in real combat as a true test. Coincidentally, the Bureau was preparing to send personnel to dismantle the 3 burgeoning strongholds that Han Xiao had disclosed, presenting an opportune moment. Regrettably, The robot had been reduced to an indistinguishable heap of charred components. He was far more intrigued by the first-generation Ranger. Although the 13th Bureau wielded considerable power, no one would ever complain about an excess of advanced equipment. The fools in the RD department had squandered years in idleness, reaping the highest allocations while only producing bizarre contraptions, sticky bombs with adhesive on both sides, arcane machine guns incapable of accurate aim, and counterfeit breasts designed to conceal drug needles, complete with gender differentiation. Following the incident where 2 agents ended up in the hospital due to their own poisoned needles, the RD department was blacklisted by the active operatives. The director, holding his phone, conversed with the elder Xiao. I have recommended Xiao for the Covert Operations Division. Thank you for your efforts. The director inquired, perplexed. Elder, does he truly warrant such esteem? Elder Xiao replied with a chuckle. His worth transcends mere intelligence. I have a premonition that he will become a crucial asset in our confrontation with the burgeoning organization. 034 afflicted by laziness. Uninspired to create a title, the dilapidated skyscrapers were entwined with vines, while broken bridges lay cloaked in green moss. The deserted streets echoed with desolation. Shop windows shattered and shelves toppled, bearing witness to a past plunder. A yellowed newspaper, its age indeterminate, stirred in the dust-laden breeze, permeating the atmosphere with a profound sense of despondency. Moonlight filtered through the floating particles, casting a dim glow, the sole source of illumination in this forsaken city. Once part of a great nation, this city now lay in ruin, having succumbed to the tides of time. Its citizens had long since fled the dead city, and even the wanderers shunned its lifeless embrace. Over the decades of societal upheaval on the planet, many cities were abandoned, reverting to become integral parts of the planet's ecosystem, transforming from cold steel forests into vibrant green fields, prompting contemplation on humanity's significance to the Earth. According to Xiao's intelligence, 3 branch bases of the burgeoning organization were concealed within the borders of the Star Dragon Nation, with this desolate city housing one of them, a thorn embedded in the flesh, inciting fury among the upper echelons of Star Dragon. Within 24 hours, troops were dispatched from the nearest military base to assault the stronghold, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. At this moment, the desolate city was roused by the cacophony of artillery fire, as a dozen armored assault vehicles of the Star Dragon army surged towards the forward base. The air was thick with the relentless sounds of gunfire, explosions, and the mingling of anguished cries and roars. Yet, the front line was not the epicenter of their operation. 3 operatives from the Secret Operations Department stealthily approached the budding forward base from the flank, their mission to infiltrate and extract intelligence amidst the chaos of battle. The Secret Operations Department, also known as the Covert Affairs Bureau, specialized in infiltration, sabotage, theft, and assassination, comprising the elite of the elite. The trio deftly navigated away from the crossfire, making their way to the side entrance of the base, where their hacker dismantled the access controls. Liaoan, a member of the team and a Level 4 operative, was a strikingly beautiful young woman clad in a black form-fitting jumpsuit that accentuated her alluring figure, topped with a loose yellow hoodie that exuded a sporty vibe. With her fair complexion and lively demeanor reminiscent of a sprite, she adorned silver hoop earrings and a hint of eyeshadow, her high nose and well-defined features adding to her charm. Stretching languidly, her graceful waist showcased an astonishing elasticity, contrasting sharply with the tense atmosphere around her. Chewing gum, she lamented, after finally getting some time off while the captain recuperates. The department throws us an urgent mission. It's as if they don't regard agents as human beings. Lambert, silently polishing his gleaming dagger, remained as stoic as a stone. Once a premier soldier in a classified unit, he had joined the 13th Bureau's Secret Operations Department after his retirement. Dressed in combat fatigues, a belt adorned with numerous daggers encircled his waist, and a sleek, black sniper rifle hung diagonally across his back. It seemed the Bureau placed significant importance on this operation. Lin Yao, shy and youthful at just over 1.70 meters, hesitated as he spoke. As the team's hacker, he carried a small bag brimming with electronic devices. At that moment, he was engaged in bypassing the side door security system, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard, the code cascading forth like a waterfall. Before long, the program was hacked, and the metal door swung open automatically. The trio exchanged knowing glances and slipped into the base. Liaoan led the way, followed by Lin Yao in the middle and Lambert bringing up the rear. They navigated through the access points, all compromised by Lin Yao's expertise. With their objective set on the main server room, the budding organization placed great emphasis on confidentiality. Should the forward base face an attack with signs of imminent breach, the remaining guards would immediately initiate a system wipe, obliterating all data and activating an EMP to sever connections and incinerate the electronic components of the servers, swift and decisive, akin to a lizard severing its own tail. This stringent protocol was what allowed the budding organization to maintain its enigmatic nature, shrouded in a veil of mystery. While the 13th Bureau's heightened interest in Han Xiao stemmed from the rarity of such intelligence. After navigating through with relative ease, they reached the second underground level, the server room now within sight. Suddenly, Lin Yao, glancing at the hacked surveillance footage, exclaimed in alarm, "There's an enemy unit around the corner." Before he could finish his sentence, a squad of guards appeared in the line of sight, and an encounter unfolded unexpectedly. Li Yalan was the first to react, suddenly bursting forth with a speed reminiscent of a phantom. Before the squad of guards could fire their weapons, she dashed before them, leaping into the air, her body light as a swallow. With her long, elastic legs, she executed a perfect split, delivering fierce kicks to the heads of the two foremost guards. The two affected guards spiraled away, their cervical vertebrae shattered. Her physical prowess was extraordinary. Not only was her flexibility astonishing, but her strength was equally formidable. Supporting herself on the ground, she inverted and, with a graceful spin, unleashed her legs, which radiated vibrant yellow energy, resembling shimmering propellers as they swept through the crowd. Even when met with gunfire, the firearms would shatter into countless fragments. Her leg strength was capable of bending metal. A martial artist. The last guard, struck with terror, was about to call for reinforcements when, from a distance, Lambert deftly drew a flying knife from his waist sheath, the blade glinting silver as it instantaneously pierced his throat. A fully armed squad had been swiftly neutralized by Li Yalan and Lambert. At that moment, the corridor lights shifted to a blood-red hue, and piercing alarms echoed throughout. Lin Yao exclaimed, "We've been discovered. A multitude of guards is rushing towards us, and the base system is initiating a format." Li Yalan, now anxious, urged, "Hurry and bypass the access control to the mainframe." Lin Yao replied, "I'm working on it, but it will take at least 3 minutes. And the enemy will arrive in no more than a minute. I cannot possibly circumvent the firewall and unlock the access in such a short time. I'm truly sorry." Lin Yao was drenched in sweat, furiously tapping on the tablet, his fingers moving with a speed that suggested years of solitude. Yet, the steel door of the mainframe room remained utterly unresponsive. Soon, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from both ends of the corridor. A long and straight passage devoid of any hiding spots. They were confident in their ability to fight their way out, yet the mission was undoubtedly doomed to failure. Suddenly, Li Yalan recalled that they had received new equipment before this mission. In a rush, she pulled out a sleek, black elongated package from Lin Yao's backpack. Upon unzipping it, she discovered a mechanical arm, exuding a metallic sheen, lying quietly within. A lightweight power arm. "How do we use this? Does anyone have the instruction manual?" Lin Yao hastily explained. "Just insert your left hand into it, and flick the thumb to engage the hinge. By the way, is this thing really not going to explode? You know how those fools in the RD department are. There's a saying in the 13th Bureau, what the RD department produces is always fraught with risk." With no other options left, Li Yalan resolved to take a gamble. She donned the mechanical arm, bracing herself for the potential loss of her limb. A testament to the RD department's lack of credibility. To her astonishment, the mechanical arm activated successfully, emitting a low hum. It didn't malfunction. What a surprise. Li Yalan gritted her teeth and slammed her fist against the metallic door of the main control room, creating a conspicuous dent. Elated, she unleashed a flurry of punches, her mechanical fist striking the metal door with a thunderous clamor. As the force of her strikes combined with the mechanical enhancements, the door became riddled with deformities, the frame emitting a bone-chilling tearing sound. In a fleeting 20 seconds, the guards' reinforcements finally rounded the corner, just as the relentless battering caused the metal door to give way with a resounding crash. Li Yalan and her companions hastily slipped inside, narrowly escaping disaster. Lin Yao swiftly connected the equipment to the mainframe, the system formatting reaching 57. He needed to expedite the backup of the remaining data and, before the inevitable blackout, infiltrate the information repository of the budding organization to extract intelligence. With the room providing cover, Li Yalan and Lambert unleashed astonishing combat prowess. Drawing a metal baton from her pocket, Li Yalan felled the guards rushing into the control room with her swift, graceful movements. The baton in her right hand and the mechanical arm in her left, ablaze with brilliant yellow flames, delivered devastating blows, shattering bones through their bulletproof vests. Meanwhile, Lambert's throwing knives pierced through the walls, striking the enemies outside, eliciting anguished cries from the guards. With just the two of them, they inflicted tremendous casualties, leaving hundreds of guards powerless. Before long, the base's system completed its self-formatting, followed by a blackout, darkness enveloping the entire facility in an instant. "Charge out," Li Yalan shouted, launching herself into the fray with fists and kicks, carving a bloody path. Lambert seized Lin Yao, following closely behind. The air was filled with screams, chaos reigning in the darkness. After an intense battle, the trio finally burst from the base, exhaling sighs of relief. Lin Yao collapsed to the ground. While the other two were unfazed, he always appeared terrified after each mission's conclusion. Li Yalan toyed with the lightweight mechanical arm, captivated by it. Lin Yao glanced over, astonished, and inquired, who invented this mechanical arm? Could it be Luo Xian from the logistics department? Who knows? Rumor has it that there's an intention to recruit him into the secret operations division, so it's not impossible, Li Yalan replied, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. 2 hours later, the battle concluded, marking Star Dragon's most successful operation against the budding organization, dismantling the base and gathering substantial intelligence, largely thanks to Han Zhao's insights. The higher-ups in the 13th Bureau were exceedingly pleased. However, the two most critical pieces of information, the communication records of Dark Star and the significance of Han Zhao's codename Zero within the budding organization, remained elusive to Lin Yao. The former was non-existent, while the latter pertained to the organization's experimental subjects, heavily encrypted and thus impossible to disclose. The trio from the Secret Service returned to headquarters without pause. Reluctantly, Li Yalan returned the mechanical arm, prompting her superior to inquire, was the lightweight mechanical arm effective? It turns out this device is called a lightweight power arm, a rather formidable apparatus that greatly appeals to Li Yalan. She nodded and remarked, "The success of this mission is largely thanks to this equipment." "Who is the manufacturer?" "I cannot disclose that information," came the reply. "Will the department continue to supply lightweight power arms in the future?" Li Yalan inquired, her face brimming with anticipation. "That depends on the higher-ups' decision." Unwilling to relent, Li Yalan's eyes sparkled with cunning as she refrained from pressing her superiors further and instead made her way to the logistics department to seek out Luo Xian, the most likely creator. Adorned with the emblem of the covert operations department, she passed through effortlessly, drawing the attention of the logistics staff, whose lives were typically accompanied by grease and sweat. Her exquisite beauty left these individuals, who were accustomed to a mundane existence, utterly captivated. Although the 13 departments were nominally equal, their powers varied significantly, with some holding higher esteem in the eyes of their peers. The Covert Operations Department, filled with formidable talents and beautiful individuals, was the envy of many. Li Yalan scanned the room and boldly announced, "I am here to find Luo Xian." Everyone turned their gaze toward him, envy etched on their faces. Impressive, as expected of the Logistics Department's ace, managing to charm a beauty from the Covert Operations Department. And she has come specifically to seek you out. Who knows, you might even join the ranks of the covert operatives and ascend the ranks effortlessly. Many contemplated whether they should congratulate Luo Xian in advance to curry favor. Luo Xian did not recognize Li Yalan and was taken aback. Could it be that the Covert Operations Department is looking to recruit me? He pondered, excitement surging within him. Suppressing his exhilaration, he feigned nonchalance and replied, "I am Luo Xian. May I know your name?" "Li Yalan," she responded. "How may I assist you?" Luo Xian endeavored to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. "Did you invent that mechanical power arm?" she inquired. "Mechanical arm?" Luo Xian immediately recalled the lightweight power arm that had caused him embarrassment before the minister. Fearing that she had come to accuse him of a malfunction. Secretly relishing the situation, he assumed a serious tone and asked, "Is there a problem with it?" "Not at all. I find it exceptionally useful and wish to place a private order." This revelation rendered the atmosphere quite awkward, as the logistics personnel exchanged peculiar glances. Remembering Luo Xian's disparaging remarks about the mechanical arm, they all stared at him, their gazes making him wish he could vanish into thin air. Luo Xian's expression darkened. The very device he had deemed worthless was now being sought after by a covert operative, and the user had come specifically to place an order. The misunderstanding left him feeling as if he had swallowed a fly, and unable to express his frustration, he forced a strained smile and replied, "That device was not my invention." Li Yalan, perplexed, retorted, "Well, you should have said so earlier. You wasted my time." Luo Xian's countenance soured further as he noticed his colleagues stifling laughter and departing, leaving him in a state of vexation. At that moment, Feng Jun approached with a matter-of-fact demeanor, stating, "The identity of the manufacturer is classified. Please refrain from speculation or discussion." Li Yalan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Classified? A sense of unease began to envelop Luo Xian as he perceived an excessive emphasis placed by the Bureau on this enigmatic mechanic. He feared that this attention might jeopardize his own standing, recognizing the inherent competition among peers. Should he join the logistics department, he resolved to undermine this newcomer. In a certain base of the budding organization, the leader pondered the recent destruction of the number 45 subbase. Who could be responsible? The Xinglong people. But from where did they acquire such intelligence? It remained a mystery. The leader found the situation perplexing. The budding organization's subbases were scattered globally, with several secret facilities concealed within the borders of 6 nations, maintained in a dormant state as a strategic reserve for future conflicts. The likelihood of exposure was virtually non-existent, so how could they have been discovered? Could it be that an insider had leaked information? If a high-ranking member had betrayed them, it would spell a significant blow to the organization. He silently resolved to conduct a thorough purge within the ranks. Strangely, the leader did not suspect Han Xiao, a lowly test subject who had never been privy to organizational secrets. He was the first to be eliminated from consideration. The mere thought of Zero ignited the leader's ire. The bounty on him had lingered on the dark web for far too long, with no signs of progress. That little pest had fled rapidly. Audaciously declaring war, he would inevitably be crushed. With such solitary strength, he could never hope to disturb even a single brick of the organization. The leader smirked coldly. Han Xiao had been missing for 3 days. Where could he have gone? Lu Qian paced anxiously, filled with self-reproach, murmuring, could he have lost his way? It's all my fault for not buying him a phone. Now I can't reach him. What if he, a stranger in Shidu, is in trouble? Old Lu attempted to console her. Be optimistic. Perhaps he has simply gone. Lu Qian was at a loss for words. Grandpa, why do you hold such prejudice against him? Old Lu scratched his nose, offering no response. Suddenly, Lu Qian's eyes brightened as she leaned closer to him, saying, Grandpa, why not hire someone to help find him? Dream on, Old Lu scoffed. Just consider it a favor for my granddaughter, he added with a hint of reluctance. Huh, when you pilfered my collection, did you ever think I was your grandfather? Those are trivial matters. Just forgive me, she implored. Forget it. You truly want to help? Not a chance. With a smile that masked a shadow of malice, Lu Qian remarked, Shall I sell the exquisite wines you've hidden beneath your floorboards? Old Lu jolted at her words. What nonsense. Your grandfather is not so stingy. If it's merely to find someone, consider it done. Thank you, Grandpa, Lu Qian beamed sweetly. Old Lu sighed heavily and dialed Old Gao's number, saying, Old fellow, has Han Xiao been taken away by you? What have you figured out? What crime has he committed? He hasn't committed any crime. We simply require his collaboration. That is good enough. Hurry and return him, or my granddaughter will ruin all my cherished wine. This is against the regulations, and I find myself in a difficult position. Enough of this nonsense. The regulations were set by you. You owe me from the last time you deceived me. I don't care, just bring Han Xiao back. Old Gao, feeling helpless, replied, All right, understood. After hanging up, Old Lu wore a displeased expression. He had been hoping for Han Xiao to leave, yet now he was compelled to bring him back. Humph, indeed. All women tend to lead their affections astray, especially that woman who bore me a son all those years ago. She was unfaithful, being someone else's wife, yet so easily swayed by my charm. Alas, the allure of youth has long since faded, he lamented as he stroked his bald head. In a luxurious solitary cell, Han Xiao had been residing for 3 days, but felt no urgency. Instead, it was the perfect opportunity to organize his abilities and claim the skill upgrade cards awarded for tasks. Glancing at his panel, he noted that he had amassed 90,000 experience points, some from tasks and defeating enemies, and some from his recent endeavors in crafting firearms for the raccoon. His basic fighting skill was at level 8, and it was most prudent to use a skill upgrade card to raise it to level 9 without hesitation. Thus, he upgraded his basic fighting to level 9, and then opted to claim the skill upgrade card. A card emanating a brass-like glow materialized in his hand. With a thought, the card transformed into a stream of light and entered his brow. A tremor coursed through his limbs, and a surge of newfound strength flowed through his muscles and bones. Xiao felt invigorated, acutely aware of his enhanced physical capabilities. Basic Fighting LV10, Max. Increases unarmed attack power by 10, Strength 2, Endurance 1. Many skills yield attribute bonuses upon reaching certain levels. Once a character's level reaches its cap, combat prowess can still be enhanced through skills. Each version of Star C features different level caps, and it is said that reaching the maximum level is merely the beginning. Your Basic Fighting has reached its level cap. You have gained 1 potential point. Excellent. Now I possess 16 potential points. Xiao then expended some experience to elevate Basic Shooting to LV8, leaving him with just over 20,000 experience points. He prepared to gamble on 2 pieces of blueprints. The uses of a mechanic's blueprints fall into 2 categories. One serves as a personal trump card for combat, never to be disclosed, while the other is for sale, taking on others' orders to earn experience and money. Ordinary mechanics can only set up stalls to sell to other players, while major guilds and clubs control the opportunities for transactions with NPCs. However, Xiao faced no competitors and could take the lead. Currently, he required blueprints to facilitate his trade and gain manufacturing experience. The 13th Bureau represented a promising market with substantial customer potential, offering greater opportunities than the budding organization S-Base. He recalled several blueprints that should prove quite marketable. Should he proceed with knowledge integration, basic weaponry, and assembly? This integration would consume 10,000 experience points. Confirmed. The integration was successful. Congratulations, you have developed the folding combat knife. Should he engage in knowledge integration, basic weaponry materials compendium? This integration would also consume 10,000 experience points. The integration was successful. Congratulations, you have developed high-performance ammunition. Xiao's eyes sparkled. High-performance ammunition was the most exceptional invention he had envisioned. This ammunition was suitable for various platforms and was not difficult to manufacture. In his previous life, ammunition-related items had the highest sales, and due to the involvement of chemical knowledge, they were exceedingly difficult to replicate, inherently possessing confidentiality. Conversely, the folding combat knife stirred mixed feelings within Xiao. This was a metallic combat knife, featuring a guard with sharp angles, forming a balanced rectangular shape. The segmented blade, measuring between 0.5 to 0.8 meters, could be entirely concealed within the handle, making it portable and discreet. In combat, the blade could be deployed at any moment through a mechanism on the handle. Its advantages lay in its suddenness. It was an essential tool for home defense or travel. While it wasn't without merit, the drawback was that this item was specifically designed as standard equipment for novices. The folding combat knife was inexpensive with a low technological content, making it easily replicable. Even the confidentiality measures were ineffective. A trained mechanic could discern its structure with just a glance, which was somewhat embarrassing for Xiao. A long-range weapon would have been preferable. Such a mundane melee weapon lacked allure. One item was commendable, while the other was not. Could it be that I am the fabled hybrid, a confluence of the non-lucky and the fortunate? Fortunately, on the planet Aquamarine, there existed none of these blueprints, presenting Xiao with ample opportunities for maneuvering. While the theoretical knowledge acquired by mechanics was uniform, its applications were diverse. Mastering basic theories did not guarantee the ability to create all practical inventions derived from those theories. Even in the real world prior to Xiao's transmigration, civilian inventors continued to create new inventions each year. The practicality of these inventions was another matter. At least, the possibilities were abundant. These 2 blueprints would be Xiao's focus in the coming days. Having gained 600,000 experience points over 6 months assembling firearms at the budding organization S-Base, he anticipated even greater opportunities with the Star Dragon. Once he formally joined the 13th Bureau, it would be a time of harvest. At that moment, a new notification appeared on the panel. An A-level task, seeds lie dormant in the dust, current progress, 16. The 13th Bureau had initiated action. Xiao's gaze flickered. He had disclosed intelligence regarding 3 bases to the 13th Bureau, which could be considered indirect progress on his task. A progress score of 16 was not excessive. Rather, it was quite significant. He was acutely aware of the unfathomable influence of the budding organization. Logically, a subbase should not reach a progress score of 16. Han Xiao had not anticipated that the assault on the subbase would incite the leader of Mecha to suspect the higher-ups. This was the crux of the matter. In his previous life, the conflict between Mecha and the Six Nations persisted until the conclusion of version 10. Discounting the calamity of the 20th iteration, the outcomes of their encounters were nearly evenly matched. There was a period when Mecha found itself at a disadvantage, on the brink of obliteration, yet the Six Nations faltered. Deterred by Mecha's trump card, the Dead Man's Switch system. This preordained automated missile retaliation program was designed to activate when the organization faced annihilation. In such a scenario, Mecha would, in accordance with its established protocol, unleash all its missile stockpiles, targeting pre-designated objectives to enact a global cleansing. Even if the Six Nations managed to intercept 95 of the missiles, the remaining projectiles would still inflict irreversible damage upon the planet's ecology. This was Mecha's ultimate recourse, a mutually assured destruction. Consequently, achieving a score of 100 in his mission seemed nearly impossible unless he could somehow dismantle the Dead Man's Switch system. This system, exposed only in the direst of circumstances, while averting the organization's destruction, had shaken the resolve of many Mecha members. For those who labored for Mecha, the primary motivation was vengeance against the Six Nations, followed by a desire to establish a new regime in line with Mecha's ideals. When Mecha's trump card clashed with its principles, a significant number of members were likely to defect. No one wished for the annihilation of the world. Should this conflict become publicly known? Han Xiao shook his head. Such matters were still too distant and remained buried deep within his thoughts. Before long, Feng Jun arrived, escorting Han Xiao to the interrogation room, where he would again converse with the Minister of Intelligence. The intelligence from the subbase had been verified, and we trust in your willingness to cooperate. The higher-ups have decided to admit you as a member of the 13th Bureau. Success. Han Xiao silently exhaled in relief. His connection with the old man had indeed borne fruit. He would not naively assume that the higher-ups unanimously agreed to his inclusion in the 13th Bureau. There were undoubtedly unspeakable dealings behind this decision. The organization has resolved to assign you to the Secret Operations Department, where you will be placed in an operational team. Han Xiao's expression turned peculiar. In this new era, countless elites, stripped of their nations, found themselves adrift, leading the intelligence agencies of the Six Nations to relax their recruitment criteria and begin hiring non-nationals. However, the Secret Operations Department, being an elite division, still held stringent expectations regarding member loyalty, a clear indication of the old man's influence. Why does he hold me in such high regard? Joining the Secret Operations Department could prove advantageous. It offered access to many formidable figures and opportunities for engagement in events occurring beyond the boundaries of Xinglong. This was crucial. Initially, Han Xiao had surmised that if the 13th Bureau curtailed his freedom, he would promptly defect following the public beta. However, it now seemed there was no immediate need to flee. A new prompt appeared on his interface. You have unlocked a new faction reputation. The Strategic Defense Bureau of Xinglong has increased their favor towards you by 300 points. The Strategic Defense Bureau of the Star Dragon Nation, 13th Bureau Neutral, 300-1000, Level 1 Authority Member. The emergence of new faction relationships signifies fresh opportunities, tasks, events, and interests. Faction relationships are categorized into 8 tiers: archenemy, hatred, hostile, indifferent, neutral, friendly, respectful, and venerable. Essentially, the initial goodwill of all new factions is set at indifferent, requiring 300 points of goodwill to reach neutrality. Generally, it is only upon attaining the friendly level that one can exchange goodwill and contribution for resources. Feng Jun produced a black mobile phone and handed it to Han Xiao, which contained solely his phone number. Clearing his throat, he stated, "From this day forth, I shall be your liaison. Do not turn it off." "Oh, so it's merely an inconsequential communicator, is it?" Han Xiao retorted. "Why does your phrasing always irk me?" Feng Jun sighed in resignation. The black phone bore no embellishments. Its interface was stark and simple, equipped solely for making calls and sending messages. Han Xiao toyed with the device and inquired, "Is it secure from eavesdropping?" "Rest assured, the line is specially encrypted," the Minister of Intelligence replied. "Additionally, we hope you can submit the mechanical blueprints you possess, including the lightweight power arm and the robot you utilize to eliminate the Stinger Squad." Submitting the blueprints would enhance faction contribution, yet he was more in need of manufacturing machinery to foster growth and upgrades. if he relinquished the designs. The 13th Bureau could eventually mass-produce them, thereby obviating his involvement. Han Xiao sought a collaborative approach where others supplied materials for him to fabricate. He shook his head in refusal. What if an agent privately places an order with me? He queried. That is beyond our concern, came the response. Han Xiao chuckled at the reply. Indifference was advantageous as the agents of the 13th Bureau could potentially become his clientele. Time was on his side. The higher-ups of the 13th Bureau would not jeopardize their promising collaboration with Han Xiao over a few preliminary blueprints. They were far more invested in the burgeoning intelligence. At the very least, the conservatives were rational, while the hardliners, who harbored a disdain for him, posed an unpredictable threat. One of the benefits of joining the 13th Bureau was their abundant resource stockpiles, alleviating his need to scour for materials. With financial resources, he could procure a plethora of components and raw materials, including rare items not typically available in the market. After finalizing the collaboration, Han Xiao donned the black hood once more and was escorted through the winding corridors, ultimately taking an elevator to exit the headquarters. 037 Malevolent Han Xiao sensed the vehicle come to a halt, and someone pushed him out. He stood alone for a moment, feeling the breeze, until he heard the fading sound of the vehicle's exhaust. At that point, he removed the black mask and glanced around, realizing he was at an intersection several streets away from the repair shop. The sky was adorned with several luminous moons. What a mysterious affair, Han Xiao scoffed. His objectives had been largely fulfilled. Whistling a cheerful tune, he strolled leisurely until he arrived outside the repair shop, noticing the lights still on inside. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Having been missing for 3 days, he feared that Lu Qian might be quite worried. Upon entering, one is immediately struck by the sight of Lu Qian, her face etched with worry as she paces back and forth. Her expression darkens as she rushes over, unleashing a torrent of reproach. Why have you returned only now? Do you have any idea how much you worried me? As someone from out of town, I thought something terrible had happened to you. I was nearly ready to call the police. Feeling guilty, Han Xiao adopts a nonchalant demeanor, akin to a fish out of water, unaffected by the heat of the moment. What exactly were you doing? She demands. Taking a walk, he replies. Lu Qian, incensed, retorts. Could you not find a more credible excuse? He responds. I find it quite reasonable. Just yesterday, I saw a news report about a gunfight at the Clow scrap yard and feared for your safety. Realizing the source of Lu Qian's anxiety, Han Xiao listens to her incessant admonitions with an unexpected warmth in his heart. It is rare to find someone who genuinely cares. Yet, this heartfelt sentiment is abruptly shattered by the elderly Lu's next remark. I almost thought you wouldn't return alive. What a disappointment. Huh, you old fool. After venting her frustrations, Lu Qian's demeanor shifts. She grits her teeth and, with a hint of pain in her voice, declares, in a few days, I shall buy you a mobile phone so you won't disappear on me again. The cost will be deducted from your wages. No need, I already have a phone. Han Xiao replies, producing a sleek, black device. The 13th Bureau stated that this phone's number must not be shared with anyone. I refuse to listen to such nonsense. She retorts dismissively. The elderly Lu's gaze sharpens as he pulls Han Xiao aside, furrowing his brow with concern. This is a secure phone from the 13th Bureau. Have you joined them? Ah, you possess discerning insight. Han Xiao feigns flattery. Humph. If you've joined the 13th Bureau, why are you still working in my shop? Get out immediately. If anyone is leaving, it shall be you. I have no intention of going anywhere. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you have ulterior motives for staying in my establishment? The elderly Lu's temper flares, but suddenly his expression shifts, narrowing his gaze on Han Xiao. You don't mean to say you have taken a liking to my granddaughter? You misunderstand. Han Xiao suddenly feels a sense of foreboding. The old man's face oscillates through a spectrum of emotions. Hostility, contemplation, relief, excitement, scrutiny, satisfaction, tenderness, and benevolence, all akin to a dramatic face-changing act in a Sichuan opera, leaving Han Xiao feeling quite unnerved. Wait a moment, this is not the script. Young Han, my dear Qian is no longer a child. How about you consider? Han Xiao's face stiffens. Old Lu, there's an old adage. A forced melon is not sweet. If it's not forced, there won't be any melon at all. My unfortunate son's sole contribution to this family is a granddaughter. We need to continue the family line. So do make an effort to produce a great-grandson. Who said I'm part of your family? Don't you dare meddle in my affairs. Oh, you young people should pursue romance with fervor. It cannot be a slow and languid affair. I can only assist you to this extent. Old Lu patted Han Xiao's shoulder with an air of inscrutability, leisurely striding away, leaving Han Xiao bewildered amidst the gusts of wind. The elderly person yearning to hold a child was truly formidable. Han Xiao turned around, only to find Lu Qian standing behind him, her eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears, fixated on him in silence. "Do you believe this is a misunderstanding?" he asked. "You wicked, wicked man," Lu Qian exclaimed, covering her flushed face before hastily retreating upstairs. It seemed she did not believe him. Han Xiao, exasperated, slapped his forehead with a resounding thud. Today had indeed been most peculiar. Recently, Luo Xian had been restless, apprehensive about Han Xiao potentially joining the logistics department and its implications for his own standing. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Luo Xian approached the minister to inquire about Han Xiao's background. The specifics of his information were classified. The logistics minister, a jovial and rotund man with a perpetual smile, glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before whispering, "I can only tell you that he has already joined the 13th Bureau." Luo Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he anxiously asked, "Will he be joining the logistics department or the research department?" If he joined the logistics, Luo Xian could suppress him. If he joined research, he would be beyond his reach. The logistics minister shook his head. Neither. He has been specially recruited into the Secret Operations Division and will report in a few days. Luo Xian was taken aback, rendered speechless by this revelation. The newcomer would not even come to the logistics department to compete with him. How could he possibly suppress him now? He had diligently worked for years without qualifying for the Secret Operations Division, while this enigmatic peer had been specially recruited on his very first day. The coveted position in the Secret Operations Division he had long sought was snatched away without a sound, leaving Luo Xian nearly apoplectic with rage. This was utterly unjust. A week after the gunfight at the Kloss junkyard, the leaders of 6 other districts in Shidu convened to discuss a significant incident, the loss of control over the territory of the 7th district, where the elusive raccoon had vanished without a trace. Through various channels, the other leaders had pieced together fragments of information, revealing that the disappearance of Raccoon was somehow linked to the formidable 13th Bureau, which sent shockwaves through the assembly. What had Raccoon done to provoke such a mighty entity? The leader of the 2nd district, who subtly emerged as the figurehead of the gathering and was also the instigator of the meeting, spoke gravely. "Raccoon has gone missing. He must have crossed paths with someone he shouldn't have. We may never see him again." The other leaders felt a poignant sense of loss, despite their outward bravado. They all understood that the 13th Bureau could make any one of them vanish from existence at any moment. Their underground dominion was powerless to stir even a ripple against such overwhelming force. The capital of the Western region ultimately stands as a mere facade. Though it may appear grand from a distance, in reality, its inhabitants resemble mice scrounging for leftovers in the shadows. They are even less formidable than the arms dealers and intelligence brokers operating within the slums, who possess influential patrons. These so-called leaders are merely tools in the hands of powerful officials, and at any moment, a single word could condemn them to ruin. As for the territory of the 7th district, who shall assume control? The assembled leaders exchanged glances, silence enveloping the room. Ideally, the takeover of territory would ignite a fierce competition for profits. However, none dared to speak. Their hesitance was not due to a lack of desire for the territory held by the cunning fox, but rather an awareness of the precarious situation. To them, the 7th district had transformed into a den of peril, and none wished to meet a fate akin to that of the fox. The leader of the 2nd district surveyed the room, his voice low and resolute. "Do none of you wish to take charge?" The silence persisted. "Very well. Let us await the rise of newcomers." The leader's expression remained impassive. The ungoverned gray areas of the 7th district would inevitably invite chaos and bloodshed, as those who had been subjugated by the fox would seize the opportunity to advance. Yet, the established leaders were not inclined to grant such opportunities. Rather, they preferred to observe from the sidelines, anticipating an ambitious pawn to pave the way and clarify the situation in the 7th district. It would only be at that juncture that the leaders would strike, employing their intricate networks to eliminate the emergent threat, subsequently redistributing the 7th district's territory among themselves. After all, a smaller pie to share is always favorable. They would not permit the emergence of a new leader who could stand on equal footing with them. Han Xiao spent several days in the repair shop, persistently negotiating for an advance on his first month's wages, and placed an order for materials from the 13th Bureau. A dark crimson bullet lay quietly in the palm of his hand, its tip adorned with a flame-like pattern. High combustion ammunition. Upon impact, it ignites a 3-meter radius, inflicting continuous burn damage. The description was straightforward, yet Han Xiao understood that the actual effectiveness far surpassed the mere words. The principle of high combustion bullets lies in the incorporation of a highly flammable, adhesive gas as the propellant. It ignites under simpler conditions than armor-piercing incendiary rounds, capable of self-ignition without external combustible materials, making it a specialized ammunition designed for combustion. The collection of this volatile gas requires precise chemical reactions, mixed with an inert gas in specific ratios to prevent premature ignition. Utilizing gas as a propellant is more complex than using liquids or solids. Once the bullet is breached, the flammable gas can briefly combust even in a vacuum, thereby ensuring a degree of confidentiality. The extraction method for the gas is outlined in stringent experimental protocols. And while he has yet to master the fundamentals of energy division and biochemistry, he understands the process well enough to replicate it. Ammunition can be crafted in various calibers, ranging from handgun to sniper rounds, and is relatively easy to produce, making it highly practical with broad market appeal. Over the past few days, he has managed to manufacture dozens of high-combustion bullets. Han Xiao, taking advantage of superior steel, crafted a folding combat knife weighing 53 pounds and measuring 0.65 meters in length. When folded, the handle measures 0.12 meters, and it possesses a close-range attack power of 1319. The entire blade shines in a deep black hue, adorned with segmented folding patterns along its length, with a right-angled tip reminiscent of an intricately crafted knife. This rudimentary close-quarters weapon holds little significance for him, serving merely as a token of accomplishment. He utilized his experience in manufacturing high-energy ammunition and the folding combat knife to enhance his elementary mechanical affinity, elevating it to level 4. The maximum level 4 elementary mechanical affinity is 5, requiring an additional 15,000 experience points. His current basic shooting skill is at level 8, and reaching its pinnacle demands 45,000 experience points. With an expenditure of 60,000 experience, he could acquire 2 more potential points. Every nation possesses distinct advanced knowledge, regarded as confidential, one of its purposes being to attract solitary and powerful superhumans. The Azure Blue Star only encompasses 3 primary vocational knowledge categories: the supernatural system, the martial arts system, and the mechanical system. No novice planet possesses a complete set of the 5 primary vocational knowledge branches. The initial vocational inclination questionnaire for players determines the type of novice planet to which they will be assigned. For instance, in a novice planet set in an ancient context, one might wonder if mechanical creation is feasible. Surprisingly, it is. However, one must engage in manual labor, forging and smelting without the aid of lathes or equipment. Every creation must be accomplished by hand, with many items remaining unattainable due to inadequate raw materials and exceedingly low efficiency. The 13th Bureau possesses advanced knowledge specifically pertaining to the armed branches of the mechanical system, accessible only to high-ranking personnel, requiring at least a respectful relationship to peruse, which is a time-consuming endeavor. Han Xiao mused that if he wished to acquire advanced knowledge in a short span, he must seize the opportunity to act cleverly, directing his advancement tasks towards the 13th Bureau. Currently, he has no opportunity but to wait. Han Xiao also did not forget the orders from the repair shop, which for him hardly constituted work. It was exceedingly effortless. These days, Lu Qian has been avoiding him, unable to meet his gaze, often blushing and fleeing after exchanging only a few words, leaving Han Xiao in a state of helplessness. It's all the fault of that old man Lu. The old coot continues to chuckle nearby, as if to say, "Come here, let me show you something magnificent." Lu Qian's feelings towards Han Xiao are quite complex. She has questioned herself more than once. Do I detest Han Xiao? The answer is no. But do I harbor affection for him? That too is a negative. It is certainly not the affection between the sexes, but rather a sense of admiration. Yet, if she were to clearly reject Han Xiao, would he, in a fit of rage, cease his assistance? Lu Qian is reluctant to part with such a capable and inexpensive aid. Thus, she remains in a state of turmoil, evading Han Xiao for fear that he might demand a direct answer, her heart oscillating as if tossing a coin. What would I do if he confessed his feelings? Amidst Lu Qian's self-imposed turmoil, Han Xiao's phone chimed. A message from Feng Jun appeared. Your credentials have been approved. Report today. At long last, he arrived. Han Xiao's gaze flickered. The Dragonhorn building serves as the political nucleus, inaccessible to outsiders. The headquarters of the 13th Bureau is situated underground within the Dragonhorn building, connected by numerous concealed passageways. Following Feng Jun, Han Xiao traversed an underground air raid shelter for half an hour before reaching the headquarters, marking his first visit without a blindfold. This cursed place is truly hard to find, he remarked. Only difficult to locate makes it safe, Feng Jun replied, scanning his identification at the access control, causing the metallic door to swing open. Upon entering, he was greeted by a spacious hall bustling with activity. Han Xiao had anticipated a sinister atmosphere befitting a secret organization, but to his surprise, the 13th Bureau was well lit, and the air was remarkably fresh despite its subterranean location. Had Han Xiao been privy to the architectural blueprints, he would have realized that the 13th Bureau mirrored the depth of the Dragonhorn building above, forming a formidable underground base. Feng Jun handed Han Xiao a mask and a Level 1 access card from the Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau. It's best if your appearance remains known to as few people as possible. Put this on. The mask was black, adorned with an embroidered muscular figure with an exposed backside, perfectly aligned with the mouth area. Han Xiao squinted, turning to see Feng Jun's stifling laughter. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? What's with the stare? Hurry up and wear it. Feng Jun replied, pressing his lips together, inadvertently letting out a chuckle that he quickly stifled. With a smirk, Han Xiao tugged at Feng Jun's sleeve, tearing off a strip of cloth to fashion a makeshift mask for himself, casually stuffing the ostentatious mask into Feng Jun's pocket. Keep this gem for yourself. Feng Jun looked pained. This is my new uniform. Suddenly, Han Xiao sensed a pair of eyes upon him and turned to find a young stranger in a white lab coat glaring intensely, his expression brimming with anger, as if Han Xiao were his most loathed adversary. What is he so furious about? Han Xiao wondered, baffled. Feng Jun recognized the man as Luo Xian, but struggled to explain. With a wry smile, he said, just consider him as heir. Luo Xian had never seen Han Xiao's true face, but could ascertain that the masked man beside Feng Jun was indeed the one he was seeking. Watching them head toward the Secret Operations Department with fiery eyes. The Secret Operations Department occupied its own floor, noticeably housing far fewer personnel than the other departments. The assembly point was in the team meeting room, and upon arriving at the door, Feng Jun departed. Han Xiao pushed the door open to find Li Yalan, Lan Beat, and Lin Yao already awaiting his arrival. Li Yalan lounged with her legs propped up on the conference table. Lan Beat silently polished his military knife, while Lin Yao sat upright, hands pressed against his knees. Are you the logistics member specially approved by the director to join our team? Li Yalan inquired, rising to circle around Han Xiao, inspecting him with keen curiosity. Specially approved by the director? A logistics team member? Han Xiao's gaze shifted as he appraised Li Yalan. This woman was statuesque, with alluring curves, dressed in a sporty yellow sweatshirt over a form-fitting black outfit. Her delicate features were charming, and her lively eyes sparkled with vivacity, easily scoring above 90 in attractiveness. Among the women Han Xiao had encountered, only Hela could rival her in beauty. I am Han Xiao, a mechanic. Lin Yao awkwardly rose to his feet, his sudden movement causing his chair to creak. He extended his hand, somewhat bashfully, and said, Hello, I am Lin Yao, the hacker of the team. Lambert remained seated, coolly stating, I am Lambert, the sniper. Han Xiao shook hands with Lin Yao, unfazed by Lambert's aloof demeanor. This burly fellow clearly preferred brevity. Why are you wearing a mask? Li Yalan inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity, eager to unveil Han Xiao's concealed identity. Han Xiao sidestepped the question, responding, Are you implying that you do not trust us? Li Yalan pouted in discontent. Han Xiao paused before replying, My identity is classified. Since he had been assigned to Li Yalan's team, it indicated that the higher-ups deemed these individuals trustworthy, so revealing his face shouldn't pose a problem. Yet, Han Xiao believed that remaining masked would mitigate potential troubles. He could easily envision the conversations that would follow his unmasking. Aren't you the wanted criminal? How did the Bureau allow you to join? Why is the embryonic organization pursuing you? What have you done? Just the thought of it was a headache. To avoid a barrage of time-consuming inquiries, Han Xiao concluded that it was best to keep his face hidden. He wouldn't be staying in the 13th Bureau for long. This was merely a stepping stone for him. The fewer individuals who knew his true identity, aside from the higher-ups, the better. Your identity is classified? Wait. Li Yalan suddenly recalled something, eagerly leaning closer to Han Xiao. Did you create the lightweight power arm? Han Xiao was taken aback. How did you know? Haha. It truly is you. Li Yalan exclaimed, cheerfully linking arms with Han Xiao. As long as you can help me craft a mechanical arm, I will look out for you. Han Xiao's lips twitched, and he replied earnestly, I do charge for my services. Li Yalan laughed heartily, then quietly asked, Is there a discount? None. How stingy. Li Yalan muttered. I still do not know your name, Han Xiao remarked, somewhat exasperated by the overly familiar beauty. Li Yalan, in charge of close combat, she said, pouting. Han Xiao glanced at the three of them and inquired, So, are the four of us a team? No, there is also the captain. He is the assault specialist. Where is he? Han Xiao looked around, even rummaging through the trash can, but found no one hiding. You needn't search. The captain is recovering from injuries. Han Xiao's demeanor grew serious. If even the captain had sustained injuries, it seemed that the operations of the Secret Action Department were perilous. The three exchanged glances. Feeling a touch of awkwardness, Lin Yao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, The captain is hospitalized due to food poisoning. Han Xiao, with a vacant expression, found himself incapable of retorting. Clearing his throat, Lin Yao proceeded to elucidate the structure of the Secret Operations Department. It is tasked with executing specialized, high-difficulty missions, organized into teams of 4 to 7 members. Each month, they are required to fulfill mandatory objectives assigned by the department, while the time between missions can be arranged at their discretion. Surprised by the seemingly relaxed structure, Han Xiao had assumed that such an elite division would be perpetually occupied. The members of the Secret Operations Department are indeed all elite personnel, including some specially recruited agents who are not directly affiliated with the 13th Bureau, like Uncle Lambert, a former ace of a Special Forces unit who was specially invited to join the Bureau. Lin Yao, scratching his face with a hint of self-consciousness, felt a twinge of pride, though his confidence paled in comparison to Han Xiao's. Your role will be to assist the team with logistics, providing equipment, and coordinating supplies. During specific operations, you will be responsible for gathering, organizing, and analyzing intelligence, acting as our eyes and ears from the rear. That is your duty. That sounds rather easy. But I wish to engage in combat. Han Xiao understood the arrangement. He possessed a wealth of information, and the higher-ups of the 13th Bureau would not allow him to take unnecessary risks. As the saying goes, one must invest to reap rewards. He had secured the protection of the 13th Bureau, gaining a safe environment for development while monopolizing a potential market and accepting orders to manufacture machinery for experience points. Overall, it could be considered a profitable endeavor. In the early stages, the mechanical division is relatively weak, lacking combat prowess and leaning towards logistics, with technical work being the primary source of experience. The costs of ammunition and weaponry consumed during battles are considerable, unlike the martial arts division, whose supernatural abilities inherently possess formidable lethality. Do we have a name for our team? Han Xiao suddenly inquired. A team name? Li Yalan scoffed. We don't indulge in such frivolities. Oh, a pragmatic approach. Han Xiao appreciated her candor. The four engaged in light conversation, having briefly met their future teammates. Lin Yao glanced at his computer and suddenly announced, The department has assigned us a mission, to apprehend the black spider concealed in West City. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised to receive a task so soon after joining. It was likely the Bureau's intention to facilitate the team's cohesion. Li Yalan lazily remarked, The black spider, huh? I'm familiar with that notorious bounty hunter, a solitary mercenary. During the last operation by the field department, they failed to capture him, and he detonated explosives that devastated 2 city blocks. I can't believe he still dares to remain in West City. Lambert succinctly asked, When do we depart? There's no rush. The intelligence department has already pinpointed his location. Nighttime operations are more advantageous. Lin Yao turned to Han Xiao, saying, Since this is your first mission, you should first acclimate to the logistics work. The others were unconcerned about Han Xiao's identity. Being part of the Secret Operations Department signified the trust placed in him by the upper echelons. You have triggered an E-level mission, Black Spider. Do you accept or decline? Accept. Task prompt. The Black Spider, a notorious assassin and bounty hunter, marks your inaugural mission with the Secret Operations Unit. As support, your duty is to assist the team in accomplishing this task. Mission requirement: defeat the Black Spider. Reward: 5,000 experience points. Special reward: 40,000 experience points or a mind stabilizer. 039 First mission, Part 1, the Black Spider. This individual is akin to a minor boss. Logically, such a task should be classified as D-level difficulty, with standard rewards exceeding at least 30,000 experience points. The task mechanism in Star C is exceedingly detailed. Even if a team of players undertakes the same mission, each participant's requirements vary slightly based on their level, resulting in different rewards. Certain commercial players, who prefer crafting and logistics over combat, experience reduced difficulty and rewards when they join a team for missions. For instance, in monster-slaying tasks, the primary combat players, who take the lead, receive the highest rewards, followed by healers and support players, while those merely accompanying the team to gain experience receive the least, thereby mitigating the occurrence of affluent players hiring studios to boost their experience. Han Xiao harbored a deep disdain for this mechanism in his previous life, which rendered his leveling business rather lackluster. Ironically, his most flourishing venture was assisting others in seeking vengeance, honing his exceptional PK skills in the process. In Han Xiao's current situation, the diminished rewards are evidently due to his role as support in this operation, exempting him from direct confrontation with the Black Spider. The task rewards are intrinsically linked to the difficulty level. Alas, though the compensation is less than anticipated, it is still preferable to earning no experience at all. Han Xiao consoled himself with this thought, at least gaining an alternative source of experience. From his understanding of the Black Spider, this mission essentially offers an effortless 5,000 experience points. Li Yaolin's covert team could defeat the Black Spider with their eyes closed. What piqued his interest was the special reward. Without much deliberation, Han Xiao recognized the hidden requirement, precisely as Lin Yao had stated: apprehend the Black Spider. The Black Spider's abilities are notoriously troublesome, making his capture tenfold more challenging than his defeat. As of now, no one is aware that the Black Spider possesses these abilities. They will only be revealed after the public beta test. However, Han Xiao is acutely aware of the Black Spider's Achilles heel. The system is inanimate, relying solely on panel strength to assess disparities, rendering the chances of fulfilling the hidden requirement seemingly slim. If the team heeds his guidance, he is 80% confident in capturing the Black Spider. It seems worth a try, Han Xiao mused. Li Yaolin remained fixated on the lightweight power arm and inquired, how much would it cost to order one, and how long until delivery? A lightweight power arm is priced at 20,000, with a prepayment of 10,000 required. You supply the materials, and I shall manufacture it, with delivery in 2 days. Li Yaolin's expression darkened at the thought. The cost was nearly equivalent to her monthly salary. Nonetheless, she resolved to make the purchase, planning to take action that very evening. Time was certainly of the essence. Yet she persisted with her inquiry. Do you have any other ready-made devices? Han Xiao pondered for a moment, reluctant to disclose the high-caliber ammunition, and instead produced a folding combat knife. The 10-centimeter black metal handle drew the attention of the 3 onlookers. What use is this? Li Yaolin questioned, her tone laced with skepticism. A subtle smile graced Han Xiao's lips as he pressed a miniature mechanism on the handle, swiftly flicking it. The blade segments sprang forth from the handle, transforming into a formidable black alloy knife, nearly 70 centimeters in length, its sharpness striking. This is called a folding combat knife. Li Yaolin's eyes sparkled with interest. She had opted for a baton as her weapon primarily for its portability. Yet the folding combat knife surpassed it in both discretion and lethality. She reached out to grasp the knife, but Han Xiao deftly evaded her attempt. 1,000 for each. He chuckled, noting that the production cost of the folding combat knife was merely around 300. Even the 2,000 price he quoted was quite reasonable. Penny pincher, relentless in your pursuit of wealth. Li Yaolin huffed, retrieving her wallet to hand him 1,000. Only then did Han Xiao relinquish the folding combat knife, meticulously explaining its operation. Instantly, Li Yaolin became enamored, playing with it fondly. Suddenly, Lon Beat interjected, I would like to order 10 pieces. Is it possible to reduce the size to approximately 30 centimeters? Business had come knocking. Han Xiao felt a surge of excitement and nodded affirmatively, no problem. I hope to have them ready before our operation tonight. Certainly, provided the materials are available. The initial shaping and polishing of the folding combat knife could be efficiently accomplished using a stamping lathe. Lin Yao hesitated. I would also like to acquire one for self-defense. Han Xiao was taken aback. The folding combat knife, typically considered novice equipment, was surprisingly favored by operatives. Little did he know, the agents from the 13th Bureau were in dire need of new equipment due to the research department's prolonged inactivity. Although the folding combat knife was technically simple, its portability and stealth were invaluable for complex tasks. Typically, operatives wielded daggers for close combat. Just imagine, in a confrontation with agents from rival factions, if the adversary brandished a dagger over 10 centimeters long while one pulled out a nearly meter-long blade, the psychological advantage would be palpable. Akin to a contest of lengths between men in a restroom. The materials would be provided by Lon Beat and Lin Yao. Han Xiao utilized a confidential workshop from the logistics department, equipped with advanced tools that significantly reduced the manufacturing time of the folding combat knives. Before the evening's operation, Han Xiao successfully produced 11 custom folding combat knives in bulk, with an income of 11,000 ocean blue coins. He had only expended technical costs and gained substantial manufacturing experience, approximately 8,000 points, a modest profit indeed. This reinforced his conviction that private orders from the 13th Bureau operatives represented a potentially vast market. Li Yalan and her companions equipped themselves and set off in pursuit of the Black Spider, while Han Xiao remained at the Secret Operations Department, overseeing logistical command and organizing the details of the mission sent by the Intelligence Division. The pinhole cameras and miniature earpieces of the three teammates were linked to 3 computer screens before Han Xiao, allowing him to witness their experiences in real time. His responsibility was to monitor the situation and provide prompts and directives, effectively assuming the role of commander. As a newcomer, however, Han Xiao recognized that although Yalan and her companions did not voice their doubts, they were unlikely to fully trust his judgment. The task at hand was not particularly challenging. It served primarily to foster team cohesion, which is why Han Xiao was appointed as commander. Nevertheless, it was implausible to expect complete obedience from them, as the trio were seasoned operatives with their own discernments. Thus, Han Xiao's instructions would serve merely as references. Calm and composed, Han Xiao, who had previously commanded a 50-member team in raids, felt confident in his capabilities due to his intelligence advantages. The Black Spider, an adept superhuman with extraordinary abilities, was notoriously elusive, earning a place on the list of the 10 most formidable bosses in the Sea Blue Star. As night fell, the stars twinkled overhead. The slums, located in District 8, starkly contrasted with the bustling city, appearing dilapidated and desolate. Roofless buildings were covered only by makeshift awnings fashioned from scrap metal and tarpaulin, tightly packed together, resulting in narrow and claustrophobic streets. Various patched-up garments hung from balconies, and garbage littered the ground, left unattended. A significant presence of drug dealers, thugs, and homeless individuals inhabited this area, creating a breeding ground for vice and poor security. According to the Intelligence Division, the Black Spider was hiding amidst this chaos. Fully armed, Yalan and her team proceeded cautiously, with Lin Yao, although a hacker, having received firearm training and possessing a measure of combat capability. They silently navigated through the sewage-laden streets, where the flickering streetlights cast an eerie ambience in the deserted surroundings. The building ahead is the Black Spider's hideout. He resides on the 3rd floor. The enemy is likely very alert, so we must not make a sound, Yalan whispered. Han Zhao's voice crackled through the earpiece. There is no need for caution. The Black Spider has already detected your presence. How do you know? Yalan replied, skepticism etched across her face. No sooner had she spoken than a barrage of gunfire shattered the stillness of the night. A flurry of bullets rained down from above, forcing Yalan and her companions to swiftly roll aside and take cover at the corner of an adjacent alley, their expressions grave. When had they been discovered? While the trio could easily withstand such a rudimentary ambush, without Han Zhao's warning, their reactions would not have been as swift. Contemplating this, Yalan's demeanor grew serious as she steadied her earpiece with resolve. A man stood high above, surveying 3 individuals with a sinister and grotesque smile that betrayed no hint of restraint. His left cheek bore an ominous Black Spider tattoo, and he was clad in an ebony combat uniform, wielding an assault rifle. With a mere wave of his hand, 10 masked figures garbed in black emerged from various alleys, stealthily encircling Li Yalan and her companions. The intelligence had been flawed. How could he have allies? Lin Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. A heavy weight settled in Li Yalan's heart. The Black Spider sneered. I dare to remain in Shidu. Do you think I would be unprepared? The last time the 13th Bureau caught me off guard, and I, the Black Spider, am known for my vendettas. Since you dared to extend your claws towards me, I shall sever them. The Black Spider was a solitary bounty hunter and assassin, notorious in the underworld for his ability to set intricate traps that ensnared targets before they even sensed danger, much like a spider's web. Suddenly, Li Yalan pivoted and kicked the wall, a flash of bright yellow light illuminating the space as the wall collapsed. creating a barrier of rubble that obscured their enemy's line of sight. In the early stages of martial arts, her strength infused into her strikes rendered her extraordinarily formidable. Liyalan, at an E-grade level, possessed energy exceeding 300 uns, roughly equivalent to level 25. The Black Spider and his masked squad formed a tightening circle, unleashing a barrage of fire to suppress the trio. Liyalan and Lambert pulled Lin Yao along, deftly navigating the alleyways. Fortuitously, their exceptional skills kept them unscathed in this perilous situation, yet they were cornered into a dead end. The Black Spider stood at the alley entrance, closing his eyes to inhale deeply, an expression of rapture crossing his face as he murmured, "The little insects trapped in my web, every hair on your bodies radiates fear. Do you truly believe you have already won?" Liyalan arched an eyebrow, discreetly signaling Lambert. The Black Spider, seemingly incredulous, exaggeratedly glanced at his 10 comrades, arms spread wide as he proclaimed, "With a single command, I can turn you into a sieve. What gives you the audacity to challenge me?" Liyalan replied in a low voice, "Then why do you hesitate to act? Killing you offers me no advantage. Capturing you as hostages allows for a ransom to be collected," the Black Spider replied, shaking his finger, confident in his control over the situation. He relished the notion that his words could be transmitted through the earpieces of the 3 agents to the 13th Bureau. Suddenly, he grinned malevolently. "But I need only one of you." With a wave of his hand, he was about to order the attack when Liyalan abruptly leaped into action, her feet shimmering with bright yellow light as she propelled herself off the wall, darting back and forth with grace akin to a dragonfly skimming water, rapidly closing the distance from midair. "Kill her." The Black Spider's expression tightened as his subordinates opened fire on Liyalan, but they struggled to aim at her, whose speed left behind afterimages. Only a few bullets struck her, ricocheting off her attire like small metal discs. Liyalan donned a form-fitting suit, its lining embedded with ceramic fiber ballistic fabric, rendering her impervious to bullets. Her physical prowess allowed her to withstand the kinetic force of gunfire, instilling no fear of the assailants. Her previous retreats had merely been a facade, a strategic ploy to draw the Black Widow's encirclement closer, facilitating a decisive strike against her foes. In that fleeting moment when the enemy's attention wavered, Lambert seized the opportunity with a swift motion. He drew from his waist sheath 4 flying daggers that, in the blink of an eye, found their mark in the throats of 4 adversaries. The remaining attackers stood aghast, half of them poised to redirect their weapons towards Lambert. Yet, Liyalan soared above, shattering the wall with a single powerful kick, sending debris cascading like rain and thwarting the onslaught from the Black Widow and her minions. Amidst the falling rubble descended Liyalan, akin to a falcon swooping down upon its prey. She unsheathed a collapsible combat knife from her waist, slicing down with precision. When merely 30 centimeters separated her from the enemy, they foolishly tilted their heads, believing they could evade her strike. Suddenly, the blade extended in a rapid flicker, erasing the distance, and in an instant, the adversary's throat was severed. The element of surprise was yet another advantage of the collapsible knife. Remarkable weapon, Liyalan mused with a glimmer of delight. The ordinary gunmen were no match for a martial artist in close quarters. Within 30 seconds, the ground was saturated with blood, leaving only the Black Widow, her hands severed, sprawled on the floor. Liyalan let out a soft hum, retracting her knife. This weapon's adaptability pleased her greatly. "Well done," Xiao remarked nonchalantly, having remained silent, displaying no concern for the trio's demise. Thank you," Lin Yao stammered, feeling inadequate. "Not including you," he added. His demeanor deflated as he realized he had contributed little. "Little girl, you cannot kill me," rasped the gravely injured Black Widow. A mocking grin plastered across her face as she fixed her gaze on Liyalan. Without hesitation, Lambert drew his gun and shot the Black Widow in the head, blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. Liyalan and Lin Yao silently regarded Lambert, who, with an expressionless countenance, remarked, "We'll find out soon enough." "Oh, dead is dead. The higher-ups didn't instruct us to leave any survivors anyway. I need a good shower. I'm drenched in blood and it reeks." Liyalan stretched languidly. At that moment, Xiao interjected, "Do not let your guard down. The Black Widow is still alive." Liyalan nearly twisted her back, gesturing at the mangled corpse, retorting, "How can she possibly be alive?" Calmly, Xiao replied, "She is an ability user. Her powers are quite troublesome. You will understand once you lift the mask of the first masked man on the left." Lin Yao hesitated. But no information about the Black Widow being an ability user has ever surfaced on the dark web. You might be mistaken. Li Yalan pursed her lips and earnestly remarked. It is not a possibility. It is certainly a mistake. As a newcomer, I understand your eagerness to achieve results, but fabricating false information to amuse us is unacceptable. Han Xiao, with an expression of exasperation, thought to himself, oh, naive girl, it's time you filled the gaps in your knowledge. In this inaugural mission, Lambert, clearly a taciturn pragmatist, complied with Han Xiao's request and lifted the mask of the cloaked figure, only to reveal a smooth, featureless face, startling the others. This cannot be human. Lin Yao exclaimed in terror as he unveiled the masks of all present, discovering that they were all devoid of features. At that moment, the masked figure Han Xiao had indicated began to undergo a transformation. A black spider tattoo gradually darkened and emerged, the features slowly materializing to resemble those of the black spider. Astonishingly, the wound began to heal, and soon the corpse's eyelids twitched as if awakening. Destroy its head, Han Xiao commanded ominously. Lambert immediately fired, obliterating the faceless entity. Han Xiao continued this process, each time successfully identifying the changing figure. Leaving Li Yalan and Lin Yao in awe. Suppressing their doubts, they followed Han Xiao's directives, growing increasingly obedient. Although they were uncertain of how Han Xiao had discerned the secret of the black spider, their trust in his judgment began to solidify. When they reached the last of the faceless entities, Han Xiao instructed, do not kill him, sever his limbs. Without dissent, the trio complied. The final faceless figure transformed completely into the black spider, abruptly opening its eyes in astonishment and exclaiming, how could you know of my abilities? Clone parasitism. The power of the black spider. The black spider could periodically separate a faceless clone, devoid of intelligence, which would obey commands as long as it remained within a certain proximity to the original. Should it stray too far, it would succumb to slumber. Each clone represented another life for the black spider, allowing him to resurrect in the nearest clone. As long as a clone existed, he could not perish. This ability lacked offensive capability, but boasted remarkable survivability, akin to an indomitable cockroach, making it exceedingly troublesome. His power had fundamentally altered the essence of his life. His physical form could not confine him, as his being had transformed into a form of spiritual energy residing within the clones he created. As long as clones existed, he could not be annihilated through physical means. The black spider was incredulous. He had never disclosed his abilities to anyone, a secret vital to his survival. How had it been exposed? Could it be that his recent activities had led someone to surmise the nature of his powers? Han Xiao observed the astonishment on the black spider's face and chuckled. If he were dealing with some obscure minor boss, he might not recall, but in his past life. The black spider was notoriously difficult to kill, leaving a lasting impression. At this moment, the black spider's development of its abilities remains rudimentary, making it an opportune time to confront. From Han Xiao's perspective, it is evident that this power possesses immense potential for advancement. However, in his previous life, the black spider met an untimely demise before it could elevate its abilities to a higher caliber. You may wonder how it perished. Although the black spider's powers are formidable, they are far from insurmountable. By obliterating the black spider's soul on a spiritual level, one could ensure its complete annihilation. Yet, as previously mentioned, the number of psychics on Ocean Blue Star is exceedingly scarce, rendering players incapable of slaying the black spider, which has consequently earned a place on the list of the 10 most challenging bosses to defeat. Indeed, the black spider shares this sentiment, until it encountered Hela, and thereafter, there were no further developments. The abilities within the psychic category are diverse and peculiar. Unlike the other 4 superpower categories, one must awaken their powers through genetic serums before transitioning into the psychic profession, followed by the acquisition of relevant knowledge. Each player is afforded only a single opportunity to consume a genetic serum. Failure results in an irrevocable inability to transition into the psychic category, with the success rate hinging on the type of serum used. Your intuition is correct. This item is a premium in-game purchase, and it comes at a cost. The genetic serum with the lowest success rate demands a staggering price of €398, while the most exalted Supreme Deluxe Perfect Genetic Awakening Liquid can reach up to €4,999, boasting a maximum success rate of merely 18, without any guarantee regarding the potential level of the awakened abilities. Among those who can afford the gaming pod, 60% are willing to stretch their finances to experiment with awakening their powers, thereby allowing the gaming company to reap substantial profits. In his previous life, Han Xiao also made the sacrifice to purchase it, but given his luck, the outcome was predictably dismal, leading him to conclude that players in the psychic category are either extraordinarily fortunate or socially adept. The black spider quickly regained its composure and declared fiercely, "I possess countless avatars. Destroying this body will not kill me. Conversely, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you shall not enjoy a moment of peace. I will eventually twist your necks with my own hands." As Lambert raised his weapon to fire, Han Xiao hastily intervened, instructing Li Yalan, "Repeat after me." Following Han Xiao's directives through her earpiece, Li Yalan mimicked his demeanor, exuding an air of enigmatic profundity, and calmly stated, "Countless avatars? Spare us the theatrics. You can at most possess 50 of them. There are 10 corpses here. You must have left your other avatars hidden across various locations as your contingency plan." The black spider's eyes widened in disbelief. While it was plausible for someone to deduce the basic manifestation of its powers, the intricate details constituted its innermost secrets, knowledge that others could not possibly possess. Someone has unraveled the truth of its abilities. Who could it be? Could it possibly be a psychic with mind-reading capabilities? As long as this avatar remains alive, you cannot resurrect. We may not be able to kill you, but we can imprison you for eternity. The black spider was suddenly struck with terror, desperately attempting to bite off his own tongue, but Lambert preemptively dislocated his jaw. The black spider, fearing death yet unable to escape it, fixed his gaze upon Li Yalan, a mixture of astonishment and rage evident in his eyes. "So, you're finally afraid." Observing the black spider's shocked demeanor, Li Yalan realized that Han Xiao was indeed correct. The three exchanged glances, each harboring a singular thought. Who exactly is Han Xiao? Why does the 13th Bureau regard his identity as a closely guarded secret? How is it that he possesses such confidential information? Reinforcements soon arrived, clad the black spider in a restraint suit, and transported him away. Meanwhile, far away at headquarters, Han Xiao received the notification of mission completion. The E-level mission, Black Spider, has been accomplished. You have earned 5,000 experience points. Hidden requirement: capturing the black spider has been fulfilled. Please select a special reward, 40,000 experience points for the mind stabilizer. The mind stabilizer is designed to enhance mental resistance, providing immunity against a certain degree of telekinesis and mental attacks. It is a mechanical device targeting magical civilizations. On Ocean Blue Star, there are few professions related to telekinesis or magic, and mental practitioners are scarce. Thus, the utility of the mind stabilizer is limited. Han Xiao naturally opted for the more practical reward of 40,000 experience points. As for Hela, it seems he would not have to confront her for quite some time. You have acquired 40,000 experience points. A satisfactory haul, indeed. Han Xiao felt a surge of joy. Upon returning to the Secret Operations Department, as soon as they entered, Li Yalan rushed over, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. "How did you know about the Black Spider's powers?" Han Xiao smiled enigmatically, saying, "Give me 1,000,000, and I shall tell you." Li Yalan immediately deflated. "By the way, how do you plan to handle the Black Spider?" Lin Yao scratched his head and shared that the higher-ups intended to send him to Bell Toll Island Prison, where he would be restrained in a suit 24 hours a day, maintained by a liquid diet, ensuring that even in death, he could not escape his fate. Bell Toll Island Prison, a super prison jointly established by 6 nations, lies isolated offshore, with no means of escape, housing the most heinous criminals, supervillains, warlords, and leaders of underground factions. Once imprisoned on the island, it is akin to the tolling of one's life bell, signifying the eternal loss of freedom, apart from death. There is no other avenue of escape. This is the essence of Bell Toll Island. Han Xiao was quite satisfied with this resolution. The Black Spider's abilities were indeed troublesome, and should a seemingly invincible madman fixate on him, it would lead to a plethora of future complications. The first operation had been flawlessly successful, and the team had developed a modicum of rapport. After exchanging farewells, they prepared to return to their respective homes. At that moment, Feng Jun approached, an expression of helplessness on his face. "The Internal Affairs Department has summoned you for an examination." Noticing Feng Jun's unusual demeanor, Han Xiao inquired, "Is it not already approved for me to join the Bureau? The Ministry of Internal Affairs has requested a second review of your case. This falls within their legitimate authority, and the higher-ups have no reason to oppose it. Furthermore, you are well aware of the sensitivity surrounding your previous identity." Feng Jun lowered his voice and remarked, "Opinions among the higher-ups are divided. The conservative factions, including the intelligence and logistics departments, are inclined to cooperate amicably with you, while the hardliners, led by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, hold a differing perspective and may impede your progress." Han Xiao understood. Indeed, wherever there are people, there exists a complex web of relationships. Upon arriving at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Han Xiao underwent height and weight checks before being escorted to an interrogation room to face the scrutiny of the internal investigators. Name: Han Xiao. Gender: female. The investigator's forehead tightened with tension, yet he chose to endure. Age: 30. Oh no, 31. The investigator slammed the table and barked, "Cooperate with me." Han Xiao casually replied, "You needn't ask about gender or age. You were never concerned about those details. Why not skip directly to the background check?" The investigator huffed in frustration. "Proceed. Family relations. I am an orphan, with no relatives. Where were you born?" "Mount Buzhou." "Preposterous. We have found no record of your birth." Indeed, in this otherworldly realm, it seemed that there were no connections to grasp. Han Xiao clicked her tongue and suggested, "Ask your superior." The higher-ups would naturally not disclose confidential information to ordinary members. This review was merely a formality, a warning, or an annoyance intended to unsettle her. Listening to instructions through his earpiece, the investigator refrained from further inquiries, suppressing his irritation to begin a psychological assessment. The assessment comprised situational descriptions requiring Han Xiao to make choices. She answered haphazardly, and the investigator sealed the records to submit to the higher-ups, concluding the review. Suddenly, the investigator coldly remarked, "The Ministry of Internal Affairs is always watching you. Do not let us catch you in a misstep. Therefore, the implication is that you currently have no leverage over me." Han Xiao raised an eyebrow and, turning to the investigator, playfully patted her backside before departing with a sense of satisfaction. The investigator's face turned ashen, his hand gripping the documents trembling with suppressed rage, the bones in his fingers cracking ominously. Following the initial operation, the ensuing period promised to be rather tranquil. Han Xiao returned to the repair shop, contemplating strategies to expand her market reach. The folding combat knife appeared to have significant potential, and Han Xiao wished to inform more operatives from the 13th Bureau of her skills as a mechanic. After some reflection, she called Li Yalan, persuading her to disseminate the information within the Bureau. After a bit of coaxing and negotiating a future discount of 20%, Han Xiao successfully convinced Li Yalan to assist in promoting her work. However, a challenge remained. While Han Xiao crafted machinery in the repair shop, the lathes and equipment were limited, and with LV Qian observing, she found it inconvenient to produce in bulk. After much deliberation, she decided it was time to confront LV Qian directly. "Qianjia, I need to discuss something with you." Lu Qian shuddered, secretly lamenting that this day had finally arrived. Nevertheless, she was prepared mentally. She turned abruptly, her expression a blend of gentle resolve, and deeply bowed, stammering, "Yes, I apologize. You are a good person." The atmosphere grew awkward as they exchanged glances. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. Although he had no intention of pursuing her, her hasty rejection left him feeling quite unsettled. "You misunderstood," he clarified. "I am merely renovating the repair shop and constructing an independent new room adjacent to it. I will work there henceforth. The funds for the renovation are provided by a friend of mine, essentially expanding the repair shop. What do you think? Was it merely a misunderstanding?" Lu Qian staggered, her embarrassment nearly causing her heart to explode. She forced herself to remain composed, responding, Good, very good, I agree." With that, she covered her face and hurriedly fled. Oh, how humiliating. Han Xiao sighed in resignation, suspecting that Lu Qian had not truly understood what he had said. He submitted the application for the construction of the workshop to Feng Jun, who would relay it to the higher-ups. The 13th Bureau valued him greatly, and this reasonable request was swiftly approved. The engineering team arrived to commence the expansion of the repair shop. 2 days later, a new mechanical workshop was erected beside the repair shop, with the 13th Bureau generously sponsoring basic equipment as a loan to Han Xiao. At his request, the mechanical workshop included a basement for conducting clandestine research and serving as a storage area. Li Yalan's promotion proved effective within a few days. Numerous agents sought to order folding combat knives. Han Xiao refrained from meeting clients directly and had Li Yalan assist in relaying orders. Although the clients were all agents of the 13th Bureau, Han Xiao remained cautious, aware that one could never fully trust appearances. A steady stream of alloy materials arrived at Han Xiao's workshop, and over several consecutive days, he crafted dozens of folding combat knives, all of which sold out. The experience gained was substantial, allowing Han Xiao to elevate his beginner mechanical affinity to the maximum level, earning him additional potential points. The agents, well-informed, learned through Li Yalan's promotion that a mechanic named Han Xiao had joined her team, providing private orders for machinery and repairs. Orders poured in like snowflakes, overwhelming Han Xiao. His daily production capacity reached dozens of knives, yielding considerable experience, and his personal finances steadily improved. In his past life, manufacturing and selling machinery was the growth path for players in the mechanical field, rife with intense market competition. However, Han Xiao now found himself nearly monopolizing the market. Wanting a folding combat knife, one could only turn to him. This monopoly generated substantial profits, allowing him to earn his first fortune. Han Xiao intended to sell only two types of machinery: high-energy ammunition and folding combat knives. Out of a sense of obligation, he sold Li Yalan a lightweight power arm. The sales of folding combat knives have been quite promising. However, Han Xiao remains rather pessimistic. Although these knives have gained immense popularity in a short span, most individuals merely purchase them out of curiosity, rendering their utility limited and the potential customer base rather constrained. Furthermore, the technological sophistication of the folding combat knife is disappointingly rudimentary. A knowledgeable mechanic could easily deduce the schematics with minimal effort. Even stringent confidentiality measures would prove futile, and it is likely that counterfeit versions will emerge before long. Han Xiao intends to capitalize on the fleeting success of the folding combat knife for quick profits. Yet he places greater emphasis on the prospects of high-energy ammunition. This product is not only cost-effective but also efficient, and being consumables, they can establish a reliable customer base. High-energy bullets possess an inherent level of confidentiality, as their core comprises combustible gases. Once the projectile is disassembled, the volatile nature of the contents renders them impossible to preserve stably. Without access to the refined formulas, replication is nearly unattainable given the current technological capabilities of Xinglong. Han Xiao plans to accumulate a certain inventory before seeking an opportunity to launch the high-energy bullets. With the profits from the folding combat knives, he has procured an ample supply of bullet materials, diligently manufacturing them each day, resulting in a growing stockpile of high-energy ammunition in his underground warehouse. On a particular day, Elder Lu and Elder Gao were engaged in a game of chess outside the repair shop. Han Xiao, having just completed a batch of orders, approached Elder Gao with a smile and inquired, "Is your prosthetic still comfortable?" "Quite well," Elder Gao replied with a chuckle, rolling up his sleeves. At that moment, he was wearing the prosthetic, which had been enveloped in a layer of artificial silicone skin, making it nearly indistinguishable from a real limb. "I'm glad to hear that. Should it malfunction, do not hesitate to seek my assistance," Han Xiao offered. Elder Gao nodded, a sly smile on his face as he remarked, "I hear from old Lu that you've joined the 13th Bureau?" "That is indeed the case," Han Xiao affirmed. "Impressive for someone so young. Strive diligently and contribute to the nation," Elder Gao encouraged. Han Xiao stifled a laugh, realizing that Elder Gao had always believed him oblivious to his true identity. There was no necessity to conceal his association with the 13th Bureau. While the ordinary citizens of Xinglong may not directly engage with such high-level matters in their daily lives, they are nonetheless aware of the Bureau's existence and perceive it as a promising career path. Han Xiao exchanged a few pleasantries, internally speculating when Elder Gao would confront him directly and whether he should feign some degree of astonishment to save face. At that moment, Feng Jun approached briskly, his expression grave, and said to Han Xiao, "I need to speak with you privately." As Han Xiao's contact, Feng Jun had always maintained a small team to vigilantly monitor the surroundings of the repair shop, wary of any suspicious individuals. Concerned that the burgeoning organization might discover Han Xiao, Elder Gao recognized Feng Jun and was intrigued that he had come personally to seek out Han Xiao. Pondering what could have transpired, Han Xiao followed Feng Jun aside, who immediately stated, "The research department has taken notice of you." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Please elaborate." "The research and development department is tasked with the creation of various innovative weapons and possesses the authority to conduct risk assessments on new weaponry utilized by agents. They have identified potential risks associated with the folding combat knife and have requested the submission of its blueprints for evaluation. This is within the purview of the RD department, and other divisions have no jurisdiction over this matter." They have clearly set their sights on my designs. Risk assessment? Merely a pretext. Han Xiao snorted coldly. Once he submits the blueprints for inspection, the R&D department could commence mass production of the folding combat knife by appropriating his designs as their own accomplishments. Through Feng Jun, Han Xiao gleaned insights into the internal dynamics of Bureau 13. Both the R&D department and the Internal Affairs department belong to a faction characterized by rigidity and are not particularly amiable towards him. The R&D department is steeped in bureaucratic tendencies, having failed to produce any new inventions or equipment for years, with annual funding dwindling. In the eyes of agents, its standing is even inferior to that of the logistics department. They are in dire need of achievements to solidify their position. Thus, they have fixated on the readily available blueprints for the folding combat knife. Once they obtain the designs, the R&D department merely needs to draft a report for the higher-ups to claim it as their invention and bolster their performance metrics. What would happen if I refused to submit? Feng Jun chuckled wryly. You would be blacklisted by the R&D department, which would be noted in your record and affect your promotion prospects. However, you are not an ordinary agent. The Bureau values the intelligence you possess, so it is unlikely to cause significant issues. The R&D department cannot coerce you. That's a relief. I shall not yield my blueprints, Han Xiao declared, shaking his head. Although the market for the folding combat knife may eventually become saturated, it still offers him considerable benefits, and he is unwilling to relinquish it without a fight. Feng Jun was not surprised. Having spent time together, he had a rudimentary understanding of Han Xiao's character, which was one that does not easily submit to pressure. Elder Gao made a phone call, and after learning the details, his expression darkened. These incompetent fools, achieving nothing and yet causing trouble. Elder Gao holds Han Xiao in high regard. Under his influence, Bureau 13 has established a positive collaborative relationship with Han Xiao. However, the R&D department, driven by self-interest, is acting recklessly, bullying Han Xiao due to his perceived vulnerability and attempting to seize his designs, an act akin to robbery. Most concerning is the potential to incite Han Xiao's resentment, which would render his efforts futile. Elder Gao was incensed. What audacity! It's outrageous, Li Yaoan exclaimed. Her face flushed with indignation. If Han Xiao's business were to fail, her discounted salary would be at risk. Lin Yao lamented. This is a decision made by the higher-ups. We have no authority to intervene. Lambert, polishing his throwing knife, remarked nonchalantly. Perhaps we should simply eliminate the head of R&D. Lin Yao gasped in shock. Uncle, such talk is dangerous. Li Yaoan pondered. It's not entirely out of the question. Lin Yao was on the verge of tears. Sister, if you all are willing to jeopardize your lives, I still wish to live. Although Han Xiao had only joined for a few days, following the actions of the Black Spider, Li Yaoan and the others recognized him as their teammate and felt compelled to take action. Why not ask Han Xiao what he intends to do? Lin Yao suggested. However, his address remained a mystery, and his phone had recently been turned off. Li Yaoan was in a state of agitation. What should we do? Are we to simply watch as the R&D department makes things difficult for Han Xiao? Lon Beat succinctly replied, we wait. Just as they were at a loss, an incongruous voice interrupted their thoughts. Oh, little Lin Lin, I hear your new teammate seems to be in some trouble. A short-haired beauty smirked, leaning against the conference room door with her arms crossed. Her skin was remarkably pale, and her lips were painted a deep crimson, resembling a rose on the verge of wilting. She wore a black spiked collar and a form-fitting purple jumpsuit. Her short hair, which should have appeared cute, instead exuded an alluring charm. Though not tall, her presence overshadowed Li Yaoan's by a considerable margin, and she garnered more attention on the streets than the more conventionally attractive Li Yaoan. Li Yaoan's expression immediately darkened as she gritted her teeth and retorted. You scheming vixen, are you here to provoke us? The short-haired beauty, Di Susu, remained unfazed and chuckled. This is the headquarters. Do you dare to act? Di Susu and Li Yaoan had a notorious rivalry, their animosity dating back over a decade to their days as apprentices at the same martial arts dojo. In every assessment and competition, Di Susu consistently secured first place, while Li Yaoan's performances were rather mediocre. The results always saw Li Yaoan sprawled on the ground, serving as a mere backdrop to highlight Di Susu's talent. Even now, Li Yaoan could vividly recall the moments when Di Susu, brimming with pride, feigned humility, receiving encouragement from their instructors, while her own interactions with the masters could typically be summarized in 5 sentences. Hello, teacher. Good day. Typically, the teacher would pause for a moment before offering an apologetic smile. I have a question to ask. It's all in the books, if you still don't understand. You can ask Susu. Farewell, teacher. Thus, each recollection ignited a deep-seated frustration within Lialan, making her feel akin to a forsaken puppy caught in a torrential downpour, wandering the streets, pitifully gazing through a butcher's window at the meat bones, only to be kicked aside by an impatient owner, continuing her solitary journey through the storm, a heartache and jealousy too profound to articulate to others. I don't care. The drama must unfold. Subsequently, both were specially recruited by the 13th Bureau, assigned to different teams, and history repeated itself. Susu's team excelled, far surpassing Lialan's, becoming one of the elite units of the Secret Operations Department. What irked her the most was that Susu often sauntered before her, shamelessly calling her Xiao Lin. How presumptuous! When had they ever been that familiar? To Lialan, this was nothing but Susu's deliberate display of magnanimity, a ploy that vexed her greatly. Susu chuckled lightly. Heard you've recruited new team members. Came to take a look. Where is he? Surely he hasn't hidden away out of shyness? Lialan, with a cold demeanor, retorted, He is not here, so you might as well leave. It seemed her visit had been in vain, but it was understandable. With the bureaucrats from the RD department keeping an eye on them, their new recruit must be overwhelmed. Lialan's face turned ashen, resembling a small dog baring its teeth in protest. Get lost. I don't want to see you. How heartless. We were childhood friends, Susu pouted, casting a flirtatious smile at Lin Yao as she swayed her hips and sauntered away. Childhood friends, my foot. Have some awareness of being my rival. Lialan fumed, only to catch sight of Lin Yao gazing dreamily at Susu's retreating figure. Fury surged within her, and she yanked Lin Yao by the arm, shouting into his ear, With a beauty like me beside you, how can you not look at me and instead stare at that scheming girl? Lin Yao trembled, but she smiled at me. You better answer me honestly. Am I more beautiful, or is that scheming girl? Lialan's eyes glinted dangerously. After a lengthy hesitation, Lin Yao, feeling guilty, replied, I think Sister Susu is gentler than you. Huh. Little Yaozi, it seems your taste in beauty requires a violent correction. Drink up, it's a snow avalanche-style backflip. Lon Beat steadied the trembling cup of water, calmly dialing the medical department. Send a doctor over, preferably an orthopedic specialist. Han Xiao refused to submit the blueprints, which was anticipated by the head of the RD department, who then leaked information about a high-priced acquisition of the folding combat knife. For a mechanic, handing over blueprints equated to relinquishing control over their lifeblood and losing their technological edge. Once a powerful entity obtained the blueprints, mass production would render the original owner obsolete. Han Zhao's orders were niche, catering only to the Secret Operations Department, with limited production capacity. Once the RD department acquired the blueprints, they would pass them to military factories for mass production, distributing equipment freely. Whether it was the Secret Operations Department, the Field Operations Department, the Police Department, or the military, all would benefit, which bolstered the RD department's confidence in securing substantial support. Although the RD department had not produced new works for a long time, they were not lacking in professional insight. To them, the folding combat knife was poised to replace military daggers, knives, and handguards as the new standard tactical melee weapon. As for Han Zhao's interests, they were not within the RD department's purview, regardless of the department's own interests and those of the nation. The hardliners viewed him unfavorably, showing little concern for his opinions. Collaborating with an intelligence operative was seen as far too lenient. They believed he should be controlled and coerced into revealing all pertinent information. The conservative faction's perspective diverges sharply, as they are reluctant to engage in discord with Han Xiao over a mere blueprint for a conventional melee weapon. They firmly believe that Han Xiao is a person worthy of alliance, simultaneously deriding the hardliners' approach. Control? What if the opponent refrains from divulging any intelligence as a result? Coercion? What if they are unafraid? The notion that severe punishment will yield results holds some truth, yet it is contingent upon the individual. In the past, when numerous budding members were captured, only 1 in 10 spoke the truth, nearly leading the 13th Bureau into several traps. After a brief encounter, Han Xiao does not appear to be an amenable individual. When one extinguishes hope, how can one expect cooperation? Such reckless behavior could easily alienate what should be our invaluable support. Hence, the conservatives are incensed, despite the fruitful collaboration between both parties. The hardliners insist on imposing their antiquated methods. They are truly relics, believing that the past retains relevance in the present. The era of wielding life and death over subordinates has long passed. The exiled elites from the fallen nation are numerous, with the six nations extending preferential treatment and relaxed requirements to attract talent, akin to commercial recruitment. In the eyes of the conservatives, the hardliners' actions are tantamount to self-sabotage. Moreover, the department is not devoid of other engineers. Such competitive behavior is detrimental. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that these engineers are products of national training, eager to submit their blueprints, with the Bureau offering compensation. However, Han Xiao's refusal to comply has led certain higher-ups to question his loyalty, exacerbating the hardliners' disdain. Yet, what era are we in? Emphasizing loyalty will only drive away those talented individuals who find themselves without a nation. They are not inherently your countrymen. Discussing patriotism and loyalty with them could lead to dire consequences, as the six nations are the very perpetrators of the annihilation of others, an offense that cannot be absolved. Nevertheless, within the 13th Bureau, the delineation of authority prevents anyone from intervening in the research department's jurisdiction, except for higher-ups, whose stance remains ambiguous, seemingly observing and waiting. It is evident that submitting the folding combat knife would offend Han Xiao, leading those who purchased it to ponder its worth. The research department's actions of poaching their own talent have not gone unnoticed and are quietly scorned. Their avarice appears rather audacious. These operatives are unaware of Han Xiao's unique status, finding it excessive to pressure an ordinary engineer. Some contracted operatives, however, are indifferent to potential grievances, prioritizing profit above all. Platt, an operative who acquired the folding combat knife, was the first to sell it to the research department, demanding 30,000, a 30-fold increase, which the department ultimately acquiesced to. Platt's reasoning is simple. This windfall is within arm's reach. Failing to seize it would be foolish, and he scoffs at his hesitant colleagues. After all, he muses, what relevance does a mere engineer hold once the research department begins mass production? With a swift kick, the matter would be resolved, devoid of any concern regarding potential offense, as this would no longer be of consequence. In the Research and Development Department, the minister's secretary and Luo Xian gazed intently at the folding combat knife before them. Luo Xian, are you confident in deriving the blueprints? After a moment of scrutiny, Luo Xian disdainfully replied, the technology is crude, lacking confidentiality, making it quite effortless to reconstruct the blueprints. Then it shall be entrusted to you. Should you accomplish this task, we shall transfer you from the logistics department, offering you enhanced compensation and authority. A satisfied smile spread across Luo Xian's face, following his previous unfair treatment. He increasingly believed that the logistics department held no future. Why should Han Xiao be specially recruited while he was left to languish, merely accumulating tenure? Thus, he resolved to align himself with the hardliners and shift to the research and development department. Once he captured the attention of the upper echelons, his future would shine brightly, and he would eventually attain the privileges enjoyed by Han Xiao. Cracking the folding combat knife represented an opportunity to showcase his abilities, a chance he valued greatly. His inability to decipher the lightweight power arm previously weighed heavily on him, and he was eager for a chance to compete against Han Xiao. Since establishing his independent mechanical workshop, Han Xiao had moved out of the repair shop, embracing a long-cherished single life. Officially, he remained an employee of the repair shop, alleviating the daily orders for Lu Qian. The previous misunderstandings had made their non-face-to-face interactions far more manageable for Lu Qian. With a hiss, the smelting furnace opened, releasing a plume of high-temperature steam. Clad in high-temperature work attire, Han Xiao retrieved strips of glowing red steel from the furnace using iron tongs. Given the current conditions, Han Xiao had two methods for producing the knife edge. One involved conventional smelting, heating the steel strips and repeatedly forging them on an iron mat until they took shape. The second employed a high-temperature furnace to heat the steel strips until they were glowing red, then using equipment for direct stamping, achieving the knife edge in one step. Each method had its distinct advantages. The former yielded meticulous craftsmanship, while the latter promised greater efficiency and bulk production. The selling point of the folding combat knife lay in its portability and secrecy. Han Xiao, not seeking to create renowned blades, opted for the more efficient direct stamping process. The steel strips were sourced from the 13th Bureau's inventory, boasting excellent quality. Han Xiao sprayed the steel strips with chemical materials to eliminate oxidation, then subjected them to another round of roasting before placing the glowing steel strips onto the stamping lathe and activating the equipment. Amidst the thunderous clamor of impacts, The steel strips transformed into sharp knife edges. Next, Han Xiao proceeded to the critical folding process, a meticulous task requiring chains and magnets, a procedure he navigated with ease. Before long, a batch of 10 fresh folding combat knives emerged from the workshop. The repeated manufacturing of a singular mechanical process, while fostering experience, would not see its manufacturing knowledge dissipate like that of assembly. Rather, it would fluctuate within a narrow range of values. With the aid of equipment, mechanical manufacturing is accomplished, and experience may be correspondingly diminished. After advancing in the mechanical department, one inevitably finds oneself assembling production lines and lathes, engaging in mass production of components. At present, Han Xiao has not yet reached this stage. Certain parts still require manual polishing or purchase. Each folding combat knife crafted yields an experience gain of 100 to 200 points. The blueprint for the folding combat knife has ascended to level 2, resulting in a slight enhancement of the finished product's attributes. Han Xiao removed his heat-resistant attire, wiped the sweat from his brow, and counted the batch of combat knives, completing several orders with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, his phone rang with the familiar, quaint chime. Li Yalan was calling. To his dismay, all previously ordered agents were to have their orders cancelled. Han Xiao was taken aback. What had occurred? The Research and Development Department had deduced the design for the folding combat knife and presented a report to higher management, seeking their endorsement and announcing imminent mass production to supply various departments. Li Yalan's tone was filled with dejection. The R&D department prioritized performance and sought ownership of the blueprint. Supplying equipment was merely a courtesy. Thus, while the agents looked down upon the R&D department's actions, it was only natural for them to withdraw their pre-orders from Han Xiao. The newly crafted batch of folding combat knives faced a lack of market demand. Han Xiao's gaze flickered. He had not anticipated the R&D department would audaciously encroach upon his business. Given the unique nature of the folding combat knife, the confidentiality measures seemed superfluous. Han Xiao sensed that copies would soon emerge, though he had not expected it to transpire so swiftly. The profits he had secured thus far fell significantly short of his expectations. Although the folding combat knife would eventually saturate the market, it still promised considerable benefits at this stage. However, the R&D department's interference had severed his financial lifeline. If he opted to submit the blueprint, he might enhance his contribution to the faction, yet he would simultaneously forfeit a source of experience. The R&D department's brazen seizure of the blueprint clearly did not count towards his contributions. This multitude of obstacles hindered his growth. With narrowed eyes, Han Xiao dialed Feng Jun's number and spoke in a low tone. "Are you aware of the situation?" Feng Jun sighed. The R&D department is audacious. Although the higher-ups have yet to review their report, they have already commenced assembly line production of the folding combat knife. Detail the circumstances for me. Reluctantly, Feng Jun recounted the events, and Han Xiao took note of the individuals Clark and Luo Xian. What is the R&D department's stance? They have made no official statement. Han Xiao's expression remained calm. Indeed, they were a hardline faction, seemingly disinterested in explaining themselves to the rightful owner of the blueprint. The implication was clear. He was to endure this silent loss. It remained uncertain how the conservative faction, led by Gao Laotu, would react. This incident marked an unauthorized action by the R&D department, and it was evident that the higher-ups would not remain oblivious. The delay in reviewing the R&D department's report perhaps aimed to gauge his stance. If he chose to concede, would the policies of the 13th Bureau towards him become increasingly stringent in the future? The hardliners seek to exert pressure on me, while the conservatives lean towards amicable cooperation. The higher-ups cannot exclusively support the R&D department. As long as I escalate the situation without crossing any lines, they will inevitably concede and provide compensation to some extent. There is ample room for maneuver in this matter. Suddenly, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled with realization. Perhaps this could be an opportunity to seize advanced knowledge. The advanced knowledge is regarded as confidential by the Star Dragon and is strictly controlled. Han Xiao has long been troubled by how to complete the advancement task, and this presents a splendid opportunity to leverage the situation. A simple plan gradually took shape in his mind. Taking my belongings is not a problem. I will ensure that you do not escape unscathed, and you truly believe I am easy to bully. In the R&D department, the secretary remarked, "Haha, this time we owe you one. You truly are the ace of the logistics department." Luo Xian smiled faintly, concealing her satisfaction. "The department head values you highly and has requested your resume from the logistics department to be entered into the database. You have effectively been transferred to our RD department. Regarding my treatment, the head specifically instructed that you should lead a work group on your own, with your authority elevated by 1 level. As long as you perform well, the higher-ups will eventually notice you. Luo Xian smiled approvingly and then inquired. I've heard that Han Xiao is favored by the higher-ups. Could this lead to trouble? Rest assured, I know a bit of insider information. Han Xiao can only endure and bide his time. The secretary recalled the RD head's confident words. Han Xiao must rely on the protection of the 13th Bureau. If he wishes to survive, he cannot stir up trouble. The conflict between the RD department and Han Xiao became a hot topic within the 13th Bureau, with members from various departments unaware of Han Xiao's true background, believing him to be merely an ordinary mechanic without any connections, daring to confront the organization. In the following days, tranquility reigned, with Han Xiao remaining silent. Members of the 13th Bureau presumed that he had chosen to endure and appease the situation. Although aware that this was a reluctant choice, they could not help but underestimate Han Xiao. The RD department's attitude also surprised many. Despite facing criticism for their inventions, their internal conduct had always been relatively proper. Why, then, had they adopted such an aggressive stance this time? Li Yalan felt surrounded by the strange gazes of the agents these past few days, which made her so furious that her scalp tingled. Furthermore, Han Xiao's calls went unanswered, leaving her to stew in her anger alone. Rumors swirled wildly, yet Han Xiao had not been idle during this time. Previously, he had sold folding combat knives, earning nearly 100,000 ocean blue coins. After deducting the material costs for purchasing high-energy ammunition, he was left with 70,000. Han Xiao spent 30,000 to buy a batch of materials for folding combat knives and toiled day and night over the next few days, crafting a substantial number, 100 in total. The quantity was nearly sufficient. Han Xiao found a box to store all the folding combat knives, donned a mask to conceal his appearance, and headed to Zone 8 to meet with an undercover arms dealer. In the tumultuous social environment of the Azure Blue Star, the specter of war looms ever closer, prompting the 6 nations to impose stringent controls over firearms, prohibiting their sale to civilians. Without a special status, the carrying of weapons is forbidden across city checkpoints, a rule that applies equally to players. Each nation stands as a distinct faction, and players frequently receive missions to create chaos or execute assassinations in foreign lands, typically procuring weapons from local arms dealers or commissioning them for equipment transport. The locations of every arms dealer and intelligence broker represent invaluable insights, painstakingly gathered by countless players from previous iterations of this world. In a city as pivotal as West City, Han Xiao is well versed in the intricacies of these arms dealers. He approaches the seasoned arms merchant, Matthews, who is backed by the formidable Farian Group, known for its extensive operations in arms trading. This enterprise flourishes amidst the current chaos, supplying a vast array of military factions. And even the 6 nations occasionally place orders with them. Matthews is eager to entertain visiting suppliers, and when Han Xiao meets with him, he presents a batch of folding combat knives, meticulously detailing their operation and expressing his intent to sell. Matthews, discerning the advantages of the folding combat knife, recognizes that while melee weapons may not be in high demand, their concealability and surprise factor will undoubtedly appeal to intelligence agencies across nations. Can you supply these consistently? He inquires. Han Xiao responds with a knowing smile. Would you be interested in acquiring the blueprints? Matthews is momentarily taken aback. Blueprints are the lifeblood of a mechanic, and possessing them equates to controlling the supply chain. A mechanic would rarely part with such valuable information unless absolutely necessary. Overwhelmed with excitement, Matthews assumes he has encountered an inexperienced novice and, suppressing his enthusiasm, urges, name your price. There are 100 folding combat knives, priced at 5,000 each, with the blueprints separately valued at 1 million, Han Xiao states. Matthews gasps, 5,000 for each? 1 million for the blueprints? Are you suggesting I resort to robbery? It's a fixed price. No room for negotiation, Han Xiao replies decisively. Matthews quickly suppresses any thoughts of bargaining, his brow furrowed as he considers the potential gains. Han Xiao remains composed, confident that Matthews will acquiesce. The blueprints themselves may not hold great worth, yet they can be effectively utilized, allowing for direct sales without regret. Reselling to other factions conceals a significant profit, while simultaneously bundling a large quantity of folding combat knives, much like Han Xiao is currently orchestrating. This transaction may be singular, But if he can simultaneously supply multiple clients, he can reap substantial profits before any of these factions have the chance to inquire. The Farian Group, with its extensive client network, is ideally positioned for such an endeavor. Matthews reaches a conclusion, nodding with determination. It's a deal. In a swift exchange of funds and goods. Matthews, with his considerable wealth, facilitated the opening of a dark web account, which boasted a balance of $1.5 million. He personally delivered the account details into Han Xiao's hands. The 6 nations banks operated independently, and the dark web account served as a designated financial institution for transactions within the underworld, offering unparalleled confidentiality across the globe. Han Xiao promptly accessed the account, confirming it by entering his fingerprint and iris password before tearing up the account details. Should any future business arise, do not hesitate to seek me out, Matthews remarked, producing a black and gold card, the VIP card of the Farian Group. We maintain a presence in most cities, and should you require weaponry, they will provide you with the finest service. Han Xiao accepted the card, tucking it away. The arms trade represented a lucrative avenue. He was not inclined to remain confined to the intelligence agency of Star Dragon. Once his wings had fully matured, he would venture beyond, establishing beneficial relations with arms dealers. Money constituted but one facet of Han Xiao's desires. He craved the experience to manufacture machinery. Had the 13th Bureau initially considered acquiring his designs, he might have entertained the notion, yet the research department had no intention of engaging in commerce with him. While it appeared he was being targeted, Han Xiao understood that he merely served as a bridge in the ongoing struggle between two factions. He had no interest in their convoluted demands or political leanings. His sole concern was the profit within his grasp. Although Han Xiao aspired to conduct affairs amicably, he would not shy away should trouble come knocking at his door. A sly smile crossed Han Xiao's lips. Since the research department had usurped the rights to the folding combat knife's invention, they must bear the corresponding responsibilities. As the saying goes, one must bear the weight of the crown. Perhaps that phrase was not entirely suitable here, but the sentiment remained intact. The upper echelons would not always speak with one voice. Perhaps the conservatives were simmering with discontent. He had merely supplied ammunition. Had he been an ordinary agent of the 13th Bureau, his current actions would lead to mutual destruction. Alas, he was not. Old Gao, he mused. I generously bestowed upon you a bionic prosthetic. Do your part. The head of the research department had been riding high these days, encountering the intelligence minister in the corridor. He took the initiative to boast, your chosen collaborator is nothing but a softie. With a little firmness on our part, he capitulated. If you ask me, we should strike while the iron is hot and seize him, extracting all the intelligence he possesses. The intelligence minister, however, displayed no anger, his gaze peculiar, a facade of laughter masking deeper sentiments. He patted the research minister's shoulder and said, may you find your own fortune in this. The research minister, puzzled, questioned, what do you mean by that? But he would not remain in suspense for long. Shortly thereafter, he received a summons to the director's office for a private discussion. The research minister hurried over. Director, you called for me? The report from the research department was approved yesterday. The folding combat knife is now officially your invention, the director announced. The research minister's face lit up with delight as he expressed his gratitude for the higher-up's trust. The director, with a bemused smile, replied, do not rejoice too soon. What do you mean? The director of research, with a sudden glimmer in his eyes, believed he had discerned the upper management's intentions. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked, there is no need to worry about Han Xiao's reaction. He will cling tightly to the thigh of our 13th Bureau. We hold the power over him, and he dares not cause a stir. Oh, is that truly your perspective? The director of research nodded in affirmation. Very well then. The bureau chief chuckled softly, producing another document, which he suddenly flung at the director's face, exclaiming sternly, you stand accused of abusing your authority to traffic in arms. You have utterly disappointed me. The director of research was left bewildered. What nonsense is this? Trafficking in arms. As a dignified minister, if I were in need of money, I could simply embezzle public funds. I would be foolish to resort to arms trafficking. In a state of urgency, the director of research hastily perused the document, his vision momentarily darkening as he nearly lost his balance. The intelligence report clearly indicated that the blueprints for the folding combat knife had been leaked. As the inventor of the folding combat knife, the research department would undoubtedly bear the blame. Frustrated, the director exclaimed, this is not my doing. It must be that little scoundrel Han Xiao, who is clearly framing me in retaliation. Everyone in the Bureau knows the blueprints originally belonged to him. You must clarify this to upper management. The report stated that the research department held the patent for the folding combat knife, and thus, the responsibility falls squarely on you, the Bureau chief asserted decisively. A chill ran down the director's spine as he comprehended the full implications. The simultaneous occurrence of the report's review and the arms trafficking accusation was far too conspicuous. Upper management was clearly backing Han Xiao. The conservatives had mobilized. Initially, upper management had not rushed to address the report, partly due to the divisions within. Some factions were more hardline than others and would not immediately come to Han Xiao's defense. This presented an opportunity for testing, allowing them to observe how Han Xiao would react when his interests were threatened. Should Han Xiao remain passive and concede, upper management would adjust future collaboration strategies, gradually tightening the screws and extracting every ounce of advantage. Conversely, if Han Xiao chose to create a ruckus, provided he did not cross a critical boundary, such as attempting to halt cooperation, upper management would turn a blind eye, tolerating his transgressions. Han Xiao's deliberate use of a crude frame-up was intended to convey to upper management, "I am displeased. Are you merely watching me be bullied? Or will you help me regain my dignity? Here, I have already provided you with an excuse." Upper management found themselves in a state of bemusement. They were well aware that the research department was wronged, yet they were inclined to cooperate with Han Xiao. They promptly approved the research department's report, allowing them to shoulder the blame, thereby metaphorically shooting themselves in the foot, all in an effort to placate Han Xiao's emotions. The underlying message was that they were currently in a honeymoon phase of collaboration, and there was no reason to become upset over such trifles. They had effectively avenged him. Most importantly, upper management harbored intentions of using this opportunity to admonish the research department. Han Xiao's folding combat knife was originally exclusively supplied to the 13th Bureau. Although production was somewhat limited, it was at least reserved for the Bureau's sole use. However, due to the avarice of the RD department, Han Xiao's achievements were abruptly undermined, leading him to sell the blueprints to arms dealers. Given Han Xiao's unique position, the higher-ups found it difficult to hold him accountable for this incident. They were indeed at fault. The blueprints rightfully belonged to Han Xiao, and there was no obligation to offer them to the 13th Bureau for free. The RD department had encroached upon his interests, forcing him to seek alternative means to mitigate his losses. If he were an ordinary agent, he could have been disregarded and subjected to a military tribunal, ousted from the Bureau. However, such actions could not be taken against Han Xiao, who had only recently joined and whose intelligence was still invaluable to the 13th Bureau. Moreover, Han Xiao had not crossed any of the higher-ups' crucial boundaries. They remained unaware of whether his actions were merely serendipitous or if he had astutely gauged their limits. Pursuing accountability for Han Xiao could yield unfavorable repercussions. How would other agents react? If the perception of the Bureau abusing its power took root, it would be far more damaging than losing access to a new equipment blueprint, a scenario the higher-ups were eager to avoid. The RD department, in their selfish pursuit, had recklessly jeopardized the greater good and inadvertently crossed a line with the higher-ups. The RD director quickly realized that the higher-ups were resolute in making him a scapegoat, leaving him feeling despondent. This attempt to pave the way for the hardline leadership had evidently backfired, and he feared for his position. Regret coursed through him. Had he known that Han Xiao was akin to a porcupine, he would not have provoked him for the sake of promised funding from the hardliners within the committee. Now, he faced a significant loss. Accused of arms trafficking, though merely a warning from the higher-ups and not severe enough to warrant execution. This scandal would undoubtedly tarnish his political career, rendering any future accomplishments futile. The situation was akin to having mud in one's trousers, though it may not be excrement. It is still distasteful. Internally, the RD director seethed, "Han Xiao, you are a bottomless pit." Rumors regarding the director's alleged arms trafficking spread like wildfire, leaving the 13th Bureau in utter disbelief. The punishment for the RD director, merely a suspension without pay, was exceedingly strange. Typically, such matters would result in dismissal, confinement, or even execution. This anomaly suggested deeper motives at play, leading to immediate speculation about Han Xiao's involvement. Everyone was taken aback. Just days prior, Han Xiao had remained silent, leading them to believe he was intimidated. Now it was clear that this was merely the calm before the storm. Was this a setup? Did he truly have the audacity? The higher-ups were evidently backing him. What astonished them most was the higher-ups' stance, choosing not to pursue accountability against Han Xiao. In their eyes, he became an enigma. Always masked at headquarters, his true identity was likely known only to the upper echelons. The RD director had indeed landed himself in a precarious situation. The most delighted among them was Li Yalan, who felt a surge of vindication and took great pleasure in flaunting her triumph before Di Susu, leaving with an air of superiority. Conversely, Di Susu felt no anger. Instead, she found herself intrigued by Han Xiao, who, precisely, is Xiao Linlin's new teammate. The head of research, feeling utterly frustrated, received a stern warning against repeating his previous actions. With no means to confront Han Xiao directly, he redirected his ire towards his subordinate, Luo Xian, who bore the brunt of the backlash. The promised elevation in privileges for Luo Xian was rescinded, relegating him to the status of a mere research assistant, cast aside and ignored. Infuriated, Luo Xian's expression twisted in dismay. His treatment had plummeted even below that of the logistics department, as colleagues in the research division often whispered behind his back, undoubtedly sharing unflattering remarks that left him feeling extremely aggrieved. He sought to speak with the minister's secretary, but was met with evasive tactics and an attitude starkly contrasting the previous warmth. The recent endeavor to decode the folding warblade had not yielded the anticipated results and had instead ensnared him in a predicament, now rendering him unable to return to the logistics department. It was utterly unjust. Why did those above protect Han Xiao? What made him superior to me? Luo Xian seethed with resentment. The following day, Han Xiao received notification from Feng Jun that the higher-ups sought to mediate on his behalf. Recognizing my steadfast resolve and audacity, they decided to continue the previous amicable collaboration, assigning the blame entirely to the head of research. This not only allowed them to gauge my stance, but also to mend relations through mediation. Their scheming was astutely calculated. Han Xiao shook his head. Although the research department had been cautioned, the folding warblade had already been seized and was in mass production. Once consumed, the gains could not be regurgitated. This was precisely why the higher-ups had decided to compensate him. It was an opportune moment to present his demands. Furthermore, this opportunity might only arise once. Future hardliners would likely refrain from testing him again. This advancement task hinged solely on this instance. Han Xiao, masked, arrived at headquarters, guided by Feng Jun to the director's office, where three individuals awaited. The director, the head of research, and an elderly gentleman turned away from the others. Gazing out the window, Gu Hui, executive director of the Star Dragon National Territory Strategic Defense Bureau, introduced himself. Han Xiao feigned ignorance, the name resonating in his mind. Gu Hui spoke in a low tone. Someone wishes to meet you. The elderly man turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. Han Xiao exhibited an appropriate display of shock, his expression one of disbelief. Old gal. The elder chuckled, clearly amused by Han Xiao's surprise. Who exactly are you? Han Xiao managed a stiff nod, feeling as though he had returned to that fateful night of indoctrination with the budding organization, the leading actor re-emerging. Just know that I can influence the decisions of the 13th Bureau. With a chuckle, he added, no need to be nervous. I've been observing you for quite some time, and you have made a favorable impression on me. With the task accomplished, he declared, done. In an instant, Han Xiao regained his neutral demeanor. The elder felt that Han Xiao's emotional stabilization was too rapid. Uncertain if it was mere perception, he scrutinized him more closely and slowly inquired, so, how do you wish to resolve this matter? 047 interference. Han Xiao calmly stated, I merely seek some form of compensation. Is selling the blueprints to arms dealers not compensation enough? The head of RD could not help but scoff. Han Xiao shot him a glance and replied, had you not seized my blueprints, I would have earned that money legitimately. It is rightfully mine. Do you deem this as compensation? If you had approached me for acquisition, I might have considered selling to the Bureau, but did you ever consult me? The RD head opened his mouth, rendered speechless. Gu Hui spoke in a low voice. State your terms. Feigning contemplation, Han Xiao eventually said, I hope such incidents do not recur. That request was entirely reasonable. After all, Han Xiao's orders were directed toward the agents of the 13th Bureau, ultimately serving their purposes. The only distinction was the scale of production, a trivial matter not warranting refusal. Furthermore, should a similar situation arise again, valuable blueprints might be leaked to other nations. The only individual dissatisfied with this decision was the RD head. But under the scrutinizing gazes of old Gao and Gu Hui, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Then, Han Xiao stroked his chin, as if struck by a sudden whim, and said, I wish to peruse the advanced knowledge of the mechanical department. Old Gao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Han Xiao in silence, pondering whether this was a spontaneous desire or a premeditated scheme. The advanced knowledge of the mechanical department was classified information of Xinglong, accessible only to individuals with level 5 clearance or higher. For players, a relationship status of respect was required. The Six Nations and the budding organization possessed distinct advanced knowledge to cultivate reliable and loyal elite forces. Any leak could lead to catastrophic consequences. Han Xiao maintained a calm facade, though his heart raced nervously as he awaited Old Gao's response. This pertained to his advancement tasks. The outcome hinged upon this moment. Should he fail, his growth rate would be severely impacted. Why do you wish to see the advanced knowledge? I am merely curious. That is a valid and compelling reason. Old Gao conceded, showing no signs of irritation. The tense silence lingered for 5 minutes before Old Gao reached a decision. He cast a deep glance at Han Xiao and slowly said, "Very well, I agree." Han Xiao felt an immense relief wash over him, suppressing his inner joy as he nodded subtly, projecting an air of stoic indifference as if he were an immovable pillar. Although he relied on the 13th Bureau, they too depended on his intelligence. It was a fragile balance that could be peacefully resolved given that the foundation remained unchanged. At that moment, the RD head suddenly interjected. "Wait, the advanced knowledge is only accessible to level 5 personnel. This is against protocol." Han Zhao's lips twitched, witnessing his success nearly within reach, only to have someone obstruct him, akin to a dam about to release water being abruptly halted. He felt stifled and cast a malevolent glare at the RD head, resolutely deciding that if he dared to impede further, he would find a knight to ensconce him in a sack and deliver a sound thrashing. "What are your thoughts?" Gu Hui's tone was far from cordial. The head of research and development belonged to the hardline faction, disapproving of the 13th Bureau's compromise with an informant he deemed as someone to be manipulated at will. Regardless of Han Zhao's intentions to access advanced knowledge, he was determined to thwart him. Moreover, Han Xiao had implicated him in an arms trafficking charge, and he was eager to reclaim his dignity. He spoke to the Elder Gao in a low voice. "Rules and regulations must not be disregarded. You have merely agreed to this request in your personal capacity, without consulting the other committee members. I believe they may not concur with your decision." Elder Gao regarded him with a knowing smile, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Are you threatening me?" "Not at all." The head of research and development bowed his head, but remained unyielding. Within the Star Dragon Intelligence Agency, there existed 2 tiers of leadership. The first tier comprised the 13 ministers and deputy directors of the 13th Bureau, overseeing daily operations. Above them was a 7-member committee, including Director Gu Hui, composed of high-ranking officials from the military and political spheres, directly accountable to the highest echelons of Dragon Horn's leadership. Both Elder Gao and Gu Hui were members of this committee, representing the conservative leadership, while the head of research and development, aligned with the hardliners, had the backing necessary to confront Elder Gao. "Since I am here, I can fully represent the committee," Elder Gao stated calmly, his tone betraying no emotion. The head of research and development clenched his teeth, suddenly struck with inspiration. "I have a suggestion. Restrict the viewing time for advanced knowledge. Individuals who lack the necessary qualifications should not have unrestricted access. I propose a time limit of half an hour." Elder Gao and Gu Hui exchanged glances. This proposal was indeed pragmatic. After all, Han Xiao had merely expressed a desire to take a look, and satisfying his curiosity would suffice. "Let us set it at 1 hour," Gu Hui decreed. Instantly, the head of research and development felt a surge of clarity. The intricacies of advanced knowledge were profound. Even an hour might not suffice to grasp a third of a single subject. Even if Han Xiao wished to learn, the time would be inadequate, and any ulterior motives would be thwarted. He felt a sense of triumph in having outsmarted Han Xiao. Han Xiao, however, wore an indifferent expression, though inwardly he chuckled. 1 hour? With a few potential points invested, he could master it in a minute. The more the head of research and development reveled in his perceived victory, the more Han Xiao felt the urge to laugh, hastily stifling his amusement, pressing his lips together to avoid laughing out loud. Stealthily accumulating wealth, remaining low-key. Advanced knowledge was secured by multiple layers of encryption, employing a random key generation method that produced hundreds of 48-digit passwords every second, effectively eliminating the possibility of a network breach by hackers. The content of the advanced knowledge was fixed, immutable, and could only be accessed by a limited number of designated terminals. Accompanying Gu Hui, they descended to the ground floor of the headquarters via the elevator. As the doors opened, a resplendent metallic corridor came into view, leading directly to the central control room. Every 10 meters, a surveillance monitor and metal detector were strategically placed, ensuring round-the-clock vigilance. An intricate network of infrared sensors blanketed the corridor, perpetually on high alert. There were no guards present, but concealed behind the metallic panels of the walls lay a multitude of remotely operated machine guns, capable of responding to intruders within a mere 3 seconds. The security here was formidable, rendering stealthy infiltration nearly impossible. How much did this corridor cost? Several hundred million, I presume, Gu Hui remarked calmly. Han Xiao smirked, expressing his indifference. The central control system was the most advanced computer of Xinglong, capable of processing an amount of data in a single second that could incapacitate a standard home computer. It served as a bastion in the realm of cyber warfare, safeguarding countless state secrets, with advanced knowledge being just one facet. Han Xiao surreptitiously estimated that even elevating the operational branch's fundamental virtual electronic technology to its zenith would likely not suffice to breach the control system's formidable firewall. The term fundamental virtual electronic technology had a whimsical ring to it. In essence, it encompassed network and programming technology. After 5 minutes, the metallic corridor culminated in a spacious spherical chamber, revealing a seemingly suspended passageway leading to the center of the room. There, a rectangular screen awaited, accompanied by a keyboard and mouse. This was the operating system of the mainframe. Gazing around, the walls of the spherical chamber were crafted from extraordinarily resilient, transparent, blast-proof glass. Behind the glass lay an intricate web of entangled wires, hardware modules, and chip arrays, pulsating with a myriad of colorful lights. The spherical chamber resembled a colossal server room. However, this sci-fi spectacle did not captivate Han Xiao, for he had witnessed grand cosmic battles and had endured direct hits from asteroid-class annihilation cannons countless times, dying with honor. His focus was directed toward another pressing concern. The air here is foul and stifling. Do you not ventilate this place? Gu Hui's eyelids twitched. Why is your focus so peculiar? Shouldn't you be in awe of our stringent defense measures? Adjusting his mindset, Gu Hui replied, that is the mainframe. I have already unlocked the reading privileges for advanced knowledge in the backend. Other confidential information is off-limits to you. We are monitoring the mainframe status in real time. Although this statement may seem redundant, protocol dictates that I must say it. Do not attempt any tricks. Understood. We shall not resort to tricks. Rather, we shall employ cunning tactics. Han Xiao nodded, positioning himself before the mainframe. He pressed the enter key, and a search input appeared on the screen. Typing in advanced knowledge. Several options instantly materialized. Ability system advancement. Second-order gene chain energy enhancement. Ability system advancement. Second-order gene chain control enhancement. Martial arts system advancement. Disembodied wave. Martial arts system advancement. Flash Chi 048 advancement. Each primary profession possesses a distinct skill tree. The mechanic specialization features the mechanical knowledge tree. The martial arts discipline is known as the Chi manipulation techniques tree. The psychic domain refers to the gene tree. The magic category is represented by the magic knowledge tree, and the telekinesis field encompasses the mental cultivation tree. The martial arts discipline centers around strength and combat, with advanced practitioners mastering Chi techniques. The skill, out-of-body oscillation, grants martial artists the means for mid-range attacks, rendering Chi waves no longer a mere fantasy, while Flash Chi enables instantaneous bursts of energy for evasion. The Chi manipulation techniques not only bestow new abilities but also confer passive effects, enhancing physical strength, amplifying the potency of Chi, and improving speed and explosive power, among others. Across the cosmos, myriad martial arts schools exist, encompassing swordsmanship, knife techniques, and various martial skills. For practitioners of martial arts, the Chi manipulation techniques tree serves as the foundation. While these schools represent a secondary creation by martial artists, each with its unique skills categorized into agile, powerful, defensive, and other pathways. Psychics rely on their unique abilities in combat. Each individual's power is distinct and often peculiar. The gene chain serves as the foundation determining the potency of these abilities. And by advancing the gene tree, one can enhance the strength, control, endurance, and even discover new applications of their powers. Quality prevails over quantity, as exemplified by Magneto, who initially could only manipulate coins but later commanded an entire stadium, and upon further advancement, could influence planetary magnetic fields. With continued development, he might even control the human magnetic field, enabling large-scale, precise extermination of living beings. Powers exhibit varying potentials. For instance, two individuals may both wield electrical abilities. Yet one can engage in remote attacks conjuring storms, while the other merely adheres to surfaces, transforming into a humanoid battery. The disparity in potential is assessed using a grading system from A to E. Such occupational knowledge fleetingly crossed Han Xiao's mind. Yet it was the final entry that captured his attention. Advanced mechanics, synthesis of advanced materials, knowledge pertaining to the armed branch. The Star Dragon possesses but a singular advanced mechanical knowledge, yet that is more than sufficient. With this newfound knowledge, confronting the Star Dragon becomes significantly easier. He can choose to stay or depart at his discretion. Han Xiao activated the synthesis of advanced materials, and a multitude of profound mechanical theories and diagrams unfolded before him. Incomprehensible even to an ordinary mechanic. Upon detecting the mechanical knowledge, synthesis of advanced materials, the query arose. Do you wish to expend 2 potential points to learn this? Yes. Learn. Han Xiao felt an overwhelming surge as a wealth of knowledge flooded into his mind. Learning in progress. Please do not interrupt. 1:12:34 to Han Xiao. Seconds felt like years as clarity suddenly dawned, and new knowledge was indelibly imprinted in his mind. Learning successful. You have mastered synthesis of advanced materials. The advanced armed branch has been unlocked. Level 20 advancement task completed. Upon detecting that the prerequisites for the mechanical novice class transition have been fulfilled, you are to select one of the following 3 paths: gunner, mechanic, or mech warrior. The mechanic possesses 3 distinct routes, and once a path is chosen, it cannot be altered. The gunner specializes in long-range combat with heavy firearms, carrying an array of compressed artillery weapons. The advanced profession, War Fortress, boasts terrifying firepower and excels in ranged fire coverage. It is often said in the arenas of the past, distance determines the might of a gunner. Should you encounter a gunner within 100 meters, do not hesitate, approach and strike. If within 1,000 meters, proceed with caution. At 3,000 meters, victory hangs by a slender thread. Should you be spotted by a gunner beyond 3,000 meters, dear friend, I shall await you at the resurrection point. The mech warrior embodies a fusion of martial prowess and machinery, centering on specialized close combat mechanical weaponry, not traditional armaments, honing corresponding martial skills, and artificially enhancing physical attributes through mechanical means such as nanotechnology, bioaugmentation, and neural-controlled mechs. This path offers the potential to unlock the alternative profession, mech controller, enabling the pilot to command specially designed mechs across the cosmos. In the interstellar warfare dominated by colossal warships and artillery, mech warriors serve as elite assault squads, or expendable troops, undertaking missions to infiltrate and decapitate enemy vessels. However, both of these paths forfeit the essence of mechanical creation. The mechanic's route is predicated on 80% of blueprint prerequisites. Choosing either the gunner or mech warrior results in the loss of numerous formidable blueprints. While there may be a short-term enhancement in combat prowess, it is akin to grasping at sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. The formidable machinery, mechs, warships, aircraft, and heavy artillery are all crafted by mechanics. The equipment for gunners and mech warriors is derived from the mechanic's expertise. These 2 paths serve merely as supplements to the combat capabilities of the mechanical discipline. After all, not every player enjoys the monotonous crafting tasks of a mechanic. Most players pursue exhilarating experiences in gaming, making the presence of skilled mechanics in the wild exceedingly rare. Players of the past first recognized the formidable strength of mechanics during the 3rd season, version 30. Han Xiao once had a prominent character as a mechanic and experimented with the other 2 paths, fully aware of their advantages and disadvantages, allowing for an effortless decision. Class transition successful. You have acquired the new profession, Mechanic Apprentice LV1, with a vigor of 30, agility of 1, endurance of 1, intelligence of 3, along with 3 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have completed your initial advancement in the mechanical discipline, enhancing your endurance. 1 point of endurance grants 15 health points and 18 stamina points. A newfound strength emerges from the void, as Han Xiao perceives a profound transformation within his being. The vigor that lay dormant within his cells begins to surge, manifesting as a tidal wave of expansion. Han Xiao feels akin to a balloon, on the verge of bursting. Yet, in the eyes of the observing Gu Hui, All appears normal. The changes unfold silently within Han Xiao's body. Simultaneously, the interface displays a plethora of information. Your energy attribute has transformed. Current attribute, magnetic. You have acquired the expertise of geometric thinking. You have comprehended the skill, energy refinement technique. You have grasped the skill, intermediate mechanical affinity. You have mastered the skill, gliding rapid fire. You have deciphered the blueprint, titanium alloy. Han Xiao suddenly felt rejuvenated. As if awakening to a new world, everything he had previously overlooked flooded into his senses. He could perceive the intricate patterns of his palm's skin, the minuscule dust concealed within the crevices of the keyboard, and hear the faint hum of electricity coursing through the hardware behind the shatterproof glass, as well as the soft rustle of air traversing his trachea. It is done. Han Xiao felt invigorated and proceeded to examine his attribute panel. Name: Han Xiao. Race: carbon-based human, yellow. Template: NPC, open beta countdown, 138 days, 3 hours, 51 minutes. Total level: 21. Experience: 181, 000. Secondary profession: commoner level 1. Agent level 9. Primary profession: mechanical novice level 10, mechanic apprentice level 1, 05000. Health points: 670, 670. Stamina points: 854, 854. Attributes: strength 31, agility 18, endurance 38, intelligence 32, mystique 1, charisma 5, luck 1. Free attribute points: 3 energy, 160, 160. Level 3. New energy attribute: magnetic, increases mechanical affinity level 1, 10, strength 1, agility 1, endurance 1, intelligence 1, stamina cap 20, mechanical power 1, manufacturing speed 1 level 2, 50, strength 3, agility 2, endurance 3, intelligence 1, stamina cap 50. Mechanical power 2, manufacturing speed 2 level 3, 100, strength 3, agility 3, endurance 5, intelligence 2, stamina cap 100, mechanical power 3. Manufacturing speed 3. The attribute bonuses from energy may change with job transitions. Energy level: 98, 104. Rank: E-class Esper. You have begun to transcend the realm of ordinary individuals. Yet the journey to true extraordinary existence remains long. Specialties: high concentration, basic mental resilience. Well-trained new geometric thinking intelligence. 5 skills: mechanical, basic mechanical affinity level 5, simple repair level 10, basic enhancement modification level 10, basic refinement level 1, overload level 1, blueprint, cloud swallow glider level 1, blueprint, bionic prosthetic level 1, blueprint, lightweight power arm level 1, blueprint, cavalry robot level 1, blueprint, high explosive ammunition level 3, blueprint, folding combat knife level 2. New intermediate mechanical affinity level 1, mechanical quality 2, manufacturing speed 2, new sliding step rapid fire level 1. When equipped with firearms, allows instantaneous sliding movement within 3 meters and increases firing rate by 15 for 2 seconds. Unaffected by magazine capacity. This skill can trigger even if only 1 bullet remains in the magazine. If the magazine is empty, the skill cannot be activated. Consumes 3 energy, 15 stamina, with a cooldown of 12 seconds. New blueprint: titanium alloy level 1. A new type of advanced material, green level, good, highly ductile, and resilient. Suitable for manufacturing armor and frameworks. Requires basic refinement level 5. Universal: basic hand-to-hand combat level 10. Increases unarmed attack power by 10, strength 2. Endurance 1, basic shooting level 8. Increases shooting accuracy by 8, grappling level 5. Increases counterattack rate by 7. Unarmed attack power by 10, precision shooting level 1. Increases shooting accuracy by 3. Long-range critical hit rate by 2, special combat level 1. Increases close combat critical hit rate by 6. Unarmed attack power by 4. Pickpocketing level 1, please disregard this. New energy refinement method. A foundational energy training method comprehended by Espers. Total effect: energy 10. Current training sessions: 80. Each session consumes 800 experience and 500 stamina. Potential points: 16. Professional knowledge tree. Armed: basic assembly LV1, 01. Basic mechanical engineering LV2, 01. Basic bionics LV2, 01. Basic weaponry LV1, 01. Basic materials compendium LV1, 01. New Advanced Material Synthesis LV102. 14 Unlearned Projects Energy. 20 Unlearned Projects Manipulation. 20 Unlearned Projects Influence. Budding Organization. Hatred, 1000. Defector. Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau. 13th Bureau Neutral. 300500. Level 1 Authority Personnel. Legendary Status. 0 Captain has been discharged from the hospital. In the previous chapter, there was an error in faction favorability data, which has been corrected. I truly am a mathematical novice. I shall refrain from presenting excessive data in the future. 18,000 experience points, of which 45,000 stemmed from the Black Spider mission reward, with the majority accrued from Han Zhao's relentless production of folding combat knives and high-energy ammunition these past days. The blueprints for these two items have reached LV2 and LV3 respectively. These low-cost and easily manufactured blueprints offer a more accessible means to enhance proficiency compared to lightweight power arms and the first-generation Vanguard, particularly given the ample opportunities for practice, especially with consumable blueprints like ammunition, which facilitate proficiency accumulation with ease. Having spent merely a month in the Western capital, I have amassed over 200,000 experience points, equivalent to 1/3 of what I garnered in the budding organization over 6 months. I also possess more than 1.5 million in funds, alleviating immediate concerns regarding material costs. The initial advancement brings about the most significant changes, as one's chi will acquire attributes. Han Xiao gently touched the tips of his index finger and thumb together. A fine thread of chi akin to electric filaments connected his fingertips, subtly imbued with a faint magnetic force. The magnetic attribute is unique to the mechanical domain. In combat, it cannot rival the sheer destructive power of fire or lightning, but it enhances mechanical affinity. Once the chi level reaches a certain threshold, it can replace one's hands in crafting machinery. The attributes of chi are not confined solely to natural elements. They more accurately represent the applications of chi within one's profession. For instance, the chi of the telekinetic domain is characterized as mental attribute. Moreover, chi attributes are not immutable. Martial arts practitioners can alter their chi attributes through the cultivation of different schools, embodying fire's explosiveness, wind's swiftness, iron's resilience, and so forth. Among the skills acquired post-advancement, geometric thinking is one of the specialized proficiencies unlocked by the mechanics progression, while intermediate mechanical affinity surpasses its basic counterpart in effectiveness. Slide shot is a long-lost active skill. Should one choose the artillery route, 3 primary skills will be obtained. Opting for the mechanic path yields one of them. Slide shot emphasizes evasion. While Han Xiao may not be frail, he indeed prefers these agile skills over the consumption-heavy high-damage ultimates. Furthermore, continuous fire is not constrained by magazine capacity, potentially yielding remarkable results in specific situations. Chi refinement method is a pivotal skill that is inevitably unlocked upon the first advancement of the main profession. This represents a unique category of skill known as a growth-type skill, devoid of any predetermined skill levels. Through repeated practice, one can enhance the efficacy of this skill, with each training session consuming experience points and augmenting a certain amount of energy. The skill's effectiveness will cease to accumulate once the maximum number of training sessions has been reached, and the results of the training are contingent upon the primary attributes of the main profession. Most methods related to energy cultivation fall under the category of growth-type skills. Energy serves as the foundation for superhumans, significantly influencing their energy levels and ranks. The initial standards for energy levels are as follows: LV110, LV250, LV3100, LV4200, LV5400, and LV61000. Upon reaching these benchmarks, one can advance to the next energy level and receive new attribute bonuses. At certain critical levels, energy may also unveil new applications. The first advancement marks a watershed moment. Despite being only at level 30, Han Xiao's energy level reaches an impressive 500 auna, approximately 5 times that of Han Xiao, largely due to the energy refinement method. The titanium alloy is a new blueprint learned through advanced material synthesis, categorized as a material blueprint of green quality, suitable for crafting external armor with exceptional impact resistance. The manufacturing requirement is a primary refinement level of 5. With 180,000 experience points, Han Xiao first expends 25,000 to elevate agent to level 10, resulting in greater attribute enhancements at maximum level. 2 strength, 2 agility, 3 endurance, 1 charm, along with 1 potential point and 1 free attribute point. Upon detection of the advancement, he is prompted to cancel the civilian profession. The civilian class is the initial profession for the majority of humanoid players, akin to a novice guide profession, preventing players from being unable to level up at the outset. Once the first advancement is achieved, players can choose to cancel the civilian profession, which also reduces the experience returned for attributes. However, if the civilian class is maxed out, it cannot be canceled after advancement, leading to many obsessive beginners facing unfortunate consequences. "Let us cancel it," Han Xiao states, as he has gained no benefits from this profession and thus incurs no loss. On the interface, the sub-profession column sees the disappearance of civilian, leaving only the fully leveled agent, with a total level still at 21. He then spends an additional 45,000 experience points to elevate basic shooting to level 10, transforming it into a 10 shooting accuracy modifier, gaining 2 agility, and acquiring another potential point. This expenditure totals 70,000, yet Han Xiao must reserve 64,000 experience points for the energy refinement method, leaving him with him. Let me calculate on my fingers. Still 47,000 experience points. Best to save it for now. Han Xiao sighs, noting how swiftly experience points are gained and lost. Fortunately, he still possesses high-energy ammunition, which, once sold, will provide a steady source of experience. When the time comes, Gu Hui promptly reminds them, and the two return upstairs. Feng Jun has been waiting for quite some time and departs with Han Xiao. Han Xiao suddenly recalled something and remarked, "By the way, I heard that a person named Clate has submitted a folding combat knife. Please disseminate this information. I will not sell anything to him." Feng Jun, feeling helpless, replied, "Do you really consider me a mere messenger?" Han Xiao was taken aback, questioning if that was not the case. Feng Jun, momentarily at a loss for words, muttered, "I will convey your message. He claims he won't sell anything to me?" Upon hearing the rumor, Clate scoffed dismissively. He was indifferent to Han Xiao's background, caring only for tangible benefits. In his eyes, Han Xiao might not possess superior machinery in the future, and the opportunity for business seemed bleak. Thus, he perceived such threats as trivial. After wrapping up matters in the RD department, Han Xiao returned to the repair shop, where life remained tranquil for 2 or 3 days. He advanced in his training, familiarizing himself with his newfound powers at home. Drawing from past experiences, he swiftly integrated his knowledge and began practicing the Qi refinement method. Each session not only consumed experience, but also required physical stamina. With limited recovery speed, he could manage only 2 training sessions per day alongside mechanical manufacturing. Upon completing a session of the Qi refinement method, he noted a perfection rate of 81 and a Qi level of 3. The efficacy of the training depended on the primary attributes of the profession. For the mechanical class, the main attribute was intelligence. Han Xiao had 4 free attribute points, all invested in intelligence, raising it to 36. Previously, to escape the base, he had allocated numerous points to strength and endurance. Now, he needed only to focus on intelligence. The training outcomes of the Qi refinement method were categorized into 3 tiers. A perfection rate below 40 yielded Qi level 1, 40 to 80 yielded Qi level 2, and above 80 resulted in Qi level 3. Han Xiao had just reached the 3rd tier. Due to the folding combat knife lacking a market, Han Xiao had not conducted business for several days. He felt it was time to release a new product, high-energy ammunition. Over the past few days, he had accumulated thousands of rounds of various calibers. Just as he prepared to enlist Li Yalan to spread the word, she called him preemptively. "The captain has been discharged from the hospital and is gathering everyone." Upon arriving at the secret operations team's meeting room, Han Xiao noticed his teammates had been waiting for some time. He immediately observed an unfamiliar man among them, possessing a square face, exuding righteousness and seriousness, with pursed lips that suggested reliability. "Are you Han Xiao?" The captain's expression was displeased, his gaze filled with discontent and wariness as he scrutinized Han Xiao. Han Xiao was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lin Yao tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Only with the captain's consent can the secret operations team recruit newcomers. But your application was specially approved by the Bureau during the captain's recovery, so he might harbor some reservations about you. However, rest assured, the captain, though stern, is a good person." Understanding this, Han Xiao turned to glance at Lin Yao and was instantly startled. Lin Yao was swathed in bandages, resembling a zongzi, with only his eyes and mouth visible, looking quite pitiable. Han Xiao exclaimed, "Who did this to you?" Li Yalan cleared her throat. Lin Yao wore a look of indignation and retorted, I fell. Han Zhao's lips twitched, with such serious injuries. Did you really participate in an event akin to a real man falls 100 times? The captain interjected, redirecting everyone's attention, and spoke in a deep voice. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the captain of the team, Zhang Wei. Han Xiao was immediately taken aback, pondering the casualness of his parents in naming him. Only Yi Qiu and Yi Fan seem to have a higher frequency of appearance than you. Zhang Wei, astonished, inquired. Do you know Yi Fan from the Xiao Military Intelligence Office? Clearing his throat, he replied, before my hospitalization, I collaborated with him on several occasions. Oh, so there really is someone with that fated name. That fellow must be incredibly lucky. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhang Wei's gaze was intense as he stated seriously. With you included, our team will regain its 5-member structure. Your position will be logistics. However, I must be frank. Your record is utterly blank. And I do not trust your abilities. I will approach any of your directives with skepticism. If I deem you insufficient in capability, even if you are a specially assigned member from the higher-ups, I will expel you from my team. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Trust is something that must be nurtured over time. Though Zhang Wei seemed aggressive, it only demonstrated his commitment to his responsibilities as a captain, and Han Xiao did not take offense. However, expelling him from the team was out of the question. The higher-ups would not allow it. Zhang Wei understood the difficulty of contesting the decisions from above, yet as captain, he bore the responsibility of leading the team. The sudden arrival of a newcomer lacking any background information left him with virtually no understanding of Han Xiao, complicating his ability to lead effectively. Zhang Wei's anger stemmed not from a challenge to his authority, but from the belief that the higher-ups did not care for the safety of their team. An inexperienced newcomer could easily make erroneous judgments, endangering the squad. An inadvertent mistake could still prove catastrophic. Zhang Wei did not harbor prejudice against newcomers. Yet he firmly believed that one should undergo at least 2 to 3 years of training before being eligible for the Special Operations Division. He had no desire to lead a novice on missions. What did they think his team was, a daycare? It was utterly disrespectful to disregard the safety of his subordinates. Those wretched authorities. How infuriating, the corrupt privileged class. Zhang Wei silently resolved that if Han Xiao could not integrate into the team, he would, despite potential backlash from the higher-ups, expel him, or at the very least, transfer him to another squad. Han Xiao remained oblivious to Zhang Wei's internal turmoil, only noticing the increasing hostility in Zhang Wei's gaze, and was unaware of the convoluted thoughts swirling in the seemingly upright captain's mind, feeling as though he had inadvertently caused trouble for others. At that moment, Lin Yao's computer lit up, and he struggled to turn his neck to glance at it. His expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "We have an urgent mission. The higher-ups require us to depart immediately." Zhang Wei's countenance grew serious. What are the specifics? In a daring mission, Ma Qingyang's squad was tasked with launching a surprise assault on the Mecha base, but fell into an ambush. The command urged immediate support, instructing others to board the aircraft without delay. A surprise attack on the Mecha base? Han Xiao paused, recalling the intelligence he had previously provided on 3 bases. After a brief contemplation, he surmised the unfolding events. All 3 Mecha base locations were situated within the territory of the Star Dragon Nation, enabling a rapid military mobilization for the assault. The 13th Bureau had already annihilated 2 Mecha bases on their soil, advancing his mission progress to 20. Even the Mecha organization, however dim-witted, would realize their intelligence had been compromised and prepared an ambush at the 3rd base. Zhang Wei hurriedly exited, momentarily halting beside Han Xiao. Furrowing his brow as he instructed, Lin Yao, you stay back to assume the logistics position. Han Xiao, as a newcomer, this is a rare opportunity. Observe closely and strive to be of use soon. Lin Yao hesitated, while Han Xiao smiled nonchalantly, saying, very well. Zhang Wei had not participated in the Black Spider operation, and based solely on Li Yalan's enthusiastic descriptions, he was reluctant to place his trust in Han Xiao. This was understandable, and Han Xiao silently lamented that he was indeed a man of deep understanding. Reflecting on the situation, Han Xiao intercepted Li Yalan and produced 4 magazines filled with incendiary rounds, declaring, "Consider this my generous contribution." Li Yalan's eyes brightened. "Is this your new invention? Use it sparingly." Han Xiao chuckled, his tone laced with mystery. "It ignites upon activation. You have triggered the E-level mission rescue. Mission objective: Rescue the besieged secret operations team. Your duty is to assist your teammates in this endeavor. Mission requirements. Successfully rescue Ma Qingyang's squad. Mission rewards. 8,000 experience points. Special rewards. None. 8,000 experience points. Though modest, were better than nothing. A reward typical for logistics. Xiao Go. The captain isn't deliberately targeting you. Don't take it to heart, Lin Yao said cautiously. I understand. Hearing Han Zhao's calm tone eased Lin Yao's worries as he activated 3 computers, rapidly typing to synchronize the frequency with the miniature cameras and earpieces of Li Yalan and the others. The screen displayed the first-person perspective of the trio as they boarded the aircraft. The headquarters boasted a dedicated underground rail system, facilitating swift transport to the helipad on the outskirts of the city. The 3 boarded the fighter jet, accompanied by a fully armed 12-member field team. Han Xiao, Li Yalan, and Lin Yao engaged in casual conversation, while Zhang Wei and Lambert chose to rest in silence. An hour later, the fighter jet touched down at the designated location. The imagery revealed a desolate expanse of gravel desert, with barren hills stretching like the vertebrae of the earth. The azure sky bore a blazing sun, its rays emanating heat that distorted the air. The sandy ground, scorching as a heated iron, greeted the soldiers' boots with a faint scent of char. We have arrived at the location, Zhang Wei reported gravely. The trio was fully armed. Li Yalan remained in her signature yellow hoodie, paired with a form-fitting black bulletproof suit. A folding combat knife sheathed at her waist, and a black backpack slung over her shoulder, containing a lightweight power arm. Lambert carried dozens of folding throwing knives, along with a slender, high-caliber sniper rifle. However, Zhang Wei's weaponry astonished Han Xiao. He donned a set of powered exoskeleton armor, clad in thick, dark gray armor. Its surface marred with scratches, the helmet resembled that of a medieval Western knight, revealing only narrow slits for the eyes. His arm armor was equipped with mounting rails, housing 2 modified, robust Gatling guns. With the ammunition chains cleverly concealed beneath the armor, the exchange ports secured on the outer thigh. A hexagonal steel shield hung from his back, resembling a turtle shell, rendering him a formidable hulk of metal, heavy and unadorned, unmistakably marked as a prototype of powered armor. Intrigued, Han Xiao recognized it as the prototype of the Warlord armor, one of the few basic powered armors from the 10th version of the Aquamarine Star. The 6 nations controlled distinct advanced knowledge, each developing unique specialty weapons, known as factional products. Deadliest focused on the development of powered armor. The Warlord armor was created after a period of public testing, marking the first appearance of powered armor in Aquamarine Star. It was likely still incomplete, and Zhang Wei was merely wearing a prototype, raising questions about how he acquired Deadliest equipment. There might be an underlying issue. Players could only purchase this powered armor upon achieving a respect relationship with the Deadliest faction, and its cost was exorbitant. The maintenance expenses alone after each battle could soar into the tens of thousands, far exceeding the earning capacity of players who lacked Han Zhao's rapid income potential. As the team's logistics officer, responsible for equipment supply and maintenance, Zhang Wei's armor would eventually fall under his care, provided there were no confidentiality measures. A mechanic could reverse engineer the blueprints from the physical armor, categorized into 2 scenarios. The first scenario involved having learned the prerequisite knowledge for the blueprints, greatly expediting the deduction process, and the experience consumed while comprehending the blueprints remained manageable. The second scenario, however, entailed lacking the prerequisite knowledge. One could still deduce the blueprints, but progress would be excruciatingly slow, and the experience required could be astronomical, often increasing by dozens of times. The resulting blueprints would typically be marked as incomplete or flawed, yielding results far inferior to the official versions. The prerequisite knowledge for the Warlord armor belonged to another branch of advanced weaponry, firmly in the hands of Deadliest. Han Xiao bit his nails, contemplating that if he could deduce the armor blueprints, even if they were flawed, he could acquire new combat methods. The enhancement in individual combat capability provided by armor was exceedingly significant. However, after some reflection, he suppressed this thought. Relying on his memory, he could integrate superior mechanical blueprints adaptable to various needs, rendering it impractical to expend vast amounts of experience on a flawed armor blueprint. Lin Yao stated. The rescue team is located 13 kilometers away, pursued by 15 armored off-road vehicles and a Black Hawk helicopter. The assembly point is tentatively set on the hill 3 kilometers from your position, which commands a strategic view. Your mission is to impede the pursuers and assist your comrades. Do not engage in prolonged combat. I have already communicated the assembly point to them, so prepare yourselves. The orders were clear and concise, as the saying goes. The observer sees clearly, which encapsulates the role of logistics and intelligence personnel in orchestrating the overall strategy and swiftly devising suitable tactics for the combatants' reference. The three men, along with the external team, swiftly reached the designated location, taking cover behind the hill while they awaited the enemy's arrival. Soon, the roar of engines echoed from afar. Across the vast desolate plain, several armored vehicles from the Emergence Organization were relentlessly pursuing a single vehicle, with the sounds of machine guns and explosions filling the air. The fiery blasts chased the fleeing vehicle, creating numerous craters and enveloping the area in smoke and dust. The fleeing vehicle belonged to Ma Qingyang's team. "Stand by," Zhang Wei commanded, his tone grave as he focused intently on the narrowing distance. Only when the target was within range did he decisively order, "Open fire." Concealed behind the hill, the external team unleashed a torrent of steel rain. The gunfire erupted as a deluge of bullets struck the armored plates of the pursuing vehicles, sending countless sparks flying and ringing like a metallic symphony. Caught off guard, the leading pursuers swiftly maneuvered to evade the frontal assault, narrowly avoiding a rollover at high speed. In this rescue operation, Zhang Wei's dual machine guns roared with fury, unleashing a multitude of large-caliber rounds that trailed two distinct fiery tails, resembling twin fire dragons. They swept across and struck the foremost two armored off-road vehicles, which erupted into fireballs just 5 seconds later, dramatically obliterated. At that moment, Lambert showcased his sniping prowess, remaining as silent as a stone while continuously firing. Armed with armor-piercing steel core ammunition, each shot yielded results, targeting tires or the windshield ahead of the driver, thereby significantly hampering the enemy's pursuit speed. Reinforcements have arrived. Ma Qingyang, driving for his life, felt a rush of elation as his team members ignited with hope, despite most being injured and lying incapacitated in the vehicle. As the car reached the hilltop, Ma Qingyang emerged from the driver's seat, exclaiming, "Old Zhang, there are too many enemies. We must flee quickly." At that moment, a strange and violent wind surged from below the hill towards Zhang Wei and the others, whipping up sand and dust to form a visage with discernible features, unsettling all with an immediate sense of foreboding. "Dodge!" Zhang Wei shouted, quickly rolling to the ground. His armor was too cumbersome to evade otherwise. Li Yalan and Lambert reacted swiftly, sidestepping to safety. The wind exploded at their original position, sending several external team members flying. Suddenly, Zhang Wei felt a piercing pain in his head, blood streaming from his nose. Alarmed, he realized that the external team members, caught unawares, were all bleeding from their facial features, collapsed on the ground in a state of unconscious convulsions. Psychic attack. The enemy possesses an Esper. Zhang Wei was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he beheld an armored vehicle with its roof ajar, from which emerged a lithe figure clad in black leather. With astonishing speed, she charged towards them, her long crimson curls billowing in the wind, resembling a flash of red and black lightning. Hela's gaze was icy and resolute, with a flick of her wrist. Another ghastly wind took shape, hurtling towards Zhang Wei. The air resonated with a piercing shriek, akin to a silent wail. No, this was not merely the sound of the wind. It was the anguished cry of souls, power of the dead, Hela's extraordinary ability. Zhang Wei felt a wave of dizziness and chaos wash over him, collapsing to the ground. Had it not been for his robust physique, this encounter could have claimed his life. Han Xiao furrowed his brow, pushing aside the bewildered Lin Yao, seizing command of the situation. He barked, "She is the battle executor of the budding force. Retreat immediately." A change in command amidst battle is a grave taboo. Zhang Wei intended to admonish. Yet he was taken aback to see Li Yalan and Lan Bert turn without hesitation, wholly trusting Han Zhao's judgment. How could this newcomer inspire such confidence? Zhang Wei, astonished, swallowed his words, gritted his teeth, and rose to his feet, activating the propulsion system in his leg armor. With each stride, he covered 5 to 6 meters, thundering after his two teammates, swiftly retreating while occasionally turning to fire and hinder Hela's pursuit. Hela quickly ascended the hill, waving her hand as a veil of gray light swept across the area, rendering the unsuspecting field team lifeless, devoid of any wounds, yet bereft of breath. Han Zhao's expression turned grave. He had long been aware of Hela's formidable prowess. Fortunately, during his escape from the laboratory, He had not encountered her directly. Her ability had been classified as an S-rank potential, an extraordinarily rare power that surpassed natural disasters. Even in her nascent state, Hela had already demonstrated remarkable capabilities. She was far too swift. Li Yalan, intercept her. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yalan pivoted, executing a lightning-fast whip kick. The vibrant yellow energy erupting and forcing Hela back several steps. A martial artist? Hela squinted, bringing her hands together to unleash a larger spectral visage aimed at Li Yalan. Remaining composed, Li Yalan performed a sliding maneuver, slipping beneath the ghastly visage with minimal impact. Her physique could easily withstand it. She closed the distance to Hela once more, deftly drawing her folding combat knife for a decisive blow. Hela, taken aback, had no choice but to roll away to evade the blade's edge. Li Yalan unleashed her full arsenal, each strike infused with power, her long legs executing a flurry of kicks and strikes with fluid grace, akin to a graceful swallow in flight. Leaving a trail of shimmering afterimages while her assault raged like a tempest, brimming with lethal intent. Lingyan Flow Martial Arts. Hela was enveloped in a swirling gray aura, her arms forming a shield to deflect each attack, emerging unscathed like a rock amidst the storm. There could be only one explanation. Hela's strength far surpassed that of Li Yalan, even in the realm of close combat, where the latter excelled. This exchange transpired in mere seconds, yet the danger was palpable. Utilizing the power arm, the enemy would reveal a fleeting vulnerability. Lon Bird seized the opportunity to strike. Li Yalan bit her lip, her left hand delving into her backpack. When she emerged again, she had donned the lightweight power arm, and with a sudden, forceful punch. The mechanical enhancement amplified her strength, shattering Hela's defensive stance and exposing a vulnerable opening in her chest and abdomen. The iron fist struck true, embedding itself into softness. Hela's face momentarily took on a sickly hue, and with a muffled groan, she rapidly spun her hands, gray energy swirling in a high-speed spiral within her palms. Igniting sparks as she pressed downward. A tempest erupted from her feet, sweeping outward and stirring up dust and debris. Li Yalan hastily retreated, yet even so, her mind felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, her spirit seemingly torn apart. Pain surged through her head, causing 2 streams of blood to flow from her nose, and the world around her tilted, threatening to rob her of balance. Hela, glaring at the familiar lightweight power arm, was a mixture of shock and fury as she demanded, "What is your connection to Zero?" "Zero? Who?" Li Yalan was perplexed. At that moment, Lambert seized an ephemeral opportunity. Firing a shot, Hela's expression shifted, and she abruptly dodged to the side, enveloped in a mist of gray energy for defense. The large-caliber bullet struck her shoulder, sending her spiraling backward as if hit by a speeding train. "Zhang Wei, take Li Yalan and run." At the call of his name, Zhang Wei offered no objections. Under Han Zhao's guidance, Li Yalan and Lambert coordinated to swiftly incapacitate the troublesome adversary. He began to trust Han Zhao's commands, immediately scooping up the dazed Li Yalan and turning to make a hasty retreat towards Ma Qingyang's vehicle. At that moment, the burgeoning armored convoy surged up the hillside, opening fire. Sparks erupted as Zhang Wei's massive shield absorbed the impact, warping and distorting under the assault. He dared not look back, yet he felt immense relief in the heavy iron armor he had once complained about, now providing him a profound sense of safety. "Get in the car." Ma Qingyang anxiously glanced back, hastily reducing speed. The 3 hurriedly leaped into the vehicle, which barely stopped for 2 seconds before nearly being riddled with concentrated fire. Zhang Wei finally had a moment to assess the situation. The pursuing armored convoy was slower than they were, and the formidable ability user was tending to her injuries. Unable to give chase. As long as they reached the aircraft, they could escape unscathed. "Everything will be fine." Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Han Xiao, however, doused his optimism with caution. "Watch the sky." The sky? Indeed, the enemy had a helicopter. Zhang Wei was startled. The Black Hawk helicopter finally appeared, its mounted machine gun firing down upon them. "We must take it down." Zhang Wei assessed the situation with urgency. Otherwise, their own aircraft would be in peril. Only Lambert's sniper rifle possessed the necessary range for such a task. Lambert's expression remained impassive as he shook his head. "I have exhausted my armor-piercing rounds. Only conventional ammunition remains." The Black Hawk helicopter boasts formidable armor. Even armor-piercing rounds would require more than 7 shots to penetrate its defenses. "Are we to perish here?" Ma Qingyang's face was etched with despair, The distance to the retreating aircraft was a mere kilometer, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Han Xiao suddenly interjected. Have you forgotten the item I bestowed upon you? Li Yalan was taken aback as she produced 4 magazines, one of which contained sniper ammunition. What purpose does this serve? She inquired. You shall find out, Lambert replied, swiftly loading the magazine and firing at the helicopter. Everyone watched with bated breath. A single bullet bore the weight of their last hope. Time seemed to slow. The bolt slid back, ejecting an empty brass casing as flames and smoke erupted from the muzzle. The deep crimson sniper round, ignited by the primer's energy, surged forth, spinning and dancing, until it met the helicopter's bulletproof glass. The red projectile shattered explosively, reminiscent of a blooming lotus, releasing a highly viscous, flammable gas that rapidly escaped. With a deafening roar, the blinding fireball expanded, transforming the helicopter into a massive inferno, flames licking at its armor as if it had ignited. The helicopter began to spiral chaotically, its pilot's vision consumed by flames, retreating from the battlefield in a panic. Everyone was taken aback, their eyes glued to the incendiary magazine. It could ignite armor. What manner of bullet is this? Ma Qingyang exclaimed in shock. Where did you procure such a treasure? Li Yaolan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hastily swapped in other calibers of incendiary handgun ammunition, raising her weapon to fire. Each incendiary round turned numerous off-road vehicles into fireballs. Even when striking the ground, they ignited a sea of flames. As the armor heated, the temperature inside the enemy vehicles soared dramatically. The flames, using gas as a combustion agent, crept through the seams, igniting critical components such as engines and cylinders. The pursuing vehicles swerved in panic, unable to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lambert fired 2 more shots at the helicopter's rotor, causing it to spin wildly. Completely disengaging from the battlefield. With a surge of adrenaline, Ma Qingyang pressed the accelerator, racing into the aircraft's rear cabin. The already anxious pilot took off immediately, and the plane swiftly vanished into the horizon. Hella's face paled. The spot where the sniper rifle had struck her shoulder bore only a shallow wound, with wisps of gray mist swirling around it, rapidly staunching the bleeding. She glared bitterly at the direction in which the aircraft had departed and connected to the leader's communication. Gritting her teeth as she reported, I have discovered the whereabouts of Zero. Mission 052. Rescue has been completed. You have earned 8,000 experience points. The Strategic Defense Bureau of Star Dragon Nation has reached a goodwill level of 100. Xiao Gu, you are truly remarkable. Lin Yao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Have you just realized that today? Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Zhang Wei, feeling rather forthright, acknowledged his previous doubts about Han Xiao's capabilities and candidly apologized. I apologize for questioning your abilities earlier. Without your command and the new equipment, we would have been doomed. On behalf of the team, I warmly welcome you to our squad. Although Zhang Wei's welcome came belatedly, it was better late than never, he thought to himself. Han Xiao wore a half-smile. There is no need for such apologies over trivial matters. After all, I am a magnanimous person. A chill ran down Zhang Wei's spine. Was that a veiled remark? Han Xiao suddenly remembered something. By the way, who manufactured your armor? Oh, this is an unfinished prototype of the Warlord armor, a trophy seized from Deadliest years ago. Currently, we possess only this single prototype, and the progress on the schematics is painfully slow. Even maintenance is quite troublesome. It is my gear for now. The foundational knowledge for the Warlord armor lies within the advanced branch of armed forces, known as heavy mechanical modification. This encompasses many individual mechs, exoskeleton armors, and large war vehicles. Deadliest has only developed a prototype, and the research speed in Star Dragon is surely even slower. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. From now on, let me handle the maintenance of your armor. All right, Zhang Wei replied, elated. After this operation, he had developed considerable trust in Han Zhao's abilities. Li Yalan interjected excitedly through the earpiece. Is this bullet your new invention? Han Xiao explained the function of the high-energy ammunition, and the seasoned agents immediately grasped that it was a new type of specialized incendiary round, akin to armor-piercing incendiary rounds, but with enhanced combustion properties. Armor-piercing incendiary rounds can penetrate armor, generating heat through the collision of the incendiary agent, and require surrounding combustible materials to ignite. In contrast, the high-energy bullet employs an unknown novel incendiary agent that ignites the air without needing to create heat through impact. It adheres to any surface, igniting everything it touches with an exceptionally high temperature, wielding power comparable to that of a highly concentrated incendiary bottle. Moreover, it can be fired from firearms, boasting velocity and range far superior to hand-thrown devices, making it an exceptionally lethal weapon in jungle environments and providing greater tactical options. Zhang Wei and the others witnessed the Black Hawk helicopter, capable of withstanding armor-piercing rounds, ignited by 3 shots from Lambert, forced to withdraw from the battlefield. Without special heat-resistant materials, metals could easily reach temperatures unbearable for the human body, potentially damaging sensitive instruments. Ma Qingyang squeezed into the channel, eagerly inquiring, "Are you selling these bullets?" Of course, each bullet costs 50. Han Zhao's gaze shifted. This was the perfect opportunity to launch the high-energy bullets and enhance his reputation through tangible battlefield results. Ma Qingyang could hardly contain his excitement. "I would like to pre-order 200 rounds, 20 rounds of small caliber for pistols, 150 rounds for submachine guns, and 30 rounds for sniper rifles." "Very well. You can collect them within a day." Han Xiao said to Li Yalan, "Please continue to assist me in transferring orders, and as usual, I shall grant you a discount of 20%. Li Yalan's eyes curved into crescent moons as she replied, "All right." The story of the rescue of Ma Qingyang's team spread like wildfire within the headquarters, and the reputation of the high-caliber ammunition began to circulate. Han Zhao's new product? It is said that the survival of old Ma's team is attributed to the high-caliber ammunition. The incident involving the folding combat knife piqued the curiosity of many agents from the 13th Bureau, and upon learning that Ma Qingyang had ordered a batch of high-caliber bullets, they flocked to investigate. Having been saved once by Han Zhao's team, Ma Qingyang reciprocated the favor and, in front of the public eye, demonstrated the functionality of the high-caliber ammunition on the training ground. A blazing inferno ensued. The spectators were instantly captivated by the power of the high-caliber bullets. Such remarkable products. Upon leaving the training ground, the agents hurried to place their orders with Li Yalan, resulting in an enormous quantity. Compared to close combat weapons, this multifunctional ammunition was, as Han Xiao anticipated, exceptionally popular. The emergence of this new type of bullet immediately caught the attention of the higher-ups in the 13th Bureau, who were determined not to repeat past mistakes regarding the leak of blueprints. Consequently, the beleaguered head of research, still recovering from previous encounters, was once again summoned for a warning, feeling utterly frustrated as he had no intention of provoking Han Xiao further. The 13th Bureau proposed unlimited procurement to equip the field departments and special forces, slightly lowering the price to 20,000 for 500 rounds. Han Xiao accepted this price, as the agent's orders had not stabilized with large-scale purchases. Having an additional sales channel was ideal. Within a single day, Han Zhao's inventory of thousands of bullets was completely sold out, yielding 200,000 sea blue coins, alongside his 1,500,000 from the dark web, ensuring he need not worry about financial issues for the time being. After advancing, Han Zhao's manufacturing speed surged once more, as he devoted himself entirely to producing high-caliber ammunition. To demonstrate their support, the 13th Bureau provided a set of specialized equipment for manufacturing bullet casings and primers, significantly enhancing efficiency, allowing him to produce at least 300 rounds in each batch and over 10 batches in a day. Each high-caliber bullet awarded a minimum of 510 experience points, resulting in a steady accumulation of 20 to 30,000 experience points daily. Experience was soaring. Han Xiao was confident that no other player of the mechanical class at his level could match his pace in gaining experience. Aside from his unwavering daily regimen of strength refinement exercises, he immersed himself fully in the production of high-caliber bullets. The season of reaping rewards had finally arrived. "High-caliber ammunition not available for me?" Clad exclaimed in anger and disbelief. Upon hearing the rumors about the high-caliber ammunition, he intended to make a purchase. He had initially prepared to apologize should Li Yalan present any difficulties, believing that Han Xiao would likely not pursue the matter, as there was profit to be made. However, just as he expressed his intentions, Li Yalan firmly rejected him. With a cold snort, she stated, "Han Xiao has made it clear, you are on his blacklist, and he will not engage in any form of transaction with you, nor will he accept any of your apologies." The surrounding agents, waiting to place their orders, gazed at Klatt with bemusement. Many agents who hesitated to sell the folding combat knife now found themselves filled with gratitude that Klatt had acted before them, almost offending Han Xiao, who seemed quite serious in his intentions. Klatt, feeling humiliated, snorted in anger and turned away, convinced that spending a bit more would compel his colleagues, who had purchased the high-energy ammunition, to sell it to him. However, after making inquiries, he discovered that no one was willing to part with it, even when he raised his offer to 200 per round. Even those colleagues with whom he usually shared a good rapport politely declined. Why? Klatt was utterly astounded, feeling a sense of exclusion and frustration. Finally, an old friend revealed the reason. Selling it to him would equate to offending Han Xiao, and there was no telling if he would end up on the blacklist. Furthermore, Han Xiao might have other valuable items in the future, making it unwise to offend him just to assist Klatt. Suddenly, Klatt recalled his earlier belief that fearing to offend Han Xiao while missing out on the research department's funds was not worth it. Now, he realized the opposite was true. To end up on Han Xiao's blacklist over a trifling sum was indeed not worth it. He chastised himself for his short-sightedness. In the research department, within a studio, Luo Xian's face was cold as he opened a small box containing 20 pieces of high-energy ammunition, which he had procured through intermediaries. Han Xiao's blacklist only included Klatt's team. He did not consider Luo Xian, the hacker, a threat. He believed that Luo Xian, as a member of the research department, was merely fulfilling his duties by deriving the schematics, unlike Klatt, who had acted reprehensibly. Given that the research department, under directives from higher-ups, would no longer cause him trouble, Han Xiao saw no reason to target Luo Xian. Moreover, he thought that as a logistics personnel, Luo Xian did not need to purchase his equipment. However, Luo Xian perceived it differently. He felt belittled. Han Xiao, do you truly look down on me to such an extent that you cannot even be bothered to deal with me? Anger surged within him, mixing with a deep-seated resentment. Yet, he misunderstood. Han Xiao did not dismiss him. He simply had never acknowledged his existence. The head of the research department had issued a strict order prohibiting any study of high-energy ammunition, yet Luo Xian discerned the upper echelon's considerable interest in it. Their reluctance to pursue the schematics stemmed from a fear of offending Han Xiao. Thus, Luo Xian resolved to privately research the schematics for high-energy ammunition and discreetly present them to the higher-ups. The 13th Bureau housed numerous military factories capable of producing it without Han Xiao's knowledge. He could not possibly be aware of everything. After successfully cracking the folding combat knife, Luo Xian had gained confidence, believing that Han Xiao's technical prowess was not as formidable as it seemed. He was convinced he could likewise unravel the secrets of high-energy munitions. If successful, the upper management would surely regard him with newfound respect. This was his sole opportunity for redemption. Failure was not an option. The more he contemplated his plan, the more feasible it appeared to him. As for the orders from the Minister of Research and Development, Luo Xian paid them no heed. That scoundrel had gone back on his word, and to curry favor again would be to demean himself. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xian adjusted his state to its utmost, skillfully manipulating the tweezers as he prepared to disassemble the warhead. The core of the incendiary device lay within the propellant of the warhead, making the analysis of its components the most crucial task. Clang! The warhead was successfully separated, an initial triumph. The next step involved dismantling the warhead to extract the propellant within. This phase demanded utmost caution, ensuring that no collisions or friction occurred. A buffer conduit was already prepared, guaranteeing that neither powdery nor liquid propellant would ignite. Luo Xian felt he was performing impeccably as he steadily opened the warhead. Success! The next task was to analyze the components, and Luo Xian was elated. However, the moment he unveiled the casing, a violent blaze erupted before his eyes. Suddenly, the shrill sound of the fire alarm blared. Thick black smoke billowed from the research department, igniting a fierce inferno. The research team hurriedly evacuated. The automatic sprinklers on the ceiling whirled into action, swiftly extinguishing the flames, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. Various documents and blueprints lay soaked and transformed into a mushy mess, while some non-waterproof computers malfunctioned, sparking with electrical fire. The walls and floors were charred black. How had the fire ignited so suddenly? The Minister of Research, shaken, surveyed the devastation with a heavy heart. Security personnel arrived promptly to assess the scene. The fire had originated from the workshop. Luo Xian, drenched and wrapped in a blanket, was escorted out by the guards. His face smeared with soot and his hair singed completely away, leaving him resembling a bald, preserved egg. Luo Xian was filled with dread. Had he not reacted swiftly, and had there not been a fire extinguisher nearby, he might have faced disfigurement. He had not anticipated that the propellant of high-energy munitions would be gaseous, leaking upon opening the warhead and igniting upon exposure to the outside air, rendering it impossible to open after manufacture. Even in a vacuum, it could burn momentarily. With his expertise, he could not replicate it. Defeated, Luo Xian wore an expression of discontent. "What have you done?" The Minister of Research fumed. The guards retrieved several charred casings, barely discernible with their fiery red bases, and spoke gravely. "These are the casings of high-energy munitions. Your team was researching them." The minister's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Luo Xian, rendered speechless. "Do you treat my orders with such contempt? If upper management investigates, I will bear the blame." He exclaimed, "You are all a liability." Gu Hui arrived swiftly, his demeanor serious. "Explain this to me." The Minister of Research, gritting his teeth, pulled Luo Xian forward, insisting it was all his unilateral decision. Gu Hui maintained a stoic expression. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Luo Xian lowered his head. If his clandestine research were to succeed, it would be a monumental achievement. However, his exposure and defiance of orders, coupled with the fire at headquarters, would undoubtedly bring him dire consequences as an ordinary member without any backing. "I recall you being part of the logistics department. It's best you return there." Gu Hui uttered these words before turning to leave. Luo Xian felt a jolt, having previously departed from the logistics department. The prospect of being reassigned there felt akin to being suppressed and sidelined. Returning to the logistics department with a dark expression, his former colleagues averted their gazes, treating him as if he were invisible, starkly contrasting the previous camaraderie they had shown him. Even the logistics minister, who had once held promise for him, refused to meet his eyes, merely sending a secretary to inform Luo Xian that he would now be working under a different team. A wave of despondency washed over him, prompting him to question whether his choices had been misguided. Had he not been so proud and narrow-minded in the past, perhaps he would not have suffered this imbalance leading to such events. "I am still too young," Luo Xian lamented. Han Xiao learned of Luo Xian's situation from Feng Jun, and was immediately struck with awe. Even he, the creator, dared not handle the high-energy bullet post formation. That gentleman is truly formidable. Impressive indeed. Soon after, Han Xiao cast the matter aside, as his impression of Luo Xian remained merely a name. The warrior armor designed by Zhang Wei arrived at his studio, its prototype technology appearing rather rudimentary. Warrior armor, prototype, type, full coverage, small individual armor quality, white base attributes, armor value 682-1400, defense power 35, power level 86. Energy value 250250, equipment requirements, strength 42, endurance 48, attribute bonus, agility 10, height 195 centimeters, weight 370 pounds, control method, human operated, no chip, energy source, electric power, combat consumption, 5 energy per minute, core power 125130 ohm, skeletal module, spring piston, shock absorbing support, reducing load by 65, slightly enhancing shock resistance, consuming 20 power, right arm module, large caliber triple-barreled machine gun, 1 round fires 3 bullets, attack power 105124, rate of fire 5 rounds s, maximum rate of fire 8 rounds s, 5 seconds, overload, ammunition capacity 30120, belt, output energy level 75, consuming 35 power, left arm module, large caliber triple-barreled machine gun, identical to above, right wrist module, pop-out alloy blade, attack power 1215, output energy level 9, consuming 5 power, leg module, spring-powered running device, movement speed 15, startup consumption 1 energy per minute, consuming 30 power, accessory module, simple thermal imaging device, no power consumption, accessory module, hexagonal steel heavy shield, no power consumption, attached ability, thick armor reduces 12 physical damage. Remarks: this is a disgrace in the realm of armor. It is utterly rudimentary. Han Xiao could hardly bear to look at it. First, the power is woefully inadequate, and it lacks even a chip, which is the core of the mecha, essential for loading various combat programs and assisting the user in battle. Without a chip, rapid collection and processing of battlefield information is impossible, and the lack of wide-range detection means relying solely on naked eyes to locate enemies, with visibility further restricted by the helmet. How can one operate effectively under such conditions? No wonder Zhang Wei resorts to spraying fire rather than aimed shots. Precision is simply unattainable. Moreover, regarding power, only the legs possess a basic mechanical drive, lacking even an internal skeleton, while all other parts depend entirely on the user's own movements. It becomes clear to him why Zhang Wei refrains from wielding the steel shield on his back. It is simply too cumbersome to maneuver. Additionally, the external armor is appallingly crude. hastily welded together with large iron plates as makeshift armor, blatantly showcasing Tilius's penchant for rough craftsmanship. Even if this is merely a prototype, it deserves to be treated with due seriousness. Han Zhao's lips twitched as he scrutinized the warrior armor, arms crossed over his chest, fingers rhythmically tapping against his arms. Various ideas gradually surfacing in his mind. However, modifications cannot be rushed. Some concepts require further knowledge and understanding. After hastily making repairs, he handed the armor back to Zhang Wei through Feng Jun. Now, the focus shifts to another matter. With the 3 budding bases already dismantled, what intelligence should be relayed to Xinglong next? The 3 sub-bases merely represent the tip of the iceberg for the budding organization, within the borders of the Star Dragon Nation. No other embryonic bases exist. The locations subsequently provided by Han Xiao necessitate that the Star Dragon forces engage in combat beyond their national boundaries. The unauthorized incursion of armed forces into foreign territories is a blatant provocation of war. Although the 6 nations are subtly vying for supremacy, none wish to ignite hostilities at this juncture. The grand conflict transitioning from the old era to the new has significantly drained national resources, leaving all 6 nations in a state of recuperation, healing from the wounds of war. Whether they will engage in battle again remains uncertain. Thus, cross-border operations must be conducted in collaboration with other nations, introducing numerous variables. Han Zhao's intelligence alone is insufficient. He must accompany the expedition to address any unforeseen circumstances. The pressing concern is whether the upper echelons of Star Dragon will reject his request to leave West City. Suddenly, a call from Feng Jun interrupts his thoughts. The tone serious. Han Xiao, the spies of the budding organization lurking in West City have commenced their operations. They are searching for your whereabouts and seem to be aware of your involvement with us. I am aware, Han Xiao replies calmly. Having anticipated this eventuality since he had Li Yaoan utilize the lightweight power arm. Rest assured, we have deployed a significant number of personnel nearby, monitoring the situation 24 hours a day. West City is the domain of the 13th Bureau. Even if the budding organization discovers his location, the cost of attempting to deal with him would be substantial. Nevertheless, caution is warranted, as Han Xiao knows that the budding organization possesses certain superpowered assassins who are exceedingly difficult to confront. He should prepare some defensive weaponry. Please procure 2 Hawkeye pistols from your bureau's warehouse for me. The Hawkeye pistol, renowned for its high-caliber power in close combat, rivals a sniper rifle within a 30-meter range, though its potency diminishes rapidly beyond that distance. A high-caliber pistol, when paired with the slide shooting technique, offers a balance of offense and defense. In addition to the pistols, he also requires the fabrication of melee weapons. Over the past 3 days, he has manufactured high-energy ammunition, accruing nearly 100,000 experience points. Without hesitation, he spends 40,000 experience points to elevate basic refinement to level 5, meeting the requirements for the production of titanium alloy. He intends to upgrade his equipment. Days prior, the leader learned of the appearance of the Zero's lightweight power arm on Star Dragon agents and made connections to 3 prior military assaults on the sub-bases in Star Dragon. Despite the incredulity of the situation, he could only conclude that Zero had allied with Star Dragon and leaked information regarding the budding organization. Was this a supernatural event? The leader struggled to comprehend. Zero had never been privy to such intelligence. How could he possibly know the locations of the organization's secret bases? He had never suspected Zero, initially believing there was a traitor among them, nearly leading to the assassination of a senior member, resulting in significant losses. Over a month ago, Zero's audacious declaration echoed in his mind. I will annihilate you. Is this your source of confidence? The leader clenched his fists, his gaze fierce. I underestimated you, but you lack the qualifications to confront us. I refuse to believe you truly possess any substantial confidential information. Command me to recruit some fresh faces and wanderers to investigate the whereabouts of Zero in Star Dragon. Should they yield results, the organization will undoubtedly reward them generously. The leader's tone was chilling, infused with resolute intent. If any clues were discovered, Nosa would be dispatched to handle the matter. Nosa, on par with Hela, served as the executor of the budding organization, a skilled assassin. Each executor possessed unique strengths, and the exact number of them remained a closely guarded secret, even among their own ranks. The leader's gaze was profound, reflecting a stern belief that those who allied with Star Dragon could act without consequence. How naive. The next day, Feng Jun delivered 2 Falcon handguns, their barrels exceeding the length of typical pistols. Han Xiao fired a few test shots within a 30-meter range. The kinetic energy of the bullets rivaled that of a sniper rifle, creating a substantial hole in the target's head. The recoil was formidable, causing the aim to drift upward if one was not careful. Nevertheless, with his strength, he could master these deadly weapons. In anticipation of potential assassination attempts, Han Xiao always carried both Falcon handguns and the folding platinum alloy combat knife, with specially designed pockets sewn into his attire to accommodate 6 magazines, 2 high-octane and 4 standard. The Falcon's magazine capacity was limited to 8 rounds, and for the standard magazines, he selected steel core bullets for superior penetration at close range, making them ideal for the Falcon. Han Xiao glanced at his status panel. After his advancement, he had approximately 100,000 experience points remaining. Coupled with his recent successes in manufacturing high-octane ammunition and subtracting the experience required for basic refinement and the consumption of chi refinement method, he found himself with nearly 200,000 experience points. In his previous life, there was a saying that leveling up one's main profession after the first advancement was an unwise endeavor. During that time, players between levels 20 and 30 opted to suppress their character levels, investing experience into skills to enhance their actual combat capabilities. Regardless of the version of Star C, levels 20 and 30 are notorious battlegrounds for player-versus-player encounters in the wild. Upon reaching level 20, characters possess a nascent combat prowess and the exhilarating experience of battle. Coupled with the relatively lenient death penalties at this stage, draws countless players to seek thrilling confrontations. Players invest considerable effort in mastering skills and enhancing their combat capabilities, leading to the emergence of the notion that leveling down is more advantageous. It was not until the system broadcasted the ID of the first player to reach the level cap of 60 in version 10 that everyone was taken aback, realizing that this individual was indeed the one who first advocated for leveling down. How outrageous! The audacity! Han Xiao had no intention of leveling down. He was not constrained by version levels, which granted him a significant advantage. Regardless of the vast experience he accumulated, if it did not translate into combat power, it would be in vain. He chose to expend 180,000 experience points to ascend 3 levels directly. As an apprentice mechanic, he achieved a strength of 30, agility of 1, endurance of 1, and intelligence of 3, earning 3 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Over the past few days, he had trained 10 times, resulting in an additional 30 strength. Han Xiao's strength reached 280 points, meeting the standards for level 4, thereby gaining a new tier of attribute bonuses. With strength at level 4, 200, his attributes included power 3, agility 4, endurance 5, intelligence 4, and a health cap of 150. Alongside mechanical power and manufacturing speed both at 4. The total bonuses from strength resulted in power 10, agility 10, endurance 14, intelligence 8, and a health cap of 320. With mechanical quality and manufacturing speed at 10, which constituted nearly 1/3 of his foundational attributes, an immense benefit. In the mechanized realm, relying on mechanical warfare and bolstering intelligence was undoubtedly wise. Initially, to escape the confines of the laboratory, Han Xiao had allocated significant points to strength and endurance to bolster his health. Now, devoid of such necessity, he invested all 9 free attribute points into intelligence, bringing it to an impressive 58 points. This would greatly enhance the speed and quality of manufacturing machinery, as well as the potency of mechanical usage. As a level 4 apprentice mechanic, he attained an overall level of 24, with his combat power escalating to 160 units. Given the current trajectory of his development, by the time the open beta commenced, his prowess would likely surpass several tiers of the initial wave of players, suggesting that for a considerable time, others would have limited interaction with his level. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Upon glancing at the content, he was momentarily stunned. The system indicated the launch of the closed beta and was in the process of retrieving data. Data acquisition complete. Closed beta duration, 12 days. Closed beta? Han Xiao was struck with uncertainty. He had completely forgotten about this aspect. He vaguely recalled that in his previous life, there had been a 2-day closed beta event, where the ratio of game time to real time was 6:1, equating to 12 days within the game. Star C is governed by the latest generation of light brains, completely eliminating human intervention. The internal testing phase is merely a brief operational assessment, Thus its duration is fleeting and the available slots are exceedingly limited, totaling only 30,000. These have predominantly been seized by prominent guilds and professional clubs, with the remaining places subject to a lottery among millions of applicants. Unfortunately, Han Zhao's luck had waned at that time, and he did not stand out. According to his recollections, the internal testing occurred merely a week prior to the public launch, which translates to just over a month in game time, while his public countdown still indicated over 130 days. A previously unnoticed conjecture surfaced in Han Zhao's mind. Could it be that, in the absence of players, the passage of real time bears no correlation to in-game time? Indeed, this seems to be the case. Each version update only spans a mere 2 or 3 days in reality. Yet the temporal breadth of the Star Sea world is measured in years. This revelation undoubtedly bodes well for him, as each update grants him additional time for progression compared to other players. However, it appears he must now begin to contemplate the issue of longevity. As he absent-mindedly stroked his chin, feeling the prickly stubble that had emerged during his 6-month stay in the Star Sea. Suddenly, a memory surfaced regarding one of the most contentious versions from the past, Chosen Ones. This version had been unanimously regarded by players as the most nonsensical, devoid of the disasters and grand events characteristic of other updates. Instead, it presented a harmonious and themeless experience, as if it merely allowed players to explore at their leisure, leaving them utterly perplexed. NPC template function unlocked. Player forum unlocked. 2 new notifications appeared, startling Han Xiao. NPC functionality. Is there no introductory information? After examining the interface for a while, he found only a solitary panel hovering before him, indicating that he would need to explore this on his own. Given its name, it seemed he would possess NPC capabilities, such as assigning quests, selling goods, and imparting skills. The 30,000 internal testers would be distributed across a dozen or so novice planets, each accommodating approximately 1 to 2,000 individuals, which would not significantly influence the overall situation. The internal test serves merely as an appetizer. The forthcoming public launch, with its influx of players, is destined to be the genesis of chaos. Nevertheless, for Han Xiao, the internal test presents a fortuitous opportunity to validate his conjectures. By interacting with players, he can assess the practical applications of NPC functionalities. The other notification, Player Forum, is a feature with which Han Xiao is quite familiar. This is the built-in official forum where players often pass the time while awaiting resurrection after death, and he is no exception. He had not anticipated that the forum would also be accessible to him. It seems that only when players arrive does the nexus between real-time and game-time synchronize, thus unlocking the forum for him. The forum's entrance is located in the corner of the panel, and upon entering, he was greeted by the familiar interface, which, at this moment, was devoid of any posts. He glanced at the upper right corner, where his account was indicated as a visitor, with the registration option grayed out. Curiosity compelled him to click on Register, which elicited an unexpected prompt. Currently detecting the neural link of the gaming pod. No player detected, registration impossible. Han Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. The official forum stipulates that only players who enter the gaming pod may register and post, while visitors are restricted to browsing, preventing spam from tainting the forum environment. To post and reply, one must purchase a gaming pod. As the saying goes, the market dictates everything. When costs are too high, spammers are eradicated, and the official forum maintains a harmonious atmosphere, pristine and clear. It seems I shall never be able to register a forum account. However, Han Xiao did not feel disheartened. Merely activating the forum was an unexpected delight, for at least he could still peruse players' posts and glean insights into their activities. Furthermore, Han Xiao harbored a lingering question regarding his own existence in reality. To unravel this mystery, he could only continuously monitor the forum, remaining vigilant for the appearance of his former ID, while also considering the possibility of an ID change. Now that players had emerged, it would be prudent to seek an opportunity for interaction. A glimmer of determination flickered in Han Zhao's eyes. Nickname, Madblade, Furious Sword. Regular starting mode selected. Character creation complete. Race, carbon-based human, yellow. Based on your preferences, a novice planet has been allocated. Aquamarine star. Random novice birthplace is being determined. Randomization complete. Initial location, Dajiao Mountain Settlement. Coordinates, 24152182644. Descending now, please be patient. Day 1 of the novice. Dajiao Mountain Settlement. One of the initial points for novices on Aquamarine Star. Madblade, Furious Sword found his vision blurred, and he was suddenly standing in a plaza, the ground beneath his feet composed of yellow earth. The air, thick with a rugged essence, filled his nostrils with an astonishing sense of reality. He could even feel the warmth of the sunlight. Lowering his gaze, he squeezed his arm, the muscular sensation nearly indistinguishable from reality, leaving him in awe. This was a small square surrounded by hundreds of players, all curiously sizing one another up, their player nicknames visible above their heads. Numerous wooden and stone encampments dotted the surroundings, and NPCs clad in rudimentary animal hide garments wandered in small groups, gesturing towards this direction and seemingly whispering amongst themselves. Following the novice guidance provided during character creation, Madblade, Furious Sword summoned his panel to inspect his level 1 character attributes. As per the official documentation, the standard starting package included a novice set of 3 items, a tunic, trousers, and boots, all of which were non-droppable and provided no attributes beyond modest coverage. He noticed a fellow player nearby struggling to remove his trousers, to no avail, looking utterly dejected. No can do. What a letdown. What did you say that triggered the filter? What are you trying to do? Madblade, Furious Sword felt a chill of horror and quietly distanced himself from that individual. Madblade, Furious Sword was an obscure professional player, having only recently stepped into the competitive arena as a fresh novice. Upon hearing that Star C had not yet been released, but that the International Gaming Alliance was already preparing for a professional league, he became intensely interested. When the much-anticipated closed beta testing was announced, Madblade, Furious Sword sought the assistance of club executives to secure a coveted spot in the testing phase. In the nascent phase of this realm, seizing the initiative allows one to perpetually stay ahead, wielding blades with fervor and ambition. Players in the square engaged in fervent discussions, marveling at the authenticity of their surroundings. What should we do now? Are there any hints? At that moment, an elderly man with a mane of white hair and an imposing presence, reminiscent of a white-maned lion, approached the crowd and proclaimed in a booming voice, "You outsiders, if you wish to prosper, seek employment. Our settlement does not welcome idlers. The crops in the fields require harvesting, while the tailor's shop and weapon shop to the south are in need of skilled laborers. A shipment has just arrived at the entrance of the settlement that requires unloading. In short, diligence will ensure you do not go hungry." Players began to notice 2 additional indicators beside their health points, hunger and thirst levels. Should either drop to 0, they would suffer from debuffs of hunger and thirst, leading to diminished attributes and a steady decline in health until death ensued. The fervent warrior, wielding a fierce blade, employed a detection skill on the old man, revealing the following information based on his level. Village Chief Sandre of the Great Horn Mountain Settlement level. Attributes: he may be regarded as the chief of the novice village. Danger level: moderate. Players possess a detection feature that allows them to view NPC names and pertinent information. Yet significant level disparities could result in incomplete data. The color of the NPC's name indicated their factional relationships: green for friendly, yellow for neutral, and red for hostile. The danger level illustrated the power differential between players and their targets. At present, all players were level 1 novices and could not discern the specific attributes of Sandre. The weapon shop offered firearms, ammunition, and melee weapons, while the market was bustling with vendors selling food and water. To the west, a beast arena provided rental mounts. And if one wished to depart, a public transit train station lay a few kilometers north. For those eager to acquire various life skills, the blacksmith and tailor shops were excellent choices. From Sandra's description, the players gleaned an understanding of their situation. The settlement offered only a few life-related sub-professions and 1 combat profession, novice hunter, all of which required payment for training. As they surveyed their map, shrouded in the mists of war, it appeared dark and obscured, with numerous planetary backgrounds. More information regarding the map, factions, and other elements awaited exploration to illuminate the interface. The vast array of discoverable elements gave the fervent warrior a sense reminiscent of the Elder Scrolls, Oblivion. Ultimately, all initial endeavors necessitated financial resources. Thus, must one embark on life tasks to earn money from the outset? One guild leader inquired, and the fervent warrior recognized him as the head of the Kill the World Guild, known as Slay 18, his name hinting at a fiery temperament. Likely hailing from the Guangdong province of China. Unexpectedly, Sandriel muttered a few words about what slaying monsters meant, and then burst into laughter. With such frail physiques, hunting beasts was tantamount to courting death. Do you see that mountain range? If you are not afraid of dying, venture into the mountains to hunt. Based on your catches, I shall reward you accordingly. However, in my estimation, you wouldn't be able to defeat even the weakest of hyenas. The group gazed ahead, where lush forests sprawled in the distance, and the mountains towered majestically, seemingly piercing the heavens. The clouds coiled around the peaks like colossal serpents, and the breathtaking scenery left many players entranced, the details so vivid and real, contrasting starkly with the textures of other virtual games. Zhanqing 18 Lu, undeterred, gathered a few guild elders and purchased crude melee weapons with the 100 aqua coins that new players were allotted, and immediately rushed toward the Grand Mountains. Not long after, they returned, dejected. Zhanqing 18 Lu's expression was grim. The beast he encountered was a gorilla larger than a human. Just as he raised his weapon, the gorilla, with a defecating throw, smashed his head. He resurrected nearby, his mind filled with 1,000 absurd thoughts. Why does the monkey's attack involve throwing excrement? Must it be so close to reality? The faint scent of fate lingered in the air, causing Zhanqing 18 Lu's stomach to churn, nearly bringing him to the brink of nausea. I have no objection to realistic details, but adding scent to feces surely reflects the developer's twisted sense of humor. Damn, the wild monsters are too strong. I didn't even see it before I died. A single strike only took off 1 point of health. Oh no, my newly acquired, rough stone knife is gone. The penalty for death was severe. Experience points were deducted based on total level, and the resurrection time increased with each death. The first death required only 10 seconds for resurrection, the second a minute, the third 5 minutes, and the fourth half an hour, each time growing longer. The game reset resurrection times every 6 days. The penalties for death were not trivial. Players could only die a maximum of 10 times within 6 days before being forcibly logged off, only to return the next day in reality. It was said to be the latest anti-addiction measure, more effective than the fatigue system in Sky Island and the Maiden. After exhausting their deaths for a day, students could only obediently log off to study. Following the introduction of this system by Star C, the long-standing Yang family's internet addiction treatment technology promptly received its first negative review, likely due to the impact on their business. Players immediately abandoned thoughts of monster hunting and settled into the routine of running errands to earn money. Hundreds of players scurried about, energetically completing tasks, contributing to the socialist construction of Daju Mountain. Sandriel, stroking his beard with a look of satisfaction, thought to himself that this group of outsiders was quite industrious and worthy of cultivation. However, the rewards were meager, only 50 coins. Leveling up was agonizingly slow. After half an hour of tasks, they had barely accumulated enough experience to advance. The gameplay feels so authentic. Hitting oneself even causes health loss. What a delight. Are you foolish? The beginning is both challenging and devoid of pure player torment, offering remarkable freedom while providing optional goals for novices. It is immensely engaging, evoking a delightful struggle that compels players to appreciate the game developer's ingenuity with a mix of admiration and jest. Today, we all embody the spirit of the seasoned player. Old Wang, are you also a professional gamer? Upon hearing his name called, the player known as Furious Blade turned to see 3 companions approaching. He recognized them as highly esteemed figures in the professional gaming sphere. The prodigious talent Flash Fried Rice, the seasoned veteran Moonlight Long End, who has spent a decade conquering various virtual gaming leagues, and the esports beauty Jiang Yulua, who boasts millions of followers. It was Moonlight Long End who spoke first. Confronted by such industry luminaries, Furious Blade felt dwarfed and awkwardly inquired, "What brings you here?" Moonlight Long End smiled and remarked, "Have you noticed that the maps sold at the market are priced at 3,000 ocean blue coins? The rewards for novice tasks are meager, making it unlikely for anyone to purchase maps." Players in the closed beta are categorized into 3 types. Casual players who obtain their slots through a lottery, players from large guilds or clubs, and professional players who acquired their slots through various channels. The latter 2 groups aim to pioneer new territories, striving to be ahead of the competition. With only 12 days of gameplay available in the closed beta, undertaking novice tasks is of little significance. You have likely observed that players enjoy a high degree of freedom. To establish an advantage, one must explore maps, which represents the true essence of pioneering. This is a golden period devoid of competitors, where the areas beyond the novice village remain untouched, brimming with countless opportunities. Furious Blade began to understand that the closed beta's limited time frame rendered it unwise to linger in one place completing tasks. While it might elevate his level slightly above that of the public beta players, such a disparity would soon become negligible as everyone progressed. The vast world resembled an uncharted gold mine, with abundant locations and factions. Being the first to seize these opportunities would yield an endless stream of subsequent tasks and resources. As a player, remaining confined to one area for task completion was far less exhilarating than venturing into the unknown. Furious Blade, puzzled, asked, "Why are you sharing this information with me? We are all competitors, and by informing me, you only create another rival." Moonlight Longin chuckled. "The large guilds will inevitably recognize this issue. Their numbers make it easy for them to gather enough funds to purchase maps. Thus, we should band together. Fried Rice, Yuluo, and I have already formed a small team. How about you join us?" Such a fortuitous opportunity warranted no hesitation, and Furious Blade readily agreed. Flash Fried Rice inquired curiously, "How will we split the 3,000 coins among 4 of us?" Moonlight Longin replied, "As the initiator, I will cover the majority. I prefer not to owe anyone favors, so I will contribute 1,000. That settles it." Jiang Yuluo, maintaining her aloof demeanor, swiftly turned to continue her tasks, unwilling to waste a moment's time. Mingyue Changzhong chuckled softly while scratching his nose. Having known each other for several years, why must they be so formal? It would be nice to give someone a chance to pursue you, wouldn't it? A day later, the 4 reconvened, pooling their resources to purchase a map. Upon examining it, the interface illuminated numerous areas, diminishing the shroud of war fog significantly. The map also included basic social conditions of the Blue Star, revealing the existence of 6 nations, the Sprout, and the Wandering Warlords, each with their respective factions. After reviewing the information, Mingyue Changzhong frowned thoughtfully and remarked, "Based on the contents, the largest factions are the 6 nations and the Sprout organization. The 6 nations appear to have official academies and various dojos, and they are currently conscripting soldiers, making it easier to acquire primary professions. Therefore, we must choose a faction. I believe the Star Dragon is a good choice," someone suggested. The group unanimously agreed, as it was the nearest option. The Dajiao Mountain settlement lay within the borders of the Star Dragon Nation, and a public train transfer station was not far from there. Such stations, scattered throughout the wilderness, served as both state-run public facilities and transport routes for other factions. These train stations were efficient and safe means of transportation, available for a fee, for those unafraid of encountering wild beasts. Driving or riding on beast mounts to traverse the mountains was also an option. Mingyue Changzhong nodded. Time was of the essence, and they should head to the capital, which would take approximately 3 days to reach. Guangdao Nujian felt a twinge of regret, thinking about the 3 days spent, but he was too embarrassed to withdraw now. Having already spent the money, he couldn't abandon the journey midway. The train was crowded, and passengers could trigger minor quests, providing a distraction, albeit not enough to skip travel time. This made the experience arduous for the 4 professional players, but fortunately, they could pass the time reading the forum. Otherwise, they would surely succumb to boredom. Players from various novice planets shared their experiences on the forum, and the group found it quite enjoyable, except for Guangdao Nujian, who was exceedingly anxious, counting the seconds with a heavy heart, perceiving it as a waste of precious internal testing time. 3 days later, the train arrived at its destination, Shidu. From behind a wire barrier, they beheld the splendor of Shidu, and new prompts appeared on their interfaces, indicating the discovery of the Star Dragon capital, awarding them a modest amount of experience. It turned out that exploring the map also granted experience points. Shangguang Chaofan looked around with curiosity. Astonished by the vividness of the passers-by, even the disdainful glances were strikingly lifelike, impressive indeed. The 4 advanced with the flow of people and underwent inspections at the checkpoint. Soldiers employed various instruments to test them, and all indicators lit up green. Everything went smoothly. After passing the checkpoint, the guards presented them with a new item, a temporary identification card for the Star Dragon. Suddenly, Shangguang Chaofan paused in excitement, exclaiming, "The faction prompt has appeared." Without needing his reminder, Guangdao Nujian noticed it as well. The interface alerted them to the opening of a new faction, Star Dragon Nation, with a goodwill rating of 0 and a current relationship status of cold, identifying them as temporary citizens. Mingyue Changzhong surveyed the group and inquired, "Shall we continue to team up, or act individually?" "I'll go with you," came the reply. The radiant Fried Rice chuckled. For he and Mingyue Changzhong belonged to the same club, naturally forming a united front. Jiang Yulua also chose to team up with Mingyue Changzhong, as they were familiar faces, making their collaboration more convenient. Tilting her head with a serious expression, she declared, "You must not bully me." Mingyue Changzhong, bemused, recognized that after years of acquaintance with Jiang Yulua, she had an uncanny ability to innocently display cuteness. After exchanging a few playful jests, he turned his attention to Guangdao Nujian and casually inquired, "What about you?" Observing the three seasoned professionals bantering, Guangdao Nujian felt a pang of self-doubt. Acutely aware of his status as a novice, throughout their journey, he had struggled to contribute to the conversation, feeling somewhat peripheral, as if his presence was merely incidental. This sensation was disconcerting, prompting him to awkwardly wave his hand and stammer, "No, it's fine, I prefer to act alone." "Very well then. Perhaps we'll have an opportunity to play together in the future," Mingyue Changzhong replied nonchalantly, and the trio departed in unison. Guangdao Nujian gazed at the retreating figures of the three experts, a flicker of indignation stirring within him as he muttered to himself, "I will eventually carve my place in your circle." The internal testing phase presented a chance for ascendance, now that he had arrived in Shidu, a clearly advanced region teeming with numerous quests to undertake, standing alongside Mingyue, Fried Rice, and Jiang Yulua at the same starting point. He was confident in his ability to make a name for himself. With renewed determination, Guangdao Nujian prepared to take a step forward when he suddenly noticed a young man wearing a mask, fixating on him with an intense gaze. A chill ran down his spine as he felt the weight of scrutiny, prompting him to instinctively cast a detection spell. Based on your level, you can only obtain the following information: Han Xiao, yellow name level, attributes, danger level, extremely lethal. Extremely lethal? Guangdao Nujian swallowed hard, feeling the tension rise. Previously, he had detected armed guards on a train, whose danger level was merely high. This was the most perilous individual he had encountered. With all data shrouded in question marks except for the name, he pondered the true caliber of this person. Wasn't he the city supposed to be safe? Was he destined to meet his demise today? Just then, Han Xiao spoke, his first words nearly sending Guangdao Nujian tumbling. "It's quite impolite to detect others upon first meeting." Startled, Guangdao Nujian recalled the official guidelines. If the level difference exceeds 30, players attempting to detect NPCs would be exposed. How had he encountered such a formidable entity immediately upon entering the city? Han Xiao chuckled inwardly, thinking, "You think I don't understand your kind? Detecting upon first encounter. I've been there myself." Since receiving news of the internal testing's commencement, Han Xiao had contemplated engaging with players, mapping out all novice starting points. The nearest was the Dajiao Mountain settlement, merely 3 days' journey away. However, with the budding forces probing into his whereabouts, Han Xiao was reluctant to leave Shidu so easily. Currently, only players in the closed beta can post, and Han Xiao is attentively monitoring the forum. He soon comes across a post analyzing the advantages of the beta, highlighting the map feature, authored by the illustrious player Mingyue Changzhou. A paragon of excellence in the gaming community, he frequently creates guides and instructional posts, embodying the quintessential good-natured individual, and, notably, possesses striking good looks. His extensive fanbase is a testament to his prowess. He has garnered numerous accolades and consistently ranked within the top 30 in the Huaxiao region's leaderboard in his previous life. In contrast, Han Xiao's best achievement was a modest 47th place, and during the years he abstained from the game, he even fell outside the top 100. Thus, he concluded, steer clear of romantic entanglements and focus on career success. He shared this revelation with the proprietor of the local convenience store, a 30-year-old bachelor, who merely chuckled coldly and retorted, "Well said, but I choose women." To which Han Xiao mused, "But women do not choose you." Consequently, Han Xiao forfeited his privilege of a 5 discount at the store. The Huaxiao region leaderboard evaluates prowess beyond mere technical skill. StarC hosts various competition formats, including individual duels, arena wheel tournaments, team matches, quest competitions, timed exploration, survival hunts, defensive battles, racing chases, mixed slaughter events, and secret realm contests. The limited scope of one-on-one duels only accounts for a fraction of one's capabilities. Han Xiao, long engaged in avenging others, possesses commendable skills in gameplay. However, he lacks the finesse in the art of banter, which could be deemed an invaluable weapon against foes. Nevertheless, he has consistently practiced diligently. Upon finishing the post, Han Xiao surmised that beta players might be arriving in Shidu. A few days prior, He had lingered near the checkpoint and spotted 4 professional players passing through. It was not merely his keen eyesight. He realized he could see the names above the players' heads. What a dazzling array of professional IDs, all belonging to illustrious figures from his past life. Impossible to ignore. Could this be due to my possessing a player interface? Han Xiao pondered. This revelation was indeed favorable. Players have a detection feature allowing them to see the names of all NPCs, and he too could easily identify players amidst the throngs of people. Am I an NPC endowed with player capabilities, or a player possessing NPC traits? Han Xiao could not help but scoff internally at this notion. This encounter with players served as a means to test the robustness of his NPC functionalities. Warrior, I require assistance. Do you have a moment? He initiated with a standard quest-triggering phrase, adorably. The player, Guangdao Nujian, was momentarily taken aback, unsure of why Han Xiao sought him, yet his excitement was palpable. Having just entered Shidu and encountered a high-level NPC, he felt elated, thinking, surely, this is my stroke of fortune. He endeavored to maintain a calm tone, replying, I am willing to assist. I need a loaf of bread. Could you procure one for me? As soon as the words left his mouth, Han Xiao received a prompt. Do you wish to issue a quest to Guangdao Nujian? At last, it seemed his interface could indeed notify him of NPC functionalities. Could it be that all his actions could now be quantified? Perhaps this is not an ordinary player panel. It seems to have undergone a transformation during the traversal. Appearing rather impressive, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, as the next step involved testing the specific effects. Please set the task requirements and rewards. The rewards have an experience cap, which is influenced by your level, rank, faction influence, and legendary status. Before him appeared an ethereal box, divided into 2 sections. The left side offered a selection of task types, including ordinary tasks, reward pool tasks, competitive tasks, challenge tasks, series tasks, circuit tasks, faction tasks, and more, showcasing a plethora of options. The right side displayed the caps, split into 2 categories, the maximum reward cap and the daily total cap. At present, the experience cap stood at 11,600. Below, the explanations were listed. Maximum reward cap, 11,600 experience total level 24, 7,200 upon advancement. The experience gained per level increases, with the first advancement adding 300 per level. Rank E, 3,000 faction. Budding, hostility, 1,000. 13 Bureau, neutral, 400 legendary status. 0 The maximum reward cap represents the upper limit for a single task's reward, meaning Han Xiao could assign a maximum of 11,600 experience for any given task. The daily total cap, as the name implies, indicates the upper limit of rewards that can be issued in a day. Currently set at 5 times the maximum reward cap, totaling 58,000, refreshing every 24 hours. Upon testing, Han Xiao discovered that this functionality was restricted. If his maximum reward cap did not meet the foundational reward standards for task difficulty, the task would fail to post. For instance, if he attempted to issue a task to annihilate the budding organization with a difficulty rating of A, the minimum reward required for an A-level task far exceeded his cap, rendering the task invalid. With an experience cap of 11,600, he could only issue E-level ordinary tasks, while the minimum standard for D-level tasks was 30,000 experience. Moreover, the different task types had varying caps, and the panel did not provide clarification. Han Xiao could only attempt each one individually, receiving prompts when a task could not be established. If only he could convert the cap into his own experience, Han Xiao mused whimsically, but upon trying, he found this impossible. The cap was not his personal experience, nor could he assign tasks to himself, as the targets were limited to players. This also confirmed his suspicion. His essence was not that of a player, merely possessing a panel. Han Xiao pouted. He currently earned only 20,000 to 30,000 experience daily, yet possessed nearly 60,000 in reward caps. If he were to fully nurture a player, their progress would accelerate tremendously. Though he had no intention of doing so, this functionality seemed to imply he could command players. Suddenly, Han Xiao's eyes lit up as he realized the myriad of potential applications. The most straightforward being to attract players to undertake tasks, transforming them into his aides, which could yield remarkable results in various circumstances. The interests of players take precedence, rendering them akin to a band of mercenaries devoid of principles. As long as the rewards are ample, they can be swayed to serve their own ends. Players are disinclined to squander time on tasks with meager rewards. To motivate a steed, one must provide it with fodder. Thus, elevating the reward is imperative. The greater the rewards, the more beneficial they are to oneself. In addition to experience points, Han Xiao can also expend his own items as supplementary rewards. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Han Xiao. In any game, only powerful or highly influential high-level NPCs typically issue tasks with substantial rewards and formidable challenges, akin to the limitations imposed on his own rewards, merely presented in a data-driven format. Han Xiao casually set up a standard task and released it. At the same moment, the player, Crazy Blade Fury Sword, received the task and was left utterly bewildered. What is this? Is a high-level NPC's task this simple? Just a piece of bread, with a reward of merely $1. Are you truly that impoverished? Wait. Crazy Blade Fury Sword had a realization. Based on his extensive experience with virtual online games, this must be a preliminary task, a test. To trigger subsequent tasks, one must first satisfy the NPC, and failure would mean losing the chance to engage with this character. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He immediately produced 7 pieces of bread, his entire stock, and handed them to Han Xiao with sincerity, saying, "This is all the bread I possess. It is yours." Han Xiao was utterly perplexed. What is happening? Are players now accustomed to exceeding task requirements? This is quite different from his previous impressions. Upon receiving the bread, the task notification was marked as complete. Everything proceeded smoothly, and Han Xiao nodded in approval. There are numerous types of tasks, and Han Xiao did not intend to test them all immediately, but prioritized examining the functions of other NPCs. Han Xiao noticed a small humanoid symbol appearing beside the ID of Crazy Blade Fury Sword. Focusing on the symbol, a new prompt emerged on the interface, revealing an ethereal bar resembling a health gauge, visible only to him, with a small pointer resting in the center, red on the left and green on the right. Would you like to adjust the favorability of Crazy Blade Fury Sword? This can even be adjusted? Han Xiao was taken aback. Could this alter his perceptions? If he maxed it out suddenly, would he find himself swayed? No, he could not take that risk. Han Xiao attempted to shift the pointer to the right. No, to the left instead, and reduced the favorability by 5 points, noticing that his thoughts remained unchanged. He exhaled in relief, thankful that favorability was merely a numerical value and did not influence his genuine sentiments. This feature seems somewhat superfluous, Han Xiao mused internally. Your favorability towards Han Xiao has decreased by 5 points, and the current relationship is lukewarm. Why would completing a task reduce favorability? Crazy Blade Fury Sword exclaimed, utterly confounded. What is this madness? In the ancient depths of the earth, Han Xiao unraveled the nuances of the affinity function. After some contemplation, he felt compelled to utilize his ability to sell items to players, eliciting a peculiar and sinister chuckle. Ah, young one, you possess great potential. I shall only trade with those destined for it. The character Kung Dal Nu Jan, in a state of bewilderment, was left utterly dumbfounded. What? My affinity has diminished. Yet you still regard me favorably? Is the game's affinity system inverted? Why does this NPC's laughter send chills down my spine? It is rather unsettling. Do you wish to open a personal shop for Kung Dal Nu Jan? Han Xiao raised an eyebrow, responding in the affirmative. Before him materialized an ethereal interface reminiscent of a quest announcement. Divided into 2 sections, the left side displayed an item shop, indicating that he could list his possessions, even those not physically on him, while the right side was a skill shop, allowing him to showcase his acquired abilities. Han Xiao attempted to place several items within. Please set a price for your goods. Note, the price may be in currency, experience, or bartering. You may also establish purchase conditions, including but not limited to affinity, level, skills, and class. In a vast cosmos teeming with diverse currencies, the Island B was merely the currency of the Xing, while the sole universal currency was Yer. The types of currency could be freely defined, provided one had encountered them. This feature is remarkably comprehensive. Han Xiao marveled, suddenly realizing that if he imposed affinity restrictions on his goods, the affinity adjustment would transform from a mere inconvenience into an enticing bait. Oh, this is undoubtedly a tactic employed by developers to retain players, enticing them to enhance NPC affinity and artificially prolong their gameplay time. I recall the arduous journey of completing numerous challenging quests just to elevate the prestige of the Gungwei Linbong to respect, thereby acquiring a glorious flagship. Was he now a former peasant singing triumphantly, Having transformed from a valiant proletarian liberator into a nefarious capitalist? My interface is indeed impressive. Xiao finalized his item settings and confirmed the listing. Before Gongdal Nujan appeared a shop interface. Upon glancing at it, his gaze was instantly captivated. His mouth agape and his face flushed, he managed to utter, divine artifacts. A folding combat knife, high-energy bullets, a Type 73 Wasp pistol, a Jason submachine gun, and a military rifle. Kong Daldujang was overwhelmed by the attributes of these items, his eyes gleaming with fervor. To him, they were all legendary artifacts. With such equipment, he could undoubtedly outpace all other players by several tiers. Yet, as he beheld the prices, it felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, leaving him chilled to the bone. The cheapest high-energy bullet cost 100. Did they expect him to rob for it? Moreover, the lightweight power arm required an affinity of over 10 points. Given this NPC's penchant for diminishing affinity through tasks, was this equipment destined to remain forever beyond his reach? No wonder the danger level is exceedingly lethal. This NPC is certainly not someone of my caliber should encounter. The item shop sent the furious blade into a fit of rage, but upon glimpsing the skill shop, he was instantly revitalized. Basic combat, basic shooting, grappling. These universal skills alone made the furious blade salivate, and as he scrolled down, he was left utterly astounded. Knowledge pertaining to mechanical jobs for class advancement. Along with a plethora of assorted mechanical skills, the one that left the furious blade most astounded was the chi refinement method, a divine technique. The furious blade silently roared within. Suddenly, Xiao shook his head. Regrettably, you are not a mechanic and cannot learn my skills. The furious blade was taken aback. Caught in an internal battle, he had already regarded Xiao as a mysterious mentor, akin to a hidden NPC, a rare opportunity indeed. If he could learn from him, his progress would outpace all other players. However, he favored martial arts, as evidenced by his ID. After counting his coins and experience, he found he had just enough to learn a basic mechanical knowledge, and thus he made up his mind. Such an opportunity, akin to winning the lottery, would surely lead to a lifetime of regret if not seized. He decided to take the plunge. This time, he would not suffer a loss. Would you like to advance to a mechanical class? Confirmed. Your basic weapon knowledge has been learned. You have gained 500 experience and 100 C blue coins. The cost of the Furious Blade skill acquisition would all be given to Xiao, akin to tuition fees. Teaching skills is equivalent to guidance, and one's own skills would remain unchanged. The skills Xiao chose to showcase were all carefully considered. Advanced knowledge and blueprints would certainly not be sold. Nor was he displaying active combat skills like the sliding shot. Most of the skills imparted were easily obtainable by players, though most players were still unaware of this fact. For instance, the chi refinement method is guaranteed to awaken after a player reaches level 20 and undergoes their first advancement. Yet the Furious Blade, panting with excitement, clearly did not understand this. Selling skills that players are destined to learn is akin to pulling a fast one. However, Xiao understood the principle of scarcity marketing. The price for the chi refinement method was set at 10,000 experience and 3,000 C blue coins, a substantial sum for a novice, and he also established that a favorability rating of over 10 points was necessary for purchase. With this in mind, Xiao promptly adjusted the Furious Blade's favorability back to 0, as he needed to instill some confidence and hope in his clientele. The Furious Blade consequently developed a misunderstanding, believing Xiao relished transactions, concluding that only by purchasing goods could one elevate their favorability. He secretly resolved to frequent Xiao's business in the future. Having preliminarily tested the basic NPC functions, Xiao accomplished his objective and began to depart. Wait, don't go. I want to stick with you, big shot. The Furious Blade exclaimed urgently. Where will I find you in the future? Xiao paused momentarily, inscribing the address of the repair shop on a slip of paper to leave for Mad Blade Fury Sword, before departing with a nonchalant demeanor, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. Mad Blade Fury Sword cherished the note as if it were a treasure, carefully tucking it away, his heart racing with excitement. This was indeed his opportunity. The formidable mechanical equipment and skills promised to place him ahead of all other players. With such an advantage, he could undoubtedly shine. However, the crux of this opportunity lay in ensuring that it remained his secret to enjoy alone. Mad Blade Fury Sword resolved silently. He must not allow anyone to discover this hidden NPC. To the few internal testers, This grand city of West Capital was akin to a mere ripple in an ocean, insignificant and unnoticed, comprised mostly of the financially challenged. Han Xiao, for the time being, held no interest in them. His expedition was merely to test the NPC functionalities, a venture that ultimately satisfied him as he envisioned various ways to ensnare players. Han Xiao's gaze narrowed, his thoughts drifting far away as scenes from his past materialized in his mind, tinged with a hazy hue, reminiscent of a dreamlike illusion. In his previous life, Madblade Fury Sword was among the pioneering professional players battling in Star Sea. A master of martial arts who made a significant splash in the first season, securing a position among the top 24 in the Huaxia region. He ventured beyond borders to confront foreign adversaries, a distinction that catapulted him to fame and established his status. Yet now, a future deity-level martial artist had been led astray into the mechanical path. What fate awaited him was uncertain. At least during the first and second seasons, opportunities for prominence seemed bleak, and he had missed the achievements that rightfully belonged to him, embarking instead on an alternate path. Han Xiao dared to choose the mechanical class because he understood its immense potential in later stages, capable of overpowering the majority of players. However, at this moment, players were evidently unaware of this fact. The early stages of the mechanical class appeared lackluster and weak. With countless mechanical players, many of whom were professionals, having once deemed their prospects grim and opted to restart their journey. Han Xiao shook his head, pondering the notion of having misled him. Strictly speaking, this was Madblade Fury Sword's own choice. As long as he persevered, several versions down the line, he would surely express gratitude toward Han Xiao, perhaps, at least.